Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 64. You mean the Tsunoya Shiro family is eyeing the perfection technique? Based on what Lin Yu said, BA Yunzhai came to this conclusion. I think so. The Tsunoya Shiro family deliberately provoked a conflict between Jinjo Keigo and Jaishur Yukatake in order to complete the genjutsu, and made him hostile to Soul Society by killing members of his organization. Satoya added. But just by killing members of his organization, I'm afraid it's not enough to cause Jinjo Keigo's rebellion. He can definitely ask Soul Society to verify this. BA Yunzhai still couldn't figure it out. What if other factors are added? For example, the Tsunoya Shiro family used the Shinigami agency certificate given by Jushiro to monitor Jinjo Keigo, making him feel that Soul Society did not trust him at all and had been monitoring him, as well as him the desire for power. They may imply or express that only the full bringing technique can allow him to find his true self and powerful power. In this way, Jinjo Keigo will be more easily incited and tempted to go to Soul Society. Opposite paths. Lin Yu analyzed. I see, the Tsunoya Shiro family is really insidious. Not only did they take advantage of Jinjo Keigo's weakness, they also created various illusions and misleads to make him mistakenly believe that Soul Society was his enemy. In this way, I can successfully obtain the perfection technique without having to worry about Jinjo Keigo discovering the truth. Sato sighed. Yes, the Tsunoya Shiro family's plan was indeed perfect, but they didn't expect that Jinjo Keigo is not an easy person to control. He has his own ideas and goals, and I noticed this, then their conspiracy is destined to fail, Lin Yu said. But why did the Tsunoya Shiro family do this? Is it just for power and status? BA Yunzhai asked. Do you know who from the Tsunoya Shiro family is behind this matter? Lin Yu asked. Looking at Lin Yu's half-smiling expression, BA Yunzhai knew that Lin Yu must have figured out all the context of this matter. The person leading this incident is Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Is it him? BA Yunzhai had some impression of this person. Honey, do you know this person? Lin Yu became interested. Bonsai told what he knew about the situation. I don't know much about it. I just heard someone mention it when talking about 8 trigrams in Soul Society. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata once married a wife, but I didn't know it later. He killed his wife again for some reason. Chun Shui also exposed the matter, but because of his noble status, everyone thought that this man had something wrong with his head and was a pervert. You only understand part of BA Yunzhai. He is a pervert, but his brain is very normal. The woman he married is called Ji Kuang. He killed Ji Kuang for the fragment of the Soul King in his body. Lin Yu took advantage of the opportunity to add some unknown knowledge to BA Yunzhai. What? BA Yunzhai and Sato were shocked when they heard this. Is this the real story? BA Yunzhai continued to ask, is Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's plan to seize the genjutsu also related to the Soul King? Yes, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata was originally a member of the branch house of the Tsunoya Shiro family. When he was a child, he witnessed the stone tablets left by his family ancestors recording the history of the Soul Society. After learning the truth about the Soul King and the 5 nobles, he became more and more disgusted with his aristocratic status, but he did evil everywhere. He believed that the spiritual king was murdered by his family's ancestor, and in order to bring the family's evil deeds to the extreme, he decided to create his own. The new spirit king, and took full control of it, so he attacked Jinjo Keigo. Hey! Having said all that, Jinjo Keigo is not a fool. Why didn't he seek confirmation from Soul Society but directly rebelled? Sato still didn't understand that Jinjo Keigo could be so easily incited. When a person is angry, it's irrational, but he should calm down after such a long time. Sato, do you think Jinjo Keigo doesn't know everything you know? Lin Yu asked Sato with a smile. Looking at Lin Yu's mean smile, Sato suddenly realized, it's not that Jinjo Keigo didn't contact Soul Society for verification, but he couldn't contact him at all. As one of the 5 nobles of the Tsunoya Shiro family, there is a way to disconnect him from Soul Society. That's right, Sato, you are still smart. Not only that, Jinjo Kyujo himself has certain ambitions. After learning that Shinigami's agent certificate was to monitor him, and also found that Soul Society could not be contacted, combined with his former teammates after being killed by Shinigami, he immediately identified Soul Society as his enemy. It seems that the people of the Tsunoya Shiro family are really not ordinary guys. Their ambitions and methods are shocking. You must be careful when meeting them in the future. Sato reminded. After hearing Sato's words, both of them nodded in agreement. The madness of the Tsunoya Shiro family has exceeded their imagination. If they are not careful, they may be in danger. Not only the Tsunoya Shiro family, this matter is also promoted by Aizen. He also has the same goal. Lin Yu was silent. He knew that Aizen's existence was a threat to Soul Society. He is also very powerful, and he has the same plans and conspiracies as the Tsunoya Shiro family. If he couldn't be stopped in time and another Spirit King appeared, even he would feel a headache. He is not yet confident enough to face an existence of the Spirit King's level. However, Lin Yu had already set a trap on Lan Ran, and it was impossible for him to reach the same level this time. At the same time, the Hueco Mundo Aizen trio were discussing something. Jin, I've been feeling uncomfortable lately. I always feel like I'm being watched. You can check it out after you return to Soul Society. Aizen said with a frown. Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a sly smile. Oh? Really? That's really interesting. However, with your strength, who can pose a threat to you? Tissen Kainari looked at Aizen with a serious face. Captain, are those guys up to something again? Should we strike first? Aizen shook his head and said calmly, don't worry, let Yin go investigate first. Maybe it's just my misunderstanding, but we still have to stay vigilant. Ichimaru Jin nodded, okay, I will go back and investigate as soon as possible. In the meantime, you should also be more careful. After saying that, Ichimaru Jin turned and left, leaving Aizen and Tissen to continue discussing the next plan. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, showed a confident smile, and said, don't worry, Aizen's problem has been decided, he can't turn it out of my palm. The most important thing now is that we must solve Yunzhai as soon as possible. Keigo's problem cannot allow him to become a threat to Soul Society. Sato didn't care about the plan between Lin Yu and Captain Yamamoto. She only focused on the actual problem at hand. She frowned and asked, then how to find Jinjo Keigo? Do you have any idea? Lin Yu already had a plan in his mind and answered calmly, this is a simple question. Just wait. Someone will find him for us. Then we can go out again. Sato didn't react for a moment and asked doubtfully, you mean? The Tsunoya Shiro family controls the imaging hall. Tokinata must know where Jinjo Keigo is. We can only take action when he finds Jinjo Keigo. A sly light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 65. I'm back. Just when Lin Yu and others were still refining their plans for Jinjo Keigo, Hiri came back. Hearing the sound, Lin Yu turned his head and looked with a smile on his lips. Hiri, who was full of joy, pulled a face when she came back and saw Lin Yu. Ah! Why did the captain come to the world? Lin Yu put his big hand on Hiri's head and rubbed it. Why don't you welcome me, Hiri? And what have you learned in this life, and how did you become an internet-addicted girl? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Sato tilted his head and whistled. Lin Yu looked at Sato with some confusion. Hey, Sato, what's your reaction? Sato shrugged and said innocently, it's nothing, I just think what you said makes sense. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly and continued to say to Hiri, look at what you are like now. You only think about playing games all day long. You don't look like Shinigami. Hiri pouted and retorted dissatisfied, Humph, who said Shinigami can't play games? Besides, I didn't miss my work. Lin Yu sighed, forget it, I don't care about you, but you have to pay attention to the impact and don't play games all day long. Hiri nodded, I know, Captain. Then she asked curiously, Captain, what are you doing in this world? Lin Yu smiled, of course we are dealing with business. He glanced at Hiri and suddenly thought of something, by the way, Hiri, I have something to ask you. Hiri blinked, what's going on? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then asked, Jinzhou Keigo, how much do you know? Hiri frowned, Kyujo Jinzhou? That agent Shinigami? I don't know him very well. What's wrong, Captain? Why are you asking about him suddenly? Lin Yu shook his head, it's okay, just asking casually. Hiri glanced at Lin Yu suspiciously, but did not pursue the question. At this time, Ba Yunzhai on the side said with a smile, okay, stop chatting and eat quickly. Everyone got up one after another and prepared to eat. After the meal, everyone sat in the living room and rested. At this time, Sato showed a malicious smile and said to Lin Yu, let's do some digestion exercises. Lin Yu asked in confusion, what kind of digestion exercise? Sato smiled and replied, it's just a fight. Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly shook his head to express his refusal, it's better to say goodbye. This place is too small and can't be used. Sato disagreed. He glanced at Lin Yu rather proudly and explained with a smile, you don't have to worry about this. We have built a big training ground under the house to train Hiri, don't you think so, Bansai? At this time, Hiri looked confused, and she couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Didn't the crazy woman say that the captain and the chief captain are both perverts? Then why did she think of competing with the captain? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble and abuse? Thinking of this, Hiri couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that she couldn't understand the crazy woman's thoughts at all. Is she still a masochist? Lin Yu still wanted to say something, but Sato was already walking towards the training ground. As he walked, he turned back and waved to Lin Yu, come on, Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and followed Sato to the training ground. Field. Ba Yunzhai and Hiri also followed. They stood on the sidelines, preparing to watch the battle. Let's start. Following Ba Yunzhai's order from the sidelines, Sato took the lead in attacking Lin Yu. Lin Yu ducked away and immediately struck back. The two of them went back and forth, fighting inextricably. Hiri, who was watching from the sidelines, became more and more surprised as she watched. She originally thought that the captain would end the competition with an absolute advantage, but she did not expect that Sato, a crazy woman, could fight back and forth with the captain. Not only that, the two of them's fighting skills also amazed Hiri. In her impression, the captain always strikes cleanly and can kill the enemy with one strike. However, judging from today's battle, that crazy woman probably never used her full strength when fighting against him. At this moment, Ba Yunzhai outside the court suddenly said, Hiri, didn't you notice? What? Hiri asked confused. She carefully felt the spiritual pressure on Lin Yu's body again, with a shocked look on her face, how could this happen? Why has the captain's spiritual pressure become so low? From Hiri's feelings, Lin Yu's spiritual pressure can be easily estimated. You know, in the past, in front of the captain, she could only feel a powerful and suffocating spiritual pressure, as if the surroundings were filled with endless pressure. But now, this feeling has completely disappeared. Although the captain's spiritual pressure is still strong, it no longer gives people the unfathomable and immeasurable feeling as before. It's like facing an endless ocean, and suddenly the sea turned into a small lake. Although it still has a certain size and power, compared with the vast ocean before, it has lost that feeling. A terrifying sense of boundless oppression. Bonsai said to Hiri, Lin Yu must have limited spiritual pressure when he came to this world. He is the serious captain of the Gotei 13th team. He is not a captain-level combat power. He must have limited spiritual pressure when he comes to this world. Otherwise, why do you think Sato wants to compete with Lin Yu? You think she is a fool who only enjoys fighting? Hiri was secretly shocked, so she finally understood the true intention of Sato, this crazy woman. At the same time, she also realized the gap between herself and the captain. Watching the two men fighting fiercely on the field, Hiri secretly made up her mind to practice harder and improve her strength. Lin Yu and Sato on the court did not notice the situation outside the court. They devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the battle, and every slash they struck contained tremendous power. Kid also danced wildly on the court, and the two sides refused to give in. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Both of them can be said to have reached the pinnacle of Shinigami's slayer skills. Except for their mysterious Shunpo, the rest is a competition of spiritual pressure. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually gained the upper hand. He grabbed a flaw in Sato's body and launched a slashing attack instantly. Sato was caught off guard and was sent flying by Lin Yu. Sato, you still can't do it. Lin Yu stood up and said with a smile. Sato got up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. Haha, you are indeed a pervert. Even if you limit your spiritual pressure, I am no match. I am convinced that I lost. This discussion ended, Lin Yu and Sato nodded to each other. Sato shouted to the two people on the sidelines, Hiri, Ba Yunzhai, this is a rare opportunity, why don't you two also compete with Lin Yu? Hiri is eager to try. She knew this was a rare learning opportunity. Hiri took a step forward, Captain, I want to try. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, indicating that she could attack. Hiri took a deep breath, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and then rushed towards Lin Yu. Her Shunpo has reached a new level after being trained by Sato, and ordinary captains can only be defeated. Lin Yu easily dodged sideways, then reached out to grab Hiri's arm and threw her away. The speed is good, but not enough. Lin Yu said lightly. Hiri got up from the ground and attacked again. This time she was more cautious and kept launching attacks to find Lin Yu's flaws. Lin Yu responded with ease, accurately blocking her attacks every time and finding her flaws. After more than a dozen moves, Hiri was exhausted and panting, but she still refused to give up. Okay, stop. Lin Yu said, you have made great progress, but you still need to keep working hard. Hiri curled her lips after hearing this. She knew that it was just a dream to win against the captain. Even the crazy woman couldn't beat him, let alone herself. As for the competition with Kid, Hiri had not considered it at all. Kid was based on Ryutsu, so he would not show off his own Ryutsu in front of the captain, which would only make him more embarrassed. Sato looked at Ba Yunzhai, don't you try. I don't want to fight Lin Yu. We have a good relationship. If you want to see us compete, you can go. Hearing this, Sato rolled his eyes. Honey, let's go. After saying this, Lin Yu pulled Ba Yunzhai and left the training ground. Then the two walked out of the training ground together. Hiri and Sato followed closely, each with their own ideas in mind. Chapter 66. The streets of Naraki City seemed particularly quiet late at night, with only the occasional passing vehicles and flashing street lights. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the tranquility. Jinjo Keigo held his Zanpakuto and quickly rushed towards the direction of the sound. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a huge hollow attacking a child. Ginjinj waved the Zanpakuto without hesitation and attacked Su with a fierce offensive. Su was shocked by his momentum and retreated steadily. In the end, Yunjinj succeeded in killing Su, who turned into black debris and dissipated in the air. Yunjinj turned around, looked at the frightened child in front of him, and asked with concern, "Little brat, who are you? Why are you still outside alone so late? This is very dangerous." The child blinked, looked at Yunjinj, and said in surprise, "Can you also see this thing?" Yunjinj smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise how could I chop it down?" The child breathed a sigh of relief and introduced himself. My name is Tsukishima Hidekuro, thank you for saving me. Jinjo Keigo looked at the child in front of him, who was not much younger than himself. If you can see this thing, you must also be the owner of the perfection technique. Tsukishima said with some confusion, is this power called the complete senjutsu? It seems that you have just awakened not long ago. Jinjo Keigo nodded thoughtfully, but don't run around alone so late in the future. It will be bad if you encounter danger. Hidekuro Tsukishima glanced at Jinjo Kyujo gratefully, I understand, thank you, big brother. You're welcome, it's just a small effort. Jinjo Kyujo patted Tsukishima Hidekuro on the shoulder, by the way, do you want to go home? I'll take you back, it's not safe so late. Okay, then I'll trouble you, big brother. Tsukishima Hidekuro smiled and nodded. So Jinjo Kyujo walked with Tsukishima Hidekuro on the way home, and the two talked and laughed along the way. When parting, Jinjo Kyujo handed Tsukishima Hidekuro a note, this is my phone number. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can call me on this number. Tsukishima Hidekuro took the note and carefully put it away, thank you, big brother, I will keep it well. Seeing Tsukishima Hidekuro walking into the house, Jinjo Keigo turned around and left. He thought to himself, this little guy is quite interesting, maybe we will see him again in the future. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was in Karakura town, suddenly remembered something. Jinjo Kyujo should be in Naraki City, which is the headquarters of his organization. Damn it, it was a miscalculation. Lin Yu said to the three of Ba Yunzhai, Sato, come with me to Naraki City immediately. You made a mistake in your judgment. Sato asked, why are you going to Naraki City? Aren't you just waiting for Tsuneyashiro Tokinada to show up? Lin Yu immediately explained to Sato, I received news before that Jinjo Keigo's traces last appeared in Karakura town. It should be a smoke bomb he deliberately threw. The headquarters of his organization for completing the art is in Naraki City. He must have gone back to his hometown. Lin Yu and Sato hurried to Naraki City. At the same time, Jinjo Kyujo also received a report from his subordinates and learned that a Shinigami was approaching their territory. Could they be pursuers sent by the Soul Society? Jinjo Keigo secretly guessed. He immediately prepared himself to deal with it, and a fierce battle seemed about to break out. At this time, a man with dark green hair, dressed in aristocratic clothing, wearing a death tyrant outfit underneath, and wearing a zanpakut at his waist suddenly appeared next to Jinjo Keigo. Jinjo Keigo suddenly retreated, are you Soul Society's pursuer? You came very quickly. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada looked at him with a smile, pursuing soldiers? You are wrong. Where is Akadora? Jinjo Kyujo's pupils shrank, how do you know her? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada looked like he wanted to be beaten, it's not just her, I also know the other members of your organization. By the way, I also sent people to kill Onga Tenjing. In this case, no matter how stupid Jinjo Keigo is, he will know that he has been plotted. He yelled angrily, why is Soul Society doing this? I asked myself that I have not violated any rules of Soul Society, why should they kill me, companion? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada seemed to enjoy this feeling of making the other party crazy, and said slowly, you are wrong again, the one who killed your companion was not the Shinigami of the Gotei 13, but the one from my Tsuneyashiro family. Just Shinigami? Jinjo Keigo's eyes widened instantly, how can it be fixed? Then it's your fault that I can't contact Soul Society, including the subsequent assassination of me. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha, yes, I did it all. However, all of this is just to attract you Fullbringers. Now, follow me back to Soul Society. Jinjo Keigo tightly held the zanpakut in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, don't even think about it. I won't let you succeed. After saying that, the spiritual pressure on his body suddenly burst out. Jinjo Kyujo and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, Lin Yu and Sato rushed to the scene. Finally found you, Jinjo Kyujo! Lin Yu shouted loudly. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata looked at Lin Yu and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Captain Lin Yu, why are you here? Hearing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's words, Jinjo Keigo paused. The captain of the Gotei 13? A captain-level figure was actually dispatched for me. Jinjo Keigo turned his head and continued to glare at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. You despicable villain! Stop talking nonsense! Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was very surprised by Lin Yu's arrival. Shouldn't he be in Karakura town? How could he appear here? In this way, the three parties faced each other, and no one took the lead. At this time, Jinjo Kyujo took the lead. Young people are always so impulsive. Lin Yu burst out with spiritual pressure and pushed him to the ground. Jinjo Keigo was unable to move on the ground. Is this a captain-level figure? He's really strong. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Give me an explanation as to why you are here. Looking at Lin Yu's eyes, Tokinata took a step back involuntarily. As a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family, he knew Lin Yu's identity. From the moment he appeared here, Tokaidan knew that today's matter was a failure. Jinjo Kyujo still tried to attack him. He is really fearless if he doesn't know. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata spoke cautiously. I said I came to the living world for a walk. Does Captain Lin Yu believe it? Lin Yu said slowly. Do you believe this reason? But I don't want to care about the purpose of your coming. I came to arrest Jinjo Keigo on the order of the captain. Do you want to hinder my actions, Tokinata? Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata swallowed his saliva. How could it be? Captain Lin Yu, please let me have a look. That's good. Lin Yu used Kid to seal Jinjo Keigo and threw him to Sato. Sato caught Jinjo Keigo, who was tied up into a rice dumpling. Hey! Can't you carry it by yourself? Really? See you later, Tokinata. After saying that, Lin Yu left with Sato. After Lin Yu and the two left, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata began to breathe heavily. With that kind of look, Lin Yu wanted to kill him just now. Those 5 nobles were probably worthless in that man's eyes. He was a strong man. Let's deal with Enhiduora's affairs later. There is no chance today. After that, Nada was ready to return to Soul Society. Lin Yu and Lin Yu seemed to be gone. Who knows if they were hiding in the dark? If you do anything else, your life may be in danger. Chapter 67. Karakura Town. Jinjo Keigo was tied up and thrown into the corner of the room, as pitiful and helpless as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. On the other side, Lin Yu, Ba Yunzhai, Sato, and Hiri were feasting and enjoying the happiness brought by the food. They chatted while eating, the atmosphere was relaxed and happy, and they didn't notice Jinjo Keigo's eager eyes at all. However, at this moment, Jinjo Keigo's stomach suddenly made a loud gurgling sound, as if in protest of his hunger. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet room and attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yu and others stopped what they were doing and looked at Jinjo Keigo, with expressions of surprise and confusion on their faces. Jinjo Kyujo's face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head in embarrassment, trying to hide his embarrassment. He cursed secretly in his heart, damn it! How could I be so unsatisfactory? While trying to control his stomach, he prayed that no one would notice anything strange about him. But obviously, his wish failed. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, with a playful smile on his lips, and joked, Hey, it seems our guests are hungry too. Do you want to come over and have something to eat? As he said that, he deliberately picked up a piece of food. Waved it in front of Jinjo Keigo. Jinjo Kyujo's eyes widened, he stared at Lin Yu angrily, and said through gritted teeth, You bastards, you actually tied me up here. When I regain my freedom, I will not let you go. His voice was full of emotion. Resentment, but could not cover up the fear deep in his heart. After all, he is just a prisoner now and has no power to resist. Jinjo Keigo, who had just been captured, remained silent no matter what Lin Yu said. Lin Yu didn't indulge him either. He just threw him into the corner and started enjoying the food. He couldn't help but be tempted. Yes, use something to stimulate it, and it will open your mouth. Jinjo Kyujo finally compromised, I want to eat ramen. Lin Yu looked at his embarrassed look, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, you were so tough just now, why are you willing to speak now? Of course it's okay to eat ramen, but only if I ask whatever you say, you have to answer truthfully, otherwise, I will chop you into ramen mercilessly. Hearing such ridiculous words, Jinjo Keigo couldn't laugh at all. He widened his eyes and looked carefully at the man in front of him, the guy wearing a haori and representing the captain status of the Gotei 13. In his impression, aren't the captains all serious and solemn figures like Jaishur Yukatake? And the man in front of him is simply a funny man. If it weren't for the powerful spirit he released when he was chasing him, damn, even if Uranus Laozi stood in front of him, he would never believe that this guy was a captain. Lin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the various thoughts in Jinjo Keigo's heart at the moment. He untied the bakud imposed on the other party, then handed him a bowl of steaming ramen and said with a smile, eat it, don't worry, I still respect human rights and am kinder to prisoners. After finishing, he sat back on his chair and quietly waited for Jinjo Keigo's reaction. Jinjo Kyujo looked at the hot ramen in front of him, was silent for a while, and then started to eat it. After finishing the ramen, he burped happily. Seeing that Jinjo Kyujo had finished eating the ramen, Lin Yu spoke, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Yu, captain of the 7th Division of the Soul Society Gotei 13. Now please tell me that you betrayed Soul Society. Reason. Jinjo Keigo showed a bitter smile, Captain Lin Yu, what you saw before is the truth. The reason why I lost contact with Soul Society was because I was obstructed by the Shinigami of the Tsunoya Shiro family. There is no betrayal. His expression looked very helpless, as if he had been wronged. However, Lin Yu was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He frowned and said in a serious tone, the obstacles of Jinjo Keigo and Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata were indeed a factor, but why did you break away from Soul Society's control without authorization and founded the full Senjutsu organization? How to explain this? Faced with Lin Yu's question, Jinjo Keigo seemed a little excited. He raised his voice and said, since Soul Society has appointed me as the agent Shinigami, why do you still use the agent card to monitor me? This is obviously a distrust of me. There was a trace of anger and dissatisfaction in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help laughing. He felt that Jinjo Keigo's words were extremely ridiculous. He shook his head and said sarcastically, it's for your own good to monitor you. After this incident, you should understand how weak you are. With your meager strength, if Soul Society cannot grasp your whereabouts, I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. As for your privacy, Soul Society has no interest at all, we just don't want the power of Shinigami to leak out. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at Jinjo Keigo with disdain. Disdainful. Lin Yu's eyes were like lightning, staring closely at Jinjo Keigo, his eyes full of majesty and indifference. This invisible pressure made Jinjo Keigo feel a chill rising from his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes peering at him from behind. Also, you attacked Shinigami who came to investigate your situation. You can't deny this. As an agent of Shinigami, attacking Shinigami has constituted rebellion. How do you explain it? Lin Yu's voice was low and low. Severe, as if a sharp sword penetrated Jinjo Keigo's heart. Jinjo Keigo opened his mouth, but found that he could not find any reason to refute. The facts are before his eyes, he did attack the Shinigami who came to investigate him. This is an irrefutable fact, no matter how he defends it, it all seems weak. For a time, there was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if even time had frozen. Jinjo Keigo fell into silence, with a look of despair on his face. He knew that he might not be able to escape the blame this time. After a long time, Jinjo Keigo finally broke the silence, his voice trembling, "Captain Lin Yu, what kind of punishment will Soul Society give me?" There was a hint of fear and uneasiness in his eyes. There seems to be a lot of worry about the future. Lin Yu frowned, a trace of complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. He did not directly answer Jinjo Keigo's question. Instead, he said slowly, "I was just ordered to arrest you and return you to Soul Society. As for your final crime and punishment, I don't know, and I don't want to be involved." After saying this, Lin Yu's eyes became deep. All he has to do is stick to Soul Society's stance and principles. Even facing someone like Jinjo Keigo, he could not waver in the slightest. Because only in this way can the order and dignity of Soul Society be maintained. Perhaps there is nothing wrong with Jinjo Keigo's actions from other perspectives, but from the standpoint of Soul Society, he has violated Soul Society's principles. Lin Yu is the Shinigami of Soul Society. Let's go. Come back to Soul Society with me. After saying that, Lin Yu opened the world-traveling door with his Zanpakuto. Wife, Sato and Hiri, see you next time, I will go back first. Captain, you won't stay anymore. Before Hiri could finish her words, Lin Yu took Jinjo Kyujo and stepped into the world-crossing gate. Chapter 68 Soul Society. Lin Yu returned to Siridi with Jinjo Kyujo. Jinjo Kyujo looked at the building in front of him and sighed, "Is this the headquarters of Soul Society? It's really spectacular." Although Jinjo Kyujo is an agent of Shinigami, this is his first time to set foot in the mysterious place of Soul Society. He was amazed by the splendor and majesty of Siridi, as if he was in a fortress. Lin Yu took him back to the 7th team. Baseman heard Lin Yu's voice and ran out, "Captain, you are back. This is Bimon, send him to the 9th division." Lin Yu glanced at Jinjo Keigo and said calmly. Benemon was a little confused, but he still nodded respectfully, "Yes, Captain." "But, who is he?" Lin Yu looked at Baseman and replied calmly, "Oh, he is Jinjo Keigo. The current crime is betraying Soul Society. You can just send him to the 9th team for custody first." Benemon was surprised. He never thought that there would be someone that the captain could arrest personally, let alone that he would be burdened with such a heavy crime. Baseman looked at Jinjo Keigo up and down, but didn't see anything special about this man. He didn't ask any more questions, and immediately responded, "I understand, Captain. I'll send him there right now." With that, Baseman walked up to Jinjo Keigo and motioned for him to follow him. Jinjo Keigo didn't speak. He lowered his head and remained silent, seeming to be thinking about something. Benemon looked at him, didn't say anything, but turned around and left with him. Jinjo Kyujo followed silently, as if he had lost his soul. Lin Yu also started to take action, and he rushed towards the 1st team building. He is going to see the captain and report to him the results of this mission. "Captain, I have captured Jinjo Keigo and he has been sent to the 9th Division prison." Lin Yu stood in front of the commander and said seriously. The captain nodded slightly to express satisfaction. However, he then asked, "Are things going well?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "There was a little incident during the arrest." The captain frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Oh," he asked. Lin Yu said calmly, "This matter has the shadow of the 5 nobles." When the captain heard this, his eyes flashed and his eyes became sharp. "Which one specifically?" he asked. Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and then said the name, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. "The Tsuneyashiro family? What do they want to do?" "As far as I know, they want to create a new spirit king." The captain's face turned gloomy. He knew the ambitions and methods of the Tsuneyashiro family. How dare they try to create a new spiritual king? It's simply a fool's errand. The captain stomped his cane angrily, and the floor made a crisp sound. I will send someone to investigate this matter. The captain said firmly, we must not let their conspiracy succeed. You should also pay close attention to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, maybe you can get more information from him. Lin Yu thought for a moment, wiped his neck, and lowered his voice, do you want? The captain raised his hand and interrupted what Lin Yu was about to say, this matter can be discussed later. After all, the ancestors of the Tsuneyashiro family contributed to Soul Society. Don't mention it again until they have officially betrayed Soul Society. Yes, just keep an eye on it. Just let them go like this. Lin Yu frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Of course not, the captain's eyes flashed sharply, I will go to room 46 to exert pressure and transfer the authority of the imaging hall controlled by the Tsuneyashiro family to the Technology Development Bureau. This can be regarded as a little punishment for them. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly, which was also a good result. The captain changed the subject, what do you think about Jinjo Keigo's crime? I don't want to get too involved in this matter. It's better to follow the decision of room 46. There may be Aizen's shadow behind this person. I don't want to alert the enemy. Lin Yu nodded lightly. He understood the captain's concerns. The Tsuneyashiro family is deeply rooted in the Soul Society, and if they act hastily, it may cause even greater chaos. Then I'll go back first. Lin Yu turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. The captain stopped him, as for Jinjo Keigo, I will ask Xianghe to cooperate with Shunsui in the secret investigation. If he is really related to Aizen, we must not let him go. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, I understand. After Lin Yu left, the captain sat back on his chair and rubbed his temples. The actions of the Tsuneyashiro family made him feel worried, and Aizen's shadow still shrouded Soul Society. The conspiracy is really exhausting, but the knife in my hand makes me happy. However, the plan has already progressed to this point, and giving up halfway will make me unwilling. In the captain's room of the 5th Division, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tissen Kaname gathered together again. Aizen sat behind his desk, looked at Ichimaru Jin with deep eyes, and asked, Jin, is there any progress in the matter I asked you to investigate? The corner of Ichimaru Jin's lips slightly raised, showing a fox-like smile, and said, Captain Aizen, a captain of the Gotei 13 team went to the present world some time ago. I heard that he was going to capture the traitor Jinjo Kyujo from Soul Society. Aizen immediately became alert after hearing this, and his tone became serious, who is it? Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes and replied unhurriedly, it's Captain Lin Yu of the 7th team. Aizen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Captain of the 7th team. As the same captain, he was only familiar with the name, but it was still unfamiliar because he had no friendship with Lin Yu. Do you have any information about him? Ichimaru Yin smiled and said, well, as far as I know, he is a very senior captain, but the specific situation is not clear because Captain Lin Yu has been staying in his captain's room or in the first team for a long time. Drinking tea with the captain. Tissen Kaname interjected, Captain Aizen, should we pay more attention to this person? Aizen thought for a moment and said slowly, let's observe it first. If he poses a threat to our plan, we will make a decision. Ichimaru Jin and Tissen Kaname nodded in response, knowing that Aizen's decisions were often well thought out. Then, the three began to discuss other things and continued to plan their conspiracy. At night, Ichimaru Jin appeared in the captain's room of the 7th Division. Lin Yu was surprised by Ichimaru Jin's visit. After using Zaiwei to sense the other party and confirming that he was not affected by Aizen's hypnosis, Lin Yu spoke, Captain Ichimaru, I don't seem to be familiar with you, right? I don't know. What's the reason for you coming to our 7th Division? Ichimaru Jin still showed his iconic smile, is this how Captain Lin Yu welcomes guests? Of course not. Is Captain Ichimaru drinking? Ichimaru-jin smiled, then I'm welcome. After saying that, he sat at the wine table, which was moved from the Shunsui Division 8 team some time ago. Lin Yu took out a bottle of wine and poured a glass for Ichimaru-jin. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Yu asked directly. Ichimaru-jin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I just came to see Captain Lin Yu and to learn about your arrest of Jinjo Keigo. Jinjo Keigo? He is in the cell of Division 9 now. What? Are you interested in him? Lin Yu's heart moved and he deliberately probed. Sure enough, he just made such a small move. Did Aizen become alert? A trace of surprise flashed in Ichimaru's silver eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I'm just curious. I heard he is a very interesting person. Lin Yu sneered. Interesting? He is a sinner who betrayed Soul Society. Maybe he has some unspeakable reasons. Ichimaru-jin chuckled. Humph, no matter what reason he has, betraying Soul Society is an unforgivable crime. Lin Yu said with a serious face. Ichimaru-jin raised his glass. It seems that Captain Lin Yu's loyalty to Soul Society is really admirable. Lin Yu looked at him. There is no need to question my loyalty. Ichimaru-jin put down his wine glass and stood up. Thank you, Captain Lin Yu, for your hospitality. It's time for me to go. He smiled and left the 7th team captain's room. Just when Ichimaru-jin was about to step out of the captain's room, Lin Yu suddenly stopped him. Captain Ichimaru. Ichimaru-jin turned around when he heard the words, and saw Lin Yu's lips moving slowly without making any sound, but he could clearly see the shape of Lin Yu's mouth, exactly 2 names, Aizen-suke, Matsumoto Ranjaku. When he saw these 2 names clearly, Ichimaru-jin's foxy face, which was always smiling, changed color instantly, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. Both names have special meaning to him. If it were just Aizen's name, maybe he would only be a little surprised, but with the name of Matsumoto Ranjaku, Ichimaru-jin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He didn't know how much the person in front of him knew, nor why he mentioned the 2 of them. Facing Ichimaru-jin's shocked expression, Lin Yu showed a smile on his face and asked softly, Captain Ichimaru seems to have remembered something terrible. Ichimaru-jin tried his best to regain his composure and said with a forced smile, That's not true. Lin Yu nodded with a smile and continued, That's the case, that's good. Captain Ichimaru, walk slowly. The door of Division 7 is always open for you, and you are welcome to come to me for a drink at any time. Ichimaru-jin took a deep look at Lin Yu, then turned and left. Looking at Ichimaru-jin's retreating back, Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and murmured to himself, Ichimaru-jin, what choice will you make? Afterwards, Lin Yu turned around and returned to the captain's room, and started drinking alone again. Chapter 69. Time flies, and more than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Yu sat leisurely in the captain's room tasting wine as usual. At this moment, Kokaki Xianghe, who came from the first team, brought Lin Yu an amazing big melon. His little nephew Byakuya Kokaki actually fell in love with an ordinary soul from Rukanga. Not only that, Byakuya Kokaki even insisted on marrying this woman despite the strong opposition of his family. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Yinling and Xianghe. Kokaki Xianghe could not imagine that Byakuya Kokaki, who had always been calm, would do such a bold and rebellious thing. He said anxiously, this matter has caused an uproar within the family. If it is not handled properly, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the Kokaki family. Lin Yu fell into thought. Nababana and Hayashi are in love. At this time, Rukia, Abarai Renji, and the others will soon enter the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Seeing that Lin Yu was distracted, Xianghe took a sip of wine and asked, Master, are you listening? Ah! I'm listening, keep talking. It's not that you weren't listening at all, I've already said it. No, you're not done yet. Sometimes Xianghe is really speechless about his cheap master. Xianghe knew the character of Byakuya Kokaki very well. Once he decided on something, it would be difficult to change it. However, the family's honor is equally important and cannot be destroyed easily. Then what's the purpose of telling me this news? Master, I want you to persuade Byakuya. Lin Yu waved his hand. Stop joking, let me persuade you. How can I persuade you? All I can do is go have a drink during Byakuya and Haijin's wedding. Xianghe stood up. It seemed that this cheap master was hopeless. He also wanted him to persuade Byakuya from the perspective of an elder. It seemed that it would not be helpful at this time. In fact, Xianghe came here more to get a vaccination, so that if something happens, he can drag Lin Yu into the water. After all, he is Lin Yu's apprentice. If there is a stalemate, he can pull the tiger's skin. Deter those unreasonable old guys. Xianghe said goodbye to Lin Yu and returned to Kokaki's house. Xianghe decided to have a good talk with Byakuya Kokaki again. He hopes to find a solution that has the best of both worlds, which can not only protect the dignity of the Kokaki family, but also satisfy Byakuya Kokaki's wishes. Along the way, Xianghe was thinking about how to persuade Byakuya Kokaki to give up this relationship that was not recognized by the family. But at the same time, he also understands that the power of love is infinite, and sometimes people are willing to pay any price for it. When Xianghe returned to Kokaki's house, Byakuya Kokaki was standing in the courtyard in a daze. Xianghe walked up to him and asked softly, "Have you really decided?" Byakuya Kokaki turned his head, his eyes full of determination. "I know this will bring trouble to the family, but I love her and I am willing to bear all the consequences for her." Xianghe suppressed his ultimate move. "Byakuya, have you ever thought that as an ordinary soul, Haijin's lifespan will be greatly reduced and she will die quickly if she comes to live in the Siritii? For her, and for you, I have to forget it if you don't." Byakuya was still unmoved. "Of course I know this, and Fiajin also knows it, but we really love each other, and we are willing to be together even if we only have a few years." Xianghe sighed and patted Byakuya Kokaki on the shoulder. "I understand your feelings, but the interests of the family are also very important. If you want to combine, you need to find a balanced method that neither hurts you nor damages the family's reputation." Byakuya Kokaki was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Uncle, does this agree?" In the days that followed, Xianghe worked with Byakuya Kokaki to discuss a solution. They considered the possibilities and tried to find a way to keep Byakuya Kokaki with his lover while preserving the family's reputation. After repeated weighing, they finally came up with a compromise, first accepting Haijin as a member of the Kokaki family, and then letting Byakuya marry Haijin. Although this may cause some controversy, it can at least avoid direct conflict and also shows the tolerance and generosity of the Kokaki family. Therefore, Kokaki Xianghe found Kokaki Jinling with this plan and stated to him the method he and Byakuya came up with after discussing it. Although there was strong opposition at first, it was finally passed after Kokaki Hibiki's repeated persuasion. At night, Kokaki Jinling approached Byakuya Kokaki again, hoping to change his mind, but Byakuya Kokaki still insisted on his decision and was unmoved. At this moment, he was a stubborn person and no one could persuade him. In the end, Byakuya Kokaki and Haijin held a simple and solemn wedding within the family. Xianghe also pulled Lin Yu from the 7th team to Kokaki's house and asked him to serve as a witness, which made Byakuya Kokaki feel a little dissatisfied. Because he was not familiar with Lin Yu and felt that Lin Yu did not look like an elder. Despite this, the Kokaki family accepted this fact with an open attitude, demonstrating their tolerance. Although the wedding was not made public, members of the Kokaki family attended and witnessed Byakuya Kokaki and Haijin's happy moment. However, there are still many disputes and doubts about this marriage within the family. Some people believe that Byakuya Kokaki married Haijin out of sympathy for her rather than true love. Others are worried that Haijin will affect Byakuya Kokaki's future. But no matter what, Byakuya Kokaki has made his own choice and he is willing to bear all the consequences. Since everything was handled internally, the turmoil did not expand, but the Seireitei had another source of discussion. The next head of the Kokaki family got married, and it was said that the bride was a woman from a branch of the Kokaki family. After getting the news, Shinigami, the women of Seireitei, cried bitterly, wondering why this handsome man got married quietly. After marriage, Byakuya and Hyjin lived a plain and happy life. However, their marriage was not blessed by all tribesmen, especially those conservative tribesmen. These people believe that Hyjin, a woman from Rukanga, is not worthy of becoming the next wife of the family head. They were dissatisfied with Byakuya's decision and were prejudiced against Hyjin. Despite this, Byakuya doesn't care about other people's opinions. He loves Hyjin deeply and is willing to spend the rest of his life with her. He knew that Hyjin was a gentle and kind-hearted woman, and she would support him in her own way and become his good wife. Hyjin also understands that her status may bring trouble to Byakuya, but she believes that love can overcome all difficulties. She worked hard to learn the etiquette and knowledge of the nobility, hoping to better integrate into the Kokaki family and become a qualified housewife. During this time, Byakuya and Hyjin supported each other. Their feelings are getting deeper and deeper, and their trust and dependence on each other are getting stronger and stronger. Although their marriage path is not smooth, they firmly believe that as long as they have love, they can overcome all difficulties. Chapter 70. Ahem. A soft cough came from the room, breaking the silence in the room. Byakuya Kokaki heard the sound and quickly pushed the gate of opening and walked in. He saw his wife sitting on the bed, her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes looked a little tired. He frowned and asked softly, "Hyjin, your health has gotten worse. Did you go to Rukanga again?" Since Hyjin became Byakuya Kokaki's wife, she began to search for her long-lost sister. However, due to her frail condition, she was unable to go to Rukanga every day to search. But as soon as her health improves slightly, she will leave for Rukanga without hesitation. Unfortunately, she has never been able to find her sister's whereabouts. Facing her husband's question, Hyjin shook her head slightly and apologized, "I'm sorry, Byakuya. I just wanted to look for it." Byakuya Kokaki sighed. He didn't blame Hyjin, he just asked out of concern and concern for her body. He knew that Hyjin had been thinking about her lost sister, so he did not stop her from searching for her, but at the same time he was worried that her health would deteriorate due to frequent travels. "Byakuya, I may not be able to stay with you for much longer. My body is almost reaching its limit. If I don't find my sister before I die, can you help me continue to look for her?" Hyjin knew her physical condition and that time was running out. But for Byakuya, this is undoubtedly a heavy blow. They had spent so many wonderful times together, but now they were facing separation. Byakuya held her hand tightly, his eyes full of pain and helplessness. He wanted to comfort her and tell her everything would be okay, but he knew that was in vain. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always be with you. If one day I am gone, I believe you will be able to survive strong," she said softly, trying to make Byakuya let go of her worries. However, Byakuya was not moved by her words. He knew that even if she left this world, his heart would always be with her. He is willing to use his life to protect her, even if it is only for the last moment. Looking at Byakuya's pained expression, she sighed softly. She knew her request was too harsh for Byakuya, but she really didn't want to give up hope of finding her sister. "Byakuya, I know this request is a bit difficult for you. But please promise me that you must help me find my sister. She is my only relative, and leaving her behind in order to survive was the most painful thing in my life." "What a pity." Byakuya was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. He knew that this was her last wish and his promise to her. No matter how much it costs, he will fulfill her wish. As time goes by, Hyjin's body becomes weaker and weaker. Byakuya stays by her side every day and takes care of her daily life. Although he knew this could not change her fate, he still hoped to bring her some warmth and care. On this day, Byakuya came to Xianghe's yard and found Kukaki Xianghe who was dealing with family affairs. He said with a heavy face, "Uncle, Fiajan's condition is getting worse and worse. I have tried every means to delay the deterioration of her spiritual body. I also sent people to look for her sister in Inuyasuri district. We have also searched in several neighboring districts, but so far there is no news. She has not seen her sister yet, and I don't want her to die with regrets." After Kukaki Xianghe heard this, he sighed deeply and said slowly, "Byakuya, I have said before that Hyjin is just an ordinary soul. It is fine in Rukanga. In an environment such as Siraidai, which is a spiritual place, life will only speed up her demise." Byakuya lowered his head, his eyes were empty, his fists were clenched, blood flowed from his palms, and he muttered to himself, "Is there really no other way?" Kukaki Xianghe looked at Byakuya's pain, and couldn't bear it for a while, but he still said, "The density of spiritual power in Siraidai is much higher than that of Rukanga, and ordinary souls cannot withstand such pressure. If Hyjin is still in Rukanga, maybe I can live a little longer, but now." Byakuya raised his head, his eyes full of despair and helplessness, "But I have brought her to Siraidai, can I just watch her die?" Kukaki Xianghe shook his head helplessly, "Byakuya, you have to accept the reality. Fiajan's physical condition cannot be changed. All we can do is to alleviate her pain as much as possible. As for her sister, if she is destined, she will always be found." Byakuya was silent for a long time, and finally nodded, "Thank you, uncle, I understand." After saying that, he turned and left, his back looking extremely lonely. Seeing Byakuya's depressed look, Xianghe couldn't bear it and called out to Byakuya who was leaving, "Wait a minute, Byakuya." Byakuya stopped and looked back at Xianghe, his face full of confusion. Xianghe sighed and said slowly, "Come with me to the 7th division. Maybe that person can cure Fiajan." When Byakuya heard this, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He said excitedly, "Who is it? Can he cure Fiajan? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I am willing to try. If Fiajan can really be cured, I am willing to exchange everything for him." Xianghe shook his head and said softly, "Come with me first. I'm not sure whether he can cure Fiajan, but this is Fiajan's only chance at the moment." Byakuya nodded and quickly followed Xianghe's pace. At this moment, his heart was full of hope, and even if there was only a slim chance, he would never give up easily. Division 7. Xianghe took Byakuya to meet Lin Yu. "Isn't this the witness of Fiajan and I's marriage before? He is the captain of the 7th team." The moment he saw Lin Yu, Byakuya's inner hope seemed to be shattered, and a look of distrust appeared on his face. Xianghe saw Byakuya hesitate, patted his shoulder and said, "Byakuya, Captain Lin Yu is my master. An old monster like him must have a way." After hearing what Xianghe said, Byakuya nodded, but he still had a little doubt about Lin Yu. After all, his wife's condition is too serious, and Lin Yu doesn't look like a person with superb medical skills. But now that we are here, we can only trust my uncle's judgment. Byakuya was still digesting what Xianghe said at this moment. His uncle said that this was his master, but Lin Yu looked so young and lazy, without the image of a so-called senior master at all. Lin Yu looked at Xianghe and couldn't help rolling his eyes, "Have you ever said that about master?" Xianghe didn't care at all about Lin Yu's reaction, but said seriously, "Master, I came to you to ask for something." Lin Yu interrupted Xianghe's words and said calmly, "Fiajan is about to reach her limit, right?" Xianghe was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Yu to understand their situation so well. However, he soon understood. They say that people become better with age, and it is not surprising that they can see through these things. Byakuya looked at Lin Yu in surprise. He didn't expect that Lin Yu could predict the future. But he couldn't help but ask, "Can you heal Fiajin?" Lin Yu thought for a moment, and then said to Byakuya, "I am not sure about curing Fiajin, but I still have a way to extend her life." Byakuya's face was full of excitement, and he knocked directly to Lin Yu, "Senior Lin Yu, please save my wife." Lin Yu said calmly, "I have something I need you to do." Byakuya hesitated for a second and nodded without hesitation, "As long as you can save Hyjin, I will agree to whatever you ask for." Listening to Byakuya's answer, Lin Yu almost spit out his drink. "You don't think I want to put forward any harsh conditions, do you? Xianghe, you go to the 12th Division and ask Captain Nigeri to come to my place. And you, Byakuya, go back to Kukaki's house and bring Hyjin over. This is what I want you to do." Byakuya was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Yu's so-called conditions were like this. Xianghe had a smile on his face. His cheap master was so unexpected. Xianghe nodded and said to Byakuya, "Byakuya, go back quickly. I'm also going to invite Captain Nirvana." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the house, and Byakuya quickly followed. Byakuya glanced at Xianghe hesitantly, and Xianghe gave him a reassuring look. "Since my master said there is a way, there must be no problem. Don't worry." Chapter 71. Byakuya returned to Kukaki's house with a face of ecstasy. "Hishin, I found a way to cure you." Hearing Byakuya's excited voice, Fiajin felt moved and relieved, but she still shook her head slightly. "Byakuya, thank you for running for me. But I know my physical condition, and this kind of spiritual body collapse is irreversible. Don't waste your efforts anymore. As long as you are by my side, I am already satisfied." Byakuya held Fiajin's hand tightly, with gentle eyes. "Hijhen, this time my efforts were not in vain, I really found hope. Uncle Xianghe took me to find his master, who is the captain of the 7th team. He was the witness on our wedding day. He told me that he could stabilize your spirit body and stop it from disintegrating. Although it cannot completely cure it, it can at least extend your life and allow us to spend more time together." Hyjin looked at Byakuya in surprise, with tears in his eyes. "Really? But, will this bring you trouble?" Byakuya shook his head and said with a smile, "No, Hyjin. This is my choice and my responsibility. As long as I can save you, I am willing to pay any price." Hyjin was so moved that she burst into tears. She gently hugged Byakuya and felt his warm embrace. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. "Hijhen, I'll take you there now." After saying that, Byakuya picked up Fiajin and slowly walked towards the 7th team. Although it was slower to go like this, Fiajin's body could no longer withstand any stress. "Captain Nirvana, I have something to ask of you." Xianghe also rushed to the Technology Development Bureau. "Captain Xianghe, please ask me for something. Did the Commander-in-Chief give any instructions?" Nishulai raised his head from the experimental product and looked at Xianghe, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. "This is not, it's something about my Kukaki family. Can Captain Nai come with me to the 7th Division?" Xianghe looked at Nai Yuli and said seriously. "Why do you go to the 7th Division to deal with the Kukaki family?" Nirvana frowned and asked in confusion. He really couldn't think of anything to do with the Kukaki family's affairs and the 7th team. Xianghe explained to Nai Yuli seriously, "Captain Nai, the wife of the next head of the Kukaki family has some physical problems. Although my master tried his best, he is still not fully sure about this aspect, so I would like to ask you to go to Chapter 7 Team Assistance." Nirvana asked doubtfully, "Oh? Then who is your master?" Xianghe replied with a smile, "My master is the captain of the 7th Division, Lin Yu." Nai Yuli suddenly realized and exclaimed, Yet. I didn't expect Captain Xianghe and Captain Lin Yu to be so related. This is the first time I've heard of it." Na Yuli secretly thought that since it was a problem that even a pervert like Lin Yu couldn't solve, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to deal with it. But after all, the Kokaki family's favor is quite rare, and this opportunity should not be missed. After thinking about it, Nirvana decided to go to the 7th team to find out what was going on and earn a favor along the way. At that time, just find an excuse to shirk it and say that there is nothing you can do. Then let's go, Captain Xianghe. Na Yuli and Xianghe arrived at the 7th team soon. Captain Lin Yu, we meet again. Nai Shulai looked at Lin Yu with a smile. Captain Nirvana, please take a seat. Just as Nai Yuli was about to sit down, Lin Yu said something coldly, I wonder how Captain Nai is doing with his research on my blood. Nai Shulai subconsciously said, Captain Lin Yu only has this little blood, my research. At this point, he realized that he had been tricked by Lin Yu, and immediately shut his mouth. Lin Yu suddenly changed his expression and said coldly, Captain Nai, you promised me that you would not use my blood for research. Do you want to taste what it's like to become research material? Hearing this, Nai Yuli showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and quickly explained, Captain Lin Yu is joking, how dare I break my promise? In fact, the blood drawn by Nirvana last time was too little, so he couldn't do much research at all. Every time he used it, he felt pain in his body, and there has been no results so far. Lin Yu's face changed again. He smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, it doesn't matter, that's not why I called you here today. It's like this, Mrs. Byakuya Kokaki is an ordinary soul, but she is powerful under the life of Siridi. Her spiritual power has been affecting her soul body, and now she is getting weaker and weaker. I wonder if Captain Nirvana can do anything. Niri Yuri frowned, and was about to say that there was no way, but Lin Yu spoke first, actually, there is no rush, let's wait until Byakuya and his wife come over to see the situation in detail. Lin Yu, Nai Shulai and Xianghe sat around the table, chatting awkwardly while drinking. Time passed by, and Byakuya finally arrived with Hyjin. Captain Lin Yu, Captain Nai, Uncle, I brought Fiajin. After just a short journey, Fiajin passed out again. Several people present were all captain level or above, and the spirit pressure Fiajin had escaped. I couldn't bear it anymore, and my soul suddenly became a little darker. Nai Yuli walked quickly to Fiajin, looked at it carefully, and then frowned. The situation is not optimistic. Her spirit body is already very weak. If not treated in time, she may not be able to survive for long. Byakuya's face became more serious. Captain Nirvana, is there really no other way? Lin Yu stepped forward quickly, let me deal with it first, otherwise her soul will dissipate soon. Lin Yu pressed his Zanpakuta against Fiajin and protected by the stars. The power of starlight slowly entered Fiajin's body, and his soul gradually stabilized. With a cry, Fiajin woke up. Byakuya. Am I about to die? Byakuya was immediately excited, Hijhen, it's okay. It was Captain Lin Yu who saved you. Fiajin said weakly, Captain Lin Yu, thank you for saving me. Lin Yu waved his hand, stop talking, your current situation is still not optimistic. Byakuya plopped down and knelt on the ground, thank you Captain Lin Yu. I had always doubted whether you could save Fiajin before, so I apologize to you. Lin Yu stopped his movements, Byakuya, don't be too happy. I can only temporarily restore her soul body. If she cannot have spiritual pressure, her soul body will continue to become weak. Nirvana also spoke, I can try my newly developed potion, but this is only a temporary measure and cannot be maintained for a long time. Moreover, this potion also has certain side effects. No matter what, as long as I can save Hyjin, I'm willing to try. Byakuya said without hesitation. Nai Yuli nodded, took out a syringe, and injected the medicine into Fiajin's body. Fiajin's face gradually regained some color, and her breathing became much calmer. This is only a temporary relief. If we want to cure it completely, we need to find a better method. Nishulai said. Byakuya glanced at Nirvana gratefully, "Thank you, Captain Nirvana. I will continue to look for other ways." Through the treatment of Lin Yu and Nai Yuli, Fiajan's condition is now much better. "Captain Nai, are you really unable to solve her problem?" Nai Yuli spread his hands, "Even Captain Lin Yu is helpless, what can I do?" Lin Yu sighed, "Ah. If Kisuk hadn't betrayed Soul Society, he must have been able to save Hyojin. It seems that Captain Nirvana's scientific research ability is much worse than him." Hearing this, Nirvana was furious. "You can say that a scientist is not good, but you can never say that his scientific research ability is not good, especially when comparing him with his mortal enemy." "Humph. Urahara Kisuk is nothing, I am responsible for this matter. There are no research instruments here. I will go back to the 12th Division to find a solution right away." After saying that, Nirvana left quickly. Everyone present except Lin Yu was confused. Nirvana agreed so easily. Are master's words so lethal? He didn't say anything at all. Xianghe didn't understand the scientist's pride at all. Seeing that Nirvana has returned, Xianghe, Byakuya and Fiajan are also ready to leave. Lin Yu stopped the three people who were about to leave. "Hey! Byakuya, you two don't want to leave. Fiajan can't bear any trouble. You two can find an empty room in my mansion to live in. Fiajanhun, it's also convenient for me to treat when I'm weak." Byakuya and Fiajan thanked Lin Yu and settled in the mansion. During this period, what Lin Yu did every day was to use the power of the stars to maintain Fiajan's spiritual body. Seeing Byakuya and his wife showing off their affection every day, Lin Yu finally understood Sato's mood. Has Nirvana still not found a solution? It's really annoying. These days go by like a year. On the other side, after Nirvana returned to the Technology Development Bureau, he immediately summoned his researchers and began to study methods to treat Fiajan. After several days of hard work, Nirvana finally had some clues. The reason why Hyojin's soul is so fragile is that she is not a Shinigami, but an ordinary soul. To make her soul stronger, she must be given spiritual pressure. However, it is not easy to directly give spiritual pressure. Nirvana needs to find a special substance as a medium to transmit spiritual pressure. After reading a lot of information and conducting countless experiments, Nirvana finally found the right substance. He excitedly came to Lin Yu's mansion again with his research results. Seeing the smile on Nishulai's face, Lin Yu knew that it was done. "Captain Nai, have you found a solution to Fiajan's problem?" Lin Yu asked tentatively. "Of course." Nirvana smiled proudly, "It's just a matter of the spirit body, how can it stump a great scientist like me?" Hearing this, Lin Yu felt happy, but still pretended to be skeptical and said, "Is it true?" Captain Nai is so sure. "Humph, Captain Lin Yu, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You are questioning my ability." Nai Yuli glanced at Lin Yu disdainfully, "Don't worry, I won't joke about this kind of thing." That's good, that's good." Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, "But, Captain Nai, can you tell me the specific method?" Nishulai smiled mysteriously and said, "This is my exclusive secret recipe, I can't tell you." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, thinking that Nirvana had a really weird temper. But no matter what, as long as Fiajan can be saved. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly thought of a question and asked curiously, "Captain Nirvana, Urahara Kisuk shouldn't have such an achievement, right?" After hearing this, Niruri showed a proud look on his face and said, "That's nature. Who does Urahara Kisuk mean? I am the most powerful scientist." Lin Yu quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, Captain Nirvana is the best." Lin Yu's words made Nirvana quite satisfied. He thought to himself, "Urahara Kisuk is nothing, I am the number one in the scientific world." The two flattered each other and soon arrived at Byakuya and Hyojin's courtyard. When Byakuya saw Lin Yu and Niriyuri arriving together, there was no expression of frustration on their faces, and he knew in his heart that Fiajan's problem must have been solved. He rushed into the room excitedly and shouted, "Fiajan! Captain Lin Yu and Captain Nai are here. Your spiritual problem can be solved." Hearing the good news, Fei Zhen couldn't help crying with joy, and tears fell down her cheeks. She threw herself into Byakuya's arms, choked and speechless. Byakuya hugged Hyjin tightly, his eyes full of joy and comfort. He gently stroked Fiajan's back and said softly, "Stop crying, we should be happy." The two hugged each other, feeling each other's warmth and joy. Their feelings at this moment cannot be expressed in words. Ahem. Lin Yu and Nai Yuli looked at this warm scene and couldn't help but cough twice as a reminder. Byakuya and Hyjin heard the sound and let go of each other with some embarrassment. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and their eyes were full of love for each other. Lin Yu smiled and said to Byakuya and Fiajan, "Okay, you two, stop showing off your affection. Let Captain Nai check Fiajan's body quickly." Byakuya nodded, pulled Hyjin to near Yuri, and looked at him expectantly. Nirvana took out various tools from the bag she carried with her and began to carefully check Fiajan's physical condition. While checking, he said, "It seems that Captain Lin Yu's ability is very effective. Her spiritual condition has not deteriorated too much during this period." After hearing this, Byakuya said gratefully, "Captain Lin Yu blesses Fiajan with the power of the stars every day, so her condition is not bad." After Nirvana was busy for a while, she finally completed the examination of Fiajan. He packed up his tools and said to Byakuya, "At present, it seems that the state of Hyjin's spiritual body has stabilized. You should know that if you want to completely solve this problem, you must let her have her own spiritual pressure and become Shinigami." "Captain Nirvana, I know what you are saying, but there is nothing I can do to make Hyjin become a Shinigami." At this time, Naishulai took out a small bottle from his arms. He carefully opened the bottle cap and poured out a small pill that was only the size of a soybean. Nirvana raised the small pill and said proudly, "Look. This is what I have researched in the past few days. It can give ordinary souls spiritual pressure and give them the power to become Shinigami." Byakuya stared closely at the small pill in Niriyuri's hand, his eyes shining with anticipation and excitement, as if he had already seen Hyjin's recovery after taking the small pill. He couldn't wait to feed Fiajan the small pill. However, Nirvana suddenly looked at Lin Yu, and then said, "But, this thing still needs the help of Captain Lin Yu." Lin Yu pointed at himself, with a trace of doubt on his face, and asked, "Me?" Nirvana nodded and explained, "Yes, it's you. Although the spiritual pressure here is very gentle, it is only relative to us Shinigami. Ordinary souls cannot withstand such spiritual pressure. Therefore, if we can get the help of Captain Lin Yu and pour the power of the stars into this ball, Fiajan can successfully withstand the spiritual pressure." Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, then stretched out his hand and took the small pill handed over by Nai Yuli. He concentrated, mobilized the power of the stars in his Zanpakut, and slowly poured the power of the stars into the small pill. With the injection of star power, the small pill began to emit a faint light, like a bright pearl. "Okay, let's feed it to Fiajan." Byakuya tremblingly took the small pill and fed it into Fiajan's mouth. After Fiajan swallowed the small pill with difficulty, the effect was immediately apparent. A trace of spiritual pressure began to be generated in her body, but at the same time her expression began to become painful. Seeing this, Lin Yu on the side quickly mobilized the power of the stars again and continuously fed it into Fiajan's body to relieve her pain. As time went by, the spiritual pressure in Fiajan's body gradually increased. 20 etc. 19 and so on. 18 and so on. Finally, it stopped when the spiritual pressure soared to level 15. Looking at this scene, Naishulai couldn't help but curled his lips, feeling a little dissatisfied. The things that were studied for the first time, coupled with Lin Yu's power of stars, can only allow ordinary souls to have 15 levels. The spiritual pressure is really disappointing. Originally, I thought it could reach the level of 12th level. Hearing this, Byakuya seemed very excited. He quickly said, "It is enough to have spiritual pressure and become a Shinigami, and it is also a 15th level spiritual pressure. This is really surprising. Thank you very much Captain Nirvana and Captain Lin Yu's help. Okay. The matter has been taken care of, so I'll go back first. I still have a lot of experiments to do." Nishulai didn't want to hear those words of thanks, so he turned around and left. Byakuya and Hyjin hugged each other excitedly. "Hijhen, now we can finally live together forever and ever. Go away. You two go back to Niwai. I can't bear it anymore." Lin Yu didn't like to see Byakuya and Hyjin now, and wished they could disappear from his sight. "Bayanzai, come back quickly. Your husband has been spoiled." Wu. Chapter 72. The long-term peaceful life made Lin Yu feel a little boring, so he decided to go to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy to find out. After all, there are many familiar faces there who are learning to grow. Today, Rukia, Abarai Renji, Hinamori Momo, and Kira have all successfully entered the Spiritual Arts Academy. Especially Rukia, she is an important character throughout the entire Shinigami storyline. If he didn't meet these people with his own eyes, Lin Yu would always feel itchy in his heart and find it difficult to let go. He also knew the decision would come with some risks. Perhaps, this move will arouse Aizen's vigilance, thus attracting Aizen's attention prematurely. But facing the strong curiosity in his heart, Lin Yu was still ready to take a look. Lin Yu shouted loudly toward the door, "Bimon, accompany me to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy." However, after a long time, there was still no response. Lin Yu couldn't help frowning, and when he was about to shout again, a low and deep voice suddenly came. "Captain, have you forgotten? Vice-Captain Tetsuzaemon has chosen to retire a few days ago. And, so far, you have not appointed a new vice-captain." The person who spoke was Tetsuzaemon. Lin Yu suddenly realized it, patted his forehead, and said, "Oh, yes, it's Tetsuzaemon. I didn't remember it for a moment. I used to always ask Tetsuzaemon to handle various matters, so I didn't react at all. Come here." He looked up at the sky, with a trace of confusion and thought in his eyes. "Do you think people will feel more and more lonely as they live longer?" After Tetsuzaemon was silent for a moment, he slowly said, "Maybe, but this is also one of the necessary stages in life. I am still young, so I may not understand this feeling." Lin Yu nodded and continued to stare at the sky, as if deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu turned his head and said, "Tijamon, come with me to the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. I heard that there are some good seedlings this year, let's go and take a look." Tetsuzaemon wore a pair of sunglasses so that no one could see his eyes. He nodded and said in a very manly tone, "Since the captain has spoken, of course I am happy to accompany you." The two of them embarked on the road to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy together. Along the way, Lin Yu and Tetsuzaemon chatted about the history and development of Soul Society. Soon after, they arrived at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The college was very lively, with students busily shuttling between classrooms. The two of them walked around the campus and felt the strong learning atmosphere here. While wandering around, Lin Yu came to a large staircase classroom and suddenly heard a noise coming from inside. He curiously walked in to check and found a group of students gathered together to form a circle. This sight made Lin Yu very interesting, and he decided to take Tetsuzaemon and walk in together to see what was going on. When Lin Yu and the two approached the crowd, he immediately regretted that he had nothing to do with joining in the fun. This made him feel uncomfortable. It turned out that the person surrounded by the students was the person he least wanted to see at the moment, Aizen. In addition, there are some familiar faces appearing around, including Hisagi Shohei, Abarai Renji, Kira Iga, and Hinamori Momo, etc. Lin Yu knew all these people, but at this time he felt a little embarrassed and helpless. Hisagi Shohei has become a 6th reincarnation and successfully joined the Gotei 13. The obvious 69 tattoo on his face makes him instantly recognizable. Abarai Renji has striking red hair and a carefree personality. Kira Iga always has an annoying expression, which reminds Lin Yu of his former friend Nobutsuna. As for Hinamori Momo, she is petite, has a pair of big brown eyes, and her cute appearance is very lovable. There is also the most conspicuous Lucia. Her appearance is so similar to that of Hyjin. The two are just different in temperament and eyes. I don't know if they are twins. At the same time, Aizen was chatting with the students, but his eyes unconsciously glanced towards the entrance. When he saw Lin Yu, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Aizen gently pushed up the pair of reflective glasses and thought to himself, I finally waited for this opportunity. I have always wanted to test the captain of the 7th team, but I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to show up today. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and the students surrounding Aizen were surprised. They looked at Captain Aizen in confusion, wondering why he was suddenly silent and staring in the direction behind them. Driven by curiosity, the students turned around and looked along Aizen's line of sight, only to see a man also wearing the captain's haori walking slowly. This sight immediately caused a commotion, and some people whispered, another captain has come to the academy. I wonder which team captain he is. Others also began to guess, trying to find clues from the other party's clothing and temperament. But it is still impossible to determine who the visitor is. Lin Yu smiled helplessly, thinking that now he could only bite the bullet and say hello to Aizen. So he smiled and said, it turns out to be Captain Aizen. I thought who was so popular. Aizen smiled and responded, nice to see you here, Captain Lin Yu. Then he turned to face the students and introduced, this is Captain Lin Yu of the 7th team, he is a very powerful captain. Students must learn from Captain Lin Yu in the future. Hearing Aizen's words, the girls among the students became excited and commented one after another, wow, Captain Aizen is so gentle. They were attracted by Aizen's charming smile, and each one of them turned into a nymphomaniac. Aizen continued to ask, I wonder if Captain Lin Yu came to the Spiritual Arts Academy today. Is there anything that needs to be done? Lin Yu replied, I just heard that there are a few good prospects among this class of students, so I came here to have a look. But, Captain Aizen, why do you appear here? Aizen smiled and explained, it seems that Captain Lin Yu doesn't know yet. I am actually a guest calligraphy teacher at the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. As long as I have time, I will come to the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach calligraphy to the students. Haha. Lin Yu laughed twice, so it was like this. In this case, I won't disturb Captain Aizen's teaching. You go on, I'll walk around again. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, Aizen stopped him and said, Captain Lin Yu wants to see the good talents of this year. There is no need to look around, they are all here. Let me introduce them to you. Then he introduced Lucia and the others to Lin Yu one by one. Lin Yu and Lucia exchanged pleasantries and prepared to leave this place of right and wrong with Tetsuzaman. Aizen made trouble again. Captain Lin Yu, why don't you stay a little longer? He stirred up the students' emotions again. Captain Lin Yu finally came to the Spiritual Arts Academy. How about we let him introduce his Zanpakuto? At this time, Abarai Renji, the brainless leader, started to boo, it's an honor to meet Captain Lin Yu. Please introduce your Zanpakuto to us so that we can learn more about it. Please, I'm very grateful. After that, he gave a big gift. The students all burst into loud cheers and followed Renji's example and bowed, please. Captain Lin Yu. Lin Yu was now in a difficult situation, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk to the podium. Students, my Zanpakuto is of the star system and is a auxiliary Zanpakuto. Lin Yu pulled out his Zanpakuto. The stars protect Zaiwei. As the liberation language was spoken, Lin Yu's Zanpakuto turned into an ancient Hyuxia sword, with the light of stars emitting around the sword body, which looked very dazzling. Lin Yu briefly demonstrated Zaiwei's abilities, and the audience burst into warm applause. He took the opportunity to step down and planned to run away quickly, but was stopped by Aizen. "Captain Lin Yu, this is a rare occasion, why not guide the students in their kid practice?" Aizen said with a smile. Lin Yu sighed secretly in his heart, this guy is really pushing his limits. Just when he was hesitating, Abarai took the lead and shouted again, "Captain Lin Yu, please give me some advice." Other students also followed suit. Lin Yu had no choice but to agree. He looked at the students, pointed out some problems they had with using kid, and gave some suggestions. In fact, when Lin Yu liberated the Zanpakuto, he discovered that the reason why Aizen wanted to see his liberation was to test his spiritual pressure. Lin Yu's spiritual pressure could not be detected at all due to his immortal power. Most people just think that he may have practiced a technique that can condense spiritual pressure, and they will not think that his spiritual pressure is too terrifying for others to detect. Therefore, as long as Lin Yu does not take the initiative to burst out spiritual pressure, most people will only regard him as an ordinary captain. Aizen didn't realize it completely when Lin Yu was liberated, so he encouraged Renji, an idiot, to let Lin Yu show kid. At this time, Lin Yu had already reacted and deliberately revealed a trace of his spiritual pressure fluctuations, no more and no less. Aizen noticed that the strength of his spiritual pressure was comparable to first-class spiritual pressure. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. This result was decided by Lin Yu after careful consideration. As a veteran captain, his spiritual pressure cannot be too low, and too high is not appropriate. The reluctant first-class spiritual pressure will not make Aizen suspicious, and at the same time, it will not make Aizen suspicious. Ran pays too much attention to herself. If his spiritual pressure is lower than the first level, his suspicious character will definitely pay too much attention to his words and deeds. Is he deliberately hiding something? Lin Yu thought that it was finally over and said goodbye again, but Aizen didn't give up. Since Captain Lin Yu has shown his Zanpakuto, let me also show you my Zanpakuto. Aizen chuckled and took off the sword from his waist, the blade flashing with cold light. "Kaika Suijutsu," he muttered softly, then thrust the knife into the ground. The blade instantly released a strange light, covering the entire classroom. The students were amazed and shocked by this beautiful and mysterious power. My Zanpakuto is of the flowing water type. It can disrupt the enemy through random reflections of mist and water, causing them to kill each other. At the moment Kaika Suijutsu was cast, Lin Yu communicated with Zaiwei and used fairy power to form a small field outside his body to avoid being affected by hypnosis. This level of power Aizen is still not aware of, so he can rest assured cast. After the display, Aizen smiled and said to Lin Yu, "How about it, Captain Lin Yu, are you interested in competing with me?" Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he understood that this was Aizen's test. But he doesn't want to take action today. The more he shows, the more flaws he will have and the easier it will be exposed. "Captain Aizen, let's fight another day. We have other important matters today." Lin Yu replied calmly. There was a hint of imperceptible disappointment in Aizen's eyes, but he quickly returned to his smile. "Then I look forward to my next communication with Captain Lin Yu." He put away his Zanpakuto and said goodbye to the students. Lin Yu and Tetsuzumon also left the classroom, secretly glad that they could escape smoothly. He decided to be more careful with Aizen in the future. This seemingly gentle man actually hid a dangerous aura. After leaving the classroom, Lin Yu pulled Tetsuzumon and said, "Go to Kukaki's house to find Byakuya Kukaki and ask him to come to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Just say that I have something to ask him to come over." After hearing this, Tijamon nodded immediately and left in a hurry. At the same time, Aizen also came back, hiding in the dark and quietly observing Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu had already noticed his presence, but did not react at all and was still standing in the corridor. In fact, Lin Yu asked Tetsuzumon to do things just to make Aizen sure that what he said just now that he had something to do was not an excuse, but that there was indeed something that needed to be dealt with. After all, Lin Yu's performance today made Aizen realize that the captain of the 7th team didn't like him very much and kept avoiding chatting with him, so he would definitely be suspicious. So the best way is to let Aizen see Tetsuzumon really going to do something. In this way, Aizen will think that Lin Yu does have something to do, and relax his vigilance. As time passed by, Tetsuzumon finally hurried back with Byakuya Kukaki looking excited. Aizen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Byakuya Kukaki in surprise and muttered to himself, "Why is Byakuya Kukaki here? Is there something going on between them?" There was unconcealable joy on Byakuya's face. "Captain Lin Yu, did you really see Fiajan's sister? Are you sure you saw it correctly?" Lin Yu nodded. "I'm sure that her face is consistent with Fiajan. Without looking carefully, I thought she was Fiajan. I even chatted with her for a few words. She is now in the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Do you want to go take a look?" Byakuya Kukaki's eyes flashed with excitement, and he nodded immediately. "I'm going to have a look." "Where is she?" Lin Yu pointed in the direction of the classroom. "She is right there. She was with Captain Aizen just now." Byakuya Kukaki frowned. "Captain Aizen? Why is he here too?" Lin Yu shrugged. "I don't know, he was here when I came. However, he seems to be a guest calligraphy teacher at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy." Byakuya Kukaki snorted. "This guy. Ignore him, I'm going to see Hyjin's sister first." With that, he walked quickly towards the classroom. Lin Yu looked at Byakuya Kukaki's back and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that the appearance of Byakuya Kukaki would allow Aizen to temporarily stop testing him. At least, now he can temporarily get rid of Aizen's entanglement. Lin Yu and Byakuya returned to the large lecture hall just now, and found Rukia who was still chatting with Renji and others. "Lucia, come here." Lin Yu waved to Lucia. "Captain Lin Yu, why are you back again? Is there anything else?" Lucia asked doubtfully. Byakuya next to Lin Yu trembled with excitement. "It looks like. It's so similar. It's so similar. It's almost like he was carved out of the same mold as Hyjin." Lucia looked at the man next to Lin Yu. A Shinigami wearing aristocratic clothes looked at her with tears in her eyes, making her confused. Who is this man? How excited he was when he saw him, even a little noble etiquette. No. Abarai Renji on the side also became alert, looked at Byakuya, and then at Rukia. Is this handsome Shinigami here to steal his wife? He is still a nobleman, so he has no qualifications to compete. Lucia walked over, and Byakuya couldn't wait to pull her aside. His eyes were full of excitement and anticipation, and he asked eagerly, "Are you Lucia? Do you have a sister?" Lin Yu's quick eyesight and quick hands set up a layer of transparent barriers in time to cover the two of them, preventing their conversation from being heard by Abarai and others. Of course, these barriers have no effect on Aizen who is listening in the corner. Lucia was a little confused, but she nodded and replied, "I can't remember clearly, I think I have a sister." Byakuya continued to ask, "Then were you born in Inuyasuri district?" Lucia thought for a while, then nodded affirmatively and said, "That's true. When I was born in Seoul Society, I was in the Inuyasuri district. After wandering for a while, I met Abarai and the others, and then we became together. I applied for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy." Byakuya murmured to himself, "That's right. No wonder Hyjin and I searched the Inuyasuri district countless times, and even searched several surrounding districts, but we couldn't find you. Mr. Shinigami, is it related to a girl named Hyjin that you are looking for me?" Byakuya spoke slowly, "I come from the Kukaki family in Seoul Society. My name is Byakuya Kukaki. Do you know about the Kukaki family?" Rukia nodded. "The Fiajin I am talking about is my wife. She is your sister. When Fiajin and you were first born in Rukanga, Fiajin chose to abandon you in order to survive. Later, she regretted it very much and searched for you every day. There are traces of you till now. Aizen heard this and confirmed that Lin Yu really had something important to do. It seemed that the news he had received was that the missing sister of the next wife of the Kyoraku family, who the Kyoraku family had been looking for, was Rukia. Aizen did not choose to continue listening and left again with peace of mind. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. After digesting a lot of news, Lucia had mixed feelings in her heart. Since she chose to abandon me, why is she looking for me now? Wouldn't it be better to just treat me as dead? Byakuya continued to explain, Rukia, Hyjin didn't mean to leave you behind. She is different from you. Hyjin was born in Soul Society as a spiritual body with no spiritual power. He is just an ordinary soul. You should know what this means. What are you wearing? After Byakuya's constant explanations, Rukia gradually accepted this fact. Chapter 73. So how is she doing now? Rukia looked at Byakuya Kyoraku with complicated eyes and her voice trembled slightly. Although there was a strong emotion deep in her heart, she still could not easily say the word sister. Years of wandering and loneliness have made her feel strange and confused about this sudden family relationship. Byakuya Kyoraku was silent for a moment, his eyes flashed with pain. Lucia's heart sank, and she couldn't help but think about the worst. An ordinary soul living in a place like Siridi would probably have disappeared long ago. And the person who came to look for her was not the sister she expected, but Byakuya Kyoraku. Thinking of this, Lucia's face showed unconcealable sadness. Byakuya Kyoraku realized that Rukia might have misunderstood what he meant, and hurriedly explained, Hyjin is still alive, she is not dead. How is that possible? Rukia's eyes widened. Through studying at the Jinnu Spiritual Arts Academy, she clearly understood that the soul will come to Soul Society after death. Those with spiritual power can become Shinigami through systematic learning. Those without spiritual power are called Zheng, which are ordinary souls that can only wait for dissipation and reincarnation. But in Siridi, it will only accelerate the death of ordinary souls. Didn't Byakuya just say that his sister was just an ordinary soul? How come she hasn't died yet? Hyjin is indeed not dead. These things cannot be explained for a while. Rukia looked at Byakuya in front of her, filled with confusion. She didn't understand why her sister was still alive, still in the Kyoraku family, and became the wife of this Shinigami. She wants to know the truth but is afraid to face reality. Byakuya looked at Rukia quietly, knowing her inner struggle and confusion. He sighed softly and said, Rukia, come with me back to Kyoraku's house. Some things can only be truly understood when you return to Kyoraku's house. Lucia hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. She decided to trust Byakuya for once and followed him back to Kyoraku's house to hear Hyjin's story. Perhaps, there is a secret in this that she has never known. The Abarai and others next to them were confused. They didn't know what this Shinigami said to Rukia. She looked dazed, with tears in the corners of her eyes. When the two of them were leaving together, Abarai jumped out to stop him. Why did you take Lucia away? You must make it clear. Lin Yu stopped Abarai Renji, this is a family matter of the Kyoraku family, not something you can decide. Byakuya turned and walked forward, Rukia silently following behind him. Their figures gradually faded away, leaving Abarai and others looking at their departing figures with blank expressions. Abarai couldn't help but ask, Captain Lin Yu, what did that Shinigami say to Rukia? Why did she suddenly become so depressed? Lin Yu looked at a few people and replied, this matter is a family matter of the Kyoraku family. If you want to know, just wait until Lucia comes back and hear her tell you the answer personally. Kyoraku's family affairs. Abarai gritted his teeth, feeling worried. He was worried that Rukia would be harmed, but he couldn't stop Byakuya from taking her away. At this moment, he could only pray silently that Lucia would be safe. In the Kyoraku family, a story about family secrets and family love is about to unfold. Can Lucia accept this sudden fact? Is she willing to recognize Fiajin as her sister? Everything is full of unknowns. The two went to Kukaki's house together. Along the way, Lucia was filled with anxiety and expectation. When they arrived at Kukaki's house, a beautiful and gentle woman was writing something in the courtyard. Her eyes revealed kindness and warmth, and Lucia recognized her at a glance, Fiajin. Because the two of them are so similar, and they have that kind of innate affection in their blood. Before Byakuya could speak, Rukia asked, "Are you my sister, Haijin?" When Fei Zhen heard this, she was immersed in writing and paused. She couldn't believe that she was hallucinating because of longing, as if she heard Lucia's voice. She slowly turned her head. Rukia. Fiajin called her sister's name softly, with tears in her eyes. She saw the figure she thought about day and night. Fiajin pinched herself hard, it hurt. This is not an illusion, Lucia has really found it. Lucia stared at Fiajin, tears falling down involuntarily. On the way, Lucia was still considering whether to recognize each other, but at this time, the two hugged each other and cried, feeling the lost and regained family affection. Rukia and Hayashi hugged each other and cried. Byakuya watched the scene quietly, with a trace of relief in his eyes. After the two people's emotions stabilized a little, Lucia asked, "Sister, why are you here? What happened back then?" Fiajin took a deep breath and slowly recounted what happened that year. It turns out that as an ordinary soul, Fiajin cannot stay in Siritii. She regretted after abandoning Rukia, so she started looking for Rukia everywhere in Rukanga. On the way, she once met Byakuya who came to Rukanga to perform a mission. Perhaps it was love at first sight. Byakuya put aside his pride as a noble, chatted with her for a few words and then left. In the days that followed, Byakuya always took the opportunity to chat with her during missions. Until one day, Byakuya confessed his love to her and revealed that he was a noble of the Soul Society and the next head of the Kukaki family. It didn't take long for the two people who fell in love to discuss marriage. In the end, despite the pressure from the family, Byakuya married Haijin. After marriage, Haijin's health deteriorated, and he almost passed away some time ago. In the end, thanks to the treatment of Lin Yu and Niriyuri, he saved his life and became a Shinigami. After listening to Fiajin's story, Lucia had mixed feelings in her heart. No wonder there were fluctuations in spiritual pressure on Haijin when I saw him just now. Although she is not powerful, she is still a Shinigami. Lucia is very grateful to the Kukaki family, Lin Yu, and others for saving her sister's life. At the same time, she also has a better understanding of her own life experience. At this time, Byakuya stepped forward, handed Rukia a token, and said, "This is a token of the Kukaki family members. It represents the honor and responsibility of the Kukaki family. Now, I will give it to you. I hope you can become part of the Kukaki family." Lucia thought for a while, took the token, and felt its heavy weight. She knows that this is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. From then on, she became a member of the Kukaki family. The scene where the sisters recognize each other is always touching. In the evening, Byakuya and Haijin held a small welcome ceremony for Rukia. The two invited his grandfather Kukaki Jinling. At Byakuya's plea, Jinling also recognized Rukia's identity. After all, Rukia is also a talented Shinigami who can also strengthen the Kukaki family. Starting tonight, Rukia has a last name, Kukaki. Chapter 74. Captain, the chief captain invites you to visit the first team. Tetsuzumon conveyed the order of the first team. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard the news. After all, Master Shan hasn't looked for him for a long time. Is there something important that needs him to deal with in person? Or does Shan Ye just want to chat with him about life and have a cup of tea together? Of course, this possibility is extremely small. Based on Lin Yu's understanding of Shan Ye, he is not the kind of person who likes to chat. Lin Yu did not dare to neglect and immediately set off to the first team building. Along the way, he was thinking about possible situations, but he still couldn't guess what happened. When he finally arrived at his destination, he found that not only Captain Yamamoto was here, but also a busted girl. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Matsumoto Ranjaku, Shiba Ishin's vice-captain. Isn't this Shiba Ishin's vice-captain Matsumoto Ranjaku? Why is she here? Lin Yu muttered in his heart, with a trace of doubt on his face. He really couldn't figure out why Matsumoto Ranjaku appeared here, and it seemed to have some connection with Captain Yamamoto. At this moment, he was completely confused and could only wait quietly for Captain Yamamoto to explain everything. The captain didn't waste any words. Here you are. This is Shiba Ishin's vice-captain of the 10th Division, Matsumoto Ranjaku. Captain Lin Yu. Matsumoto Ranjaku saluted quickly. The captain continued to speak. This time the 10th Division encountered a difficult problem and I couldn't solve it, so I asked Rangju to come to me. I am going to send you to assist the 10th Division to deal with it. The specific situation is still Deputy Rangju. Captain, please explain. After saying that, he looked at Ranjaku. The captain asked Matsumoto Ranjaku to tell him the reason for the incident, and Ranjaku immediately said, "Some time ago, when I went to Rukonga on a mission, I accidentally discovered a genius boy. His whole body exuded an extremely cold aura, and the surroundings were covered with ice. Frost, and this ability was not created by the young man actively, but was caused by the spiritual pressure leaking out of him without his control." The captain nodded and took over the words. After the 10th Division reported the report, I went to the Great Spirit Book Corridor to check the relevant records. I can confirm that this boy is the strongest Zanpakuta of the ice system in Soul Society, Haran. The owner of the pill. Haran Meru. Hearing this, Lin Yu pretended to be surprised. Has Hitsugaya Toshiro been discovered? The strongest Zanpakuta of the ice system, Hitsugaya did not fully master this sword in the end, and his performance was unsatisfactory. He frowned and asked doubtfully, then why didn't this young man be brought back to Siraidai to train him properly? After all, such talents are very rare. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni replied, Shiba Ishin and Matsumoto Ranjaku have gone to persuade him many times, but the boy has always been unwilling to join the Gotei 13 because he needs to take care of his elderly grandmother. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand to refuse. Captain, you don't want me to persuade this young man, do you? I don't think I have the ability to persuade him. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni nodded, expressing his understanding of Lin Yu's concerns, and then explained, yes, the main purpose of sending you is not just to persuade. If this boy is really unwilling to join the Gotei 13, I hope you can temporarily seal his ability. If this powerful power falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. I understand, then let me go with Rangju. Lin Yu stood up, pulled Rangju and prepared to go to Rukonga. Along the way, Rangju didn't speak, because it was the first time she saw Lin Yu and she didn't know the captain's temper at all. Lin Yu, who was on his way, couldn't stand the dull atmosphere. He remembered that Rangju was also an alcoholic, so he took out his own small wine bottle and said, Rangju, do you drink? Ranjaku spoke a little cautiously, is Captain Lin Yu also a member of the wine shop? Lin Yu opened the stopper of the wine bottle and handed it to Rangju, try it. This is good wine. Smelling the rich aroma of wine, Ranjaku's nature as a drunkard was revealed. Without any of the restraint before, he immediately took the jug from Lin Yu and took a sip. Rangju's face turned red and she praised her profusely, what a good wine. Lin Yu smiled slightly and looked at her, thinking, she is indeed a woman who is addicted to alcohol. The two drank and chatted, and soon arrived at Rukonga. This is it. Ranjaku said, pointing to a dilapidated wooden house not far ahead. I saw that the surroundings of the wooden house were covered with frost, and there were bursts of cold air. Ranjaku stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. The door opened a crack, and a young man with cold eyes appeared at the door. There was a hint of impatience on his face, as if he didn't welcome the people outside the door. Why is it you, this woman again? I said I would not join the Gotei 13, the young man said disgustedly, his tone full of disdain. Ranjaku smiled helplessly. She knew that this boy had deep feelings against the Gotei 13, but she had no intention of giving up persuasion. At this moment, Lin Yu stepped forward and interrupted the conversation between the two. He showed a warm smile and said, "Little brat, can you let us come in and talk? This is not the way to treat guests." The young man frowned, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But after a moment of silence, he finally opened the door and let Lin Yu and Rangju enter the house. There was an old smell filling the cabin, and the walls were slightly yellowed, obviously having experienced the baptism of time. There are not many furnishings in the house, just a simple bed, a table, and a few chairs. In addition to Toshiro, there was an old woman shivering with cold in the room. She huddled next to the stove, trying to find some warmth from the weak heat. However, the temperature of the stove was insignificant against such a degree of cold. Lin Yu looked around and his eyes fell on the old woman. He walked up to the old woman and asked with concern, "Old woman, are you okay?" The old woman said with a trembling voice, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Lin Yu looked at Toshiro, "Little brat, what's your name? Is this cold caused by you?" When Toshiro saw that this man didn't ask him to go to the Gotei 13 as soon as he opened his mouth, but instead cared about his grandmother, his good impression in his heart also increased a bit. "My name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. One day in my sleep, I saw an ice dragon asking me to call his name with a deafening voice. But I didn't know what to do, and then my body began to radiate cold air. It became like this." Hitsugaya's voice became smaller and smaller. It was for this reason that his grandmother became like this. Chapter 75. Lin Yu turned his head and said to Toshiro, "Before, you kept saying that you wanted to take care of your grandmother, but it was because you didn't know how to control your spiritual power that you made your grandmother suffer like this. If I'm not wrong, the cold is getting more intense day by day." Toshiro bit his lip and said nothing. Lin Yu continued, "If you continue like this, your grandmother's life will be endangered. Is this what you call protection? By joining the Gotei 13, your life and your grandmother's life will be improved, and your abilities will also be improved. How about it be put to better use?" Toshiro was still silent, but there seemed to be more thinking in his eyes. Lin Yu saw his hesitation and decided to give him some more time. "Okay, I won't force you. However, I will take some measures regarding your abilities. Let me put a seal on you first to prevent your spiritual power from getting out of control. But my seal will not last long. When the seal is broken, your spiritual power will burst out, and then you and your grandmother will have no choice but to die." As he said that, Lin Yu attached his zanpakuto to Toshiro. "Seal the demon. Ziwei." A ray of starlight shot out from Lin Yu's knife and enveloped Dong Shilang. He felt that his spiritual power was suppressed, and the surrounding frost gradually dissipated. "Thank you," Toshiro whispered. "You're welcome. I believe you will make the right choice." Lin Yu smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder, "We will come again." Then, he and Ranjiko left the hut, leaving Toshiro and his grandmother in quiet Rukanga. Captain Lin Yu. On the way back to Siridei, Ranjiko looked like he was hesitant to speak. It seemed that he had something to say but didn't know how to say it. Lin Yu looked at her, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showed a smile, and said softly, "Don't worry, let's talk slowly after we return to Siridei." He knew that Ranju must have something to ask, but now it's not the right time yet, so let her be patient for a while. When Rangju heard Lin Yu's words, although she felt a little confused and anxious, she still nodded and agreed. After all, Lin Yu is the captain, so what he says naturally makes sense. And she also believed that Captain Lin Yu would tell her the truth when the time was right. Finally, they returned to Siridi. Rangju followed Lin Yu to the captain's room of the 7th team. As soon as she entered the door, Rangiku noticed a set of drinking utensils placed in the room. She looked at these drinking utensils carefully, and the more she looked at them, the more familiar they became, as if she had seen them somewhere. But for a while, I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Seeing Rangiku staring at the drinking utensils curiously, Lin Yu smiled and explained, "Does this drinking utensil look familiar? I got it from the captain of the Kaiband of the 8th Division." His tone was relaxed and humorous, with a hint of humor. With a hint of ridicule. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Rangju suddenly realized. It turns out that these drinking utensils came from the leader of the Beijing band. No wonder they look so familiar. It seems that Captain Lin Yu is not an old-fashioned person, he can do things like smooth drinking utensils. Thinking of this, Rangiku couldn't help but laugh, and her mood became much more relaxed. Lin Yu poured a glass for Rangju. "What did you want to ask at Rukanga just now? Tell me." Rangiku took a sip of wine and said, "Captain Lin Yu, just now you told Toshiro that your seal can't last too long, or it will be broken soon, endangering his and his grandmother's lives. As the Gotei 13 captain of the team, you should be able to suppress his spiritual pressure permanently." "Haha." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Rangju, do you still remember what our main purpose is?" "Of course I'm persuading Toshiro to join the Gotei 13. Rangiku got to the point, and then slapped his forehead. "I understand, Captain Lin Yu, you did it on purpose, so we can invite him next time the difficulty has been reduced a lot." "That's right," Lin Yu nodded slightly, "if he doesn't want to join, we can't force him. This can not only put some pressure on him, but also let him feel our sincerity. After all, we really want him to be a part of us." Rangiku sighed, "But wouldn't this be too cruel? If he fails to make a decision in time, wouldn't it harm him and his grandmother?" Lin Yu said easily, "That's not true. I still know how long my seal will last, so we just need to go there on time. But during this period, you should pay more attention to Toshiro's situation. If you find anything unusual, please notify me immediately." "I understand, Captain Lin Yu." Rangju nodded solemnly. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. "I believe he will make a wise choice." A few days later, Lin Yu and Rangju came to Toshiro's home again. This time, they saw a calmer version of him. "I've thought about it." Toshiro looked directly into Lin Yu's eyes. "I want to join the Gotei 13. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, "Welcome to join." Toshiro took a deep breath, "But I have a condition, I want to bring my grandmother with me." Lin Yu thought for a moment, "I'm afraid this won't work. Siridi is a land of heavy spirits and is not suitable for ordinary souls to live." "Then can you let my grandmother live nearby?" Toshiro said quickly, "I can go back to visit her every day." Lin Yu looked at the young man in front of him. He was really a filial child. "This is no problem. I will try my best to arrange it." On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Yu came to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy with Toshiro, who looked puzzled. "Uncle, don't you want me to join the Gotei 13? Why did you bring me to this place?" Toshiro asked curiously. Lin Yu's face suddenly turned gloomy when he heard Toshiro's name. "Don't call me uncle, call me Captain Lin Yu." He glared at Toshiro fiercely, as if he wanted to let him understand his identity with his eyes. Toshiro was so frightened that he shrank his neck, but he couldn't help but muttered, "But you look like an uncle." Lin Yu sighed helplessly, and then explained, "This is the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, a school that all Shinigami need to go through. Here, you can learn how to control the spiritual pressure, and master the Zhan Fist and Walking Ghost that Shinigami must master. Only through systematic study can you become a truly qualified Shinigami." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Toshiro's eyes shone with excitement. "So that's it, let's go in quickly." After saying that, he couldn't wait to walk towards the academy. Lin Yu looked at Dong Shilang's back and shook his head helplessly. This guy is really impatient. The school start time for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy has long passed, but for Lin Yu, as long as he sends people here, school will start any day. Chapter 76. Ziobai? Why are you here? Lin Yu didn't expect to meet an acquaintance when he came here today. Hinamori Tao immediately ran over to say hello after seeing Toshiro. Bedwetting Momoko, you're here too. Toshiro responded unceremoniously. I almost forgot that they both live in Inuyasuri district, so they must know each other. Did you also come to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy to study? Didn't you say that you didn't want to be a Shinigami and just wanted to take care of your grandmother with peace of mind? Hinamori Momo was very curious as to why she saw Toshiro here. Toshiro replied helplessly, my Ryutsu is getting more and more out of control. If this continues, my grandmother and I will both die, so I have no choice but to come here. Hearing the news, Hinamori Momo was a little surprised. Ziobai, has your spiritual pressure reached this level? Toshiro nodded and asked curiously, Bedwetting Momo, how long have you been coming to the Spiritual Arts Academy? Hinamori Tao's face was filled with a bright smile, and she said softly, I have been born for the third time now. Ziobai, you have to call me senior sister. After hearing this, Toshiro couldn't help but frown, looked at Hinamori Momo carefully, and then said with a wicked smile, oh, I won't call you senpai, Bedwetting Momo. When Hinamori Tao heard this, her face instantly turned red, and she stamped her feet in embarrassment. You, Ziobai, you are so annoying. She scolded and chased the winter lion. Lang. The two of them were laughing and joking for a while, and then Hinata realized that Lin Yu was also present. She felt a little embarrassed and quickly apologized to him. Ah. Captain Lin Yu, I didn't notice you just now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said he didn't care, it doesn't matter, I'm just sending two hero to school. Hinamori Momo showed a timid expression and asked cautiously, but it seems that the start time of the academy has passed, right? Lin Yu replied confidently, don't worry, I'm the captain. This little thing is not a problem for me. At this moment, a teacher walked over slowly and greeted Lin Yu politely, Captain Lin Yu, is this the genius boy you brought? Yes, his name is Hitsugaya Toshiro. He is a genius. He already knows the name of his Zanpakuto, but he just doesn't know how to use it. Hinamori Momo and the teacher were startled. They looked at each other and said in surprise, you know the name of the Zanpakuto before you even learn it. Such a genius is destined to become the captain in the future. Xiaobai, you are so powerful. I don't even know the name of the Zanpakuto yet, and you have reached this level. Momo Hinamori looked at Toshiro in surprise. Toshiro scratched his head in embarrassment, hey, he's not that powerful anymore. The teacher from the Spiritual Arts Institute calmed down and said to Toshiro with a smile, let's go, kid, let's test your spiritual pressure first. Momo Hinamori, do you want to go and see how powerful Xiaobai's spiritual pressure is? Lin Yu wanted to see Toshiro's potential, so he asked Momo Hinamori. Hinamori Tao immediately agreed, of course, I also want to know how strong Xiaobai is. Toshiro nodded, Lin Yu and Hinamori Tao also followed the teacher into a spacious room. There is a huge machine in the center of the room, which displays various data and charts. The teacher pointed at the machine and explained, this machine can measure your spiritual pressure strength. Just stand here and let it scan. Toshiro took a deep breath, walked to the machine, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Is this instrument broken? Why is there no movement? The teacher's face was filled with questions. Lin Yu was also stunned for a moment, I almost forgot that Xiaobai's spiritual pressure was sealed by me. I will unseal him immediately. As Lin Yu lifted the seal on Toshiro, his spiritual pressure began to escape involuntarily, accompanied by bursts of cold air. After a while, the machine made a buzzing sound, and the data on the screen began to jump rapidly. Finally, an astonishing number appeared on the screen. The teacher and Hinamori Momo opened their eyes wide, looking at that number. They couldn't believe their eyes. This value is actually so high. The teacher murmured to himself, his eyes filled with wonder. Hinamori Momo jumped up with excitement. Wow, Ziobai, you are really amazing. Toshiro opened his eyes, saw their reactions, and asked with some confusion, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my Ryutsu? The teacher came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. No, your spiritual pressure is very powerful, and it is as strong as the 5th level even before you start learning. It seems that you are indeed a rare genius. When Toshiro heard the teacher's praise, a shy smile appeared on his face. Then, the teacher took Toshiro to do some other tests, including spiritual power control, swordsmanship skills, etc. After each test, the teacher will speak highly of Toshiro's performance and say that he has extremely high talents in these areas. Finally, the teacher patted Toshiro on the shoulder and encouraged, work hard, Toshiro. With your talent and potential, your name will definitely be spread in the Soul Society. Hinamori Momo looked on with envy in her eyes. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Toshiro is destined to become a captain-level existence. It depends on him which echelon he can reach the captain level. After the test, Toshiro and Hinamori Momo left the testing room together. Along the way, Hinamori Momo excitedly communicated with Toshiro and planned in advance for his future achievements. Xiaobai, you will definitely become a great Shinigami in the future. Have you decided which division you will join after graduation? Hinamori Momo said with confidence, clenching her hands into fists. Toshiro was a little speechless at this time. He only knew the names of the Gotei 13, but didn't know the specific situation at all. Hinamori Momo looked at Toshiro's embarrassed look, and finally regained some face, and said proudly, you don't know this, right? I will give you a good introduction to the basic situation of each division. Hinamori Momo told Toshiro a lot, and he finally had a general understanding of the Gotei 13th team. But you were brought here by Captain Lin Yu. You should go to the 7th team after graduation, right? Lin Yu didn't want Toshiro to come to the 7th division. Momo Hinamori, you misunderstood. I just brought Ziobai to the Spiritual Arts Academy. It was Captain Shiba and Deputy Captain Rangiku of the 10th division who discovered his talent. He graduated. He will definitely be assigned to the 10th division. Ah? Will I go to the 10th division? That decadent-looking man and the big-breasted woman who loves to drink are the captain and vice-captain of the 10th division. It seems that Toshiro has a crush on Ishin and Rangiku. It's a very bad impression. Can I not go to the 10th division? Toshiro didn't want to face those two guys. Lin Yu began to coax Dong Shiro again. No. Ziobai, this is something that the captain has already decided. Okay then. Toshiro responded helplessly. Ziobai, cheer up. From today on, you will be a student of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. I hope you graduate as soon as possible. Lin Yu said solemnly to Toshiro. Toshiro felt Lin Yu's expectations, and his eyes became firm. I will not let down Captain Lin Yu's expectations. Toshiro straightened his body. Chapter 77. This day Kukaki Xianghe came to Lin Yu with a pot of good wine. Master, long time no see, I'm here to have a drink and chat with you today. Kukaki Xianghe said with a smile. Okay, I just want to find someone to have a drink with. Lin Yu responded with a smile. The two of them were sitting in the courtyard, drinking and chatting. Suddenly, Kukaki Xianghe said, by the way, Master, I have something to discuss with you. Oh? What's the matter? Lin Yu asked curiously. That's it, I plan to send Rukia to your 7th division. Kukaki Xianghe said. What are you talking about? You want to send Lucia to our 7th division? Lin Yu was so surprised that he almost spit out his wine. No, no. Absolutely not. Ah. Why not? Kukaki Xianghe asked doubtfully. Look at the current staffing of our 7th division. The vice-captain is Tetsuzaman, who sleeps all day long, the 3rd seat is Hiri, who has a very hot temper, the 4th seat is Itsuzawaji Rabo, he smiles all the time and is not very reliable, the 5th seat is Komamura from the left. Although he is good, his character is too serious, plus my wife who is not a seat officer, and Sato, a crazy woman. The environment is not suitable for Lucia's growth, so we should change to another division. Lin Yu explained. That's true. Well, I will reconsider Rukia's place. However, since you think Rukia is not suitable for the 7th team, where do you think it is more suitable for her to go? Kukaki Xianghe asked Road. Well, let me think about it. Rukia's talent is very good, and she has a kind heart. Maybe she can go to the 13th or 4th division. The atmosphere there is relatively good. It's easier and more conducive to her growth. Lin Yu replied after thinking for a moment. Okay, then I'll listen to you. I will discuss with the other captains to see if Rukia can be assigned to the 13th or 4th division. Kukaki Xianghe nodded. Well, this is best. I hope Lucia can develop better in these teams. Lin Yu said. Master, actually I have another idea. Kukaki Xianghe said suddenly. Oh? What do you think? Lin Yu asked curiously. I want Rukia to learn swordsmanship from you. After all, your swordsmanship is very powerful. Kukaki Xianghe said. So your boy is waiting for me here. Lin Yu suddenly realized. However, Lucia's kendo talent is a bit weak, so I can't guarantee that I can teach her to become a kendo master. That's okay. I believe that with your guidance, Lucia will not be any worse no matter how bad she is. I would like to thank you for Lucia in advance. Kukaki Xianghe laughed happily. You kid, I would have known better not to drink this meal of yours. However, I can teach her, but she must pass my test. Lin Yu said. What test? Kukaki Xianghe asked nervously. It's very simple, as long as she can be like you before, but she has to draw the sword 2,000 times a day. Lin Yu said lightly. Isn't this condition too harsh? Kukaki Xianghe's eyes widened. Xianghe, if you have poor talent in swordsmanship, only hard work can make up for your weakness. If you can't do this, I won't teach her. I don't want to ruin my own brand. Lin Yu said seriously. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her. Kukaki nodded helplessly. Lin Yu looked at Kukaki Xianghe's leaving figure and thought to himself, I hope Lucia can retreat. I really don't want to teach my disciples anymore. This is a troublesome thing. A few days later, Kukaki Xianghe came to Lin Yu's residence again. Master, Rukia agreed. Kukaki Xianghe said. What? Did she really agree? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Yeah, Rukia said she wanted to become stronger. A trace of pride flashed in Kukaki's eyes. Lin Yu was silent for a while. Well, since she is so determined, I will teach her swordsmanship for the time being. However, I have to say something ugly up front. If she gives up halfway, I will not be merciful. Don't worry, Master, I understand Lucia's character. Once she decides on something, she will go all out. Kukaki Xianghe said with confidence. I hope so. Lin Yu thought to himself, I will have headaches in the future. In the early morning of the next day, the sun was shining brightly and the air was fresh. Xianghe took Lucia to the door of Lin Yu's mansion early. Xianghe knocked lightly on the door, and soon the door was opened. You are here, come in and sit down. Lin Yu said with a smile. The two walked into the house. After Lin Yu asked them to sit down, his eyes fell on Lucia. He asked softly, Lucia, Xianghe should have told you all my requests, right? A determined look appeared on Lucia's young face. She nodded vigorously and said, Uncle has made it clear to me that I am willing to accept your conditions, teacher. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart tightened. He waved his hand quickly and said, Stop, stop. I have no intention of accepting you as my apprentice, I just want to teach you some swordsmanship skills. Lucia blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Lin Yu doubtfully, seeming a little confused as to why Lin Yu said this. Xianghe laughed on the side. He understood that Lin Yu had extremely high confidence in his own strength and did not need to prove anything by recruiting disciples. At the same time, Xianghe also knew that Lin Yu was very serious and responsible about teaching students. He would not accept a student easily, but once he decided, he would do his best to train this student. Lin Yu looked at Lucia's innocent look and couldn't help laughing. He thought to himself that this child was really cute, but now that she had agreed to the conditions, formal training would begin next. Xianghe saw that Lin Yu had agreed, then I'll go back first and leave Lucia to you. Come with me. After saying this, Lin Yu took Lucia to the training ground. Lin Yu decided to start with holding a knife as he had taught Xianghe before. He stood with a knife in hand and immediately blended into the surrounding environment. Follow me and don't ask why. Oh. Lucia was a little confused. Didn't she say she wanted to practice drawing the sword? But she still held the sword in a decent manner and learned Lin Yu's movements. Well, just don't move and hold on for an hour. Ah. Oh. I know. As time passed by, sweat gradually formed on Lucia's forehead and her arms began to tremble slightly. She gritted her teeth and tried to maintain her posture. An hour finally passed, and Lin Yu said, Okay, you can put down the knife and take a rest. Lucia put down the knife with relief and rubbed her sore shoulders. How do you feel? Lin Yu asked. Lucia took a deep breath and replied, A little tired, but I can still persist. Lin Yu put his zanpakut against Lucia's body, the stars protect you. Zi Wei. Rukia's fatigue disappeared instantly. Hey! Teacher, your zanpakuto's ability is so easy to use. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, I said before that my zanpakut is an auxiliary type. Isn't it normal to have this kind of ability? Then we will change positions and continue practicing, which will still take an hour. He picked up his zanpakut and changed his sword-holding posture, remember the movements and continue practicing. Lucia started the arduous practice of holding a knife again. Although her movements were a little unfamiliar, her attitude was very serious. Another hour passed, and Lin Yu added buff to Lucia again. Learn these two knife-holding postures today and practice them repeatedly. Lin Yu gave today's practice goals. As the sun set, Lin Yu said, That's it for today's training. We will continue tomorrow. Ah! Lucia let out a long sigh, finally ending her tiring day. Chapter 78. Under Xianghe's careful arrangements, Lucia hesitated between the 4th Division and the 13th Division, but finally chose to join the 13th Division. Despite this, she often runs both ways. On weekdays, she stays in the 13th Division. Once she is free, she will come to the 7th Division to receive Lin Yu's guidance. However, Lucia's progress is not fast. Especially when it comes to slaying fists and moving ghosts, what she is least good at is swordsmanship. This made Lin Yu feel a little helpless. After all, when he taught Xianghe, it only took Xianghe a few days to master the essence of holding a knife, but it took Lucia a full month to learn it. On this day, Lucia came to the 7th team to train with Lin Yu as usual. She stood in front of Lin Yu with a serious expression. After a period of hard work, she has mastered the skill of holding a knife and has made significant progress in this area. Now, she no longer needs to practice holding a knife repeatedly, but is ready to move to a higher level of training. Lin Yu looked at Lucia, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He knew that Lucia was ready, so he said, I won't practice holding a knife today. You can enter the next stage. Hearing this, Lucia breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she also felt a surge of expectation. She felt that she had finally gotten rid of the tedious knife-holding exercises and was about to face a new challenge. However, she didn't know that the real nightmare had just begun. Lucia asked curiously, "The next stage? Do you want to practice drawing the sword?" Lin Yu nodded and replied calmly, "Yes, starting from today, we will start practicing drawing the sword. Remember what I asked you before, draw the sword 2,000 times. When Lucia thought of this, her face was filled with a bitter expression, regretting that she was young and ignorant and agreed to this request. She originally thought that drawing the sword 2,000 times was no big deal. After practicing holding the sword, she realized that the reality was completely different from what she thought. But now that she had reached this point, she didn't want to give up easily. Lin Yu followed the example and demonstrated once, and Lucia began to practice in a decent manner. Lucia gritted her teeth and drew the knife again and again. Her arms gradually became sore and weak, but she still persisted. Time passed slowly as she drew the knife again and again. 1999, 2000. Lucia finally completed the goal of drawing the sword 2,000 times. She was breathing heavily and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Lin Yu looked at her and nodded, "Yes, just practice like this." On this day, Lucia was practicing drawing a sword alone. Lin Yu came over and handed her a knife, "Try this one." Lucia took the knife and felt a heavy power. This is a special training knife, which is heavier than ordinary knives. Lin Yu explained, "Practice with it will be more effective." Rukia tightened her grip on the handle of the knife and pulled out the knife with all her strength. The feeling this time was completely different. The weight of the blade made her movements more difficult, but also more realistic. She drew the sword again and again, feeling the inertia of the blade and the flow of power. As time went by, her movements became smoother and more natural. Lin Yu looked on with a satisfied smile. "Rukia, you have made rapid progress," he said, "but it is not enough. In a real battle, the enemy will not give you many opportunities to draw the sword. You must be able to draw the sword quickly under any circumstances. Give the enemy a fatal blow." A month passed by in a hurry. Lin Yu began to increase the difficulty of the practice again. "Lucia, the next step is the more difficult part, drawing the sword while moving. You have to draw the sword quickly and accurately to attack while constantly changing positions." After hearing this, Lucia complained in her heart, but she still mustered up the courage to try it. At first, her movements were clumsy and slow, but with constant practice, she gradually found the feeling. Time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. Lucia's sword drawing skills are becoming more and more adept, and she can even draw her sword and hit the target instantly while moving at high speed. "Lucia, you have done a good job." Lin Yu's voice came, "Now, you can try to integrate the sword into the battle." After several months of Lin Yu's simple and rude teachings, Lucia's swordsmanship finally rose to a higher level. However, her talent for swordsmanship is too poor. If she wants to reach Xianghe's level, she has to persevere day and night. After finishing today's practice, Lin Yu looked at the panting Lucia in front of him and said, "Lucia, you don't have to come to the 7th team from tomorrow on." Hearing this, Lucia's eyes widened immediately. She tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Why don't you come?" Lin Yu smiled slightly and explained, "I have already taught you everything about swordsmanship, and the rest is up to you. Moreover, you also need some time to digest and practice these skills." Lucia suddenly understood and nodded, but suddenly felt a sense of relief in her heart. Months of intense swordsmanship practice were a huge torture for her. Now she can finally breathe a little easier, and this feeling makes her feel more relaxed. Lucia bowed deeply to Lin Yu and said, "Thank you for your teaching, Master." Lin Yu quickly waved his hand and said, "Hey! Stop it, I told you that I don't regard you as a disciple, I only give you swordsmanship instruction for Xianghe's sake. Lucia was stunned for a moment, but soon regained her smile and said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." She was a little confused. She didn't know why Lin Yu was so resistant to accepting apprentices, but since the other party didn't want to, if you want to be your own master, then just change your title. Anyway, as long as I can express my gratitude to him. After returning to Kukaki's house, Rukia immediately went to find Xianghe. "Uncle, teacher Lin Yu's teaching to me has ended. I have a question to ask you. You tell me. Why is Captain Lin Yu so resistant to me calling him master and not wanting to accept me as my apprentice? I think I'm not bad either." Kukaki, Xianghe and Rukia talked about the past. "You are still far from becoming my master's disciple. In his eyes, you are not qualified. You know, when I became my master, I was what kind of strength?" Lucia shook her head, "I don't know." Xianghe's thoughts went back to the time when he became a disciple. That year, he was young and successful, and learned Bankai early, so he was arrogant. When he lost a bet with Lin Yu, he decided to become his disciple. At first he was dismissive, but in the end he was cruelly defeated by reality and was beaten by Lin Yu. Only then did he understand that there are mountains outside the mountains and people outside the mountains. After hearing Xianghe's memories, Lucia's eyes almost popped out of her head. "Captain level uncle? Being hanged and beaten? When did the captain become so worthless? Uncle, can you beat teacher Lin Yu now?" Lucia continued to ask. Xianghe shook his head and said, "Don't look at my master's laziness all day long. Over the years, I have become increasingly unclear about his strength. People of the older generation once said that he is second only to the captain. A strong man, now it seems that he may have already surpassed the captain." As he spoke, Xianghe's face straightened, and he said to Lucia very seriously, "You can't reveal what I'm going to say next to anyone. Remember, no matter who it is." Chapter 79. Looking at Uncle Xianghe's serious expression, Lucia instantly realized that what she heard today was absolutely confidential. She couldn't help but sit upright and listen carefully to what her uncle was going to say next. "Rukia, do you know the division I belong to?" Kukaki Xianghe asked solemnly. Lucia nodded and replied, "I know, uncle, you are the Special Forces captain of the first team, which is the main team." Kukaki Xianghe continued, "As the captain of the Special Forces, I usually perform confidential tasks, tasks that the criminal army is not qualified to get involved in. I have discovered some interesting things while performing tasks over the years." Lucia asked curiously, "Uncle, please tell me." Kukaki Xianghe suddenly talked about Lin Yu going to Mao Spiritual Arts Academy to show Rukia and the others the Zanpakuto ability. This surprised Rukia, but she still recalled the scene at that time seriously and said, I remember very clearly that teacher Lin Yu and Captain Aizen of the 5th Division released the Zanpakuto in the large classroom that day and introduced their abilities. His Zanpakuto is a star-type sword with auxiliary abilities. He also used this ability to bless me during training." After hearing what Lucia said, Xianghe sneered, "Star system? Master really knows how to make up jokes." "Rukia, in fact, Master's Zanpakuto is not a star type, but a regular type Zanpakuto with powerful attack power. All I know so far is that his sword can control the power of thunder and stars." Kukaki Xianghe said solemnly. Lucia opened her mouth in surprise. She had no idea that Lin Yu's Zanpakuto was so powerful. But why does teacher Lin Yu hide the true ability of his Zanpakuto? Lucia asked in confusion. Kukaki Xianghe was silent for a moment and said slowly, "This may involve some high-level secrets, and I don't know the specific situation. However, since the master chooses to hide it, there must be his reasons. Lucia, you have to remember, don't trust others easily, even me or your teacher, my master." Lucia nodded, but there was a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know why Xianghe said that. Xianghe looked at Lucia's expression, smiled, and then explained, "This is what I call interesting things." After Xianghe finished speaking, he suddenly recalled a piece of history about Lin Yu. As the captain of the special force, Xianghe often needs to go to the Great Spirit Book corridor to check some information. By chance, he curiously checked the collected information about Lin Yu, and unexpectedly discovered something shocking. According to the information in the Great Spirit Book corridor, Lin Yu took up the position of captain of the 7th Division more than 300 years ago, and his Zanpakuto does belong to the star system. This fact confused Xianghe, because according to common sense, this situation is almost impossible to happen. However, what is even more surprising is that the information in the Great Spirit Book corridor cannot be tampered with at will, and its existence has nothing to do with Shinigami's will. On the contrary, it is a tool that compulsorily collects and records all events and information about Soul Society from the beginning of its evolution to the present. Some even speculate that its operation may be based on the will of the Spirit King. Xianghe realized the seriousness of this problem. He suspected that he might have been plotted, which led to an error in his understanding of Lin Yu. So, he reported the matter to the captain and accompanied the captain to the Great Spiritual Book corridor to review relevant information. In the end, he discovered that the records the captain saw were exactly the same as what Xianghe had seen before. Not only that, the information of people around Lin Yu has also changed. This includes Xianghe's master's wife, Lutori Bayansai. According to the data, she had been killed in the battle with the Quincy 1,000 years ago. However, in reality, she not only lives well, but also stays in this world and leads a peaceful life. The same situation also happened to Sato Immortal, the first-generation captain of the 6th Division. According to the data, she was killed in that war, but she is still alive today, and she has also not returned to Soul Society in this world. This kind of thing is so bizarre that almost no one knows their true identity except the older generation and a few people who know them. When he and the captain discovered this shocking fact, they realized the seriousness of the matter and secretly discussed it many times with the captains who knew everything about Lin Yu. In the end, everyone reached a consensus and decided to keep the matter deep in their hearts and no one would mention it to the outside world. Because once it is leaked, it will inevitably cause an uproar and bring unpredictable consequences to Soul Society. Lucia looked at Xianghe's distracted look and reminded him, "Uncle, what are you thinking about? Why did you stop talking all of a sudden?" Xianghe's memory was interrupted by Lucia's words. He came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just thought of some things that Master had done before." Xianghe patted Lucia on the shoulder and said sincerely, "So, Lucia, in this world, there are many things that are not what we see on the surface. We must remain vigilant and not be easily fooled by appearances." Rukia nodded, still curious in her heart why teacher Lin Yu wanted to hide his Zanpakuto's ability. "Okay, just know this. Don't tell anyone, including your teammates," Xianghe ordered. "I understand, uncle." Lucia agreed. Xianghe stood up and said, "Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Lucia also stood up, saluted Xianghe, and then turned and left. Lucia was walking back to her room, still thinking about Xianghe's words in her mind. She felt that Xianghe was right. In this world, there were indeed many things that were not as simple as they seemed. She decided that she must be more cautious in the future and could no longer be as simple as before. At the same time, she also became more curious and doubtful about teacher Lin Yu's past. After returning to the room, Lucia lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The next morning, Rukia got up early and returned to the 13th Division. She wanted to go to Captain Jushiro to ask about Lin Yu, but the explanation she got was still the same as what Uncle Xianghe said. However, Lucia always felt that something was strange, but she couldn't explain why. She thought hard for a while, but still had no clue. Finally, she decided to put this matter aside and turn to find Shiba Kyan. Shiba Kyan has always taken good care of her as a junior. He is gentle and caring towards his wife Shiba. He respects and considerately assists Captain Jushiro. He is enthusiastic like a friend and takes care of his subordinates like a big brother. After she joined the 13th Division, he personally taught her various fighting methods and took special care of her. When Lucia is with him, she feels that life is full of sunshine and joy. Shiba Kyan is also her trusted senior. Chapter 80. Rukia, although your swordsmanship level is already very high, you must also pay attention to your method when fighting. Just using swordsmanship will not work. You must learn to use Kid to contain your opponent. Shiba Kyan carefully taught Rukia how to fight while gesturing with the sword in his hand. Lucia nodded vigorously, she cherished this hard-won learning opportunity. Since she entered the 13th Division without going through the induction ceremony, the members of the 13th Division didn't treat her very well. Only Shiba Kyan and his wife Shiba cared about her very much. At this moment, a team member ran towards them in a panic, with tears on his face. Shiba Kyan frowned, looked at the crying team member with dissatisfaction, and shouted loudly, "What do you look like crying? If you have anything to do, just say it boldly." The team member choked and said, "Something happened, Shiba. Shiba's 3 seats are alive and dead." Upon hearing the news, Shiba Kyan shook his body as if struck by lightning. The trembling hand could no longer hold the zanpakut, and the knife fell to the ground. "This is impossible!" he shouted. Nothing will happen to her." Lucia was also shocked. She grabbed the hem of the soldier's clothes and asked anxiously, "Is this true? What happened?" Shiba received a preliminary reconnaissance mission. Unexpectedly, she was attacked by a hollow of unknown origin. Her entire entourage was wiped out, and her life or death was unknown. The team member told the story with tears in his eyes. Shiba Kyan's eyes became dim. He picked up the knife on the ground, held it tightly in his hand, and murmured to himself, "You must stay alive." He looked at Rukia and said through gritted teeth, "Rukia, go and notify Captain Jushiro. I'll rush to the scene first." Lucia gritted her teeth and nodded. Something happened to Shiba's sister. How could that eldest sister who regarded herself as her biological sister? She put away her sad mood and immediately ran to the captain's room. "Captain Jushiro." Lucia hurriedly ran to Jushiro, but instead of greeting Jushiro as usual, she said directly, "Sister Shiba was attacked, and her life and death are unknown now." Her voice was filled with sadness. And sadness, as if losing a loved one. Jushiro's face was pale, his brows were furrowed, and he had an expression of disbelief. He couldn't help coughing a few times, and then asked, "What's going on?" "Ahem." His tone was full of worry and doubt. Lucia lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She replied with a trembling voice, "It was just an ordinary reconnaissance mission. I don't know why such a thing happened." Jushiro felt a pang of regret. If he had insisted on not letting everyone lead the team there, maybe everything would be different now. However, regret cannot change the facts. "Does Kyan know about this?" Jushiro's voice was filled with worry. "Brother Kyan already knows. He has already rushed to the scene of the incident." Lucia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and tried to calm down. Jushiro nodded slightly to express understanding. He knows that Kyan has deep feelings for Du, so he will go all out to investigate the truth. "Rukia, gather the team members immediately, and we will rush over immediately," Jushiro ordered. Rukia looked at Captain Jushiro and asked with some worry, "Captain Jushiro, is your health okay?" Jushiro smiled, patted Lucia on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, I can still hold on." Just as Jaishur Yukatake and others were preparing to go to the scene of the incident, Shiba Kyan returned to Division 13 with Shiba in his arms. "Master Kyan, are you okay, Sister Tou?" Rukia asked anxiously. "It's not life-threatening at the moment. He's just in a coma." Shibakayan shook his head and said to Rukia. After hearing the news, everyone was finally relieved. Shibakayan carefully placed Shiba in the team building to rest, and arranged for a team member to take care of her. However, just when they breathed a sigh of relief, a scream suddenly came from the team building. Jushiro and others were still discussing the incident, and immediately rushed into the team building after hearing the sound. I saw that the team member responsible for taking care of Shiba was dead, with a horrified expression on his face, pointing at Shiba on the bed. At this time, Shiba was actually exuding black spiritual pressure, and his whole body seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Generally, what is going on? Lucia looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Jushiro frowned. Is it the power of the void? The comatose Shiba didn't know when she woke up and killed the team member who took care of her. While Jushiro and others were stunned, Shiba killed several more team members one after another. Shibakayan also rushed over at this time. Seeing the situation at the scene, he rushed over crazily and hugged Shiba tightly. What's wrong with you? With a ferocious expression on his face, Shiba broke free from Kayan's arms, then used Shunpo and disappeared in front of everyone in a few breaths. Shibakayan took the lead and chased out, followed closely by Jushiro and Rukia. Where are you? Shibakayan called his wife's name, but there was no answer in the dense forest. Shibakayan shouted loudly while searching, and suddenly stopped. He saw the fragments of Shiba's death armor and her Zanpakuto in a clearing, and at the same time felt the breath of hollow. Just then Jushiro and Rukia rushed over. Suya, who was in the darkness, did not hide and walked out openly. This is a crawling void, its head is covered with tentacle-like things, it has 6 hands, and the mask on its face has empty eyes. Shibakayan looked at the hollow in front of him. How many Shinigami have you swallowed? It was just a customary question, but I never thought that Tuxu would actually answer it. Sorry, I can't remember how many Shinigami I swallowed. Jushiro and others were stunned for a moment. An ordinary hollow actually has its own consciousness and can speak. What is going on? Kayan continued, you're going to regret this. Regret? Why should I, Metastasia, regret? I also had my heart. I would only regret if I didn't devour Shinigami. It's just a pity that I didn't use that female Shinigami's body more just now. Shibakayan was filled with anger when he heard the words of the head. His eyes widened and he roared loudly, you deserve to die. At this time, Rukia was about to pull out her Zanpakuto, wanting to test the depth of this hollow. However, Shibakayan stretched out his hand to stop her. He turned his head, looked at Jaishur Yukatake firmly, and said in a serious tone, Captain, please let me take action personally. For my dignity, and for the dignity of the capital, I want to kill this hollow with my own hands. Jaishur Yukatake nodded in agreement. He knew Shibakayan's mood at the moment, and believed that he had the ability to kill this hollow. Chapter 81. Shibakayan exploded his spiritual pressure and rushed towards Metastasia like a bolt of lightning. His eyes were full of anger, and the Zanpakuto in his hand shone with a cold light. Although Metastasia has the same intelligence as a human, its strength is only close to the level of a vice-captain. Facing Shibakayan's attack, it seemed a little unprepared. Shibakayan swung his Zanpakuto and instantly cut off both of its hands. The hollow roared in pain, but Shibakayan did not give it a chance to breathe. He used Shunpo, and in a flash, he came to the front of Su, stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tentacles on Stasia's head. It struggled desperately, but Shibakayan's strength far exceeded it. Let the water and sky roll back. Nijibana. Shibakayan whispered, releasing the power of the Zanpakuto. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy filled the air. As Shibakayan finished speaking, the Zanpakuto in his hand changed. The blade became transparent, like water, and the blade shone with blue light. Metastasia suddenly stopped struggling and said something puzzling to Shibakayan, although you are strong, you have grabbed my tentacles. In an instant, Shibakayan's Zanpakuto blade disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the handle. GGG. Stacia let out a disgusting laugh. Shinigami, you have fallen into a trap. Anyone who touches my tentacles will have their Zanpakuto disappear. After that, it knocked Shibakayan away with its tentacles. Rukia saw that the situation was not good and was about to draw her sword and rush into the battlefield. Jushiro stopped her. Rukia, this is Kayan's own battle. If you intervene, where is Kayan's dignity? Where is the dignity of the capital? Just watch with peace of mind. Rukia had an anxious look on her face, but Kayan-sama's Zanpakuto has disappeared. It's very dangerous to face this hollow. Rukia, you have to know that there are two types of battles, one is fighting for one's own life, and the other is fighting for one's dignity. Kayan fights for dignity. If you help him, you can certainly save him. His life, but what about his dignity? Shibakayan steadied himself and looked at Su with firm eyes. Even without the Zanpakuto, I can still defeat you. He clenched his hands into fists and exuded a strong aura from his whole body. Metastasia pounced on Shibakayan again, and Shibakayan sided to avoid the attack, then flew up and kicked it in the abdomen. However, the blow didn't do much damage to it, and it quickly retaliated, slapping Shibakayan hard with its tentacles. The two sides started a fierce hand-to-hand battle, and Shibakayan relied on his superb white hits to deal with Su. Despite his disadvantage, he pulled out several of its tentacles. After the two sides separated, Metastasia quietly observed for a while. With a joking smile on his lips, he said to Shibakayan, "It seems that your companions will not come to support you." At this time, Shibakayan was out of breath, but his eyes were still firm, and he responded, "Stop talking nonsense. Even if I am alone, I can kill you." GGG. Metastasia let out a weird laugh and then said, "Then I will let you follow in the footsteps of your wife. After I take over your body, I will use you again. Body to kill your companions and then devour them." After saying that, Metastasia's tentacles struck Shibakayan as fast as lightning, and Kayan subconsciously raised his arms to try to block it. However, the tentacles easily penetrated his arm and went straight into his body. In an instant, Shibakayan seemed to be frozen, standing motionless on the spot. The originally pure spiritual pressure on his body gradually turned into pitch black at this moment, as if he was being swallowed by darkness. After Metastasia took over Shibakayan's body, its body became torn apart not far away. It turned out that these tentacles were its true body. The sudden change prevented Jushiro and Rukia from reacting, and they watched Shibakayan being fused with the void. "Master Kayan." Rukia's voice became trembling. "Little girl, are you calling me?" Stasia's voice was slightly perverted. Master Kayan called again, and Rukia tried to awaken Shibakayan's consciousness. "If you care about this guy so much, just let me eat you." Stasia rushed towards Lucia. Jushiro drew his sword and stepped forward to block its attack. "Rukia, get away quickly." Jushiro's loud shout woke up the overwhelmed Rukia, and she frantically began to flee the battlefield. After Stasia and Jushiro exchanged a few moves, she found that he had no intention of killing her. "You are thinking about how to separate me from this guy. I am a spiritual being, and he is also a spiritual being. You can't separate us." Upon hearing this, Jushiro immediately changed his offensive. Since he couldn't save Shibakayan, he could only kill him along with the hollow. After changing his attack, Jushiro slashed Stasia's shoulder with one knife, causing blood to flow rapidly. After being hit by a knife, it retreated violently. It knew from the memory it acquired that this Shinigami was a captain-level warrior and that it was no match at all, so it seemed that it had to find a way to retreat. Jushiro was about to kill Stasia in one go, but suddenly there was a throbbing in his body, and a few mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. "Damn it, if your body had deteriorated sooner or later, it would have happened at this time." Jushiro half knelt on the ground holding a knife, panting heavily. Stasia was delighted when she saw this scene. The captain lost his combat effectiveness for some unknown reason. It thought for a moment and decided to chase the little girl and devour her first. The Shinigami in front of her is a captain-level strongman after all. Although she looks weak now, Stasia will not bet that it can devour him. Who knows if this Shinigami has any trump cards, so it is safer to chase the little girl. Much. Stasia abandoned Jushiro and chased Rukia, and soon he caught up with Rukia. Looking at Stasia chasing after her, Lucia's heart was filled with fear. The extreme fear forced her to pull out her Zanpakuto and stand on the spot. At this time, the figure of Lin Yu appeared in her mind. Rukia, draw your sword and kill, the voice in his mind said loudly. Lucia overcame her fear for a while, and her long-term practice formed muscle memory. She swung the knife and hit Stasia. After calming down, she discovered that the strength of the enemy in front of her was not that terrifying. It was just because it occupied Shiba Kaien's body, and various factors made her fearful. Lucia launched a counterattack against Stasia. After a few exchanges, she began to gain the upper hand. Stasia was stunned for a moment, thinking that this little girl was not strong, otherwise why would she be so scared just now? It regrets now that it failed to take down the little girl with several moves. It will be finished when the captain recovers. While it was thinking, the consciousness of Shiba Kaien in its mind suddenly took over the body, driving the body to hit Rukia's Zanpakuto. Lucia was keenly aware of this unusual move, and she slashed diagonally with her Zanpakuto before it hit it, sending it flying away. The wound on her chest brought out a large amount of blood. As Stasia fell to the ground, Rukia immediately activated Bakud to control it. Jushiro also rushed over at this time, preparing to kill Stasia with a knife. Captain! No! Rukia shouted to stop Jushiro from taking action. Rukia, it and Kaien have been fused together. The only way is to kill it. Jushiro did not see the scene where Kaien regained control of his body and insisted on killing the hollow. Rukia said anxiously, Captain, Brother Kaien is still conscious and just regained control of his body. After Jushiro heard this, his heart was very complicated. Even if Kaien was still conscious, he could not separate Kaien. Rukia, I have no way to separate Kaien, I can only kill him along with this hollow. Lucia suddenly thought of something, and her face was filled with a hopeful smile. Captain, let's go find Captain Lin Yu, he may be able to find a solution. Bakud number 4, this rope. Jushiro hesitated for a moment, then applied another Bakud to Stasia. Okay, let's take it back first. I hope Lin Yu can deal with it. If not, we can only kill it. Hearing that Captain Jushiro relented, Rukia breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that teacher Lin Yu could save Master Kaien. Chapter 82. Rukia stumbled into the captain's room of the 7th Division. Teacher. Captain Jushiro is looking for you in an emergency. Please come with me to the 13th Division immediately. Seeing Rukia in such a panic, Lin Yu's heart tightened. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Soul King's right hand in Jaishur Yukate's body? Without time to think about it, he hurried to the 13th Division with Rukia. On the way, Lin Yu asked with concern, what's wrong with Jushiro? Has his physical condition worsened? Rukia answered anxiously, Captain Jushiro did have some physical problems and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, but the main reason I came to you this time is to ask you to save Mr. Kaien. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown, feeling confused. Shiba Kaien? I remember that in the original plot, didn't he commit suicide by crashing into Rukia's Zanpakuto after being swallowed by Hollow? Is there any deviation in the plot? Captain Jushiro, we have encountered an intelligent Hollow. Not only can it fuse and swallow Shinigami, but Master Kaien has been fused with this Hollow. However, Master Kaien still has a trace of consciousness remaining. Rukia spoke very fast. Briefly introduce the current situation to Lin Yu. Soon Lin Yu and Lucia rushed to the captain's room of the 13th Division, because Shibakayan's situation was not suitable for staying in the team building and it would be easy for others to know. You must know that Hirako Shinji and the others were sentenced to death by Chamber 46 just because their bodies were contaminated with the power of the void. If these stubborn people were to know about Shibakayan's situation, it would definitely be a death sentence. Lin Yu looked at Shibakayan, who was still struggling, with a complicated expression on his face. "Senior Lin Yu, how's it going? Can Kayan be saved?" Jushiro looked at Lin Yu's expression and felt that the situation was more threatening. "Teacher." Lucia looked at Lin Yu with pleading eyes. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. "Jushiro, Lucia, you two think too highly of me. I can't separate the two spirits." Hearing this, Lucia's face showed a sad look, and her eyes were filled with despair. "Is there really no way out?" Lin Yu looked at Shibakayan's painful look and couldn't bear it. He turned to look at Jushiro and Lucia, and slowly said, "Lucia, please go out first. Jushiro and I have something to discuss." Lucia was slightly stunned. Although she didn't know why Lin Yu asked her to go out, she still nodded, turned, and left the captain's room. After Lucia left, Lin Yu waved with one hand, and a transparent barrier appeared in the room, covering the entire captain's room, forming a solid layer of barriers. After doing all this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Jushiro and said, "Jushiro, there is actually someone who can save Shibakayan." "Who is it?" Jushiro asked hurriedly. "Ura Harakisuk." Lin Yu replied softly. "Ura Harakisuk? But isn't he no longer in Soul Society? And he is still a traitor?" Jushiro said in surprise. "Yes, that's him." Lin Yu nodded and said affirmatively, "But only he has the ability to save Shibakayan." Jushiro frowned, thought for a moment and then said, "But I don't know where he is." Lin Yu showed a playful smile and said, "How do you know that I don't know his whereabouts?" Jushiro looked horrified. "What? Do you know where Ura Harakisuk is?" Jushiro felt huge waves in his heart. Could it be that Lin Yu hid Ura Harakisuk, so he knew Kisuk's whereabouts? "You won't be him." "Jushiro, don't talk nonsense. I have no contact with him. I just learned of his location by chance." "Then where is he?" "I only know that he is in this world, Karakura town." "What? Are you going to find him?" "For Kayan, I have to go." Lin Yu stopped Jushiro. "You have to think carefully. He is a traitor to Soul Society. Room 46 has issued an order to eliminate him if he is seen. In fact, this is not the point, but now that Kisuk is protected by Sato, if Jushiro goes to look for Kisuk rashly, he may be beaten up, and then their plan may be exposed." Lin Yu finally made Ba Yunzhai and Sato disappear from everyone's sight. He didn't want to overturn the situation because of Shibakayan. Lin Yu came up with a compromise. "Jushiro, if you can't help it, leave Kayan to Captain Nirvana and see if he can do anything." But Jaishur Yukatake shook his head and said, "No, Nirvana is just a research lunatic. If you hand Kayan over to him, God knows what bigger trouble will happen." Lin Yu grinned, thinking that Nirvana was indeed a research madman, but so was Ura Harakisuk. He had created something as dangerous as Hagyaku. Just because Ura Harakisuk can save Kayan, it really makes a difference. But since Jushiro doesn't trust Nirvana so much, he can only think of other ways. "Leave it to me, Jushiro." Lin Yu looked at him seriously. "I will find a way to save Kayan. But you have to promise me one thing." Jushiro looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What's the matter? Don't act rashly. If you rush to the present world, not only will you not be able to save Kayan, but you may also get yourself involved. Believe me, I have a sense of proportion." Lin Yu's eyes were firm, which made Jushiro feel at ease. Jushiro hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, "Okay, I believe you. But you must save Kayan." Lin Yu patted Jushiro's shoulder, "Don't worry, I will try my best. After saying that, he turned around and left with Kyan, secretly planning his next plan. Lucia watched Lin Yu lead Shiba Kyan out of the captain's room. Teacher Lin Yu, where are you taking Master Kyan? Rukia, don't worry. Although I can't save him, I will find a way. I took Kyan away to seal him first, so that his consciousness can be preserved until the day he is rescued. Lin Yu comforted with Lucia. With tears in her eyes, Lucia bowed and said, "Thank you, Teacher Lin Yu." Lin Yu took Shiba Kyan back to the 7th team, and then placed a seal on his consciousness to prevent him from being completely swallowed by Stasia's consciousness, and then sealed him in the 7th team's underground training ground. There is actually a way to save Shiba Kyan. Isn't it just two spiritual bodies competing for the dominance of the body? Just make his spiritual body strong enough to expel Stasia or devour him in reverse. However, this method has certain risks. Lin Yu didn't want to take action, so he left this trouble to Ura Harakisuke. He could only let Shiba Kyan sleep until the Aizen incident broke out before dealing with it. Chapter 83. While Lin Yu was dealing with the Shiba Kyan problem, an episode also happened in this world. Under the leadership of the chief 6th generation headed by Hisagi Shohei, Hinamori Momo, Kira Iga, Abarai Renji and many students from Class 1 went to the real world to participate in the internship of killing simulated hollows. The teams are composed of 3 people in a team, and it is natural that Hinamori Momo and 3 people form the same team. Under Hisagi Shohei's instructions, everyone stepped into the world-traveling gate and came to the present world. Abarai Renji looked at the surrounding environment. Ah! This place seems to be an abandoned factory. Kira slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? You must choose a place where no one is around for your internship, otherwise what will happen if there is an accident? Idiot! I'm just sighing, why did you hit me?" Abarai rubbed his beaten head with both hands. "You two, stop arguing. Let's quickly find a simulation to put in and complete the internship task as soon as possible. Hinamori Momo's existence is the lubricant for the 3 of them, otherwise the 3-person team will break up sooner or later." Snort. Kira pouted, "Now that Daisy has spoken, let's take action." Just as the 3 of them were bickering, an invisible giant phantom appeared on the top of the abandoned factory, observing the trainees who came for internship. It was motionless on top, and no one involved in the internship noticed its existence. Time passed little by little, and some teams had taken the lead in completing the task of killing the simulated virtual reality and returned to the assembly point. The 3 of Abarai were still looking for traces of the simulated virtual reality. At this moment, Abarai finally discovered the simulated virtual reality. After a blow with the simulated virtual reality, he quickly retreated and called Hinamori Momo and Kira together. "I found the simulation, come here quickly." Hinamori Momo rushed over quickly. Head number 31, Red Fire Cannon. A small red artillery shot hit the simulated void. The smoke dispersed and did not cause much damage to it. Kira Iga also rushed over in time, split the simulated void in half with a shallow blow and then exploded. "I'm pretty good. I killed it with one knife." Kira showed off proudly. Abarai was quite disdainful. "Hey! Come on, if Daisy hadn't hit it with Kid, how could you have killed it with one knife?" Hinamori Momo started to break up the fight again. "Can you two stop arguing? The mission has been completed. Let's rush to the meeting point." It seems that everyone has almost completed it. The 3 of them rushed to the meeting point jokingly. But Hinamori Tao paused, as if she noticed something, turned around and took a look, but there was nothing behind her, but she just felt uneasy for some reason. Seeing that the mission had been completed, Hisagi Shohei called the Barriers squad to prepare for evacuation. "Barriers class. Please answer if you hear it." I called twice in a row, but no one from the Barriers class answered. Xiu Bing knew something must have happened. The screen cut to show that the Barriers class had already been killed by the invisible giant hollow. Just as Xiaobing kept trying to call the barriers class, the female 6th generation next to her discovered something. Xiaobing! Xiaobing turned his head and saw a giant void. How is it possible that such a big void is approaching and we didn't notice it? The giant void waved its claws, and the 6th reincarnation woman died on the spot. Crabsy! Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the remaining 6 reincarnations drew their swords and rushed towards the giant hollow. Kinglu, don't go there! Xiaobing shouted the name of this 6th generation man. No surprise, Qing Lu was also instantly killed by this virtual one. Shuhei immediately used the communicator to request Soul Society for rescue. At the same time, the giant hollow also launched an attack on him. Xiaobing drew his sword to block and shouted at the frightened students, "Run!" The students dispersed in a hurry and began to run for their lives. There was another blow. Although Xiaobing tried his best to avoid it, the corner of his eye was still scratched by Su's sharp claws, and blood flowed. His right eye was soaked in the blood and his vision became blurred. Su Ke didn't care whether Xiaobing was injured or not, and launched another attack. Just when he thought he was doomed, 3 shallow blocks blocked Su's fatal blow to him. Xiaoyu raised his head with difficulty and saw that Hinamori Momo, Abarai, and Kira had rescued him. "Why don't you 3 run away?" Xiaobing asked with difficulty. "Sorry, Senior. We can't just watch you being killed. For the sake of saving you, please forgive us for disobeying orders," Abarai said. It turned out that when the giant hollow appeared, Abarai and the other 3 were frightened. They were stunned for a moment when they heard Xiaobing telling everyone to run away. Seeing that Xiaobing was about to be killed by Su, the 3 of them mustered up the courage to rush forward and jointly blocked the attack. "Senior, let's run away." Abarai and the 3 men helped Xiaobing and started to run away. Su pursued them relentlessly. It's not an option to be chased like this all the time. Abarai and the others stopped, turned around and faced the hollow. Head number 31, Red Fire Cannon. After a while of chanting, the 3 of Abarai worked together to use the red cannon. The 3 of them hit Kid on the body, temporarily hindering his movements. "Let's run." Xiaobing took this opportunity to pull up the 3 of them and start running away again. As they ran, several people discovered that the space in front of them was distorted, and then several large phantoms appeared in front of them. "It's over, we're all going to die here now." Xiaobing and the others stopped. There was no point in escaping in this situation. Just when a few people were about to accept death, a flash of sword light rushed towards them, and a large hollow was instantly killed. "Sorry, we're late." Aizen arrived late with Ichimaru Jin. "Leave it to us next, you guys take a rest." Aizen's words were still so gentle. "Shoot him! Gunslinger!" Ichimaru Jin released his Zanpakuto and swung it at the numerous hollows in front of him. Wherever the light of the sword touched, all the giant hollows turned into powder. His movements were as graceful as a dance, and each knife hit the target accurately without any waste. The last fish that slipped through the net was killed by Aizen's burst of spiritual pressure. The giant hollow felt Aizen's powerful spiritual pressure and wanted to escape, but its speed was far slower than Aizen. Aizen appeared next to it instantly, and with a wave of his hand, the giant void turned into ashes. "Okay. Let's go back. This accident has shocked you," Aizen said to everyone with a smile, as if what just happened was just a small farce. At this time, Aizen's figure was deeply engraved in Hinamori Momo's heart. She looked at Aizen's tall back, her heart filled with gratitude and admiration. If she knew that everything today was directed by Aizen, just to recruit them into the 5th division, how would she feel? Maybe she would jump up and scold her. But at the moment, she doesn't know the truth is, he simply thinks that Aizen is a great captain and a Shinigami worth following. The Xiaobing soldiers were also full of respect for Aizen. They swore in their hearts that they would choose Captain Aizen's 5th division after graduation. If it's not for anything else, just for today's life-saving grace is enough. Chapter 84. In the first team building, a routine captain's meeting was being held. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stood at the head of the table and stamped the ground with his cane. Is there anything that needs to be reported this month? If not, let's adjourn the meeting. Jaishur Yukatake stood up and said, Captain, the 13th Division was attacked by a hollow recently. This hollow has human-like intelligence, can speak, and has the ability to fuse and devour Shinigami. My deputy captain Shiba Kyan and all 3 Shiba died because of this. For some unknown reason, Jushiro concealed the news that Shiba Kyan was not dead, which made Lin Yu, who was dozing in the queue, raise his eyelids. Jushiro's words exploded in the entire team building, and everyone was talking about it. Especially Shiba Ishin, he was very emotional, because Shiba Kyan is not only the head of the Shiba family, but also his nephew. Shiba Yushin stood up and said, Captain Jushiro, please give me an explanation. The head of the Shiba family cannot die in battle so unclearly. Captain Shiba, I am also very sorry for Kyan's death. It was a complete accident. Kukaki, Rukia, and I who were present at the time did not realize the special ability of this hollow, and it penetrated into Kyan's body. In the end, we had no choice but to I took action and killed Kyan, who was assimilated by the void. Jaishur Yukatake's words brought the Kukaki family into it. Kukaki Jinling glanced at Jaishur Yukatake, but didn't say anything. However, Shiba is not stupid at all. He has also heard about the little girl from the Kukaki family. She is not even the chief minister at the moment. Even if she is present, nothing can be changed. The main responsibility for this negligence is Jaishur Yukatake. Jushiro, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise even if you are the captain, our Shiba family will not give up. Shiba looked at Jushiro sharply. Captain Shiba, this matter is indeed my responsibility, but now we need to figure out why that hollow has such high intelligence. This is definitely not an ability that ordinary hollows can have. Jushiro said with a serious face. Humph, other people will naturally investigate these issues. You should think about how to explain to the Shiba family first. Shiba snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction and anger. Jushiro looked at Shiba's furious expression and sighed secretly. He knew that he was to blame for this incident, but what puzzled him most was why such an intelligent hollow appeared. If all hollows were intelligent, then Shinigami's work would become abnormal. It will be difficult, and the casualties will inevitably be more severe. Captain Shiba, regarding Kyan, I will personally go to Shiba's house to give you a satisfactory answer. After Jushiro said this, he fell into silence. The atmosphere in the entire team building suddenly became extremely solemn, as if it was shrouded in an invisible pressure. Everyone felt the tension and depression in the air. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the air. The captains all know that this incident is undoubtedly a huge blow to the Shiba family, and it is a heavy lesson for Jushiro. At this time Aizen also stood up and said, Captain, I also have something to report. Captain Yamamoto stared at Aizen and said, Suk, did something unusual happen to you too? Yes. It was also during the same time period that the students from the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy went to the real world for internship. When they were fighting the simulated virtual reality, a giant virtual hidden spiritual pressure attacked the internship students. There was an uproar in the team building again. Ordinary hollows can hide their spiritual pressure? Aizen continued, not only that, this hollow also summoned helpers. After receiving the request for help from the 6th generation Hisagi Shuhei, Captain Ichimaru of the 3rd Division and I went to carry out the rescue. What happened in the end? The captain asked about the result. This accident resulted in the death of 2 6th generations, and the entire barriers class in charge of barriers were killed. Aizen's voice was still calm, but there was a hint of sadness in it. Upon hearing the news, the noise in the team building stopped abruptly, and the captains were silent. In the 2 incidents that occurred, the Su who appeared showed extremely high wisdom. This means that this is not an accidental event, but some unknown change may have occurred within Hueco Mundo. This abnormal phenomenon made everyone feel uneasy and confused. They began to realize the seriousness of the problem and speculated on what kind of changes had happened in Hueco Mundo. Let the 8th Division investigate these two matters, Chun Shui. It's okay to leave it to you. The captain, who was silent for a while, gave the order and at the same time glanced at Lin Yu, who was about to fall asleep. Yet. Just leave it to me. Kyoraku Shunsui accepted the task without hesitation and expressed his willingness to take on the responsibility of the investigation. As for the situation in Hueco Mundo, Captain Nirvana, let your 12th Division be responsible. The captain continued, handing another important task to Nirvana. Monitoring Hueco Mundo has to be done by the Technology Development Bureau. I also took note of the captain's arrangement. Nirvana responded. Then today's meeting is over and adjourned. Captain Yamamoto ended the meeting. The captains left the team building one after another. Lin Yu, go to our 8th Division and have some drinks. Jingle Chun Shui walked up to Lin Yu and said with a smile. Lin Yu glanced at him and said, it's good to drink, Chun Shui. Let's go quickly. I'm already sleepy. Drinking something will help me sleep better. In the captain's room of the 8th Division, Lin Yu and Chun Shui were drinking happily. Do you know something inside? Kyoraku Shunsui gate of opening asked straightforwardly. I knew you didn't just want to drink with me. What kind of inside story could I know? I just heard about it. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Really? Then why did you fall asleep in the meeting? Kyoraku Shunsui obviously didn't believe it. It's okay if you didn't have any rest last night. Lin Yu yawned. You. Jinraku Shunsui's expression darkened, don't make me beat you. Chun Shui, why don't you believe me? I really don't know. Lin Yu raised his hands in surrender, actually, I just have a rough guess. I think Hueco Mundo may have given birth to a hollow with special abilities. The ability to improve ordinary virtual intelligence, of course, is just my speculation. Jinraku Shunsui touched his chin and thought about Lin Yu's words, if this is really the case, then things will be troublesome. So you should be careful. Lin Yu reminded, also, it is best to inform the Shinigami stationed in the world so that they can also take precautions. I understand. Jing Le Shun Shui nodded, thank you for the reminder, I will report it to Master Shan. In fact, Lin Yu was also a little confused. Wasn't the Hueco Mundo scientist Sal Apollo killed by him long ago? Where did Aizen get a researcher? After thinking about it, Lin Yu finally thought of a possibility, damn, I almost forgot, Sal Apollo also has a brother, Ilvert Grants. Aizen must have found him to replace Sal Apollo. Apollo. After thinking of this, Lin Yu stretched out and said, Chun Shui, although your purpose is not pure, I still want to thank you for inviting me to drink. I will go back to catch up on my sleep and leave. Chapter 85. Jaishur Yukatake came to the 10th Division as promised and found Shiba Ishin. Captain Shiba, come with me to Shiba's house. I will give you a satisfactory answer about Kyan. Shiba looked at Jushiro intently, let's go, I hope your answer will satisfy us. The two were silent all the way, and soon arrived at Shiba's residence in Rukonga. Seeing the arrival of Jaishur Yukatake and Shiba, the remaining members of the Shiba family gathered around them. The leaders are Shiba Kongzuru and Shiba Ganjiu, these two are Kyan's younger sister and younger brother. The three parents' parents passed away a long time ago, and Kyan has always been the one to support the family. This time Kyan and his wife Shiba both died in the battle, which was a huge blow to both of them. As one of Rukonga's leading pyrotechnics masters, Shiba Kuzaku is a master of Kid. He has inherited the magic passed down from generation to generation in the Shiba family and masters the technology leading to the Spirit King's palace. She has a sexy figure, wears a headscarf, has long black hair divided into two bundles, and is extremely revealing. She has a red short top with the Shiba family crest tattooed in the center, and a long white skirt with slits around her lower body. There is a letter with the word empty on her left arm. She has tattoos, and a short sword is tied to the prosthesis on her right arm. Some people say that her arm was cut off by a virtual person, while others say that it was blown off while studying fireworks. Shiba Rock Eagle is tall, muscular, with rugged features, his left eyebrow is half-shaved, and he is used to wearing a turban and wristbands on his arms. These two people are very angry with Jushiro. They have learned that Shiba Kyan was killed by Jushiro himself. No matter what the reason, they are unwilling to forgive Jushiro. Shiba Kaku could no longer hold back his anger. Jaishur Yukatake. My elder brother was killed by you. Where is his body? Are you not even going to hand over his body? BD. The Shiba Rock Eagle on the side rushed over and punched Jushiro in the stomach. When Shiba saw this, he immediately pulled the rock vulture away. Kyokaku, Iwaju. Don't be impulsive. Jushiro is here to give us an answer. If you are not satisfied, you don't need to take action. I will personally seek justice for Kyan. Uncle. The two of them still couldn't accept this fact. Jaishur Yukatake covered his chest and coughed a few more times. You two, this matter is my responsibility, and I do not deny it. Can you please invite me in to discuss the specific reasons? With a gloomy expression, Shiba suppressed the anger in the hearts of Kaku and Iwahitake, and turned to look at Jaishur Yukatake. Captain Jushiro, please come in with us. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the house. Jaishur Yukatake took a deep breath and followed Shiba Ishin to the interview room of Shiba's house. After entering the interview room, Shiba opened his mouth and said, Captain Jushiro, just say what you have to say. Jaishur Yukatake nodded, looked at Shiba Ishin, Kaku, and Iwaju, and said seriously, Captain Shiba, Kaku, and Iwaju. In fact, Kyan is not dead, so I did not bring back his body. What? When the three of them heard this, their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Really? He had a look of surprise on his face. Then where is my eldest brother now? She asked hurriedly. Jaishur Yukatake was silent for a moment and said slowly, sorry. I can't tell you Kyan's location. Why? He asked anxiously. Because. Jaishur Yukatake said hesitantly. Shiba Ishin also looked excited. Jushiro, give me a reason not to tell us the news about Kyan. Jaishur Yukatake said helplessly, Captain Shiba should remember what happened to Hirako Shinji and his friends 100 years ago, right? Of course I remember. Jushiro continued to explain, 100 years ago, they were wanted by Chamber 46 because they were contaminated with the power of the Hollow. Now Kyan's condition is that he has been fused with the Hollow. If I tell the news that he is not dead, what will happen to him? You can imagine it. So how is Kyan's current situation? Shiba's expression softened a lot. Kyan is currently fused with the Hollow, but I am looking for a way to cure him. I have sealed him now. Once I find a way, I will unseal and cure him. Shiba Yuxin frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, but he still held it back. He understood that Jaishur Yukatake would not reveal information about Kyan easily. Although Kyokaku and Iwaju were anxious, they also knew Jaishur Yukatake's difficulties. They looked at each other and decided to trust Jaishur Yukatake for now. Well, in that case, we won't ask about Kyan anymore. Shiba said solemnly, but I hope you can guarantee that Kyan can be rescued. Jaishur Yukatake nodded solemnly, don't worry, Captain Shiba. Kyan is also my deputy captain, and I will do my best to save him. Next, please tell us what happened. Jushiro told the three people in detail from when Shiba was attacked, to how he failed to protect Kyan after Shiba Kyan was swallowed by the Hollow, and finally how he saved Kyan. After listening, the two brothers and sisters could not calm down for a long time, and their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. After a while, Iwaju broke the silence, so that's it. It seems that Brother Kyan was really fighting to protect the dignity of himself and his wife, so Captain Jushiro didn't take action. Jushiro nodded slightly to express his acquiescence. I'm sorry, Captain Jushiro, I misunderstood you before, please forgive me for my recklessness. Iwaju said sincerely, and bowed deeply to Jushiro and apologized. Jushiro quickly waved his hand and said, it doesn't have to be like this. You didn't understand the situation at the time, and it's only natural for people to have such a reaction. Konghe also stepped forward, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. Captain Jushiro, thank you for telling us the truth and letting us know the determination and courage of our eldest brother. This matter belongs to us Meng Lang. Jushiro smiled and nodded. After this exchange, the misunderstanding between them was finally resolved. Captain Shiba, are you satisfied with the answer I gave you? Jushiro looked at Ishin and said. Yuxin was silent for a moment. If this is really the case, then I have no reason to blame you anymore. Then I'll take my leave. Captain Shiba, please keep Kyan's matter a secret, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After saying that, Jushiro turned and left. After Jushiro left, Shiba Ishin, Kaku, and Iwaju started talking again. Uncle, do you think what Captain Jushiro said is true? Kyokaku asked the elders for their opinions. This matter should be true. If Jushiro was lying to us, how could he say that Kyan was not dead? This is a huge flaw. But I will still confirm it myself. Ishin replied. Kaku, the most important thing for you now is to take over the important responsibility of the head of the Shiba family. Everything else is secondary. Ishin said to Kaku in a serious voice. Uncle. Konghe stopped talking. The future of the Shiba family depends on you, Kaku. Ishin patted Kaku on the shoulder. Shiba Ishin also left. Kaku and Iwaju were the only two people left in the room. Sister. The Shiba family depends on you until the big brother comes back. Although Iwaju got the news that the big brother is not dead, their amiable sister-in-law has really left them. Chapter 86. In recent years, Seoul society has been very peaceful. This tranquility surprised Lin Yu. Aizen, who originally thought he would continue to cause trouble, actually stopped making trouble. During this period of time, he enjoyed the messy life to the fullest, but at the same time, he did not dare to relax at all, always recalling the plot in the original work and guarding against the changes in the world that would occur due to his various intervention behaviors. Force. On this day, the Tianyang Spiritual Arts Institute welcomed a special person, Lucia. She returned to this place she had been away from for a long time, her heart full of emotion and confusion. Once upon a time, this was the place where she grew up and where she spent quality time with many of her friends. However, now she is carrying a heavy burden. Lucia could never let go of Shivatu's death in battle, which was a pain in her life. What made her even more painful was that Shiba Kyan's deep sleep made her fall into deep self-blame. She began to doubt her abilities and felt at a loss about the future. At this critical moment, Lucia needs to find her own answer and get out of her inner dilemma. Just when Rukia's thoughts were racing, Abarai Renji came out of nowhere and kicked her in the butt. Rukia, you still know how to come back. I thought you would forget about us when you entered the Kukaki family. Renji put on a bad face, but this time he knew that Rukia was the next head of the Kukaki family. Madam's sister, so she didn't keep a distance from her like in the original work. Ah! It hurts. Rukia rubbed her butt and was about to curse before she realized that the person who kicked her was Abarai Renji. Didn't you go to the 13th division? Why did you come back to the academy? Renji was very confused about Rukia's return. I can't come and see you. Lucia forced a smile, she didn't want Renji to worry. It's just that too many things have happened recently, and I need some time to sort out my thoughts. Renji looked at Rukia with a feeling of distress in his heart. He knew that something painful might have happened to Lucia, and he also understood that her heart must be in pain right now. Well, now that you are back, let's take a good rest. But don't forget, we are still friends. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. Rukia glanced at Renji gratefully and nodded. She knew that at this difficult time, having a friend like Renji by her side was a great comfort. At this moment, a breeze blew by, bringing a breath of fresh air. Lucia took a deep breath, feeling the caress of the breeze, and her mood gradually calmed down. She decided to pick herself up again and find her own answers. Renji, without further ado, which division are you going to join after graduation? Rukia asked curiously. Of course it's the 5th division. Not just me, but Shuhei-senpai, Kira and Momoko will also go to the 5th division. Renji replied without hesitation. Ah! Why do you all want to go to the 5th team? Rukia opened her mouth in surprise. Because Captain Aizen of the 5th division is our idol, and he is also our savior. Renji said with admiration. Captain Aizen saved you. Rukia looked at Renji in confusion. Yes, when we went to the real world for internship, we were suddenly attacked by hollows. The situation was very critical at that time. If Captain Aizen and Captain Ichimaru hadn't arrived in time and rescued us, I'm afraid we would have been killed by hollows long ago. Therefore, we are full of gratitude to Captain Aizen and regard him as our idol. Renji recalled that thrilling moment with excitement. I see, that's all thanks to Captain Aizen. Rukia said with emotion. Yes, Rukia, you said that I will become a Shinigami as powerful as Captain Aizen in the future. Renji looked at her expectantly. Lucia smiled slightly, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I believe you will. Rukia, you've been in the 13th division for so long, why don't we discuss it? I really want to see what you have learned there, but don't worry, I will definitely let you. Haha. Renji looked at Rukia with a wicked smile and said. Hey! It's just you? Why don't you let me? I'll beat you until you can't get up. Lucia responded disdainfully. Oh, Rukia, you are really getting more and more swollen now. Renji teased with a smile. Humph, stop talking nonsense, let's go, Renji, let's go to the training ground and let you take a good look at the results of my training in the past few years. Lucia said confidently. Don't worry, Rukia. I'm going to call Senior Shuhei and Kira first, and let them come and observe how I can defeat you, a Shinigami who has already joined the team. After Renji said that, he turned around and prepared to go find him. People! Renji, you must call them, be careful not to embarrass yourself later. Rukia reminded. Don't worry, Rukia, I won't be embarrassed. I will definitely be the winner when the time comes. Renji said and ran away. Watching Renji running away, Rukia shouted loudly, I'll wait for you at the training ground first. After that, she turned and walked towards the academy's training ground. Rukia waited quietly at the training ground, and soon Renji came over with Shuhei, Kira, and Momoko. Lucia! Long time no see! Everyone greeted Lucia with a smile, without any sense of alienation from not seeing each other for several years. Everyone, just watch how I beat Lucia to the ground. Renji said proudly, he was full of confidence in his own strength. Rukia did not respond to Renji's provocation. She just walked to the sidelines silently, took 2 wooden hammers, and then threw one of them at Renji. Renji steadily caught the slap thrown by Rukia, and the corners of his mouth raised higher, revealing a disdainful smile. He said with a mocking tone, Rukia, when you first applied for the Jino Spiritual Arts Academy, you failed to enter the first class because of your poor swordsmanship. I didn't expect that after so many years, you still haven't made any progress. Are you sure? Do you want to discuss swordsmanship with me today? Lucia chuckled and responded, Renji, I was not good at swordsmanship before, but that doesn't mean it is still the case now. Just wait and see how I defeat you. The Xiubings on the side suddenly became interested when they heard the conversation between the two. They all know that Rukia's swordsmanship level has never been very good, but in today's competition with Renji, she actually chose swordsmanship, which she was least good at. This surprised everyone, and they all speculated whether Rukia had learned some powerful swordsmanship skills after joining the Gotei 13th Division. Everyone's eyes were focused on the field, looking forward to the outcome of this competition. Chapter 87. Then let's start. As Lucia's words fell, she stretched out her left hand and held it diagonally. Her body remained motionless, and an invisible oppression spread out from her body. This was either an explosion of spiritual pressure or an explosion. An ordinary momentum. What kind of weird knife-holding posture is this? Kira and Izzy were confused. Shubing looked at Lucia's sword-holding posture and frowned. Feeling the oppressive aura coming from him, he immediately put away his contempt. He originally thought that Lucia's swordsmanship had improved a bit, but he didn't expect this. What's the point? Even the chief officers may not have such high attainments in swordsmanship. Renji in the field felt even greater pressure. He did not dare to be careless and immediately exploded his spiritual power, tightened his grip and rushed towards Lucia. Drink! A loud shout came from Renji's mouth. He waved the shallow blow in his hand and slashed at Rukia. But Lucia still maintained the strange posture of holding the knife. Facing Renji's attack, she calmly twisted her wrist and slightly changed the direction of holding the knife. The shallow blow in her hand blocked Renji's slash. Bang! The two daggers collided, making a crisp sound. At the same time, a powerful force came from Rukia's dagger, knocking Renji back a few steps. Snort! Renji snorted coldly and slashed at Rukia again with his sword. This time he was faster and stronger, and it was obvious that he had used his full strength. However, Lucia did not flinch, her face was still expressionless, she just kept turning the shallow blow in her hand, and started a fierce battle with Renji. Bang bang bang! The two people's shallow blows constantly collided together, making a series of crisp sounds. Each collision will generate a powerful airflow, blowing dust around the ground. Kira, Dizzy, and Xiaobing outside the field had their eyes widened. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. They had never thought that Rukia was so powerful, that she could overwhelm Renji just by blocking with a knife. So awesome! Kira murmured to herself, her eyes full of admiration. I knew Lucia wouldn't let us down. Dizzy said excitedly, with a proud smile on her face. Is this the real Rukia? Xiaobing thought to himself, his eyes became more determined. He decided to observe this battle carefully and learn more from it. The two figures intertwined, and the blades collided, making a crisp sound. Lucia held the shallow blow at an angle and blocked another blow without even moving a step. After Renji quickly distanced himself, another Shunpo attack came. Rukia just twisted her wrist and blocked the attack again. He opened the attack repeatedly, and the more he hit, the more frightened Rukia was. Without even moving, he blocked all his slashes with the movement of his wrist. It's so exquisite. It's nothing like her before. How is it possible? Renji murmured in a low voice, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The warriors also looked solemn. Is Lucia's swordsmanship already so powerful? At this time, Rukia moved. She fastened the shunpo on her waist, stepped forward with her left foot, and leaned forward slightly. Shunpo rushed to Renji's face in a flash, sending a shunpo from bottom to top. With a diagonal slash, Renji was sent flying out without even reacting. After a few rolls, Renji got up. Lucia did not miss this opportunity and continued to slash forward with shunpo. This knife struck Renji's Asuka, and Renji felt the power coming from the asada in his hand. For a moment, he didn't even hold onto the asana, and the knife flew out of his hand. I lost. Renji said with a bitter smile, Rukia, when did your swordsmanship become so powerful? Lucia smiled and put away the shallow attack, and replied, I have been practicing hard in the past few years, and of course I will make some progress. Moreover, I am a Shinigami now. Even if you enter the 13th team, swordsmanship won't improve so much, right? Renji still couldn't understand. While the two were still communicating, Xiu Bing walked over from the sidelines. Rukia, I also want to see your swordsmanship. Nanny. Senior Xiaobing, do you want to try it too? Abarai showed an expression of disbelief. Okay, Senior Xiaobing, please give me some advice. Lucia moved her hands and feet and assumed that weird knife-holding posture again. Xiaobing drew his sword and rushed towards Lucia, using various slashes one after another, but Lucia easily defused them all. Lucia saw the right moment, a shunpo came behind Xiaobing, raised his hand and struck it with a shallow strike. Xiu Bing quickly turned around and defended himself with his sword, but Lucia's blow was extremely fast and powerful, and it directly knocked Xiu Bing away with both his body and his sword. So strong! After Xiu Bing landed, he looked at the slightly trembling sword in his hand and sighed to himself. I agree, Senior Xiu Bing. Lucia said with a smile. Renji, Kira, and Hinamori Momo stared at what was happening in front of them with their eyes wide open, and their mouths were opened wide, unable to close at all. They originally thought that Lucia's swordsmanship might have improved, but they never expected that it had reached such an astonishing level. Especially Abarai Renji, his own swordsmanship is not very good. Although he lost in the previous competition with Rukia, he only felt that her swordsmanship level was relatively high, but he could not accurately judge to what extent it had reached. However, now Shuhei's defeat has made Renji truly realize that Rukia's swordsmanship strength has reached such a terrifying level. If Renji officially joins the Gotei 13, he will find that Rukia's abilities in swordsmanship alone are not only beyond those of ordinary officers, but also beyond the reach of many vice-captain level figures. Even some captains who are not good at swordsmanship may not be able to gain the upper hand when facing Rukia. Rukia, who did you learn swordsmanship from? As far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone with such terrifying swordsmanship skills in the 13th division, right? Xiaobing asked with a frown. He really couldn't imagine where Rukia learned such superb swordsmanship skills. Lucia smiled slightly, with a mysterious light flashing in her eyes. It is true that I did not learn swordsmanship in the 13th division. There was a faint smile in her words, which made people curious. Xiu Bing's eyes widened, and countless speculations surged in his mind. He tried hard to recall those characters in Soul Society who were famous for their swordsmanship, but he could never find anyone with a similar style of swordsmanship to Rukia. Finally, he asked tentatively, did you learn it from Captain Zaraki of the 10th division? After all, as the captain of the 11th division, Kenpei Zaraki is famous for his powerful swordsmanship and unique fighting style. However, Rukia shook her head, her smile still mysterious. No. Although Captain Zaraki is indeed a great swordsman, my swordsmanship did not come from him. She gently touched the knife in her hand, as if feeling its power. Xiu Bing became more and more confused. He scratched his head and tried to clear his mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he asked in surprise, is this the secret swordsmanship of your Kukaki family? As one of the 5 major nobles in Soul Society, the Kukaki family has a long history and profound heritage. Perhaps they have a unique swordsmanship heritage. Lucia smiled and said, actually, it's okay to tell you that my swordsmanship was taught to me by Captain Lin Yu of the 7th Division. Chapter 88. Ah! Captain Lin Yu of the 7th team? The one who looks ordinary and a bit lazy. Upon hearing this name, Abarai and others showed doubtful expressions. They remembered Captain Lin Yu, an inconspicuous-looking man who always looked lazy, but they didn't expect that he had such superb strength. Sure enough, not only the Shinigami of the Gotei 13, but also the students of the Jino Spiritual Arts Academy had the same first impression of Lin Yu. Lucia looked at the surprised expressions of the Xiaobing soldiers and said with a smile, don't underestimate Captain Lin Yu. Although he seems quite unreliable, his strength is indeed unfathomable. She thinking of what Uncle Xianghe said to me, my heart was filled with admiration. Rukia, aren't you in the 13th division? Is it because you had a good relationship with Captain Lin Yu after he came to the academy before that he taught you swordsmanship? Renji asked curiously. Lucia shook her head and explained, of course not. It's because an elder of my Kokaki family is a disciple of Captain Lin Yu, and it was he who asked Captain Lin Yu to teach me swordsmanship. So that's it. Everyone suddenly realized, and they were a little more curious about Captain Lin Yu's identity. To be able to guide the elders of the Kokaki family, Captain Lin Yu must have extraordinary abilities and background. So Lucia, are you considered Captain Lin Yu's apprentice now? Hinamori Momo also asked, with curiosity shining in her eyes. Lucia scratched her little head, with an embarrassed expression on her face, and said softly, Captain Lin Yu did not accept me as a disciple. Hey! Xiu Bing and several others made disbelieving sounds, as if they had heard something extremely ridiculous. You are so strong now. Captain Lin Yu still doesn't accept you. It's unbelievable. Xiu Bing's eyes widened, his face full of doubts and confusion. Hinamori Momo also frowned, as if she was very confused by the answer. How could it be? With Lucia's current strength, she can definitely become an excellent disciple. She looked at Lucia, hoping that she could get an explanation. Lucia shook her head helplessly, I don't know why, but Captain Lin Yu said he would not accept me as his disciple. There was a trace of loss in her eyes, and she obviously regretted not being able to become Lin Yu's disciple. It's really strange. Xiu Bing muttered to himself, his heart full of questions. They all now know how powerful Captain Lin Yu's swordsmanship is. If they can become his disciple, swordsmanship will be greatly improved and grown. However, Lin Yu rejected Lucia's request, which made them doubt Lin Yu's decision. I was also doubtful at first, but later my elders told me that if I want to reach the threshold of Captain Lin Yu to accept a disciple, I must at least learn Bankai. Hearing this sentence, Xiu Bing and others were stunned. Their eyes widened with incredible expressions on their faces. Bankai. Xiu Bing muttered to himself, his face full of shock and disbelief. Rukia, are you kidding? Renji questioned. He felt that this request was simply ridiculous. Bankai is already out of reach for us, and this is just the threshold to become Captain Lin Yu's apprentice. Kira whispered, with a hint of despair in her voice. I'm not lying to you, this is true. Lucia said seriously, my elder was accepted by Captain Lin Yu only after he learned Bankai. She recalled that when Kokaki Xianghe told her these things, her heart was filled with shock. Kokaki Xianghe told Rukia that perhaps only through Bankai can one truly show his potential and strength and gain the recognition of Captain Lin Yu. Rukia is well aware of Kokaki Hibiki's strength. A person who can be the captain of a special force is not a simple role, so she believes everything Kokaki Hibiki says. Although she had not experienced it herself, she knew that Kokaki Xianghe would not deceive her. Shuhei, Renji, Kira, and Hinamori Momo were silent for a moment, and they realized that what Rukia said might be the truth. Although they were frustrated and disappointed, they also aroused fighting spirit deep inside. In this case, we must work harder. Xiu Bing clenched his fists with firm eyes. That's right, as long as we have a goal, we can definitely achieve it. Renji agreed. We can't give up. We must work hard to learn Bankai. Kira also said with confidence. They decided to follow Captain Lin Yu's example and go all out to pursue the realm of Bankai. Bankai is one of the prerequisites for a captain-level strongman. Such a person is qualified for Captain Lin Yu to accept him. I don't know how strong he is. Renji clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Before he regarded Captain Aizen as his goal, and now he changed this goal to Lin Yu. The Xiu Bing on the side nodded, yes, I don't want to be able to be the disciple of Captain Lin Yu in the future, I just want to learn Bankai one day. His eyes were also shining with yearning and expectation. For Renji and Shohei, Lin Yu is not only a powerful captain, but also their role model and goal. They are full of reverence for Lin Yu and regard it as the direction for their efforts. However, despite the strong fighting spirit of the four of them, it is simply impossible to reach Lin Yu's height. Just learning the skill of Bankai is enough for them to spend a lifetime pursuing it. You know, in the original work, only Abarai and Shohei succeeded in learning Bankai. This achievement was not achieved overnight, but was the result of numerous hardships and life and death tests. Especially Shohei, he only understood the secret of Bankai after experiencing several fierce battles and receiving careful guidance from Roku Shokensai and others. As for Abarai Renji, his journey to Bankai was equally difficult. His Bankai technique was learned from Madarame Ikeku. However, the Bankai he mastered at that time was still in an incomplete state, and even Zabumaru's real name was not known. It was not until later that he was reminded by Hisub Ichibe that he suddenly realized that he had truly learned Bankai. After the two fights, Lucia's mood became better. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a smile flashed in her eyes. "Everyone, let's go to a dinner together. I'm already hungry after playing 2 games with you." Hearing Lucia's words, Xiaobing and others smiled, and everyone nodded in agreement. So, the group of people started walking towards the dinner place, laughing and laughing all the way. Chapter 89. 5th Division. Aizen was talking to Abarai Renji when he saw him saying seriously, "Captain, this shouldn't be like this." "That's enough, Renji." Aizen interrupted, with a hint of majesty in his voice, "Everything should be obeyed by the captain's orders rather than acting on your own initiative. We need to maintain the discipline and consistency of the team. Only this way we can complete the task better." Abarai was born in Rukonga. Although his temper is not very good, he is full of humanity in his heart. He is also a passionate and generous person who puts his feelings first. After hearing the captain's rebuke, his face became a little gloomy and he felt very unconvinced, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded, indicating that he accepted the captain's criticism. However, when he left the captain's room, Abarai couldn't help but complained in a low voice, "Why should I be asked to perform this task? There are obviously more suitable candidates." Aizen looked at his leaving back and frowned slightly. He knew that Abarai was dissatisfied with this mission, but as a captain, what he wanted was the absolute obedience of his subordinates. After Abarai returned to the team building, he was still in a very unhappy mood. He felt that he was assigned to do some work that was not suitable for him, and he was also scolded by Captain Aizen. Although he also understood that as a team member, he had to obey the captain's command and endure it temporarily even if he was dissatisfied, he still complained in his heart. Aizen was thinking seriously in the captain's room. Although this guy Abarai Renji has certain potential, he has disobeyed his orders many times. While some of the missions may not make perfect sense, they are actually Aizen's means of testing Abarai's loyalty. After all, Aizen has a grand plan, and if his men don't obey orders at critical moments, it can easily cause him trouble. Therefore, he needs to ensure that they are absolutely loyal to him before he can safely implement the plan. In Aizen's view, Hinamori Momo and Kira Aizuru are 2 very loyal examples. They always followed instructions without hesitation when performing tasks, which made Aizen very satisfied. Therefore, he decided to send Kira to the 3rd Division to assist Ichimaru-jin and also serve as a surveillance role. In this way, it will not only enhance the strength of the 3rd team, but also ensure that there will be no changes in Ichimaru-jin. As for Hinamori Momo, she is even more trusted by Aizen. Not only is she loyal to Aizen, but she may also become a key figure in restricting a powerful combat force in the future, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division. This is undoubtedly a win-win choice, which can not only ensure the smooth progress of Aizen's plan, but also use Hinamori Momo to contain Hitsugaya Toshiro. Over the years, Aizen has noticed some clues through his keen insight. Although Lin Yu, as the captain of the 7th team, is not often active in the Gotei 13 team, he is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous figure. The reason why Aizen started to pay attention to Lin Yu was also due to Abarai and others. Because it was from them that Aizen got some information about Lin Yu. In fact, Aizen conducted detailed investigations on every captain of the Gotei 13 and collected relevant information about them. Initially, he believed that Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni and Division 4's Anohanaretsu were the people most capable of hindering the implementation of his plan. The next best are Lin Yu from the 7th Division and Kyoraku Shunsui from the 8th Division. He didn't even consider Jaishur Yukatake of the 13th Division. The sick man was not a big threat. But since Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and 4 others joined the 5th Division, Aizen accidentally learned that Lin Yu's swordsmanship was so powerful that it was simply beyond imagination. Although he learned from the spiritual book that Lin Yu's Zanpakut belonged to the auxiliary system, and the results of the last test of Lin Yu at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy showed that his spiritual pressure was only at the 2nd level. Based on this information, Aizen has every reason to believe that Lin Yu is definitely an extremely dangerous person. Therefore, he raised Lin Yu's threat level to the same level as Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. Fortunately, Lin Yu has a lazy personality. Judging from the last incident where he planned the disappearance of Hirako Shinji and others, Lin Yu did not take any action. Aizen firmly believes that as long as he does not do anything that endangers Lin Yu's personal interests, the situation can still be controlled. Alas! There are really too few manpower. Aizen couldn't help but sigh. If he was strong enough to run rampant in Soul Society, why would he need to make such a complicated plan? He only needed to cut down all the obstacles with one sword and find the Hugyaku hidden by Urahara Kisuke. That's it. Aizen sat quietly in the captain's room for a long time, so long that even the sunlight outside began to slant, and finally he said, "Momo Hinamori, come in for a moment." Daisy outside the door heard Aizen's call, with an expression of surprise on her face. She quickly opened the door and walked in quickly. After standing still, she immediately said, "Captain, do you have anything to tell me?" Aizen looked at the girl in front of him, with an imperceptible light flashing in his eyes, and then said slowly, "Go and inform Abarai Renji and Hisagi Shohei to come to the captain's room." "Yes, Captain." Hinamori Tao replied respectfully, then turned and left. Aizen sat there quietly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He knew that what he was going to do next might be a little cruel to Abarai and Hisagi, but he didn't care so much. Not long after, Abarai and Hisagi followed Hinamori Momo back to the captain's room. When they saw Aizen, they felt a sense of tension in their hearts, wondering why the captain summoned them suddenly. After doing all this, Hinamori Momo wisely prepared to exit. After all, Captain Aizen must have something important to ask Abarai and the two of them, and she might not be suitable here. Abarai and Hisagi looked at each other, filled with confusion. But they still stood there, waiting for Aizen's instructions. "Hinamori Momo, you can just stay here, it's not a big deal," Aizen said and kept dizzy. Later, he would need Hinamori Momo to spread his great and upright side. Hinamori Momo heard Aizen asking her to stay and stood there. "You all just sit down, it's not that important, don't be too formal," Aizen said with a smile. Several people knelt down and sat down. At this moment, the corner of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, with a faint smile, and he slowly said, "Renji, Shohei, I have made a decision and plan to transfer you two from the 5th Division." Hearing this, the faces of Abarai and Abarai instantly showed surprise, and their eyes were full of doubts and confusion, even mixed with a trace of reluctance. They didn't understand why they suddenly received such an order. And this is precisely the reason why Aizen insisted on transferring the two of them. When faced with the captain's instructions, they did not immediately choose to obey, but first raised questions. "You two, please don't get excited first." Aizen's tone was soft, trying to calm down their emotions. Then, Aizen began to explain in detail to Abarai and Shohei the reasons for his decision. "Abarai, haven't you always regarded my strength as a goal?" That's why I decided to let you go to the 11th division. This is entirely out of concern and expectation for you. There is a very good person in the 11th division. The powerful chief officer is called Madarame Ikeku. I believe that as long as you learn from him, you will be able to quickly improve your strength and become an excellent Shinigami soon, and you will be able to better assist me in the future. Aizen said earnestly. Abarai said. Shuhei, I know you joined the 5th division to repay my life-saving grace, but now it's enough. Aizen said sincerely, if you think about your original intention of joining the Gotei 13th division, isn't it? Is it for Captain Rokuker Kensai of the 9th division? That's why you tattooed the word 69 on your face. I can't keep you in the 5th division because of my own selfishness. That would be too disappointing. As a captain, I should be considerate of my subordinates' pursuits. Hearing this, Shuhei's eyes were slightly moist. He lowered his head and his voice was choked with sobs. Captain, you are right. I joined the Gotei 13 and always wanted to follow Captain Rokukaru Kensai. Although he has defected. However, I have learned a lot from you during these days in the 5th division, and you are also a person I respect. Aizen smiled and patted Shubing on the shoulder and said, Shuing, you are an excellent Shinigami, and you can show your abilities no matter where you are. I believe that even if we are not in the 5th division, the friendship between us will still be there. It won't change. Go ahead and pursue your true purpose. Xiaobing raised his head, with a firm light shining in his eyes. He nodded vigorously and said, Thank you, Captain. I will work hard. After that, he bowed deeply to Aizen. Abarai, what about you? How do you think about it? If you don't want to go to the 11th division, I won't force you. Abarai struggled internally for a long time, knowing that this was a rare opportunity to make himself stronger. But he was a little reluctant to leave the 5th division and the captain. Finally, he made up his mind, Captain. I am willing to go to the 11th division to study with Madarame Ikeku. I will come back and continue to help you when I become stronger. Aizen smiled and nodded, Very good, Abarai, I believe you will become an excellent Shinigami. Hinamori Momo, who was watching all this, was filled with admiration for Aizen. She feels that Aizen is really a good captain, who not only cares about the growth of his subordinates, but is also willing to create better conditions for them. In Hinamori Momo's eyes, Aizen's words were clearly spoken for the long-term plan of his subordinates. He may have been full of reluctance in letting Renji and Shuhei go to other divisions, but he was able to bear the pain and think about his subordinates, which is really admirable. Aizen looked at Hinamori Momo, with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Hinamori, don't slack off. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible and become my vice-captain. I hope you can lead everyone to move forward. Hinamori Momo stood up nervously, Captain, I will definitely work hard. Please rest assured. Aizen nodded with satisfaction, turned and left the captain's room. A few days later, Rensi and Shuhei arrived at the new squad and began their training life. They do not forget Aizen's teachings, work hard, and constantly improve their strength. Momo Hinamori took the lead in the 5th division. She followed Aizen as an example and worked hard to manage the team. At the same time, she also silently watched the growth of Renji and Shuhei. In the 11th division, Renji was promoted to the 6th seat position due to his outstanding talent. Renji also respected the team's 3rd seat Madarame Ikeku and 5th seat Ayase Kawayumi Chika. Under the guidance of Madarame Ikeku, Renji also started studying Shikai. Madara Mizanchi, before I came to the 11th division, I heard Captain Aizen praise you, saying that you are a powerful Shinigami. I am really honored to be able to learn from you. Madarame Ikeku was very happy when he heard Abarai Renji say that Captain Aizen had also praised him, but he still said modestly, haha. Captain Aizen is overly praised. My strength is nothing. Captain Aizen is the powerful Shinigami. However, you are also very good. You became the 6th seat as soon as you came. Madara Ikeko patted Renji on the shoulder and said with a smile. It's all thanks to Madara Mizanchi. If it weren't for your careful guidance, I wouldn't have made such great progress. Renji scratched his head and chuckled. Stop flattering. Madara Ikeko scolded with a smile, today I will teach you Shikai. Shikai is the initial liberation of the Zanpakuto, and it is also the ability of the Zanpakuto that every Shinigami must master, otherwise the Zanpakuto can only be used as a shallow weapon. Hit use. With that said, Madara Ikeko pulled out his Zanpakuto and showed it to Renji. My Zanpakuto is called Kidenmaru, and in Shikai language it is stretch it, Kidmaru. I saw Onitomaru lengthen instantly and emit a dazzling light. After the liberation, Madara's spiritual pressure also increased significantly. It's amazing! Renji exclaimed. Madara Mizanchi, how can I master the liberation of the Zanpakuto? If you want to master Shikai, you must first know the name of your Zanpakuto. Madara Ikeko said with a serious face, each Zanpakuto has its own name. Only by communicating with its soul can you know its name. Renji nodded as if understanding, and then asked, then what can we do to communicate with the Zanpakuto mentally? This requires you to constantly practice and sharpen your will, and then practice sword zen. Madara Ikeko continued, only when your will is strong enough, can you awaken the power in the Zanpakuto and learn its name. After saying that, Madara Ikeko turned and left, leaving Renji with a thoughtful look on his face. Of course, if you are a pervert, you don't need to go through this step. At this time, Madara Ikeko suddenly turned around and curled his lips and said, for example, that kid. Of course Renji knows who Madara Ikeko is talking about, that is Hitsugaya Toshiro of the 10th Division. Now, Toshiro has become the third seat, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Toshiro knew the name of the Zanpakuto before entering the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, and was known as the genius boy in the Soul Society. However, he also has a small flaw, due to mastering the power of the Zanpakuto too early, his physical development was affected and he was relatively short. But this does not prevent him from being an excellent Shinigami, but rather makes him more eye-catching. I understand, Madara Mizanchi. Renji said with firm eyes, I will definitely work hard to practice and master Shikai. In the following days, Renji trained even harder and established a good relationship with his Zanpakuto. Connect. Chapter 90. After a period of sword zen, Aburai Renji finally knew the name of his Zanpakuto, Zabimaru. He pulled out the shallow sword from his waist, stroked the blade with his left hand, and muttered silently, roar. Zabimaru. The shallow sword in his hand made a clicking sound, and then turned into a double-edged snake belly sword. The Zabimaru put away had the blade has 6 sections and 7 sections. The half of the blade from the back to the middle of the blade is black, and the rest of the blade is silver-white. There are many protrusions on the blade. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of spiritual pressure in his body, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Finally, successful! Aburai shouted excitedly. Madara Mizanchi, I have mastered the power of Shikai. Madara Ikeko looked at the Zanpakuto in Aburai's hand. Not bad, Renji. A satisfied smile appeared on Madara Ikeko's face, but you are wrong about one thing. You have only mastered Shikai, and the power of Shikai is still waiting for you to discover. Madara, I can't wait to play with you. Aburai Shikai was quite confident. Haha, okay. Let me test your strength. Madara Ikeko readily agreed. He also wanted to see how much progress Aburai has made since Renji Shikai. Aburai held Zabimaru tightly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He flashed and rushed towards Madara Ikeko like lightning. The Zabimaru in his hand danced with fierce momentum. The Zabimaru in Renji's hand can expand and contract freely according to his operation, turning into a soft and elastic sword, and can attack the opponent like a soft whip. When extending and retracting, there will be a silver steel cable and steel chain connecting the Zabimaru blade to the blade. Madara Ikeko showed no sign of weakness and immediately raised his Zanpakuto to block Zabumaru's attack. The two of them were going back and forth, refusing to give in to each other, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. As the battle entered a fierce stage, Zabumaru suddenly stretched his hand and drew out the single sword like a whip at an extremely fast speed. Madara Ikeko was caught off guard and hit hard. Wow! Madara Ikeko took a few steps back and said, "Renji, is this Zabumaru's ability? The blade can expand and contract freely. I wonder to what length it can be stretched? Can it be as strong as Ichimaru Silver Captain's Divine Spear?" Madara Ikeko subconsciously compared Zabumaru with the Divine Spear. After hearing this, Aburai smiled and said, "Madara, won't you know this question if you try it?" After saying this, Aburai took advantage of the victory and launched another attack. The more he fights, the braver he becomes, making full use of Shikai's power. Madara Ikeko's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard Aburai Renji's words. He shouted loudly, rushed towards Aburai with his Zanpakuto, and started a fierce duel with Aburai Renji. During the battle, Aburai continued to experiment with making Zabumaru reach longer distances, while also exploring how to better control its power. Madara Ikeko relied on his rich combat experience to try to find out Zabumaru's weaknesses. The two sides were in a stalemate, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily. After several rounds of fighting, Madara Ikeko discovered that the longest distance Zabumaru can stretch seems to be determined by Renji's spiritual pressure. In addition, he can also use the instantaneous speed of Zabumaru's extension and the force of his slashing to knock his opponent away with his blade. The disadvantage is that it can only perform a maximum of 3 long-distance attacks after being extended. After 3 consecutive attacks, Zabumaru must be pulled back and contracted to its original shape before it can launch telescopic attacks again. "Renji, I have almost figured out your attacks. Next, let you feel the power of my Shikai." Aburai Renji felt the powerful aura of Madara Ikeko and did not dare to be careless. He concentrated on preparing to deal with Madara Ikeko's Shikai. Only a shout was heard, "Stretch it! Kitamaru!" Madara Ikeko raised his Zanpakuto high, and then swung it hard. The knife burst into dazzling light and finally transformed into a spear. Aburai Renji's eyes lit up, and he secretly sighed in his heart, Madara Sanchi finally used his Shikai. It seems that this battle will be extremely fierce. He knew the strength of Madara Ikeko, so he did not dare to do anything. After slacking off, he immediately took a deep breath, held Zabumaru tightly with both hands, and rushed towards Madara Ikeko. 1 inch longer and 1 inch stronger, the Kitamaru behind the Shikai was astonishingly long, and its attack range was much wider than before, which forced Aburai to deal with it carefully. He danced Zabumaru flexibly and used its retractable properties to deal with Madara Ikeko. The two sides went back and forth, fighting inextricably, and sparks flew for a while. Madara Ikeko is worthy of being a battle-experienced master. Facing Aburai's offensive, he did not panic at all, but calmly thought about countermeasures. He cleverly used the characteristics of Onitamaru to avoid Aburai's fierce attack. At the same time, he is constantly looking for the opponent's flaws and gradually launches a counterattack. Madara Ikeko is more powerful after all. I saw him holding the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, and swung the Onitamaru hard, and the sharp spear stabbed Aburai Renji like a gust of wind. Aburai Renji hurriedly raised Zabumaru to resist, but Kitamaru's power was too strong, and he was shocked back. As the battle progressed, Madara Ikeko gradually gained the upper hand. He took advantage of Kitamaru's length and constantly attacked Aburai Renji's weaknesses, putting the opponent in trouble. Aburai Renji gritted his teeth and resisted tenaciously. At a critical moment, Aburai suddenly had an idea. He stretched Zabumaru to its extreme, and then used the blade's segments to jam Kitamaru's gun blade. Then, he quickly retracted Zabumaru, using the impact force generated by inertia, intending to give Madara Ikeko a surprise blow. However, at this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Madarame Ikeko's face. Split it! Onai Tomaru! As he shouted, the gun body of the kitten Maru in his hand changed instantly. The originally straight spear suddenly split into 3 sections of stick, each section flashing with cold light. Abarai looked at this scene in shock, with an ominous premonition in his heart. But it was too late. Madarame Ikeko brandished a 3-section stick and attacked him at an alarming speed. Abarai tried his best to dodge sideways, and the 3-section stick hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. Abarai gasped for air and stared at Madarame Ikeko. Madarame Ikeko stood there with a proud smile on his face. I didn't expect it, kid. This is Onai Tomaru's true form. Madarame Ikeko laughed. Abarai gritted his teeth, knowing that he was in trouble. But he didn't back down, and Abarai held Zabimaru tightly, preparing for Madarame Ikeko's next attack. Take the move! Madarame Ikeko shouted and rushed over again, waving the Onai Denmaru. Both sides come and go, refusing to give in to each other. The battle has entered a fierce stage. Finally, Abarai gave up, breathing heavily with a satisfied smile on his face. That's awesome, Madarame Sanchi. Your mastery of Shikai is indeed beyond my comparison. He gave a thumbs up to Madarame Ikeko. Chapter 91. Ever since Madarame Ikeko had a sparring match with Abarai Renji, he had become even more urgent. Although the result of that competition was that he won, strictly speaking, he was the loser. Facing Renji Abarai, who had just learned Shikai, he tried his best and even performed a second Shikai to win this game. Damn it! Am I that weak? Madarame Ikeko looked unwilling, and his heart was full of frustration. He felt that he had worked very hard, but he was still not strong enough. No, I can't just admit defeat. Madarame Ikeko secretly made up his mind to make himself stronger. So, he started crazy training, conducting high-intensity combat exercises every day to continuously improve his strength. At the same time, he also began to study various tactics and techniques, hoping to find a fighting method that suits him. After a period of hard work, Madarame Ikeko finally made some progress. He found that his strength had been improved and his understanding of combat had become deeper, but this was still not enough. Now, he is no longer satisfied with ordinary battles, but is eager to compete with stronger opponents. On this day, Madarame Ikeko approached Zaraki Kenpeki. Captain Zaraki, I want to fight you. Madarame Ikeko said loudly. Zaraki Kenpeki showed an excited smile. Oh? I haven't fought for a long time. Madarame, since you have spoken, let us have a hearty battle. Kuzujishi Yachiru next to him saw this, afraid. The nickname Kuzujishi Yachiru gave him, aren't you afraid of being hacked to death by a small sword? Vice Captain Kusuka. I am not a man who is afraid of death. Madarame Ikeko didn't like this nickname very much. Zaraki Kenpeki and Madarame Ikeko stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The battle was about to break out, and Madarame Ikeko used all his strength from the beginning. Each of his slashes contained huge power. But Zaraki Kenpeki blocked every slash with ease. Madara! Use all your strength to cut like this. Are you a woman? Come on, let me enjoy the joy of fighting. Madarame Ikeko became more and more anxious as he fought, and his moves began to become messy. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki saw the opportunity and slashed at Madarame Ikeko. Madarame Ikeko was caught off guard and was hit in the shoulder by Zaraki's 8-footed sword. Blood splattered on his shoulder, all over the floor. Do you want to continue? Zaraki Kenpeki asked. Madarame Ikeko felt the pain in his shoulder and gritted his teeth and said, Come on, Captain, I haven't lost yet. Yes. That's it, let's fight. Zaraki Kenpeki is indeed a fighting madman, and he raised his sword and slashed at Madarame Ikeko. Madarame Ikeko was slashed to the point of retreating. Zaraki Kenpeki said with a ferocious smile, Madara, this is not okay. If you continue like this, I will chop you to death. Come on. Don't be afraid, don't get hacked to death. Kuzujishi Yachiru cheered on Madarame Ikeko from the sidelines. Don't underestimate me, Captain. After saying this, Madarame Ikeko released the Zanpakut. Stretch it. Kitamaru. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed towards Zaraki Kenpeki again. After a few rounds, Zaraki Kenpeki looked at Madarame Ikeko, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, showing a satisfied smile. Not bad, Madarame. You can still withstand a few of my slashes. Madarame Ikeko got up with difficulty and his face turned red. Zaraki Kenpeki's words had hit him too hard. How could he still take a few blows from him? Captain! One day, I will become stronger. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed, turned around, and left with long strides. I'm looking forward to that day coming, but before that, Madara, you'd better practice hard. Kuzujishi Yachiru ran over and helped Madarame Ikeko. Ouch! I'm afraid, you look really miserable. But you're really handsome. Madarame Ikeko glared at her. Vice Captain Kusashika. Please call me Madara. This battle caused Madarame Ikeko to suffer an unprecedented blow. He was slashed all over by Zaraki Kenpeki, and his end was extremely miserable. In the end, he had to go to the 4th Division for treatment and stayed there for more than a month before he recovered. At first, the ambulance crew of the 4th Division thought that Madarame Ikeko was attacked by a powerful enemy. It was not until later that they found out that it was Madarame Ikeko who took the initiative to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki. This guy is really asking for trouble. After Madarame Ikeko recovered from his injury, he went to fight Zaraki Kenpeki again only a few days later. This time, he was mentally prepared to go to the 4th Division to lie down for a month again. However, Zaraki Kenpeki is still more powerful than he imagined. Although Madarame Ikeko tried his best, he still couldn't resist Zaraki Kenpeki's attack and was brutally chopped again. However, he has no intention of backing down. After every defeat, he will continue to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki without hesitation. This persistence shocked the members of the 4th Division, and they began to wonder if Madarame Ikeko had masochistic tendencies. But in fact, Madarame Ikeko just has extremely high requirements and pursuits for himself, and he hopes to improve his strength through constant challenges. In this way, Madarame Ikeko experienced failure again and again, but he always persisted and was not discouraged. Every time he fell, he stood up again. He believes that as long as he persists, he will become stronger one day. Today, I don't know how many times I have challenged myself. Captain Zaraki, I will definitely hit you today. Madarame Ikeko shouted and rushed forward. Zaraki Kenpeki raised the corners of his mouth slightly, waved his sword lightly, and Madarame Ikeko flew out. Are you coming again? Zaraki Kenpeki said, looking at Madarame Ikeko on the ground. Of course. Madarame Ikeko got up with difficulty and wiped the blood from his mouth. Repeated failures did not dampen Madarame Ikeko's fighting spirit, but made him more and more courageous. Finally, after being knocked down for an unknown number of times, Madarame Ikeko succeeded in leaving a scar on Zaraki Kenpeki's body. Ha 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 ha, I did it! Madarame Ikeko laughed excitedly. Zaraki Kenpeki looked at the excited Madarame Ikeko with a smile on his face. Over this period of time, Madarame Ikeko's constant competition with Zaraki Kenpeki has indeed made a qualitative leap in his swordsmanship, but it only goes so far. Although he was beaten badly every time, he never tired of it because every battle was an improvement in his own strength. However, as time goes by, Madarame Ikeko gradually realizes that to truly become stronger, swordsmanship alone is not enough. He began to think about how to break through himself and find new sources of strength. After much thought, he finally understood that the only way to achieve this goal was to master the power of Bankai. Therefore, Madarame Ikeko decided to temporarily put aside his discussions with Zaraki Kenpeki and devote all his energy to Bankai's training. He knows that Bankai is an extremely powerful force that requires great effort to master. For this reason, he chose to practice in seclusion, entered his inner world, and started a thrilling battle with his Zanpakuto. In the inner world, Madarame Ikeko and Kitamaru are engaged in a fierce battle, and every collision is as shocking as thunder. He constantly challenges his limits, trying to gain Kitamaru's recognition and acquire Bankai's power. Chapter 92. Kitamaru's appearance is that of a strong man with long hair and a beard, dark skin, red eye shadow at the corners of his eyes, and a thick black line on his chest. His image gives people a strong and majestic feeling, but also reveals a hint of mystery and weirdness. This appearance echoes his identity as Madarame Ikeko's Zanpakuto, showcasing his great strength and unique personality. The power of the Zanpakuto itself is based on one's own soul. This means that the Zanpakuto is not just a weapon, but an extension and embodiment of the owner's soul. For Madarame Ikeko, he has a militant personality and is keen on fighting. This love for fighting has become a part of his soul. Therefore, his Zanpakuto, Onitomaru, also has strong aggression and desire to fight. However, it is not easy to gain Kitamaru's recognition and learn Bankai. As a powerful Zanpakuto, Onitomaru has its own will and requirements. It will not easily hand over its true power to anyone, but requires Ikeko to prove its abilities through constant efforts and challenges. It is destined to be a difficult process for Madarame Ikeko to gain recognition from Kitamaru to learn Bankai. He didn't know how many times he had fought with Kitamaru, but he still hadn't gotten his approval yet. On this day, in the inner world of Madarame Ikeko, Madarame Ikeko brandished his Zanpakuto and launched a fierce attack on Onitomaru. Every confrontation brought a shocking impact, and the surrounding air was stirred up. Onitomaru faced Ikeko's attack without dodge, and at the same time counterattacked with huge power. He kept attacking Madarame Ikeko with a spear in hand. The fighting between the two sides became more and more intense, and they refused to give in to each other. Madarame Ikeko gritted his teeth and tried with all his strength to break through the defense of Onitomaru's spear. However, Onitomaru has always been as stable as a mountain, and his strength seems unfathomable. In the fierce battle, Madarame Ikeko gradually realized some true meanings about his own power. He began to adjust his tactics and bring out his potential abilities. As the battle progressed, Madarame Ikeko finally found a breakthrough. He caught Kitamaru's flaw for a moment and launched a decisive blow. Madarame Ikeko knocked the spear from Kitamaru's hand away, making a crisp sound. Kitamaru took a few steps back, his eyes flashing with surprise. Madarame Ikeko gasped, looking at the slightly trembling Zanpakuto in his hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. "I did it, I finally defeated you once," Ikeko whispered. At this time, Onitomaru's voice sounded, "Yes, your strength deserves my recognition. But this is just the beginning. Come on, defeat me again, and you will be qualified to master Bankai." Madarame Ikeko laughed and nodded. As long as he won once, he would win twice or three times. At this moment, he has taken a crucial step. Spring passed and autumn came, and in the second year, the winning rate of Madarame Ikeko and Kitamaru had reached a 50-50 split. After another fierce battle, Madarame Ikeko lay on the ground tiredly, looking at the sky. "Not enough," he muttered. Although the winning rate with Kitamaru was almost even, he knew that there was still a long way to go before he could truly master Bankai. Standing up, holding the Zanpakuto tightly, he walked forward with firm eyes. Day after day, hard battle. Time flies, and the third year has arrived. This time, can he defeat Kitamaru and get the power he dreams of? After this day's battle, Madarame Ikeko and Onitomaru won more battles than lost, and the winning rate reached 73. In the inner world, the battle between the two was extremely fierce, and both sides tried their best. Every strike of Madarame Ikeko carried the momentum of breaking the cauldron, and Kitamaru's defense became increasingly difficult. At the critical moment, Madarame Ikeko saw the right moment and swung the sword with all his strength. This sword was as fast as lightning, directly breaking through Kitamaru's defense line. Kitamaru took a few steps back and finally knelt down on one knee. He raised his head with a relieved smile on his face. "Congratulations, Madarame Ikeko, you finally did it." Madarame Ikeko gasped, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He walked up to Kidenmaru and stretched out his right hand. Onitomaru held his hand and slowly stood up. "Now, you are qualified to master Bankai," Kidenmaru said. Madarame Ikeko took a deep breath and felt the power surging within his body. He knows that this is the result of his many years of hard work. "Now let me tell you my Bankai's word spirit, listen carefully, it is Dragon Pattern Ghost Pill." With the return of consciousness, Madarame Ikeko opened his eyes and felt the spiritual pressure surging in his body. He held the Onitomaru high and shouted Bankai's words. "Bankai! Dragon Pattern Kitamaru!" The Zanpakutetsu form changes into a huge axe-shaped blade carried on the back, with the dragon-shaped pattern on the axe-shaped blade. There are two oversized sharp blades connected by huge thick iron chains on both sides of the axe. Renji Abarai and Yumichika Ayasukawa, who were closest to Madarame Ikeko, quickly noticed the change in his spiritual pressure, and they rushed towards the direction of Madarame Ikeko as quickly as possible. When they arrived, they saw Madarame Ikeko carrying a huge axe, and Abarai immediately realized that this might be Madarame Ikeko's Bankai state. "Is this Madara Mizanzaki Bankai?" Renji looked at the huge axe from a distance, and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder in his heart. He knew that Bankai meant a substantial increase in strength, but at this moment he did not feel the powerful fluctuations in spiritual pressure. Damn it, Madara actually got to this point first. Yumichika Ayasukawa curled her lips, with a hint of jealousy in her tone, but more of it was congratulations to her friend for learning Bankai. After the two came to Madarame Ikeko, Abarai Renji couldn't wait to ask, "Madara is a senior, are you your Bankai? I heard that the spiritual pressure after Bankai should be 5 to 10 times that of Shikai. But why? According to my perception, your spiritual pressure has not increased very much, right?" This question bothered Renji Abarai, and he wanted to know the reason. After all, Bankai is the realm that every Shinigami dreams of, and Madarame Ikeko does not seem to show the burst of spiritual pressure he deserves. "Tell me this, my dragon pattern Kidenmaru is a slow-heating Bankai. Do you see the dragon pattern on the axe in the middle?" Renji looked at the huge axe and nodded. "Senior, there is indeed a dragon pattern on the axe." Madarame Ikeko explained to Renji, "In order for the dragon pattern Kitamaru to exert its maximum power, I need to chop the enemy or be chopped to awaken. Then the dragon pattern on the axe will gradually turn red, and my spiritual pressure will also follow. After it is fully red, it can exert its strongest power." Abarai Renji and Ayase Yamakika suddenly realized that this was the case. Madarame Ikeko's Bankai actually had such characteristics. "What a unique Bankai, Madara is the senior." Renji sighed. "Hey, how about it, kid, are you interested in giving it a try?" Madarame Ikeko smiled and waved the giant axe, intending to strike at Renji. No, thank you for your kindness, senior." Renji waved his hands quickly, he didn't want to become a test subject. "Haha, just kidding. However, if you really encounter a strong enemy, don't back down, Renji." Madarame Ikeko put away his smile and said seriously. "Yes, senior." Renji straightened his body, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. After the three communicated, Abarai Renji proposed to report the news of Madarame Ikeko's learning of Bankai to Captain Zaraki. Unexpectedly, Madarame Ikeko decisively rejected Renji's idea. "Renji, Yumichika, I still hope that you can keep the matter of me learning Bankai a secret. I just want to use it as my trump card. Please. The two of them didn't know what Madarame Ikeko had in mind. He didn't want others to know that he had mastered Bankai, but he still agreed to keep this secret for him. Chapter 93. Lin Yu, the sixth child, has not been idle these years. Thanks to Aizen's sudden attention to him, he had the opportunity to exchange information with Ichimaru Jin. Sometimes it's Aizen's seventh team pretending to be Ichimaru Jin, and sometimes it's the real Ichimaru Jin, but no matter who comes, Lin Yu will treat the other party as Ichimaru Jin. Once, Aizen came to the seventh team disguised as Ichimaru Jin. Lin Yu warmly welcomed him and drank and chatted with him. Lin Yu deliberately showed concern and curiosity about Ichimaru Jin, asking him about his recent situation and some personal issues. Although Aizen had some doubts in his heart, he still answered Lin Yu's questions cooperatively. However, when Lin Yu began to talk about his ideals in life, Aizen finally couldn't help it. Captain Ichimaru, I have always felt that we are very similar. We are both unscrupulous people who pursue higher goals. Lin Yu said, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Aizen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what on earth does this guy want to say? Has he discovered my identity? Then, Lin Yu continued, however, our purposes are different. You are pursuing power and status, while I am pursuing justice and order in the soul society. In pursuit of justice and order for corpse souls, Lin Yu's words really came from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Aizen's face turned gloomy, and he realized that Lin Yu might have noticed his true intention. But he did not show it immediately, but continued to listen to Lin Yu. Captain Ichimaru, I know you are a smart person and will be able to understand my thoughts. We can become friends, help each other, and achieve our goals together. Lin Yu said sincerely. Hearing this, Aizen was a little surprised, but he still had a smile on his face, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he asked, I wonder what Captain Lin Yu wants to do. Lin Yu burped and said with a hint of drunkenness, of course I want to be the captain of the Gotei 13. This way I can implement the justice and order in my heart. How about it? It's amazing. Lan Ran was stunned for a moment. He originally thought Lin Yu had discovered something, but now it seems that he was too cautious. He couldn't help but smile and said, is this your ideal? Lin Yu replied matter-of-factly, otherwise, becoming the captain is already a great goal, right? Does Captain Ichimaru have a better way for me to implement justice and order in Soul Society? Aizen felt ashamed, shook his head helplessly, and said, that's not true. After getting even more drunk, Lin Yu pulled Aizen and started chatting about life like a chatterbox. His voice became a little unclear, but his eyes were extremely bright. What is the meaning of living? Why do we come to this world and experience pain and suffering? And when we die and come to Soul Society, if we die again, what will become of us? Is falling into hell the only way to go? Or are there other destinations? Aizen listened quietly, with a helpless smile on his face. He knew that Lin Yu was already very drunk at this time, but he had to admit that the questions Lin Yu raised were indeed very profound and made people think deeply. Then, Lin Yu started talking nonsense again. If Soul Society attacks Hueco Mundo with all its strength, can it wipe out Hueco Mundo in one fell swoop? This is a question worth pondering. Aizen really couldn't stand Lin Yu's nonsense. He stood up and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Captain Lin Yu, I still have team affairs that I need to go back to deal with. After that, he hurriedly left. After confirming that Aizen had left, Lin Yu, who was lying on the table, slowly opened his eyes. There was a sly smile in his eyes. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. It turned out that he had been pretending to be drunk just now, just to make Aizen leave quickly. Since Lin Yu met Aizen this time, Aizen decided not to see him again. Every time he came to drink with him, it was the loyal Ichimaru Jin. On this day, Ichimaru Jin came to the 7th team on time as usual and enjoyed the fun of wine with Lin Yu. The two of them chatted while tasting the wine. Ichimaru-jin suddenly thought of a question he had always wanted to ask. Captain Lin Yu, how do you judge which one is the real me? Lin Yu smiled slightly and replied, it's actually very simple, because Kaika Suijutsu has no influence on me. Ichimaru-jin frowned and asked with some confusion, what do you mean by this? Do you think you are not affected by Kaika Suijutsu? Lin Yu nodded and replied seriously, yes, that is the fact. Ichimaru-jin shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Captain Lin Yu, what you said is really a joke. If you are really immune to the influence of Kaika Suijutsu, wouldn't you be able to easily crack Captain Aizen's plan? Lin Yu smiled helplessly and said, I'm just telling the truth. Why doesn't Captain Ichimaru believe it? Ichimaru-jin sighed and said, okay, let's talk about some serious things. So the two began to talk about other topics. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and continued, however, although I am not affected by Kaika Suijutsu, I don't want to ruin Aizen's plan. Ichimaru-jin asked curiously, why do you say that? Lin Yu explained, Aizen's plan is conducive to the development of Soul Society, and I don't want to do it, so even if I know the truth, I won't do it. Ichimaru-jin seemed to understand something and nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Yu changed the topic and said with a smile, but I can guarantee that you will fail in the end. Ichimaru's silver face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, really? Then we'll see. Lin Yu looked at Ichimaru-jin indifferently and said, Ichimaru, whether you are a person or a Shinigami, you must be self-aware. In terms of strategy, I am indeed not as good as Aizen, but in terms of strength, the current Aizen is really not enough for me. Cut it. His tone was calm and confident, as if he was absolutely sure of his own strength. Ichimaru-jin frowned slightly, feeling a little worried. Although he knew that Captain Lin Yu was powerful, he still felt uneasy facing a powerful enemy like Aizen. However, he also understood that there was no point in arguing about this issue at this moment, so he decided not to dwell on it anymore. Captain Lin Yu, you said before that you could help me save Ranjaku. Is it true or false? Ichimaru-jin suddenly changed the subject and stared at Lin Yu closely, his eyes revealing eagerness and expectation. Lin Yu smiled and patted Ichimaru-jin's shoulder, I said I can save you, I can save you. What's the point of lying to you? Just rest assured. His smile was full of confidence, which made him Ichimaru-jin gave up some of his doubts. Ichimaru-jin nodded. Although there was still a trace of uncertainty in his heart, he believed that Lin Yu would not easily make promises that could not be fulfilled. He decided to put aside his worries for the time being and believe in Captain Lin Yu wholeheartedly. After all, he is really not strong enough to save Rangju. Now they need to unite and fight Aizen together. This is also his only choice. Chapter 94. It's not easy. The old Kokaki Jinling can finally retire. Not long ago, Byakuya Kokaki successfully took control of Bankai and was ready to officially take over the responsibility of the head of the Kokaki family and become the 28th generation head. At the same time, Yinling was also ready to retire from the position of captain of the 6th division. Over the years, he has been shouldering the heavy responsibility of maintaining the family's honor, but time is not forgiving and his physical condition has gradually declined, making it difficult for him to continue to serve as captain. Despite this, he is still confident in his abilities and believes that even if he no longer serves as captain, he can still contribute to the family. For Byakuya Kokaki, taking over family affairs is not an easy task. He needs to face the pressure from the people in the family, and at the same time he needs to have strong strength, otherwise he will just be a showman. However, at this critical moment, both Kokaki Gingling and Kokaki Xianghe will fully support Byakuya Kokaki and help him successfully grasp the rights of the family. Although Kokaki Jinling no longer serves as captain, he will continue to pay attention to family affairs and provide necessary guidance and advice to Byakuya. After all, his status and experience in the family are irreplaceable. With the retirement of Kokaki Silver Bell, the Kokaki family has ushered in a new chapter. Where will Byakuya Kokaki lead the family? Lin Yu frowned and looked at Kokaki Xianghe in front of him, and asked doubtfully, "Today is the big day for Byakuya to take over as the head of the family. Why do you come to me instead of observing in the clan?" Kokaki Xianghe scratched his head and said with a smile, "He. Master, there is nothing good about taking over as the head of the family, and as the captain of the special force, it is better for me to minimize my appearance." Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of ridicule in his tone, "Tisk. I think you are a little jealous that Byakuya can become the head of the family." Kokaki Xianghe quickly waved his hands to deny, "Master, I am suing you for slander. How could I be jealous? If it were me in the past, I might be a little jealous, but since I have seen your strength, I understand what you mean. The family is of no use at all, only becoming stronger is the most important thing, and the family has become a constraint." Lin Yu smacked his lips and showed a joking smile, "Tisk, I have to say, Xianghe, your awareness is really high." Xianghe smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, "Master, please stop making fun of me." Okay. Look at how funny you are." Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile, and then got to the point, "Have you seen Byakuya's Bankai?" Xianghe was startled for a moment, then shook his head, "I've never even seen his Shikai, let alone Bankai." "But, Master, why are you suddenly interested in Byakuya's Zanpakuto?" "I just heard that Byakuya's liberation is beautiful, and he can turn his Zanpakuto into a cherry blossom. I just want to see it." Lin Yu crossed his arms and said with a look of longing. "Ah? It looks good? Can this Bankai thing be used to read?" "Master, I can't refute your reason." Kokaki Xianghe scratched his head helplessly. "Xianghe, think about it, if after your Zanpakuto is released, the pink cherry blossoms beside you are fluttering in the wind, and you hold your lover and look at the cherry blossoms in the sky, what a scene! What a feeling! Really! It makes people unable to extricate themselves." Lin Yu continued to bewitch. "It seems quite romantic." Kokaki Xianghe couldn't help but admire it, but quickly shook his head, "But this is not my Zanpakuto. That's easy to do." Lin Yu's eyes lit up and he chuckled, "Why don't we let Byakuya show it?" "Master." Kokaki Hibiki looked confused, "Are you kidding me? How could Byakuya show us his Bankai? This is very simple." Lin Yu raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, "Just try his strength and have a fight with him. If it doesn't work, can't your Muramasa control the Zanpakuto? Wouldn't it be great to just get Senbonzakura out when the time comes?" "Hehe, there are so many ways." Kokaki Xianghe couldn't help but feel a little moved when he listened to Lin Yu's words. He secretly glanced at Lin Yu and muttered to himself, "What the master said does make sense," but he always felt as if he was being used as a weapon. Soon after, the Kokaki family and Lin Yu found Byakuya. "Uncle, Captain Lin Yu, why did you come to see me?" Byakuya looked at them with a trace of doubt in his eyes. At first, Kokaki Xianghe was still trying to organize his words, thinking about how to speak more tactfully. However, Lin Yu couldn't stand his dilly-dallying attitude and couldn't wait to speak first. "Byakuya, we are here to congratulate you on inheriting the position of the head of the family, and we heard that you have learned Bankai. Xianghe wants to compete with you to see how strong you are after Bankai." "You think so, Xianghe?" After saying that, he patted Xianghe on the shoulder. Byakuya looked at Kokaki Xianghe, then at Lin Yu, frowning slightly, "Discussion? I just became the head of the family, and there are still many things to deal with, so I don't have time to discuss." Lin Yu said quickly, "Oh, don't be such a spoiler, Byakuya. Just relax and let us see your Bankai, how about it?" Kokaki Xianghe also echoed, "Yes, uncle, I also want to see where you and I are now." Byakuya hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, okay, let's stop there. Kokaki's training ground. The sparring began, and Kokaki Xianghe used all his strength to cut Byakuya back repeatedly. Lin Yu watched the game excitedly from the side, shouting a few cheering words from time to time. Unable to withstand the pressure, Byakuya immediately released his Zanpakuto. Scatter. Senbonzakura. After Senbonzakura Shikai, the blade breaks down into thousands of sharp blades that are invisible to the naked eye, cutting enemies from all directions. The blade refracts light as it dances, making it look like 1,000 withered cherry blossoms. The blade is also broken down into small blades, which can cause great damage to the enemy, but will not cause a lot of bleeding, and the probability of damaging the enemy's vital points is not high, so the attack power is somewhat lacking. Looking at the cherry blossoms flying in the sky, Xianghe distanced himself from Byakuya. Lin Yu kept praising his good looks on the sidelines. Uncle, if you want to see my Bankai, block this move first. After saying that, Byakuya controlled the blade turned into a cherry blossom and launched an attack on Xianghe. What's difficult is that Byakuya's attack can't keep up with Xianghe's movement speed, and Sakuraliu is flying around like a headless fly. Byakuya was forced to turn Senbonzakura upside down. After letting go, the Zanpakuto stood straight down and sank into the ripples in the ground, disappearing. At the same time, from the ripples in the ground on both sides, huge blades rose up, which could reach thousands. Bundle. Immediately afterwards, those huge blades turned into cherry blossoms and flew and scattered together, the number of which was far more than the Shikai. Scatter. Senbonzakura Keijian. Byakuya finally used his Bankai, Senbonzakura Keijian. After this unique move was revealed, Byakuya was about to launch an attack, but Xianghe suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lin Yu watched from the side, seeming to have some unfinished thoughts. He excitedly said to Byakuya, "Not bad, Byakuya, your Bankai is really strong." After saying that, he pulled Xianghe and turned around and ran away, leaving a confused Byakuya. It took a while for Byakuya to react and realize that they were just teasing him. He sighed helplessly and complained, "Really? You are so old and you are still making fun of me." However, at this time, Lin Yu and Xianghe had already disappeared without a trace, leaving Byakuya alone and furious on the training ground. Chapter 95. In the first team building, a solemn promotion ceremony for the captain of the 6th team was being held. However, what was different from the past was that Lin Yu did not doze off as usual, but instead kept trying to hold back his laughter. His face was twisted, as if he was in great pain, but he tried his best not to laugh. The other captains in the team building noticed his unusual expression and cast doubtful glances. They couldn't understand why Lin Yu behaved so strangely, and some even wondered whether he had a sudden convulsion. Lin Yu noticed that everyone was looking at him, so he suppressed a smile and explained, "I'm sorry, everyone. I suddenly remembered some very interesting things, and I just couldn't help it." As soon as he finished speaking, he finally said he couldn't suppress the laughter in his heart and burst into laughter. But today's protagonist, Byakuya Kokaki's face became extremely gloomy, as dark as the bottom of a pot. He understood why Lin Yu was laughing, because he was the unlucky victim. Ever since Lin Yu and Xianghe deceived him about Bankai that day, he had deeply remembered this incident in his heart, and wrote down their names in the little notebook in his heart. Even if Fiajin persuaded him to let go of the matter countless times, it could not calm the resentment in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he couldn't beat those two people, he might have gone to them with a knife to settle the score. You know, the last time he was teased was when he was a child. At that time, Yoryuaki, the nasty cat demon of Shifunjai Yuan, always liked to tease him, but he eventually learned the secret steps from her, the third of the 4 maples, Sora Cicada. This technique allows him to quickly leave the place and leave his coat behind, making the enemy mistakenly think that it hit his body, but in fact it only hit his clothes. Additionally, he learned something unique from Yoryuki's footwork and successfully developed a special shunpo called Spark Flower. This shunpo combines the characteristics of rotation, allowing him to quickly move to the opponent's back, thereby piercing and destroying the opponent's locks and body sleep. When the other captains heard Lin Yu's explanation, they became even more confused, and Byakuya Kukaki's face became even more ugly. At this time, Lin Yu finally laughed enough, and he decided to tease Byakuya Kukaki again, so he deliberately walked up to Byakuya Kukaki, with a joking smile on his face, and said, "Little Byakuya, aren't you still angry with us? Right? Oh, don't be so stingy, it's just a joke." After saying that, he couldn't help laughing again. When Byakuya Kukaki heard this, his eyes widened suddenly, he glared at Lin Yu fiercely, then snorted coldly, turned around and walked away proudly. He secretly thought to himself, "This guy is so disgusting, he dares to tease him like this, and he must take revenge on him when he has the opportunity in the future." Looking at Byakuya Kukaki's leaving figure, Lin Yu laughed even harder. The other captains looked at all this with bewildered faces. They really didn't understand why Lin Yu would suddenly do such a thing to Byakuya Kukaki, causing a good promotion ceremony to end so hastily. After a while, Lin Yu finally stopped laughing, but there was still a smile on his face. He looked at the other captains and shrugged, expressing his helplessness. The other captains could only shake their heads helplessly and disperse one after another. Only Lin Yu and the captain were left in the entire team building. He stood there quietly, recalling the scene that just happened, and couldn't help laughing again. Captain Yamamoto was so angry that he blew his beard and stared at Lin Yu loudly. "Lin Yu, what on earth have you done to make Byakuya hate you so much?" Lin Yu blinked and said with an innocent face, "It's nothing, but Byakuya's Zanpakuto will turn into a cherry blossom, won't it?" In order to appreciate the beauty of the cherry blossoms, Xianghe and I asked him to bankai in the name of sparring. Then we left after watching the cherry blossoms and let him bankai in vain. After saying that, he showed a harmless smile. Captain Yamamoto almost fainted to the ground after listening to Lin Yu's words. He never imagined that Lin Yu and Xianghe would do such a thing. You two are just fooling around. Bankai is not for people to watch," Captain Yamamoto said angrily. "But then again, is his bankai really beautiful? The captain also has a heart like 8 trigrams." Lin Yu smiled nonchalantly and said, "Oh, Captain, don't be angry. We just want to broaden our horizons, and Byakuya has nothing to lose. And the scenery is indeed beautiful. Captain, should you also let him bankai? Let me show you." Captain Yamamoto was so angry that his beard trembled. He pointed at Lin Yu and said, "You guy, you are still like this after living for almost 1,000 years. If you cause trouble again, I will not forgive you." Ahem. The captain coughed twice and brought the topic back. "What's going on with Aizen now?" "Don't worry, Captain. Everything is still under control, and I have also secured an insider, so that I am not afraid of being caught off guard by emergencies," Lin Yu said to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni with a confident look on his face. "Who?" Yamamoto asked with a raised eyebrow. "Captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin," Lin Yu replied. "What did you promise him to side with us?" Yamamoto continued to ask. "Ichimaru Jin stayed with Aizen just to stab him in the back, but he was not a real traitor," Lin Yu explained. "Oh? Tell me, you haven't reported this to me yet." Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni looked at Lin Yu curiously. Therefore, Lin Yu briefly reported the matter of Ichimaru Jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. After listening, the captain squinted his eyes and his eyes became sharp, as if he could understand everything. "According to what you said, Matsumoto Ranjaku's spirit body contained the Soul King's nails, and Aizen took this part to create Hagyaku? So, did Ichimaru Jin approach Aizen to get this part of her soul back?" "Yes, that's exactly it. Lin Yu responded with a calm nod. Well, this is indeed a good piece of good news that I have heard over the years. The captain raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a satisfied smile. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Lin Yu said, preparing to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, the captain stopped him. Wait a minute, regarding Byakuya Kokaki, you'd better find a way to appease him. After all, he has become the captain now, and we need to save him some face. Lin Yu agreed with a smile, but was thinking secretly in his heart. He knew that he had really offended Dabake, so he had to think of a way to compensate him, and then turned around and left the team building. Along the way, Lin Yu was still worried about how to compensate Dabake. However, when he thought of the beautiful cherry blossoms he saw before, he felt that everything was worth it. As for Dabake's revenge, let's wait until later to resolve it slowly. Chapter 96. In order to make up for the previous prank on Byakuya, Lin Yu came to Kokaki's house again. However, the person who received him was not Byakuya Kokaki, but Hyjin. Captain Lin Yu, what do you want to do here? It's Hyjin. Isn't little Byakuya at home? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Hyjin shook his head and replied softly, sorry, Byakuya went out on a mission and hasn't come back yet. Lin Yu thought to himself that it seems that he came at the wrong time today, but he still said with a smile on his face, it doesn't matter, I do have something to do with him, so can I wait for him here for a while? Hyjin replied very politely, of course, please come in. After saying that, he welcomed Lin Yu into the house, let him take a rest in the tea room, and prepared some exquisite refreshments for him. This was not the first time for Lin Yu to come to Kokaki's house. Looking around the tea room, he saw that the decoration style had been completely renewed. It seems that little Byakuya changed many places to his own style after taking over Kokaki's house. Although this style looks serious and solemn on the outside, it has a warm atmosphere on the inside, which perfectly matches his arrogant character. Captain Lin Yu, last time you and your uncle teased Byakuya, he was very angry. When he comes back later, he might not want to see you. Hyjin suddenly remembered what happened before and couldn't help but remind him. Road. Lin Yu laughed awkwardly twice, and then said seriously, I came to see him this time because I have something serious to discuss. Little Byakuya shouldn't be so stingy. As time passed, Lin Yu chatted happily with Fei Zhen while savoring the delicious snacks. They talked about many topics, including Lucia's recent situation. Before I knew it, it was getting late. Just when Lin Yu thought he wouldn't see Byakuya Kokaki today, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Byakuya Kokaki came back. He frowned slightly when he saw Lin Yu, but quickly regained his composure. What are you doing here? Byakuya Kokaki asked coldly. Lin Yu smiled and stood up. Don't worry, I came to you this time for business. Byakuya Kokaki glanced at Lin Yu and then at Hyjin next to him, seeming to understand something. He waved his hand and motioned for Lin Yu to follow him. When the two came to the courtyard, Byakuya Kokaki stopped and turned around. Tell me, what's going on? Byakuya Kokaki asked calmly. Lin Yu looked at little Byakuya who was still angry, scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Xianghe and I just wanted to look at the magnificent view of your Zanpakuto Bankai, I didn't expect it to cause you so much trouble. Hey, if you just come here to apologize, then there's no need. Little Byakuya raised his head proudly and turned his face slightly, not wanting to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind to let this kid know how powerful he was. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I am not here to apologize empty-handed. I am going to teach you something, and I believe you will like it. Oh? What? Byakuya's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Lin Yu said that he wanted to teach him something. After all, as a veteran captain, what Lin Yu can come up with is definitely not ordinary, and it will definitely benefit him a lot. Shallow. My Shunpo. How about it? Are you interested? Byakuya's face fell instantly, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face that was full of expectations. He thought Lin Yu would teach him something, but he didn't expect it to be just an ordinary Shunpo. Shunpo. I have mastered it very well, and the secret step Kong-chan I learned from that cat demon Yoryuaki and the flash flower I created are enough for me to use. Byakuya was a little dissatisfied. Said happily. For Byakuya, he is very confident in his Shunpo. The secret step Kong-chan learned from the cat demon Yoryuaki when he was a child and the flash flower he created gave him great advantages in speed and mobility. He felt that these skills were enough to deal with various combat situations, and there was no need to learn other Shunpo skills. However, Lin Yu smiled and seemed not surprised by Byakuya's answer. Byakuya, don't underestimate my Shunpo. My Shunpo is called Shunpo, and Shifunjai Yuan's Shunpo is not as fast as me. Although it looks simple, the skills and changes contained in it are endless. As long as you study hard, I believe you will gain something. Lin Yu said earnestly. Byakuya frowned, thinking to himself. Although he is very confident in his Shunpo, Lin Yu is a veteran captain after all, and his experience and strength are there. Maybe he can really learn something new from Lin Yu. Seeing that little Byakuya was still doubting, Lin Yu gave him a ready-made example. Didn't you fail to keep up with Xianghe in your previous battle? I taught him his Shunpo. Uncle Hibiki's Shunpo. Byakuya always thought that Kukaki Hibiki's frighteningly fast Shunpo was his own creation, but it turned out that it was taught to him by Lin Yu. Okay, then I'll give it a try. But if your Shunpo is nothing special, I won't accept your sincerity in apologizing. Lin Yu nodded, knowing that Byakuya was an arrogant person and would not accept other people's teachings easily. But he also believes that as long as Byakuya learns it, he will be satisfied with Lin Yu's flash. Then let's get started. Take a look at my demonstration first. Lin Yu said, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared dozens of meters away, and then moved to another location at an extremely fast speed. The whole process was like a ghost. Byakuya's detection nerves did not sense how Lin Yu moved at all. Byakuya's eyes widened and he stared closely at Lin Yu's figure. He realized that Lin Yu's flash was indeed different from what he had mastered. This kind of speed and flexibility is simply beyond imagination. How was it? Not bad, right? Lin Yu returned to Byakuya with a smile. Looking at his surprised expression, he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Is this what you call instant flash? It's indeed very powerful. Byakuya had to admit that Lin Yu's Shunpo gave him a great shock. Yes, this is my instant flash. It not only focuses on speed, but also can avoid the enemy's detection nerves. By skillfully using spiritual pressure, you can achieve higher speed movement and counterattack in combat. Lin Yu explained. Byakuya nodded, understanding. He began to carefully observe Lin Yu's movements and breathing, trying to understand the mystery. In the following time, Lin Yu began to explain the techniques and key points of blinking in detail to Byakuya, and personally demonstrated how to use spiritual pressure to achieve the effect of avoiding sensory nerves. Byakuya listened carefully and kept trying and practicing. After a period of training, Byakuya gradually mastered these new Shunpo techniques. He discovered that by adjusting the output of spiritual pressure and the specific arrangement and application of spiritual energy in the body, Shunpo could become more flexible and versatile. As Byakuya's understanding of flash deepened, his strength also improved further. He began to incorporate the newly learned skills into his fighting style, and his combat power improved to a small level. Little Byakuya. How about this apology gift from me? Although Byakuya Kukaki was very satisfied with the blink Lin Yu taught him, he still said arrogantly, it's just so. I will accept your apology this time. Chapter 97. The situation in Naraki City is very strange. Almost all Shinigami stationed here have lost contact, including even a few chief officials. This abnormal phenomenon has attracted great attention from the Gotei 13th team, who believe that this matter is of great importance and must find out the truth as soon as possible and take action. After the captain meeting was held, Captain Yamamoto decided to send Captain Shiba of the 10th Division to the present world to investigate. Ishin, you are responsible for this matter. You must find out the situation of Shinigami stationed in Naraki City. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said with a serious face. I will find out everything, Captain. Shiba nodded solemnly. It is definitely not a small matter to know that so many Shinigami and Ziguan can lose contact without being able to send a signal for help. Captain. We are going to lose another captain this time. Lin Yu said worriedly. Did Aizen meddle in this matter? Yamamoto asked with a frown. It is indeed him, and what Ishin met this time when he went to Naraki City was not an ordinary hollow. Lin Yu sighed and said slowly. Could it be that hollow has the same spiritual intelligence as before? Isn't this difficult for Ishin? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni asked doubtfully. Lin Yu shook his head. The hollow who is causing trouble in Naraki City this time is Vastad, who has been transformed by Aizen. I must limit my spiritual pressure when I go to the present world. If I encounter Aizen's sneak attack again, I'm afraid it will be very bad. When Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni heard this, his face became very ugly. He is well aware of the power of Vastad, which is the most powerful Daigzu. If Aizen's conspiracy is added to it, then Shiba will probably be in trouble this time. Lin Yu, you must go through this matter. Shiba cannot die like this. But we can't let Aizen find you. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said solemnly. I know, but I can only bury Ishin's stay in this world as a secret. Otherwise, there is no way to explain that he can successfully return to Soul Society despite Wax's attack and Aizen's sneak attack. Lin Yu frowned. He frowned and thought about countermeasures. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni thought about it and nodded, okay. Let Ishin stay in this world for the time being, just as the captain of the 10th Division. Lin Yu saw the captain's worries and comforted him with a smile. You don't have to worry about this problem. I will help Toshiro master Bankai as soon as possible. With his talent, he should be able to master it soon. And there is Matsumoto Ranjaku beside him. Auxiliary, with the two of them in the 10th Division, there won't be any problems. After hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni nodded slightly in agreement. Afterwards, Lin Yu left the captain's office and went to the real world to find Shiba Ishin. At this time, after receiving the order, Shiba Ishin set out to Naraki City alone after limiting his spiritual pressure. Outside Naraki City, a figure wearing a Death Overlord outfit and a white Haori was moving at an extremely fast speed. It was Shiba Ishin who came from Soul Society. Ishin felt a powerful and evil spiritual pressure while he was on his way. This spiritual pressure was different from ordinary hollows, and the spiritual pressure filled the entire Naraki City. We're in trouble this time. The strength of this spiritual pressure may be that of a Vastad-level Daigzu. Ishin frowned, carefully feeling the dissipated spiritual pressure, and thought to himself, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise more Shinigami will die. Thinking of this, Ishin no longer hesitated, and he immediately took out his communicator and contacted Soul Society. Soon a voice came from the other end, Hey, who is this? Technology Development Bureau? I am Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division. I may have encountered the Shivito Daigzu in Naraki City, and I need to apply to lift the restriction on spiritual pressure. Ishin said quickly. Hearing Ishin's words, Shinigami from the Technology Development Bureau was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly said, Captain Shiba. I'll apply right away, you have to be careful. After saying that, he broke off the contact. Yuxin put away the communicator, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. If it is true that Vastad Daigzu is in his current state, his spiritual pressure is also limited, and he is no match at all. However, he believed that as long as the limitation of spiritual pressure was lifted, he would be able to exert his full strength and defeat this Waxu. As Yuxin gradually went deeper into the city, he found that the residents here were in a strange sleeping state, as if they were controlled by some kind of force. Yuxin carefully searched for clues and finally came to an abandoned building. There, he found a dying Shinigami and through questioning learned that he had been attacked by a mysterious hollow. It seems that the judgment is correct. Damn it! The restriction on spiritual pressure has not been lifted yet. I hope I don't run into it. Just when Yushin was thinking about how to avoid this Vastu first, this Vastod appeared by chance. This Vaixu has a horn mask on its appearance, with shoulder-length hair, and the front ends of its arms are in the shape of sharp blades. Except for the mask and hair, other parts of its body are black, and the hole in its chest is blocked by an unknown object. What bad luck! I was still thinking about how to avoid it, and it came to the door. Ishin's current limit on spiritual pressure has not been lifted, and he is no match for this Waxu. Yuxin adjusted his mentality and quickly prepared for battle. He knew that Waxu in front of him was very powerful and he might die if he was not careful. Vastod let out a low roar and immediately launched an attack. Ishin dodged sideways while wielding his Zanpakuto in an attempt to counterattack. However, due to the limited spiritual pressure, his attacks had almost no effect on Vastod. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Yuxin decided to adopt roundabout tactics, looking for opportunities to escape and wait for the restrictions to be lifted. He used the surrounding buildings as cover and launched a fierce chase with Vastod, but it was Vasto who chased him and escaped. On the way to escape, Yuxin found an alley and got into it without hesitation. Vastod followed closely, but was trapped by Kid's trap set by Ishin. Ishin, who was temporarily freed from the crisis, took the opportunity to take a breath and think about the next plan. He noticed that the alleys extended in all directions, and a bold idea came to his mind. He planned to go around the Qin Wangzhou with this Waxu to fight for time for the restriction to be lifted. He just did what he said, concentrating his spiritual pressure to avoid Waxu's attention, and then quickly shuttled around in the alley. However, Waxu quickly caught up with him, but Yushin kept slipping around in circles. After passing through several alleys, Yushin was suddenly blocked by this Vastod. Waxu is Waxu. His intelligence level is too high. Ishin's little trick still didn't work. However, at this moment, a sound suddenly sounded from the communicator on his body. This sound was simply the most pleasant melody to him in these years. Captain Shiba. The application for lifting the limitation of spiritual pressure has been successfully completed. How do you feel now? Haha, it's just right. If it were any later, I'm afraid you would have to collect my body. Shiba was in a good mood and even joked with Shinigami from the Technology Development Bureau with great interest. As the limitation of spiritual pressure was lifted, Ishin clearly felt a surging power rushing into his heart like a tide, and that powerful spiritual pressure instantly filled every corner of his body. Finally, the restriction was lifted. Ishin tightly held the Zanpakuto in his hand, his fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. This time I must cut this Vastod into 8 pieces. Chapter 98. Feeling the steady stream of spiritual pressure in his body, Shiba's heart surged with pride and ambition. He took a deep breath, concentrated his spiritual pressure on the Zanpakuto blade, and then struck Subai with a swift horizontal slash. The sharp sword energy accompanied the Zanpakuto and cut through the air, slashing at Subai in front of him. Go! This move is exactly his special skill jaw cut. Subai, who was coming towards him, had a contemptuous smile on his face. He confidently stretched out his palm to block the blow. After all, Shiba's slash attack just now failed to break through even his defense. However, the fact surprised him. The blade passed by, and Subai's left hand was cut off without any suspense. The severed limb flew into the air, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Subai howled in pain, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Get Shuga Tensho! Immediately afterwards, Shiba shouted loudly and used his own special skill. A huge spiritual pressure slash was emitted from the Zanpakuto, and the light like a crescent moon instantly swallowed up Subai in front of him. The powerful impact caused Subai's body to fly backwards, and after flying a few streets, he hit the wall of a house. Shiba Yushin Shunpo followed, his body rushed towards Subai like lightning, the Zanpakuto in his hand flashed with dazzling light. His movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water, and each sword contained endless power, making it impossible for Subai to dodge. In a fierce confrontation with Subai, Shiba showed off his penultimate swordsmanship skills. His attack was as violent as a violent storm, forcing Subai to deal with it with all his strength. The two sides were going back and forth, refusing to give in to each other, and the entire battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere. However, Subai is not a vegetarian either. The horns on its head begin to accumulate powerful flashes. When Shiba Yushin saw this, he immediately returned his sword to block, and a white flash came from Subai's horns and rushed towards him. At the critical moment, Shiba activated Kid with all his heart, forming a blue shield in front of him. The virtual flash collided with the shield, making an earth-shattering noise. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept all around, shaking the surrounding buildings to the point of collapse. The smoke cleared and Shiba stood there unscathed. His face was solemn, and he held his Zanpakuto tightly, preparing to receive Subai's next attack. Shiba muttered to himself, "This Waxu is really tricky. It didn't seem to be too badly hurt when it hit me head-on." The Subai in front of him was panting, and it was obvious that the attack just now consumed a lot of his spiritual pressure. But it still exudes a strong murderous aura and stares at Shiba Ishin. At this time, Subai's severed hand began to squirm, and regeneration was visible to the naked eye. Shiba frowned and thought to himself, high-speed regeneration? This is troublesome. We can't continue like this. We must find a way to solve it as soon as possible. At this moment, Subai suddenly launched a new round of attacks. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a stream of black smoke, which quickly swept towards Shiba Ishin. Seeing this, Shiba immediately used Shunpo to avoid, but the black smoke followed him like a shadow, chasing after him. Damn it! Shiba cursed with all his heart and swung his knife to cut through the black smoke. However, the black smoke quickly regrouped and continued to rush towards him, as if it were alive. Damn it, what is this? Shiba was agitated and found that he could not easily get rid of the entanglement of this black smoke. At the same time, Subai took the opportunity to attack again. It waved its sharp claws and pounced towards Shiba Ishin. Shiba had to be distracted to deal with the double attacks of Heian and Subai, and fell into a passive situation for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that we can't delay it any longer. We must use all our strength to defeat this guy." Having said that, Shiba took a deep breath, his spiritual power surged throughout his body, and he decided to go all out to fight Subai to the death. The power of Subai cannot be ignored. In this battle, Ishin fought with it from Naraki City to Karakura town. At this time, Uraharakisuk, masked forces, and Bonsai who were hiding in Karakura town all felt the two surges of spiritual pressure. They all stopped what they were doing, looked at the sky solemnly, and secretly marveled in their hearts, the spiritual pressure of battle can actually emit such powerful fluctuations. None of the three parties chose to take action because they didn't know if there was any conspiracy in this battle, especially the masked army and Uraharakisuk. They didn't want to be exposed easily, because they were wanted criminals in the Soul Society. Ah! Yuaki-san, Captain Shiba seems to be no match for that hollow. Do we want to help? A certain clog hat covered his mouth with a fan and said to a black cat next to him. The black cat licked his paw. Kisuk, Shiba Ishin hasn't even released his Zanpakuto yet, so you don't have to worry, we can just take a look. As for Ba Yunzhai, Sato, and Hiri, there was no reason to take action. According to the records in the spiritual book, they were killed in battle. At the same time, Masaki Kurosaki, the only remaining descendant of the Kurosaki family with pure Quincy blood, and Ishida Ryuuchi of the Ishida family, and other strong men also felt the intensity of this battle. Ryuuchi, Mr. Shinigami's battle with Hollow doesn't seem optimistic. Should we help him? Masaki Kurosaki asked anxiously. Don't worry, let's take a look at the situation first. Ishida Longxian replied calmly. He knew that Su was very powerful, and this Shinigami was no ordinary person. In this case, taking action blindly may cause more trouble. Moreover, he was full of curiosity about this mysterious Shinigami and wanted to see how capable he was. However, as time passes, the battle becomes more and more intense, and Shiba Ishin gradually falls into a disadvantage. Kurosaki Masaki couldn't help but speak again. Ryusen, if you don't take action, Mr. Shinigami may be in danger. She was anxious and worried about Shiba Ishin's safety. Ishida Ryuuchi frowned, thought for a moment and said, No, I won't take action. Masaki, you have to know that Shinigami is the enemy of our Quincy. If we rush forward rashly, that Shinigami might take action against us. After saying that, he stood motionless. But that's Vastad Daigzu. If that Shinigami is defeated, we'll be in trouble. Kurosaki Masaki said anxiously. Ishida Ryuuchi was silent for a moment and then said, Wait and see, now is not the time. Even if we want to take action, we will have to wait until the Shinigami is dead. He clenched his fists tightly, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Kurosaki Masaki looked worriedly into the distance, silently praying in his heart that Ishin could defeat Kyo's hero. At this moment, everyone was nervously watching this life and death battle, looking forward to the final result. It's really difficult to deal with. After Shiba Ishin and Hollow White hits for so long, he is finally ready to free his Zanpakuto. Burn! Injetsu! Buzz. After a low sound, the Zanpakuto in Shiba Ishin's hand emitted a dazzling light. Injetsu is a fire-type Zanpakuto. After it is released, it condenses a large amount of spiritual pressure on the blade to release flames, which can strengthen the Zanpakuto's attack power and control the flames to burn or detonate the enemy. The guard is a hexagon with simple patterns, and there are 2 tassels at the end of the handle. This is... Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened in surprise. She had never seen such powerful spiritual pressure, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in her heart. And Ishida Ryu's eyes also became solemn, and he realized that this Shinigami was about to use his true power. That Shinigami has liberated the Zanpakuto, Masaki, you don't have to worry. He comforted. Get Shuga Tensho! Shiba shouted angrily after being liberated, and swung his Zanpakuto forward. In an instant, a huge spiritual shock wave of fire swept out and rushed straight towards Subai. Swallowed by the flames, Subai turned into a puff of blue smoke. In fact, it had pulled away long ago, leaving only an afterimage. It turned out that it had already suffered a loss from the Crescent Moon Celestial Clash, so this time it spun away before the Crescent Moon Celestial Clash hit it. Shiba concentrated on putting away his Zanpakuto, breathing heavily. The successive high-intensity battles made him a little unable to do anything since he hadn't done anything for a long time. Damn, it's quite cunning. But this is just my Shikai, I'll ask you to die next. Shiba stared at Subai in front of him, with a flash of fierceness in his eyes. He held the handle of the knife with both hands, ready to carry out the attack Bankai. At this moment, a powerful spiritual pressure came from behind, making his body tremble. Aizen, who was hiding in the dark, took action. Bankai! Just as Ishin was about to shout out Bankai's name, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and a huge wound appeared on his back. Blood spurted out, and he felt a sense of fear in his heart. And anger. Who is it? He turned his head, trying to find the attacker, but the surroundings were dark and he couldn't see anything. However, he could clearly feel that the wound on his back was definitely not caused by Hollow, but was caused by the Zanpakuto. Shiba's eyes widened and his heart was full of doubts. Who can sneak attack him without him noticing? And the opponent is obviously very powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to easily break through his defense. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, still holding the Zanpakuto tightly in his hand. Although he was seriously injured, he did not give up the will to fight. At this moment, the three parties watching the battle were all shocked. They could not understand this sudden change. Who attacked Shiba Ishin secretly? The wound was obviously caused by the Zanpakuto, and the attack was extremely cruel, almost killing Shiba Ishin. However, the person who took action did not continue to attack, and disappeared after hitting Yuxin with the knife, as if he had never appeared at all. Shiba endured the severe pain and got up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness, but more of doubt. He didn't know why this man wanted to attack him, or whether he was related to this battle. No matter who you are, I won't let you succeed. Shiba whispered, his eyes revealing firm determination. Although he was seriously injured, he still refused to give up. He held the Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, preparing for the next battle. Then, Shiba focused his attention again and stared at Subai in front of him. He knew that only by killing this Vaigzu could he find the truth. He took a deep breath, adjusted his condition, and prepared to devote all his strength to this battle of life and death. However, the seriously injured Ishin was no longer Subai's opponent, and was beaten back repeatedly by it. Just when he was thinking about how to get out of the battle, a blue light arrow came straight towards Subai. The light arrow hit Subai, who howled in pain. Its body began to burn, bursts of black smoke emitted, and Subai roared angrily. Then, a woman wearing a student uniform rushed over from a distance at an extremely fast speed. She holds a bow and arrow, her eyes firm and calm. She is Masaki Kurosaki, a Quincy. Are you? Shiba looked at the person with all his heart, filled with surprise. He didn't expect that this girl had such a powerful power and used the Quincy's attack method. Mr. Shinigami, my name is Kurosaki Masaki. It doesn't matter to you. It turned out that Kurosaki Masaki resolutely came to help regardless of Ishida Ryasen's obstruction. Even though Shiba was devoted to Shinigami, she couldn't bear to see him killed by Kyun. Kurosaki Masaki quickly cast a healing spell, and a soft light enveloped Shiba Ishin. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his physical strength gradually recovered. Shiba looked at Masaki Kurosaki gratefully and said, "Thank you, Ms. Kurosaki. But why are you here?" Kurosaki Masaki pointed behind him and explained, "My home is near here, and I felt the battle between you and this hollow just now. When I saw you were at a disadvantage, I came to help you." Shiba Ishin's physical condition was quite bad. He gasped and said, "How innocent! Miss Quincy, don't you know that the relationship between Shinigami and Quincy is an old enemy? You are not afraid that I will do something to you?" "Killer." Kurosaki Masaki answered with a bright smile, "I'm not afraid at all. Because I firmly believe that Mr. Shinigami would never do such a thing. What's more, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." After hearing these words, Shiba felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected that at such a critical moment, he would meet such a kind and brave girl. "Great! Then let us join hands to fight against this hollow." Shiba once again inspired a strong desire to fight, and together with Kurosaki Masaki resolutely faced the hollow. The two showed a high degree of tacit understanding, and Shiba held the knife tightly in his hand and launched a fierce head-on confrontation with Subai. Meanwhile, Masaki Kurosaki keeps firing with her amazing archery skills. Kurosaki Masaki's attack was like a gust of wind and rain, and every arrow carried a fierce momentum, as if it was going to tear Subai into pieces. The spiritual bow in her hand kept making a whooshing sound, which made people feel in awe. However, Subai was not easily defeated. It roared angrily, and blood continued to flow from the wounds on its body, but its power did not seem to weaken. At this moment, its horns once again condensed a dazzling white light, this time more intense than before, making people feel frightened. Get out of the way! It's about to release a false flash! Shiba yelled anxiously. He is well aware of the power of false flash. If Kurosaki Masaki is hit, the consequences will be disastrous. Although Masaki Kurosaki possesses powerful Quincy power, she is just an ordinary human woman with relatively little combat experience. Facing such a powerful enemy, she seemed a little overwhelmed. Moreover, she had never encountered a Vastad-level Daigzu like Subai, and she knew nothing about its attack methods. Seeing that the virtual flash was about to shoot at Kurosaki Masaki, Shiba had no choice but to give up the attack on Subai, quickly rushed towards Kurosaki Masaki, and blocked the virtual flash with his own body. With a loud noise, the virtual flash collided with Shiba Ishin's body, creating a huge impact. Shiba Ishin's body was instantly knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 99. Masaki Kurosaki looked at Ishin Shiba flying out, with an anxious look on his face, and shouted, "Are you okay, Mr. Shinigami?" Her voice was full of concern. Shiba struggled to get up from the ground, his body trembling slightly, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood with force, forced a smile, and said, "It's okay, I won't die yet. This small injury is nothing to me." Although he acted as if nothing had happened, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot of injury. Kurosaki Masaki quickly ran over to support Shiba Ishin and looked at him worriedly. "Let's find a way to retreat and find a safe place to rest first. Your wounds need to be treated." Shiba stared at Kurosaki Masaki wholeheartedly, and felt a warm feeling in his heart. It would be great if all Quincy had a kind heart like this girl. "Thank you, Masaki." Shiba said softly, "Let's think about how to deal with the trouble at hand, otherwise we won't be able to leave today." Kurosaki Masaki smiled and shook his head, "Don't say that, Mr. Shinigami. This is what I should do. Besides, if it weren't for my lack of fighting experience, you wouldn't be hurt." The look in her eyes, there was a flash of guilt. Shiba looked at Subai in front of him wholeheartedly. "Masaki, I will be the main attacker next, you are assisting me remotely, but remember to avoid Subai, and this Subai high-speed regeneration, only by destroying its head and internal organs can we get rid of it." Masaki Kurosaki nodded and tightened his grip on the spiritual bow. Shiba took a deep breath, adjusted his condition, and rushed towards Subai again. He wielded his Zanpakuto and started a fierce battle with Subai. Kurosaki Masaki kept shooting arrows from a distance, supporting Shiba Ishin. However, Subai's strength exceeded their expectations. It withstood Shiba Ishin's attacks again and again, and even if it was cut, it could recover quickly. Beads of sweat kept dripping from Shiba Ishin's forehead. He felt that he was almost reaching his limit, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Masaki Kurosaki watched this scene anxiously. She knew that she could not continue like this and must find a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, she deliberately dropped the spiritual bow in her hand on the ground. When Subai from a distance saw this, he immediately became manic and rushed towards Kurosaki Masaki like crazy. Subai was very angry about this guy who had been shooting cold arrows from a distance. Now that he saw her putting down her weapon, he decided to get rid of her first. In the blink of an eye, Subai came to Kurosaki Masaki. "Masaki! What are you doing? Get away quickly!" Ishin shouted. However, this time Ishin didn't have time to stop Subai's actions because it happened so suddenly. Kurosaki Masaki seemed to have lost her fighting ability. Subai suddenly opened his bloody mouth and bit her shoulder fiercely. This bite made Masaki extremely painful, as if he had lost all resistance and his body became a little weak. At the critical moment of life and death, Masaki showed amazing courage. She hugged Subai's body tightly without hesitation and quickly penetrated its head with a spiritual arrow. Then, she retreated crazily, staying as far away from Subai as possible. "Masaki! Ishin finally arrived, his eyes widened and filled with worry. Looking at Masaki's injured shoulder, he felt very guilty. If this little girl died because of him, he would never forgive himself. But before he could do anything more, Subai, who had his head pierced by a spiritual arrow, actually self-destructed at the moment of death. This sudden turn of events caught people off guard. Subai tried to kill Ishin, who rushed to protect Masaki, and at the same time transferred his remaining spiritual body into Masaki's body. Masaki was also blown far away by Subai's self-destruction and fell heavily to the ground. Ishin hurriedly ran over, picked up Masaki, and checked her injuries. At this time, Masaki's consciousness gradually blurred, and she felt that her body was being taken over by a powerful force. She struggled to stay awake and fought against that force. "Masaki, hold on. I will definitely save you." Ishin felt that Subai's power was eroding her, and if she didn't find a way, Masaki would become a Subai. At the same time, Ishida Ryujin also arrived at the scene. He looked at Kurosaki Masaki, who was in pain due to the injury, and the weak Shiba Ishin. He struggled in his heart for a long time. The spiritual bow appeared in his hand, and he was ready to kill Shiba Ishin and then find a way to heal the weak power. Eroded Kurosaki Masaki. Ishida Longxian was raising his spiritual bow and preparing to kill Shiba Ishin, when a voice rang out at an inappropriate time. "This Quincy! If you want to kill the captain of Soul Society, I won't agree to it." Lin Yu, the old man, also walked out of the darkness. There was a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, and he stared at Ishida Ryuxian with cold eyes. Ishida Longxian looked at the figure coming out and was shocked. The person who came was wearing a Death Tyrant uniform and Captain Yuji. He also held a small wine bottle in his hand and drank a few sips while talking. His appearance surprised Ishida Ryus, because he was not aware of this person's existence. Not to mention him, even the trio of Ba Yunzhai, Yura Harakisuke, and Hirako Shinji, who were watching the battle from a distance, have not noticed Lin Yu's existence from the beginning to the present. Husband. Pretentious guy. Team leader. 3 different titles were shouted from the mouths of Bonsai, Sato, and Hiri. They are a little confused now. When did Lin Yu come? If he was always there, why didn't he take action just now? Yura Harakisuke and Hirako Shinji have different ideas. Captain Lin Yu of Division 7? Was he the one who attacked Shiba Ishin just now? Yura Hara and Hirako Shinji had never seen Lin Yu take action, so they felt that he had made a sneak attack just now. Is he another Soul Society captain? But there is no fluctuation of spiritual pressure from this captain at all. Ishida Longxian was secretly thinking. He didn't know why this captain had no spiritual pressure, but he knew that he could become a captain. The captain of the Gotei 13 is definitely not a simple person. He began to think about how to deal with this situation, and at the same time he was also thinking about how to kill the captain as well. Lin Yu looked at Ishida Longxian quietly, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He suddenly said coldly, "Go away. Quincy, I'm in a bad mood right now and don't want to kill you. It won't be good if I change my mind if it's too late." His voice was cold and ruthless, as if he was warning Ishida Longxian not to challenge his bottom line. When Ishida Longxian heard these shameless words, a burst of anger surged in his heart. He decided not to back down, and directly opened the spiritual bow in his hand, preparing to attack Lin Yu. However, just when he was about to shoot the arrow, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly burst out from Lin Yu's body. That spiritual pressure swept over like a raging ocean wave, instantly enveloping Ishida-san. He felt as if his body was being pressed down by a huge mountain, unable to move. The spiritual bow transformed from the spirit child in his hand collapsed, and he was pressed to the ground. Lin Yu's spiritual pressure was so powerful that it was suffocating, and Ishida felt an unprecedented fear. He realized that he had met a truly strong man, and his heart was filled with despair. He understood that if he continued to stay here, only death would be waiting for him. So, he got up with difficulty, turned around and left the scene. If we want to talk about what Lin Yu hates the most, the first one to bear the brunt is the Quincy. Not to mention that Yamamoto tricked him thousands of years ago, just by looking at how many Shinigami from the Soul Society the Quincy killed in that war, including his friends. If Masaki Kurosaki hadn't risked his life to save Isshin Shiba today, he might have drawn his sword and killed Ishida Ryusen on the spot instead of sparing his life. Chapter 100. After dismissing Ishida Ryusen, Lin Yu turned around, looked at Shiba Isshin with a smile and said, "Oh, Isshin. Why are you in such a mess?" After all, he is the captain of the Gotei 13th team, a Washitad can't even handle it. Shiba looked at Lin Yu in confusion, full of doubts and vigilance. He thought to himself, "Captain Lin Yu? Why are you here?" Just before, he was attacked by a mysterious Shinigami. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly appeared here, making him wonder whether it was Lin Yu who attacked him. This situation made Yuxin feel uneasy. He tried to find clues from Lin Yu's expression and tone, but found nothing. Lin Yu's smile was still bright, and he didn't seem to notice Yuxin's doubts. However, in this seemingly relaxed atmosphere, the atmosphere between the two became subtle and tense. Lin Yu pursed his lips at him. "You'd better take a look at the little girl next to you first. If this continues, she will turn into a ghost." Shiba heard Lin Yu's words and quickly looked at Kurosaki Masaki beside him. Sure enough, her body was gradually becoming weak and she was about to lose control. His heart tightened, and he immediately poured his own spiritual pressure into Masaki's body, trying to prevent her from becoming hollow. However, Aizen's sneak attack just now caused him to be seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, "Get out of the way, Isshin. You can't handle it in your current state." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pressed Masaki's forehead, and injected a soft spiritual pressure into her body. Kurosaki Masaki's virtualization trend gradually stopped, and her body temporarily returned to stability. Shiba breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lin Yu gratefully. "Thank you, Captain Lin Yu. I misunderstood you just now." Lin Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "They are all members of the family, so why are you so polite? But who in the end chopped you?" Shiba Isshin's eyes turned cold and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know. He just slashed me from behind and then disappeared. If I hadn't felt that the injury was caused by a Zanpakuto, I wouldn't have believed it was a sneak attack by Shinigami. Of me." Lin Yu still had a faint smile on his face, and he naturally knew who was attacking Isshin. After all, he witnessed with his own eyes that Aizen's sixth brother gave Isshin a knife and quickly fled the scene. Moreover, if it was not confirmed that Aizen had left, Lin Yu would never show up easily. "Yuxin, the most critical issue right now is how to completely remove the power of the hollow from this little girl's body. Otherwise, she will eventually become a hollow. What I did just now was to temporarily suppress this power, but time is running out. A solution must be found as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Shiba frowned and said seriously, "But what should we do to completely remove the hollow power from Masaki's body?" Lin Yu was silent for a moment and said, "I have no choice, but I know who can solve this problem." Shiba heard this and quickly asked, "Who is it?" Lin Yu didn't say much, just motioned for him to follow him, and warned, "Take Masaki and follow me." After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and left, and Shiba Isshin picked up Masaki and followed closely. Along the way, Shiba secretly wondered who had such a powerful ability that could help Masaki get rid of Hollow's troubles. They passed through streets and alleys, and finally came to a small house. This hut looks a little dilapidated and seems to be a grocery store called Urahara Store. Shiba focused on the grocery store in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. What exactly is this place? Why did Lin Yu bring them here? While he was thinking, his eyes fell on the sign above the grocery store, Urahara Store. Urahara. He suddenly remembered a person. Could it be the Urahara Kisuke he remembered? But isn't he a traitor from Soul Society? At this moment, Lin Yu stopped, turned to Shiba and said, "We're here, right here." Shiba couldn't help but asked, "Captain Lin Yu, is this Urahara store the Urahara I thought of?" Lin Yu nodded and replied firmly, "You are right, it is Urahara Kisuke." Hearing this, Shiba Ishin's brows furrowed even more tightly, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Lin Yu walked to the door and knocked gently, his voice low and powerful, "Kisuke, gate of opening, I know you are inside." After a while, the store door slowly opened, revealing a smiling face. Urahara Kisuke had just discovered that Lin Yu was heading here. At first, he just thought that Lin Yu was heading in this direction. Later, he found out that he was coming straight here. During this period, Kisuke also thought about escaping, but under Lin Yu's eyes, it's just useless. The situation is unclear now, so I decided to wait until he comes to see the situation. Urahara Kisuke looked at Lin Yu in front of him and said, "Captain Lin Yu, how did you know I'm here?" Lin Yu smiled and replied, "I've always known it." "So today are you here to arrest me, the traitor of Soul Society?" After Kisuke said this, the black cat next to him also assumed an attacking posture. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at the black cat with the hair blowing up in front of him, and chuckled, "Little Yuryuki, you don't have to be so hostile. Besides, you are no match for me if I really do it." When Yuryuki heard this, the hairs all over her body stood up instantly, and she was secretly surprised that Lin Yu actually knew that this cat was her. "Ah! Let's not talk about this for now. The little girl Ishin brought has been eroded by the power of the void. I believe you must have a way to solve it." "Well, of course, we also saw the battle just now." Shiba stood aside, confused, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. The current situation is too weird. Captain Lin Yu has always known that Urahara and Yuryuki are here, but he has never taken any action and allowed things to develop to this point. Why is this? Don't be stunned, Ishin, let Kisuke check Masaki's condition. Oh well. Urahara Kisuke carefully checked Masaki's physical condition, then frowned, "The situation is more serious than I thought. The power of the hollow has penetrated deep into her body." Shiba asked anxiously, "What should we do?" "Urahara, you must save her." Urahara Kisuke pondered for a moment, raised his head and looked at Ishin, "There is only one way to save her." "That is?" His voice was a little slow, and seemed to have a trace of hesitation. Looking at Urahara Kisuke's appearance, Ishin's heart sank, knowing that saving Masaki would definitely require a huge price. But he replied without hesitation, "Kisuke, tell me, no matter what the cost, as long as I can save Masaki, I am willing." Urahara Kisuke frowned slightly, stared into Ishin's eyes, and confirmed again, "Ishin, are you sure you have made your decision? If you choose this path, you can never look back." Ishin nodded vigorously, with a firm light shining in his eyes, "Kisuke, I have thought clearly. If Masaki hadn't taken action today, I would have died in the hands of that Wasu, so no matter what the price, I want to save her. Please tell me the specific method." Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath and said slowly, "Ishin, you need to inject all your spiritual power into Masaki's body and use your power to suppress Hollow's power. This will allow Masaki to return to normal, but this will also means you will lose all your spiritual power and become an ordinary person." Ishin's eyes widened, and after a moment of silence, he replied resolutely, "I know, but in order to save Masaki, I am willing to give up Shinigami's power. Kisuke, please help me." Urahara Kisuke looked at Ishin quietly, his heart filled with admiration. He knew that Ishin had made an extremely difficult decision, but it was also the only way to save Masaki. Chapter 101. After completing all the preparations, Urahara Kisuke began to guide Shiba to inject all the spiritual pressure in Masaki's body. With the last trace of spiritual pressure exhausted, Masaki's weak power was successfully suppressed. Seeing that Shiba's spirit body could dissipate at any time, Urahara Kisuke quickly took out the prosthetic body he had just made and inserted his spirit body into it. Hey! After doing all this, Urahara Kisuke breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done! Urahara Kisuke wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at Shiba Ishin and Masaki aside, with a happy smile on his face. Ms. Masaki, how are you feeling now? Urahara Kisuke asked. Masaki slowly opened his eyes and looked at Urahara Kisuke in front of him, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Cloghat, without your help, I'm afraid I would have. Masaki said. You don't need to thank me. The person you should thank is Ishin. I just provided the method. It was he who transferred all his spiritual pressure to you and made you return to normal. Urahara Kisuke reminded. I know, but I still have to thank you. Mr. Clogshat. Masaki nodded. Well, my name is Urahara Kisuke. Miss Masaki, you'd better call me Urahara. Masaki took a cloghat in one mouth, which made him a little embarrassed. At this time, Shiba Ishin on the side also recovered. He looked at Urahara Kisuke, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Urahara. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Shiba looked at Urahara Kisuke gratefully and said. You're welcome, Ishin. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. As a scientist, it is quite pleasant to be able to use his own research. However, I still want to know about your current situation. How are you feeling now? Urahara Kisuke asked with concern. My whole body is limp, and it feels bad to lose strength. Shiba frowned with a painful expression on his face. He realizes that his power has been taken away, but still tries to remain calm. Then Shiba turned his head with all his heart and his eyes fell on Lin Yu. Kisuke? Haven't I lost all my Shinigami powers? How can I still see Captain Lin Yu? He asked doubtfully. Urahara Kisuke smiled proudly. Ahem. This is my masterpiece. This righteous skeleton is the latest version I developed, and it comes with a touch of spiritual pressure. So even if you lose the power of Shinigami, you can still see the existence of Shinigami in hollow. Shiba's eyes widened in surprise, shocked by Urahara Kisuke's invention. He couldn't help but sigh, you are really a genius, Urahara. This righteous skeleton is simply a miracle. Uncle Ishin, thank you. In order to save me, you gave up the power of Shinigami. I really don't know how to repay you. Masaki said with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were moist, and tears might burst out at any time. After saying that, she bowed deeply to Shiba Ishin and expressed her most sincere gratitude. Shiba Ishin quickly helped Masaki up and looked at her distressedly. Masaki, don't say that, it's me who should thank you. Without your help, I would have died in the hands of Kyun. I was the one who caused you, I am the one who should apologize for causing you to suffer from Su. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame, as if he had made a huge mistake. Masaki shook his head gently, smiled and comforted, Uncle Ishin, this is not your fault. We all fought to protect each other before, and I am very lucky to meet such a kind-hearted Shinigami like you. Shiba nodded wholeheartedly. He knew that Masaki was a kind-hearted Quincy girl. Even though he knew that Shinigami and the Quincy were mortal enemies, he rescued him without hesitation. At this moment they stared at each other, their hearts filled with gratitude and respect. The distance between the two seemed to be much closer, and a special emotion quietly grew in their hearts. Masaki. It's already late enough. I'll take you back first. Masaki Kurosaki looked at Ishin, Lin Yu, Urahara Kisuke, and the Black Cat, knowing that they might still have something to discuss, so he smiled and shook his head, thank you, but no, I feel better than ever now. It shouldn't be a problem to go home. You should deal with the rest first, don't worry about me. She raised her head slightly, looked at Exin and said, "I'll see you tomorrow." After that, she turned and prepared to leave. Masaki. Ishin wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Kurosaki Masaki raising his hand. "Don't worry, I won't show off. If I feel uncomfortable on the road, I will find a place to rest." Masaki Kurosaki turned around and smiled softly, and then continued to walk outside the house. Looking at her retreating back, Xin sighed helplessly and turned to look at Lin Yu. Masaki went back, and Ishin now desperately wants to know everything that happened. "Captain Lin Yu, please explain to me why you appear here? There is also the matter of Urahara." Lin Yu first explained to him the facts before him. "Ishin, have you ever considered that as the captain of the Gotei 13, you secretly transferred the power of the Shinigami to the Quincy? This is a capital crime." Shiba smiled bitterly. "This, I didn't expect that Lin Yu would seize this point and join his army." Lin Yu looked at everyone with a half-smile. "As the captain of the 7th team, do you think I should arrest you or not?" Urahara Kisuk held up a small fan and covered his mouth and said, "Ah! Captain Lin Yu is going to fall out." After saying that, he and Yuryuaki made a defensive move. Shiba, who had lost the power of Shinigami, could only stand by. "Just watch." The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into a strange state, as if a war would break out in the next second. Lin Yu burst out laughing when he saw them looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. "Don't be nervous, I'm just teasing you." Urahara and others were relieved when they heard this, fearing that Lin Yu would suddenly take action. "However, we really need to discuss the matter about the power of Shinigami." Lin Yu put away his smile and said seriously, "After all, this involves the regulations of Soul Society." Urahara Kisuk nodded and said, "Yes, this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. But I also want to save Masaki, so it is understandable." Yuryuaki licked his paws and agreed, "Anyway, I agree with Ishin. How about we work together to figure out how to solve this problem?" Lin Yu took out his own small wine bottle and shook it. "I have a way. But do you just want me to stand here and talk? I've finished my wine." Urahara Kisuk and others were speechless for a while, and he shouted into the compartment, "Master Tessai, please prepare some drinks, and we will have a good talk with Captain Lin Yu." Chapter 102. Urahara Kisuk placed the wine glass on the table, and then poured a small glass of wine for Lin Yu and Shiba Ishin. "Okay, Captain Lin Yu, can you start telling us a story now? It'll be easier if you have wine. Then I'll tell you the whole story, but don't get too excited later." Lin Yu showed a smile on his face, but there was a hint of anger in the smile. Cunning meaning. He slowly picked up the wine glass and shook it gently, as if thinking about how to tell this story. "Tell me, Captain Lin Yu. What do you know? And was it your intention to attack today?" Urahara Kisuk's eyes fell on Lin Yu, with a hint of questioning in his tone. Lin Yu sat there quietly, his eyes calm. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then put the glass down. "Take a deep breath and tell them a surprising fact. The one who attacked Ishin today is your old friend." Yuryuaki was confused. Old friends? Could it be Hirako Shinji and the others? But she still said with certainty, "Our friends can't do such a thing." Lin Yu took another sip. "It seems that you have misunderstood. The old friend I am talking about is Aizen." "What?" Different from the expressions of Urahara Kisuk and the other three, Shiba Ishin's first reaction was that this was too far-fetched and impossible. How could it be Captain Aizen? "Captain Lin Yu, are you kidding?" Urahara and others had speculated that Aizen was the one who committed the murder, but they were not sure because they did not see him do it. "What's impossible? Why don't you ask Urahara who made them like this?" Shiba looked intently at Urahara Kisuk, hoping to get his answer. Urahara Kisuk did not answer directly, but asked, "Captain Shiba, Do you still remember why we were hunted by Soul Society before? Shiba Yushin frowned. Of course I remember. It's not that you conducted inhuman experiments on Captain Hirako Shinji and others, which were inhumane, violated the principles of Soul Society, and coerced them to escape from Soul Society, so you were sentenced to death. Yes, someone conducted a virtualization experiment on Hirako Shinji and others, but that person was not me, but Aizen. Urahara clenched his fists after saying this. Although it has been a long time since it happened, his hatred has not been diluted by time. Hearing this, Shiba was shocked, but still a little unbelievable, but Captain Aizen has always been very gentle and elegant, how could he do such a thing? Lin Yu sneered, that's just his disguise. His ambition is far beyond your imagination. What he wants is to evolve to a higher level and become the king of the three realms. Shiba Ishin was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. I still can't believe that Captain Aizen would betray Soul Society unless you have conclusive evidence. Lin Yu looked at Shiba Yushin. Evidence? I saw it with my own eyes when Aizen gave you a knife. Shiba Ishin began to waver in his heart. Urahara, what happened in that incident? Urahara took a deep breath and said, Captain Lin Yu is right, it was Aizen who caused us to be like this. It was he who used Rukonga's soul to conduct experiments that caused Hirako Shinji and his group to become insubstantial, and he also sneaked up on us that day. Not just him, but also Taisen Kaname and Ichimaru Jin. But I still have a doubt. Captain Lin Yu, you said that you saw Aizen do it with your own eyes. We were all watching the battle at the time. Why were you the only one who noticed him? Urahara Kisuk frowned and stared at Lin Yu with blazing eyes, as if to it's like seeing through his inner world through his eyes. Lin Yu looked at Urahara Kisuk, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He spread his hands and replied in a relaxed tone, that can't be helped. You have been hit by the hypnosis of his Zanpakuto Kaika Suijutsu. Upon hearing this, Urahara Kisuk's eyes became sharp, and he frowned tightly, thinking about what Lin Yu said. The name Kaika Suijutsu is not unfamiliar to them. It is the name of Aizen's Zanpakuto. However, when it came out of Lin Yu's mouth, there was a certainty that could not be ignored. Kaika Suijutsu? Isn't Aizen's Zanpakuto a flowing water type? Urahara Kisuk's voice contained a trace of confusion and doubt. He didn't believe that his knowledge of Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities would be so great. Deviation. Lin Yu laughed softly, with a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. You still believe that his Zanpakuto is a flowing water type? You haven't woken up yet? It's an illusion type. When he was liberated, he could hypnosis everyone who had seen his Shikai. So your knowledge has emerged. Deviation. Urahara Kisuk's face instantly became serious, and his thoughts were spinning rapidly, trying to connect these newly acquired information with what had happened before. If what Lin Yu said is true, then Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is far more dangerous than they imagined. And they were kept in the dark all this time, which made Urahara Kisuk feel a chill. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened his eyes, with a determined light shining in his eyes. If that's the case, then it all makes sense, thank you for telling me this. Lin Yu nodded, and Urahara Kisuk began to think again. Scenes from the past kept popping up in his mind, and details that once confused him now became clear. He realized that they had been being led by Aizen. Damn it! Urahara Kisuk cursed in a low voice, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. He knew that they had to re-examine the entire incident, and the previous methods of revenge had to be overthrown and redesigned. Shiba Yushin found a flaw in Lin Yu's words. No? I remember Captain Lin Yu that you have also seen Aizen's Shikai. Why are you okay? Me? I've known about his Zanpakuto's abilities for a long time. Do you think I can't handle it? Shiba hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe what Lin Yu said. Captain Lin Yu. I have one last question. Say it. Why did you happen to appear in Karakura town today? Why was it so appropriate to see Aizen sneak up on me? This was not just a doubt in his heart, even Urahara and the others were also curious. How could Lin Yu know so many things? Why are you here today? Lin Yu said nonchalantly, I have been following you since you came from Soul Society to the present world. I know that Aizen will do something to you, but I am not sure where it will be. I have been secretly following you. I didn't show up until he gave you a knife and left. Ishin's eyes widened. You mean you followed me from Naraki City to Karakura town, and then witnessed me getting beaten up by Subai the whole time? I was attacked by a sneak attack. And Masaki was injured by Subai. I almost killed you. No action. Yuxin's brain circuit is really unusual. Shouldn't he be thinking about why Lin Yu followed him all the way? He was actually angry that Lin Yu didn't help him. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Ishin with an idiotic expression and said, You don't think I came here just to save you, do you? Besides, if I save you, wouldn't I be killed by Aizen? Found it, I don't want to do such a thankless thing. As soon as Lin Yu said these words, everyone was speechless. Especially Yuxin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What kind of logic is this? Is he so unworthy of saving? But he also understood that Lin Yu was right. If Lin Yu had rescued him at that time, Aizen would definitely have discovered his existence. Thinking of this, Ishin sighed helplessly and said, Okay, you are right. However, since you already knew that Aizen would do something to me, why didn't you tell me in advance? Lin Yu shrugged and replied, I am not omniscient and omnipotent, how can I predict everything? And even if I told you, with your character, would you believe that Aizen is a traitor? Would you believe that he would kill you unexpectedly? So it's better for you to experience it yourself, so that you can remember it for a long time. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at Xin with a gloating expression. Chapter 103. Shiba was choked by Lin Yu and was speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what he said made sense. After being stunned for a long while, he choked out a sentence, I am no longer Shinigami, so what should the 10th division do in the future? Lin Yu patted Shiba Ishin on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, these things have been arranged. I discussed it with the captain before coming, and we will announce to the public that Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th division, will be executed in this world. During the mission, you were unfortunately killed in a surprise attack by Daigzu. Everyone will mourn for you, so you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Shiba Yuxin still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he suddenly died in battle, which was a bit difficult to accept. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and then asked, What about my successor? The 10th division cannot be without a captain. Lin Yu smiled and replied, As for your successor, that little kid Toshiro is quite good. Although he is a bit young, he has good strength and great potential. We will find a way to let him learn as soon as possible. Bankai, he will be the captain of the 10th division by then. And with Ranjaku, that drunkard, she is a very reliable vice-captain, so there will definitely be no problem with the 10th division. Wait a minute. Captain Lin Yu, what did you just say? Have you discussed it with the captain? Or Urahara Kisuk's brain was good, and he discovered Hwadian at once. Kisuk, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry, I will talk about your affairs alone later, and I will finish Ishin's matter first. Lin Yu turned to look at Shiba Ishin. Ishin, do you have any other questions? Shiba shook his head, no more for now. Lin Yu said with a smile, then from today on you are no longer Shinigami, just enjoy the life of ordinary people. But you should find a way to find a job, otherwise you will starve to death. Haha. Shiba Ishin looked embarrassed, I know, I will find a way. He had not considered these things yet. He suddenly changed from the captain of the Gotei 13 to an ordinary human being, and he was still a little sad. At this time, Lin Yu looked at Urahara Kisuk. Okay, it's time to talk about your affairs. Urahara Kisuk nodded, turned to the black cat and said, I almost forgot. Yuaki-san, go and inform Hirako Shinji and they should come too. Anyway, this matter is related to them, so it's good for them to listen. Shiba suddenly felt like the sky was falling. They are also in Karakura town? So you bastards are watching me almost being killed by Subai, and no one of you chooses to help me. Urahara Kisuk said quickly, Ah. Are you okay now? Shiba said angrily, Stop talking nonsense, you just want to see my joke. Urahara Kisuk smiled helplessly, Okay, don't be angry, let's discuss it together when everyone comes. Time passed by, and Yuaki did not let Lin Yu wait for too long after she left. Soon she came back with Hirako Shinji and his party. Lin Yu looked at the people in front of him and felt a little emotional. These people were once captain-level figures, but now they can only live here in seclusion. It is really a pity. Among them are Hirako Shinji, Habashiro Jiro, Rokusha Kenishi, Aikawa Luau, Kuna Mashiro, Yadumaru Lisa, Aryakita Hakugen, etc. These people are all key figures in the original incident. It's been such a long time. Lin Yu said with a smile, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Just when Yuaki came to them just now, they had already guessed that they might not be able to avoid meeting people from Soul Society today. After all, the opponent is the captain of the 7th team, an old monster who has lived for who knows how long. Facing such an opponent, Hirako and others also felt great pressure. However, after hearing that Lin Yu had no ill intentions, they finally decided to meet with him to understand the other party's intentions. Hirako Shinji and others knew very well that if they wanted to leave Karakura town, Lin Yu might stop them. Although they were not afraid of Lin Yu, it was obviously not a wise move to act rashly before figuring out the situation. Therefore, they chose to believe Lin Yu and hoped to obtain more information through this meeting. Captain Lin Yu, everyone is here now. It's time to talk about what's going on. After the accident 100 years ago, the captain and I both discovered that something was wrong. Kensai, who was leading the 9th team that day, was the first to be attacked. As a result, the team was completely wiped out, and only the blind mantis and Kaname was left. This is the biggest unreasonable thing is that if you want to ambush a person, shouldn't you first kill him? Even Quangzai himself was hit by the attack, so why can he escape? Everyone nodded after hearing this. This was indeed a big flaw. Also, how could he insist that it was Kisuk who sneaked up on you? You must know that a captain meeting was held after the incident. Urahara Kisuk was in the first team's dormitory. Could it be that Kisuk was a clone? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They realized that this matter seemed to be much more complicated than imagined. So, have you ever thought about why Aizen suddenly rebelled? And he defected to someone like Aizen? Hirako Shinji asked. Perhaps it's because he feels that he has been treated unfairly. Quangzai speculated. After all, Dongxian was going to be his subordinate, so he still knew some things. But this does not become a reason for him to betray Soul Society. Hirako Shinji retorted. Then Aizen is still your vice-captain. Kuna Mashiro scolded him. Ahem, listen to me. Lin Yu looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, sighed helplessly, and interrupted them. Stop arguing for now, be quiet, can you just listen to what I have to say? After hearing this, everyone stopped arguing and turned their attention to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then said, One more thing, I have to say, Kisuk, you made a wrong decision at that time. How could you be so stupid at that time? Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk had a look of confusion on his face and asked in confusion, Am I stupid? Where am I stupid? Lin Yu smiled and explained, Kisuk, think about it carefully. Since Aizen is conducting a virtualization experiment on Hirako and the others, he will definitely not kill them easily. After all, they are all his precious experiments. But you went to the scene privately because you were worried about them. What happened? Aizen jumped out and insisted that you were the murderer. At this time, everyone found out that you were indeed not in Siridi, so your accusation was completely confirmed. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Urahara Kisuk's face became very ugly, and he murmured to himself, I see. I didn't even think of this level. Yuaki on the side couldn't help but snickered and mocked, haha, Kisuk, I didn't expect you to be here today. Urahara Kisuk said with a frustrated look, okay, I admit that I was wrong at the time. I did this stupid thing because I was too young at the time. When Lin Yu saw Urahara Kisuk's deflated look, he felt secretly happy and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. He thought to himself, you always look enigmatic, but now you finally know you were wrong. But having said that, if Urahara Kisuk hadn't made this mistake back then, I'm afraid the plan wouldn't have gone ahead, so even if he didn't go, Lin Yu would have found a way to guide him there. Chapter 104. Since this incident happened, the captain and I have communicated secretly, and then reviewed the matter. After clarifying all the context of the incident, we combined the spiritual book to inquire about the true identity of Aizen Zanpakuto. Ability. We are convinced that the mastermind behind this is Aizen, Ichimaru-jin or Tsusan name. Lin Yu said seriously. Then how did you and the captain finally determine that it was Aizen? Kisuk still had doubts, and this incident alone could not convince him. This is thanks to the Shibukayan incident some time ago. Lin Yu replied. Shibukayan? Kisuk asked confused. Ishin knows what's going on, you can ask him. Lin Yu pointed at Shiba Ishin and said. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shiba Ishin. A few years ago, Shibukayan encountered a highly intelligent hollow, and the incident resulted in the death of him and his wife. Shiba said with a heavy heart. At the same time, the students who were practicing in the real world at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy were also attacked by the intelligent hollow. It was Aizen and Ichimaru-jin who finally rescued them. Lin Yu also added. After this incident, we ruled out the possibility that Tsusan was the mastermind. Later, by chance, I and Ichimaru-jin got on the line, and I learned all about it after he informed me. The scene fell into silence, with solemn expressions on everyone's faces. As time passed by, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. Finally, Urahara Kisuk broke the silence. He took a deep breath and said slowly, okay, let's just believe what you said, Captain Lin Yu, is true. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Kuna Mashiro then asked, then can we return to Soul Society? Her eyes were full of expectation, as if she hoped to get a positive answer. Lin Yu shook his head and replied in a serious tone, it's not possible for the time being. Only by thoroughly handling Aizen's problem can you come back openly. Kuna Mashiro frowned and asked in confusion, when will that happen? Since you and the captain know the truth of the matter, why don't you just get rid of Aizen? Lin Yu smiled bitterly and explained, the captain has been hit by Kaika Suijutsu. Are you sure you want us to take action? Unless we kill all the Shinigami? This price is something the captain and I cannot accept. Kuna Mashiro wanted to continue, but Hirako Shinji suddenly interrupted her. Hirako Shinji looked at Lin Yu and said, we understand. If Soul Society needs any help in the future, you can tell us. The common goal now is to get rid of Aizen, and the information we know can also be shared. That's it for today. We have received Soul Society's sincerity and look forward to exchanging more information next time. After saying that, Hirako Shinji left with the masked army and a group of people. The only people present were Lin Yu, Shiba Ishin, and Urahara. By the way, there is a black cat to be precise. I thought the matter was over, but Lin Yu showed no sign of leaving. Urahara Kisuk didn't know what else he was planning. Lin Yu looked at Urahara Kisuk and said softly, I want to talk to you alone. Urahara Kisuk's eyes flashed with confusion, but he nodded. The two came to a secluded room, and Lin Yu gate of opening said straightforwardly, I know you have many secrets about Aizen and the Soul King. Urahara Kisuk's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, Captain Lin Yu, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Do you want me to explain in more detail? Hgyaku. Lin Yu stared closely at Urahara Kisuk's eyes, trying to discern some clues. Urahara Kisuk was silent for a moment, sighed deeply, and said slowly, it seems that Captain Lin Yu knows a lot. You even know about Hgyaku. He paused for a moment and continued, the power of Hgyaku, it can develop and manifest people's inner desires in the direction of their own hearts, but the prerequisite is that they have the ability to realize this desire. However, the Hgyaku I created is only a semi-finished product. Yes, your thing is indeed a semi-finished product, go on. Lin Yu nodded and motioned for Urahara Kisuk to continue. Urahara Kisuk sorted out his thoughts and continued, after I invented Hgyaku, I unexpectedly discovered that the power of Hgyaku after awakening far exceeded the captain-level spiritual pressure, and the gap was extremely huge. Before that, Aizen had also made a Hgyaku and sacrificed the souls of tens of thousands of Rukanga who had the potential to become elite Shinigami. Because I was worried that this powerful power would pose a huge threat to Soul Society, I decided to seal the Hgyaku. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, so, Aizen's main purpose in framing you is for the Hgyaku in your hand, right? Because only two Hgyakus combined into one can form a complete Hgyaku. I don't know where Captain Lin Yu got this information from, but it's true. A trace of worry flashed in Urahara Kisuk's eyes. Aizen has always longed for more powerful power, and the complete Hgyaku can just satisfy his desire. He framed me at all costs just to seize the Hgyaku from my hands. Now he has. If we find a Hgyaku, we will definitely take action soon, Captain Lin Yu, we must be prepared to deal with it. You don't need to remind me about this, the captain and I will make corresponding arrangements. That's it, I'll leave first, Kisuk, and I'll leave it to you. Lin Yu said and walked out of the Urahara store quickly. Fast even makes people feel a little rushed. In fact, the reason why Lin Yu left in such a hurry was because he wanted to meet Ba Yunzhai as soon as possible, but the more important reason was that he could no longer continue making up the story. He spent a lot of effort to come up with this statement to make Urahara Kisuk and others willing to believe that he and the captain finally locked in Aizen through constant deductions after the incident, rather than knowing Aizen's conspiracy from the beginning and deliberately allowing him to attack them caused them to live in exile for many years, and they were burdened with this huge blame. If he continued to stay, Lin Yu was worried that he would expose his flaws, so he chose to leave the scene quickly. After all, it's not easy to tell a lie well, especially when faced with someone as smart as Urahara Kisuk. Lin Yu walked in a hurry, secretly relieved in his heart. He looked back at the Urahara store, and after making sure no one was following him, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. However, what he didn't notice was that there was a dark figure at the corner of the street quietly watching the direction he was leaving. This black shadow is none other than Aizen Suk, and a meaningful smile appears on his face. It seems that things are getting more and more interesting, Captain Lin Yu of the 7th team. Aizen said softly, with a cunning light in his eyes, and then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Who is it? Lin Yu sensed Aizen's spiritual pressure and hurriedly chased him to where he disappeared. Lin Yu's flash was so fast that he caught up with Aizen in a short while. Captain Aizen? Why are you here? Wasn't it Ishin you attacked just now? Faced with Lin Yu's aggressive questioning, Aizen pushed up his glasses. Captain Lin Yu is so sharp. He actually discovered me. It seems I was too careless. Chapter 105. It seems that I was careless. I always thought that you left after a sneak attack. I didn't expect that you have been squatting until now. Lin Yu said with a gloomy face. Haha, you can't blame me, you are too careless. But this time, it's thanks to Captain Lin Yu. If it weren't for you, how could I know that Urahara Kisuke and Hirako Shinji are both in Karakura town? It's all thanks to you. Aizen said with a proud smile. Aizen, there's no need to say polite words. Since you chose to expose yourself, it seems you are fully confident in keeping me. Lin Yu asked coldly. Captain Lin Yu, don't be so impulsive. We can have a good chat. I'm curious about what you and Urahara and the others talked about. Aizen still had a smile on his face. Oh? I thought you had heard it. Lin Yu asked. Captain Lin Yu thinks too highly of me. Although I am very confident in my own strength, there were so many captain-level people just now, so I will not take risks easily. Aizen explained. The content of your conversation is actually not important anymore. I just want to kill you. Hearing these words, Lin Yu's heart sank, but I haven't lived enough yet. Is this really the only situation today? After a moment of silence, Aizen said, you can also consider joining us. Isn't your dream to be the captain of the Gotei 13? Join me, and when I become the king of the three realms, I will leave the Soul Society to you. How about it? After hearing this, Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his heart. He asked in confusion, how did you know? Aizen laughed, with a hint of ridicule in his tone, ah. Captain Lin Yu, your memory is really bad. Or maybe what you said before was just drinking talk, and it was all a joke. Lin Yu frowned, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of a person and couldn't help blurting out, did Ichimaru Jindu tell you? However, Aizen shook his head and said with a smile, wrong guess. Ichimaru didn't tell me this, you told me yourself. Lin Yu's eyes widened and he asked with disbelief, you mean you were the one who came to me for a drink before? It's impossible. The corners of Aizen's lips raised slightly, and he smiled even more proudly, there is nothing impossible. You have been hit by my Kaika Suijutsu from the beginning, but you just haven't noticed it yet. Lin Yu was stunned and shocked. He never thought that he would be hit. He murmured to himself, Kaika Suijutsu? This thing is not a flowing water type. Captain Lin Yu, you still don't have any information about my Zanpakute's true capabilities. Unfortunately, I still put you and the captain at the same threat level. It seems I'm too cautious. Lin Yu stepped back step by step at this time. It seems that he can't be good like this today. If he wants to survive, he has to get closer to Urahara or Hirako Shinji. Aizen, who has not yet evolved, cannot compete with this head-on. Many captain-level powerhouses. Captain Lin Yu, don't waste time waiting for rescue. You can't leave today. Are you really that confident? Aizen didn't say another word. At this time, both Ichimaru-jin and Tisan Kaname came out of the darkness. Lin Yu looked at the situation and thought about the strategy while retreating. He must find a breakthrough as soon as possible. Suddenly, he looked at Ichimaru-jin next to Aizen, and a plan sprouted in his mind. Aizen, do you think you have complete control of the situation? Lin Yu shouted with a sneer. A trace of doubt flashed in Aizen's eyes, but he quickly restored his confident smile, oh? Do you have any other tricks? Lin Yu pointed at Ichimaru-jin and said loudly, Ichimaru-jin, he is an undercover agent lurking next to you. Ichimaru-jin showed his signature fox smile, Captain Lin Yu, stop struggling. Aizen looked disdainful, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru, is this true? Lin Yu took the opportunity to continue to incite, yes, Aizen, you were deceived by him. He has been secretly sabotaging your plan. Aizen fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. Lin Yu was secretly happy that he had successfully created chaos and might be able to take this opportunity to reverse the situation. Shoot him! Sharpshooter! Ichimaru-jin directly liberated the Zanpakut, and Lin Yu sideways avoided the extended blade while shouting, Aizen, don't you still believe me? He tried to distract Aizen and look for opportunities to escape. However, Aizen was not fooled. He sneered, "Captain Lin Yu, your sowing discord has no effect on me. Ichimaru-jin is my most trusted subordinate, and I have never doubted his loyalty." While speaking, Ichimaru Silver launched another attack. The intensive attacks made Lin Yu temporarily exhausted to deal with them. "The stars protect you. Zi Wei." Lin Yu released the Zanpakuto, and first-level spiritual pressure exploded. "Aizen, you forced me." His spiritual pressure swept through the area like a tidal wave. Ichimaru-jin was under tremendous pressure, and the speed of drawing the sword was much slower. Dongxian Yao next to him was the weakest among the three. He was trembling all over and struggling to keep himself from falling to his knees. On the other hand, Aizen was also a first-class spiritual pressure and was not affected by Lin Yu's influence at all. However, seeing that his subordinates were at a disadvantage, he didn't mind bursting out his spiritual pressure to offset the impact caused by Lin Yu. Snort! Lin Yu snorted coldly and continued to attack Ichimaru Silver. As a veteran captain, he is not only strong in spiritual pressure, but his swordsmanship is also unmatched. He was just caught off guard by Ichimaru-jin. "Ichimaru-jin, you are no match for me." Lin Yu's powerful swordsmanship forced Ichimaru-jin to retreat continuously. His eyes were cold, and the ancient Hyuxia sword in his hand shone with cold light. Each of his attacks was carried with great power and precise technique, making it difficult for Ichimaru-jin to resist. Ichimaru-jin's expression changed, and a flash of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Yu's swordsmanship to be so strong. He tried to fight back, but Lin Yu's speed was so fast that he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Ichimaru-jin's body was covered with hideous bloodstains, and the pure white Captain Haori turned scarlet. His breathing became faster and faster, and his body began to tremble. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. Lin Yu showed no mercy and waved his last sword indifferently, preparing to kill Ichimaru-jin with his sword. Ichimaru's silver eyes were filled with horror, and the fatal sword light continued to enlarge in his pupils, as if Shinigami was waving a sickle and was about to harvest his life. He used all his strength to move back, but still couldn't avoid the blow. A bone-deep wound extended from his shoulder to his waist, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Lin Yu's sword almost split him in half. Ichimaru-jin instantly lost all his fighting power and fell to the ground without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Lin Yu was drenched in Ichimaru-jin's blood and became a bloody man, like an evil ghost from hell. He waved away the blood on Ziwei's sword with a ferocious smile on his face. "Aizen! It's not that easy to kill me, now it's your turn." Chapter 106. Before Aizen could make a move, Dongxian Yao had already rushed forward like an arrow from a string. Although his strength is not comparable to that of Ichimaru-jin, he is Aizen's most loyal follower and is loyal to Aizen. Lin Yu looked at Dongxian Yao with disdain, his eyes full of ridicule and contempt. "Blind man, you want to kill me? Isn't this a big joke?" The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his tone revealed a sense of confidence and domineering. After Dongxian wanted to hear Lin Yu's words, his face showed an angry expression, and his blind eyes under the goggles were about to burst into flames, as if he was extremely irritated by Lin Yu's words. However, he did not respond to Lin Yu's provocation, but continued to rush towards Lin Yu at the fastest speed, with the Zanpakuto in his hand shining with fierce light. Lin Yu stood motionless, his eyes fixed on Dongxian Yao. When Dongxian was about to get closer, he suddenly raised his left hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure surged out from his palm, forming a huge yellow lightning energy ball, which was blasted directly towards Dongxian. Head number 63. Fiery Lightning Howl. Sun Kaname felt the power of Fiery Lightning Howl, and he hurriedly waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, trying to resist the blow. However, he underestimated the number 63 had released by Lin Yu, and Fiery Lightning Howl easily broke through his defense and blasted him away. Dong Xian was about to fall heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up. He knew that the gap between himself and Lin Yu was too big and he could not defeat him at all. Lin Yu looked at Dong Xianyao and sneered, "I said, you are no match for me. Now, you should understand." His voice was cold and ruthless, making Dong Xianyao feel a chill. "Captain Lin Yu. Don't underestimate me. I'm also the captain of the Gotei 13. Dong Xian endured the injury and directly performed Bankai, the final style of clearing the insect Yama cricket. Following Tsinkane's roar, he raised the Zanpakut in his hand and swung it towards the back. The one ring behind the Zanpakuto sword suddenly turned into 9 rings, and expanded rapidly. At the same time, the positions of Lin Yu and Dong Xianyao were shrouded in darkness, forming a black space. "Captain Lin Yu. Although I am not strong, my Zanpakut ability is not something that anyone can resist. In this space, everything is my Bankai. I can deprive you of all your feelings and make you lose perception of the world. Then, I will slowly enjoy the torture of you and watch you struggle in pain, ha 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 ha." Dong Xian laughed triumphantly, and his laughter echoed in the black space, making people's hair stand on end. Lin Yu stood there quietly, without the slightest fear on his face. He looked at Dong Xianyao indifferently, showing a disdainful smile. "Tsinkaname, your Bankai is indeed a bit strange, but that doesn't change anything. Do you think you can trap me like this? You're so naive." Lin Yu's voice was calm and confident. When Dong Xian wanted to hear this, his face turned gloomy. He didn't expect Lin Yu to despise his Bankai so much, and he couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. Lin Yu was trapped in a dark space, but he showed no fear, and powerful spiritual pressure emanated from his body. He closed his eyes gently and calmly felt everything around him. When Dong Xian wanted to see this, he was secretly happy, thinking that Lin Yu had lost his feelings and was secretly proud of himself. Dong Xian walked slowly to Lin Yu, raised the Zanpakut in his hand, and waved it hard. However, just when the knife was about to hit Lin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the blade of his Zanpakut. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, staring straight at Dong Xianyao. "Your Bankai is nothing more than that." Lin Yu's voice was cold, and before he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Dong Xian was taken aback and hurriedly swung his sword to resist, but was still hit by Lin Yu's blade and flew backwards. "Is this what you call taking away all sense? That's ridiculous." Lin Yu's voice rang in Dong Xianyao's ears, and then a sharp pain hit him. Dong Xianyao couldn't help but scream. He was struck by Lin Yu's sword again and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yu looked at Dong Xianyao who fell to the ground, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. "How did you know you could break my Bankai by grabbing the blade?" Dong Xianyao's face was full of shock and confusion. He had completely lost his mind at this moment, and his face looked crazy. "Oh? Grabbing your blade can break your Bankai?" Lin Yu asked calmly. "Did you bump into it accidentally? You are too naive. Your Bankai is of no use to me. I can see it. Your Bankai cannot blind my perception." Dong Xianyao's eyes widened and he looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. You can see? This is impossible. No one in my Bankai can see." Lin Yu sneered and said, "Although your Bankai can deprive people of their 5 senses, for me, your spiritual pressure is not enough to support you in blinding my perception. Dong Xian, spiritual pressure is the most important thing." After saying that, Lin Yu raised the sword in his hand again and stabbed Dong Xian. Dong Xian wanted to dodge, but he found that his body could no longer move. What's going on?" Dong Xian asked in horror. "The sword I just struck was mixed with a kid I developed, which has sealed your spiritual pressure. Now you are like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." A cruel smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Dong Xianyao's heart was filled with despair and fear, and he knew that he had no way to escape. Just when Lin Yu's sword was about to pierce Shinigami's throat, a figure suddenly appeared in his Bankai space with majestic spiritual pressure. Clang! The sound of swords clashing sounded, and Lin Yu's sword was blocked. Aizen? Do you actually care about the life and death of your subordinates? But you can't stop the people I want to kill. Lin Yu looked at Aizen in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. Had S78. Cut the flower wheel. Lin Yu groaned in a low voice, and powerful spiritual pressure instantly attached to the sword, and the sword shone with dazzling light. He swung his sword suddenly, and a sharp sword energy streaked through the void like lightning. Dong Xianyao's figure was enveloped by this sword energy, as if he was bound by an invisible force and was unable to move. The huge sword energy annihilated his entire body and turned it into ashes, leaving not even a complete body. The Zanpakuto fell to the ground, which was the only proof of his existence. After wielding the sword, Lin Yu's eyes became deep and complicated. He murmured to himself, "Dongxian, your obsession is so deep that it blinds your mind. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong path." With the death of Shinigami, the space formed by his Bankai began to tremble violently, eventually shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Tsin! Lin Yu's movements were so fast that he didn't even react. Aizen finally put away his indifferent expression, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Yu! How dare you kill Dong Xianyao in front of me?" Lin Yu looked at Ichimaru-jin who was lying on the ground with unknown life and death indifferently, and his eyes turned to Aizen. His eyes were dull, as if all this had nothing to do with him, and he said to Aizen, "What? You want to kill me, can't I fight back?" "Aizen, if you had taken action personally from the beginning, maybe things would have turned out okay. It won't develop like this. However, this also shows that you are too proud." Lin Yu's words pierced Aizen's heart like a knife, but he didn't get angry or excited because of it. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Haha, Lin Yu, do you think you already know all my strength? You are wrong, I still have many methods that I have not yet used. Next, let us have a real duel and let you see how strong am I." As Aizen finished speaking, a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from his body and swept the entire battlefield instantly. The surrounding air seemed to be frozen, and the space began to distort. Lin Yu felt unprecedented pressure, but he did not flinch, but became even more excited. "Come on! You are the only one left. Aizen, let me see how strong you are." Lin Yu's voice was full of provocation and expectation. He tightened the Ziwei sword in his hand, preparing to have a good touch with him. Chapter 107. Lin Yu and Aizen's spiritual pressure erupted like a volcanic eruption. Their spiritual pressure was like a surging tsunami, instantly destroying the barriers they had set up at the beginning of the battle. This powerful spiritual pressure shook everything around it, as if it was about to involve the entire world. With the full release of spiritual pressure, the figures of the two people gradually became blurred, and the auras on their bodies became more and more powerful. Lin Yu's eyes became sharp, and the Ziwei sword in his hand shone with dazzling starlight, while Aizen smiled, with confidence in his eyes. The powerful spiritual pressure of the two enveloped the entire Karakura town, and this powerful pressure made everyone feel suffocated. All forces, including the Shinigami, the masked forces, and the Quincy, were all stunned by this powerful spiritual pressure. They felt an unprecedented fear, and this feeling made them realize that something happened in Karakura town, and two incredibly powerful men were confronting each other. In the face of this powerful spiritual pressure, the buildings of Karakura town began to shake, but the streets were deserted. It was not that humans did not want to escape, but that humans were unconscious due to the pressure of spiritual pressure. Yura Harakisuk and the others are the closest to Lin Yu. They have a very keen sense of spiritual pressure. The moment the barriers were broken, they noticed the owners of these two powerful spiritual pressures, Lin Yu and Aizen Suk. How could it be? Lin Yu actually faced off with Aizen? This is terrible, things have become very difficult. Harakisuk frowned, with a look of worry on his face. The members of the masked army in the distance were even more angry, especially Kyoraku Shunsui. His hands were shaking involuntarily, and his eyes were burning with rage. Aizen. This hateful guy finally made me feel his command again. The soul that people hate is suppressed. Ishida Longxian, who was scared away by Lin Yu before, turned extremely pale at the moment. He remembered the terrifying pressure he felt when he fought with Lin Yu just now, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, is this the strength of the captain just now? It's really ridiculously strong. Fortunately, he didn't mean to kill me at the time. But he saw that the other party was wearing the same costume. Could it be that there was civil strife in the Soul Society? Thinking of this, Ishida Ryuuxian was shocked. Lin Yu and Aizen stood opposite each other, and the space around them was distorted by their spiritual pressure. Their eyes met, as if sparks collided in the air. Captain Lin Yu, no one dares to underestimate your strength. Aizen said with a smile, a hint of excitement in his tone. Aizen, today is the day you go to hell. Lin Yu showed no sign of weakness, and the Zaiwei sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Before they finished speaking, the two of them took action at the same time. For a moment, their spiritual pressure was splashed everywhere, and their sword energy was everywhere. Their battle was extremely fierce, and every move contained huge power, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse. After people from all forces rushed to the scene, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw such a scene. After several rounds of fighting, Aizen admired Lin Yu's swordsmanship. He secretly sighed in his heart, this guy can actually use swordsmanship so well. It's really not easy. As expected of a veteran captain who has served for more than 300 years, I don't think your swordsmanship is as good as yours. Maybe even Zaraki Kenpeki is not as powerful as you. In terms of swordsmanship that I have ever seen, I would call it the strongest. Aizen praised, with an expression of appreciation on his face. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and the starlight of the sword in his hand flickered, and said, "Thank you, Aizen. However, this is not enough." After saying that, he swung his sword to slash Aizen again. The two of them were going back and forth, with swords and swords clashing, and every time they clashed there was a harsh metal collision. The surrounding air seemed to be shaken by their momentum and became solemn. Lin Yu's eyes were focused. He knew that he had to go all out against a strong man like Aizen. He constantly adjusts his breathing and rhythm, striving to maximize swordsmanship. Aizen always remained calm. He carefully observed Lin Yu's movements and looked for the opponent's flaws. However, Lin Yu's offense and defense were extremely tight, making it difficult for him to find opportunities for a while. Aizen. If your skills stop here, it's over. Had S78. Cut the flower wheel. As Lin Yu shouted angrily, he swung out the Zaiwei sword in his hand, and a huge sword energy came out from the sword, slashing towards Aizen with great power. Then Lin Yu stepped forward, and this time he used his unique Shunpo skill, Flash. His strange and rapid pace makes it difficult to figure out the direction of his movement. Just when Aizen was resisting Lin Yu appeared behind him like a ghost. Without any hesitation, Lin Yu swung out his sword, and the sharp blade instantly cut into Aizen's body. Aizen's face was a little pale, but his expression was very light. He didn't seem to care about the deep wound on his body. Blood gushed out from his back, dyeing his white captain's feathery fabric red, making it particularly eye-catching. "Captain Lin Yu, you are really good," Aizen said with a smile, with a hint of appreciation in his tone. However, his next words shocked Lin Yu, "But are you sure it was me you just killed?" Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his chest, a wound quickly emerged, and blood spurted out like a fountain. This was the first time he was injured in this battle, and the injury was not serious. It turned out that what he hit was Ichimaru Jin, who was lying on the ground. At some point, Aizen lifted him up and used it as a shield. Aizen was not injured at all. When did you liberate the Zanpakuto? Lin Yu endured the severe pain and asked through gritted teeth. He always thought that he could discern Aizen's movements, but now it seemed that he had obviously underestimated the opponent's strength and cunning. When did you think I didn't release Kaika Suijutsu? Aizen smiled slightly, his eyes full of teasing. He gently waved the Zanpakuto in his hand to shake off the blood on the blade, and then continued to approach Lin Yu in an elegant manner. Lin Yu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Aizen had deceived his perception so easily. Lin Yu covered the wound and took a few steps back. He knew that he was at an extreme disadvantage at this time, but he would never give up easily. Aizen, you are indeed very strong, but I won't fall down like this. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and prepared to use his final trick. However, Aizen seemed to have anticipated his move. He dodged lightly and avoided Lin Yu's attack. At the same time, he swung his Zanpakuto and attacked Lin Yu again. Lin Yu tried his best to resist Aizen's offensive, but due to his severe injuries, his movements became slower and slower. At this critical moment, Kyoraku Shunsui, who was watching the battle, stepped forward and blocked Aizen's blow for Lin Yu. Captain Lin Yu, let me help you. Let's go. Aizen has released Kaika Suijutsu. You can't tell the difference between friend and foe. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyoraku Shunsui was stabbed by Aizen, and Lin Yu in his eyes turned out to be Aizen. Chapter 108. Everyone who had originally planned to come to the rescue did not dare to act rashly. They all stopped and looked solemn on their faces. They knew that rushing forward without thinking would not only fail to save Lin Yu, but might make the situation worse, and might even give Aizen an opportunity to take advantage of him. Kyoraku Shunsui, get out of here. If you intervene again, you might end up killing me like Aizen. Lin Yu looked at Kyoraku Shunsui, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He knew Kyoraku Shunsui's hatred for Aizen, but the current situation was beyond the scope of their intervention. Kyoraku Shunsui came up so recklessly without making any plan. Doing so would probably lead to the annihilation of their entire army. Captain Lin Yu. Are you sure you don't need my assistance? Don't worry, I won't die easily. Get out of here quickly. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Aizen. I must admit that your Zanpakuto ability is indeed abnormal and incomprehensible, but it is not enough to kill me. After speaking, Lin Yu raised the Zaiwei sword in his hand high. Sheltered by the stars. In an instant, the power of countless stars was directed from the night sky to the sword in his hand, forming a dazzling light. The power of the stars wrapped around his body like a shield, and the hideous wound on his chest began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the injuries on his body had completely disappeared. Lin Yu pointed forward with his sword. Aizen, come on! Captain Lin Yu, your Zanpakuto abilities are really strange. It's a pity that you belong to the 4th Division. From today on, Soul Society will have one less healing master. You really don't want to consider joining me? Lan Ran is still thinking about recruiting Lin Yu. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yu was too lazy to talk to Aizen. The corners of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand emitted a strange light. Really? Then let me try the power of your stars. Before he finished speaking, Aizen flashed and rushed towards Lin Yu like a ghost. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he raised the Zaiwei sword and swung it with all his strength. In an instant, the stars were bright and the sword energy was everywhere. The two attacks collided in mid-air, causing a strong wave of spiritual pressure. However, what surprised Lin Yu was that Aizen was stronger than he expected. After a moment of stalemate, Lin Yu was knocked back several steps. Lin Yu was in an extremely embarrassing situation at the moment. Since he could not be sure whether Aizen was the real him, he did not dare to attack rashly and could only choose to defend and counterattack passively. This frustrating way of fighting made him feel very painful. Everyone leave this area immediately. Immediately. Lin Yu finally couldn't bear it anymore, and decided to launch a large-scale attack, holding the Zaiwei sword high in his hand. Stars in the sky. Stars fall. As he finished speaking, a tiny meteor appeared in the sky. It was carrying blazing flames and the light illuminated the entire Karakura town, and it quickly fell towards Aizen's position. Lin Yu had a crazy look on his face. Aizen, since I can't break your Kaika Suijutsu, then I will turn everything in front of me into ashes. I don't believe that you can survive when this meteorite hits you. After doing all this, Lin Yu stood there and laughed wildly. Aizen's eyelids twitched the moment he saw the meteor, and he almost didn't react. This guy is really a madman. Although this meteorite is relatively small, if it really hits, this area will cease to exist and everyone will die. This is simply a suicide attack. He couldn't help being shocked by Lin Yu's determination and madness, and at the same time he was aware of Lin Yu's danger. However, Aizen was not shrouded in fear, but instead showed a smile. Captain Lin Yu, I have to say that you are really ruthless. This is the present world, and there are many innocent humans, as well as people like Hirako Shinji and Urahara Kisuke. Do you really want to kill everyone? His voice was mocking and provocative, trying to anger Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't respond. He just stared at Aizen coldly, quietly waiting for the meteorite to arrive. What a madman! Looking at the meteorite getting closer and closer, Aizen could clearly feel the fiery aura. He took a deep breath and mobilized all his spiritual pressure. Had number 88. The flying dragon strikes the thief and the sky-shaking thunder cannon. Aizen uttered the word spirit in his mouth, and a powerful straight beam rushed towards the meteorite. This was had number 88 that he used all his spiritual pressure to cast. It's okay to destroy this little meteorite. However, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly launched an attack. Aizen! This is the opportunity I have been waiting for. You are not fake now. He waved the sword in his hand and slashed at Aizen with sharp sword energy. Aizen had long expected that Lin Yu would take action at this moment, so he held back his hand, and Lin Yu's attack missed again. At the same time, a small meteorite in the sky collided with the had sent by Aizen, making a loud noise. Had's powerful power instantly turned the meteorite into powder and dissipated in the sky, and the entire Karakura town was illuminated again. Captain Lin Yu, I have to admire your courage, but you are still not ruthless enough. If you had directly controlled me before I activated Kid, we would have perished together at worst. This move consumes a lot of your spiritual pressure. I wonder how many more moves you can block. Aizen held his Zanpakuto and slashed at Lin Yu. The two men met each other at hand-to-hand combat, and for a moment their sword shadows intertwined, and their spiritual pressure flew everywhere. Lin Yu fought and retreated. His spiritual pressure was now running low. Aizen pressed forward step by step, not giving Lin Yu any chance to breathe. Every time he swung a knife, Lin Yu would get another wound on his body. Aizen! It's my fault today. Lin Yu seemed to have given up resistance and actually took the initiative to greet Aizen's knife. The blade pierced through his body mercilessly, and the Zaiwei sword in his hand fell to the ground feebly, losing the blessing of Lin Yu's spiritual pressure and turning back into an ordinary sword. Shock! Lin Yu, captain of the 7th team, died without warning. The scene was completely silent, and all forces were stunned by this sudden turn of events. After Aizen confirmed that Lin Yu's spiritual pressure had completely dissipated, he did not hesitate to grab Ichimaru Jin, whose life and death were unknown, and disappeared from the scene without a trace in an instant. Although he successfully killed Lin Yu, he actually consumed a lot of spiritual pressure. Facing many powerful enemies present, retreating is undoubtedly the wisest decision. At this moment, two mysterious masked men suddenly appeared from the ruins on the battlefield. One of them quickly picked up Lin Yu's body, while the other picked up the knife and fled the scene at an alarming speed. Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Shinji, and others have not recovered for a while. Don't run. After Urahara Kisuke and the others looked at each other, they followed closely as if they were waking up from a dream. The result was nothing. Afterwards, Urahara store. Hirako Shinji and Urahara Kisuke gathered together again. What happened tonight was too bizarre. First, Shiba Ishin was sneak attacked by Aizen, then Lin Yu appeared and had a secret conversation with them, and then he and Aizen suddenly broke out in a fight after he left. Unexpected. Soul Society suffered heavy losses tonight. Ichimaru-jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, was seriously injured by Lin Yu, and his life or death is unknown. Didn't you say he was an undercover agent? Lin Yu, captain of the 7th team, died under Aizen's knife, and his body was snatched away by a mysterious man. The captain of the 9th Division, Dong Xian, was beaten to ashes by Lin Yu, leaving only a Zanpakuto to represent him. The captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, lost the power of the Shinigami again and became an ordinary human being. It all sucks. The door opened, and Shifunjai Yu and Yoryuaki hurried back. How is it? Urahara Kisuke and others asked Yoryuaki with solemn faces. Shifunjai Yu and Yoryuaki shook his head. The speed of these two mysterious people is so fast that even I can't catch up. What? You can't even catch up with the so-called Flash Goddess? So where did the opponent come from? Did you see clearly what kind of movement techniques they used? Hirako Shinji was confused. I'm not sure, it looks like our Shinigami's Shunpo, but also like Hollow's Hibiki. In addition, he has a technique that I have never seen before. Yoryuaki deserves the name of Flash Goddess, although I couldn't see it completely clearly, I could still roughly judge the skill contained in this pace. There is no one in Soul Society who uses this kind of step. Could it be someone from Hueco Mundo or a Quincy? Urahara Kisuke thought for a while and said. His brows furrowed tightly, and his heart was filled with doubts and worries. For what purpose did they steal Captain Lin Yu's body and Zanpakuto? This was a puzzling question, and everyone fell into deep thought. I think the person who took action was probably a Quincy that we haven't had much contact with. I noticed the fluctuation of the spirit sun when I was chasing him just now. Yoryuaki's tone was extremely serious. The Quincy and our Shinigami are mortal enemies, and people like them rarely go out, except for Kurosaki Masaki and Ishida Ryasen who showed up today. After Urahara said this, everyone felt even heavier. Rokuchikenzi suddenly made a bold guess, could they want to study Captain Lin Yu's body and Zanpakuto? This guess made people shudder. If this was true, the consequences would be disastrous. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. You know that Yoryuaki didn't catch up with those two people just now, which means that the Quincy is hiding someone stronger than us. Why are they hiding? This question is like a huge stone. It's on everyone's mind. Everyone was silent for a moment, and finally Shiba broke the silence. No matter what, we must find the whereabouts of those two mysterious men as soon as possible, and we cannot let them succeed. Hirako Shinji couldn't sit still either. Do you want to inform Soul Society about this matter? After all, it has something to do with the Quincy. Yoryuaki took the initiative to do this. I'll do it. Although I left Soul Society, I still have a way to contact the Sifenjai Yuan family. The Soul Society was in chaos at this time. After Aizen returned to Siridi, he immediately reported the events he encountered in the real world to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, and held an emergency captain meeting late at night. What? You're saying that Lin Yu attacked Ishin Shiba who was on a mission in this world, killed Kaname Tisan, and seriously injured Ichimaru-jin, and finally you took action to kill him. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Jaishur Yukate's words were so fierce that he almost caught Aizen and started to spray. Aizen! Captain Lin Yu is not such a person. Byakuya also stood up at this time. Quiet! Team Yamamoto shouted loudly, and then looked at Aizen with burning eyes. Aizen-suk, do you know what you are talking about? Aizen still looked calm and calm. Captains, what I said is true. Captain Lin Yu is indeed a traitor in Seoul society. I witnessed him with Yurahara-kisuk and his gang in Karakura town. As soon as these words came out, there was silence in the first team building, and you could hear a pin drop. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He looked at Aizen, anger and suspicion flashing in his eyes. Aizen, on the other hand, still maintained a calm expression, as if he had expected all this. Captain, if you don't believe me, you can wait until Captain Ichimaru-jin of the 3rd Division wakes up and ask him personally. After all, he is the real victim of this incident. Aizen said in a sincere tone. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, okay, I will personally deal with this matter. We will deal with it again after Ichimaru-jin wakes up. As for now, Aizen, I hope you can stay here for the time being. In the 5th Division team building, hand over the power and wait for the final investigation results. Aizen bowed slightly to show his compliance. I understand, Captain. Meeting dismissed. With an order, the meeting ended and everyone dispersed. Aizen also turned around and left the first team building. His back looked a little lonely, but there was a hint of subtle cunning hidden in his eyes. The commander-in-chief of the first team, Anoha Naretsu, Jaishur Yukatake, and Jaishur Yukatake all appeared here. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni slapped the table so hard that the teacup jumped. Lin Yu, this little brat. He actually did this without even consulting us. Chun Shui was not surprised by Lin Yu's trick. Master Shan, Lin Yu did a good job with this move. At least he killed Tisan Kaname and cut off one of Aizen's arms. Jushiro quit. Chun Shui, just talk nonsense. This guy is obviously trying to show off his skills, but he's actually quite cool. Captain. In fact, everyone here knew that Lin Yu just wanted to be lazy. After all, he and Ba Yunzhai hadn't seen each other for a long time, and this time he took this opportunity to live a happy life in this world. Uzawa quickly changed the subject. What should we do about this matter? Captain Yamamoto said helplessly, what should we do? Just announce it, as Aizen reported. Lin Yu, the captain of the 7th team, colluded with Yurahara Kisuk and others to kill Tisan Kaname and Shiba Ishin, and also injured Ichimaru Silver. He himself was killed by Aizen. Lin Yu. You are putting Shan Ye on the fire. Jaishur Yukatake thought of the scene in Jaishur Yukatake's mind when Lin Yu was hung up and beaten by Shan Ye after the Aizen incident. In a small house in Karakura town, Ba Yunzhai slapped Lin Yu's face several times. Actor, get up, don't sleep. Hey! Wife, what are you doing? Do you call me that? I was stabbed by Aizen. I am sick, and the wound is still hurting. Lin Yu quickly grabbed Ba Yunzhai's hand after receiving a few slaps. That's right. Lin Yu, the 6th child, has been acting. He can't do Aizen. It's okay to coax the uninformed. Ba Yunzhai, who knows him well, doesn't believe such nonsense. Sick, are you the only one? Sato stood next to him with a smirk on his face. Lin Yu, you feel comfortable. I'm afraid you and Liuzai will be so angry that he won't hang you up and beat you when you return to Seoul society. Bayanzai, you are here to judge. I have been the captain for so many years and I can't take a break. You two have resigned long ago, so don't make sarcastic remarks here. Ba Yunzhai spread his fingers, grabbed the soft flesh of Lin Yu's waist and started to spin. You still have the nerve to say that when you were captain, I was basically responsible for the team affairs of Division 7. You were drinking and sleeping all day long. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Wife, please let go. Lin Yu's face was twisted in pain. The confused Hiri who was tied up in the corner of the room was incompatible with the scene where the three of them were having fun. Just tonight when Shiba Yushin and Subai broke into Karakura town, Bonsai and Sato tied her up into a rice dumpling. She didn't even know that something strange had happened. Later, she sensed the spiritual pressure of Hirako Shinji and his group, and she struggled desperately to get rid of the restraints. Later, Ba Yunzhai and Sato went out quietly with their faces covered. When they came back, they still brought the captain's body. No, it was still alive, but it was just a corpse. The captain woke up after boasting a lot about his big ears. Several people also talked about the captain, Aizen, and acting. Hiri felt that her little head was going to explode. What happened? Who can tell me? Hiri shouted hysterically to several people. Chapter 109. Seeing Hiri's pitiful and aggrieved look, Lin Yu and others realized as if they were waking up from a dream, that there was a hot-tempered little loli being tied up next to her. They hurriedly untied the ropes from her body. Sorry, Hiri, we almost forgot about you. However, as soon as the rope was untied, Hiri rushed towards Ba Yunzhai and Sato like a tiger descending a mountain. Unfortunately, before she could jump on the two of them, Sato slapped her to the ground hard. Her face came into close contact with the floor. Sato pushed her down on the floor and moved her. No. Ah! Crazy woman! Let me go! Hiri was still struggling. Hiri, after so many years, why are you still the same? Can you learn to be better? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. He began to wonder if bringing her here was a wise choice. After all, following a master like Sato, it is simply more difficult to learn well than to reach the sky. Sato snorted coldly, if you make trouble again, I'll tie you up and throw you into the underground training ground. Hiri suddenly became quiet, she didn't want to be tied up into a dumpling anymore. Lin Yu couldn't bear it and said, okay, Sato, let her go. Hiri, stop making trouble and get up first. Hiri slowly got up from the ground, straightened her clothes, and glared at Sato. Hiri stared at Lin Yu with red eyes, full of grievances. She gritted her teeth and said, Captain, I just sensed the spiritual pressure of Bald Man's gang. Are they also in Karakura town? Lin Yu sighed helplessly, looking at Hiri's stubborn little appearance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in his heart. He said softly, yes, they are indeed in Karakura town. Hearing this, Hiri's eyes flashed with excitement, but more importantly, she was angry. She clenched her fists and said in a low voice, I want to see them. Lin Yu replied without hesitation, no. Hiri's eyes widened and she asked in confusion, why? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, because we are all dead now. Hiri was stunned, with disbelief on her face. She murmured to herself, how is it possible? When did I die? Lin Yu had an embarrassed look on his face, scratched his head, and said with some embarrassment, well, just 2 years ago, I reported that you were killed in action while performing a mission in this world, so you are now a gangster, you know I mean, right? After Hiri heard this, she was trembling with anger. She stared at Lin Yu with eyes wide open and shouted loudly, Captain! UBD! How dare you do this to me? Lin Yu gave a helpless smile. He tried to comfort Hiri, but was ruthlessly interrupted by her. Hiri was very emotional and kept accusing Lin Yu of his sixth behavior, which made him feel very headache. Hiri, who had been noisy for a long time, finally calmed down, but her eyes were like burning flames, staring at Lin Yu. If eyes could kill, then Lin Yu would have been torn apart by Hiri at this moment. Blocked. Captain, tell me. What is going on? What do you mean we are all dead? Hiri asked through gritted teeth. Lin Yu touched his chin and replied thoughtfully, your crazy master and Ba Yunzhai were killed in battle 1,000 years ago. As for me, you saw it just now, they carried my body back. When Sato heard Lin Yu call her a crazy woman, he glared at him to show his dissatisfaction. However, Hiri looked confused and asked with doubts on his face, Crazy Master and Ba Yunzhai died thousands of years ago? Then who are these two people now? Have they seen ghosts? Sato slapped Hiri on the back of the head again, and said with a helpless tone, "Idiot! We only recorded death in battle, not really death. Aren't you in the same situation now?" Hiri was still confused. She held her hair tightly, her face was full of pain, and she kept shaking her little head. "I really can't understand, what is going on with all of this? Why do we become dead for no reason? Also, how did you die, Captain?" Lin Yu smiled and replied easily, "Oh, well, I was killed by Aizen." Well, it was in full view of everyone at the time. Yurahara witnessed this scene, Hirako Shinji and the others also saw it, so we can't show up easily. Hiri finally started to accept reality. Then why do we fake our own deaths? What is the purpose of all this? Would you believe me if I said it was just for fun? Okay, no more joking. In fact, it was Aizen who attacked Hirako Shinji and others, and Yurahara was framed. He originally went to rescue Hirako Shinji and others. The reason why we chose to fake death, is to carefully plan so that Aizen can be completely eradicated in the future. Hearing this, Hiri's eyes widened with shock and disbelief on his face. This is simply ridiculous. How could such a thing happen? Hiri said stumblingly. Otherwise, you think we fake death for fun? In fact, it's just for fun. Lin Yu has worked hard for so many years, can't he enjoy it? But Captain, you haven't defeated Aizen, are you sure we can kill him? Hiri was still a little worried. Don't worry, aren't there Hirako Shinji and Yurahara besides us? All we have to do is hibernate. Lin Yu comforted. Okay, if that's the case, then I trust your judgment, Captain. However, I still want to see Baldy and the others. Hiri sighed. No. Lin Yu rejected Hiri's request. Hiri, if you want to meet Hirako Shinji and the others, then wait until the day we take action against Aizen. How long will that take? Lin Yu made an estimate. 20 years at most. You've been here for so long. It's impossible for you, Hiri, to be able to endure even this little time. When Hiri heard that it would take another 20 years, he gritted his teeth and finally agreed. 20 years may be a long time for ordinary people, but for Shinigami, it is just a blink of an eye. Seeing Hiri agreeing so readily, Lin Yu didn't believe it at all. He knew Hiri's personality well, and she would never give up the idea of meeting Hirako Shinji and others easily. So, Lin Yu decided to intimidate this irritable little loli to ensure that she would not make any small moves. Hiri, you'd better not have any bad ideas. From now on, I will live here and I will keep an eye on you. If you still want to sneak up on Hirako Shinji and the others, then you have to think carefully about the consequences. If you disobey, I will definitely tie you up and throw you to the training ground without hesitation, leaving you alone for 20 years. Lin Yu said in a stern tone. When Hiri heard these words, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. She was secretly annoyed and thought, sure enough, her little calculation could not escape Lin Yu's eyes after all. Facing Lin Yu's threat, Hiri sighed helplessly and whispered, Captain, you shouldn't be so heartless, right? Lin Yu glared at Hiri hard and warned, if you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Hiri suddenly felt like a frustrated ball and responded dejectedly, okay, I understand, Captain. She realized that what Lin Yu said was true. If he really ran out to see Hirako and the others, then she would have to stay in the dark training ground for 20 years. From then on, the internet, food and other things would be far away from her. She looked sad when she thought about this. Chapter 110. Ba Yunzhai put his hands on his hips and looked at everything that happened in front of him with a speechless expression. She couldn't help shouting to Lin Yu, Lin Yu. Can't you stop scaring Hiri? When Lin Yu heard this, he smiled, but still kept his mouth shut. Ba Yunzhai then comforted Hiri and said, Hiri, don't listen to Lin Yu's nonsense. If he really dares to tie you up and throw you on the training ground, I will definitely make him look good. When the time comes, he must be hung up and beaten severely. However, Sato on the side pouted with some dissatisfaction. He said disdainfully, "Tch, you two really sing in harmony. One sings the red face and the other sings the bad face. Do you really think my stupid apprentice can't tell?" Ba Yunzhai and Lin Yu looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They knew that although Sato said so, he actually approved of their education method. After all, this method can not only prevent Hiri Akira from going to Hirako Shinji and the others easily, but also make her feel the care and love of bonsai. "Honey, I'm hungry." Lin Yu touched his stomach and pretended to be pitiful. He had a good fight with Aizen just now. Although it was just acting, he also spent a lot of effort. After all, you have to control your strength and not really chop Aizen to death, otherwise there will be no point in playing. At this moment, his stomach was already growling with hunger. "You." Ba Yunzhai shook his head helplessly, then turned to Hiri and said, "Hiri, come and help me wash the dishes." After that, she walked into the kitchen and started busy. It didn't take long for dishes with delicious taste and aroma to be served on the table. Lin Yu couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and ate hungrily, as if he was the reincarnation of a starving ghost. "Eat slowly. If you keep eating like this, we won't have anything to eat." Ba Yunzhai looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but scolded. "Hey, it's been a long time since I've eaten the food you cooked. The food my wife cooks is delicious." Lin Yu replied vaguely while eating. Sato Han, who was sitting aside, turned pale with anger when he heard this. She clenched her fists and cursed secretly in her heart, "This damn guy, how dare you say such things in front of me?" But she could only mutter in a low voice, "Don't be angry, don't be angry, anger will affect the skin." "Honey, this fish is delicious. Try it." Lin Yu said softly, while picking up a small piece of tender fish meat and carefully feeding it to Ba Yunzhai's mouth. His eyes were full of doting and love, as if there were only two of them in the whole world. Ba Yunzhai smiled slightly, his face filled with happiness. She said softly, "How can I not know whether what I cook is delicious or not?" However, she still opened her mouth slightly and accepted Lin Yu's feeding. At that moment, the sweet atmosphere between the two made everyone around them feel their happiness. When Hiri sitting aside saw this scene, she was very self-aware and frantically picked up food, and then squatted silently in the corner. She knew what terrible things would happen next. Sure enough, Sato, who had been patient, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes widened, sparks of anger flashing in them. She couldn't stand this kind of dog food scene anymore and felt like she was about to explode. So, she stood up without hesitation and prepared to overturn the table in front of her. "I can't stand it anymore. You two B, you want to show your affection even if you have a meal, don't even eat it." Sato's idea of lifting the table failed. Lin Yu pressed it down on the table. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the table at all. The frustrated Sato changed his strategy and used his old fist at Lin Yu. With one punch, Lin Yu, who was unable to defend himself, turned into a panda's eyes. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Sato didn't even expect that this punch could really hit Lin Yu. Everyone was stunned, including Sato himself. She looked at the bruises on Lin Yu's eyes and laughed. "Let you show off your affection. Let you show off your love." Sato has not been so happy for a long time. Lin Yu rubbed his blue eyes and continued to take 2 mouthfuls of rice. "Sato, I don't want to slap people in the face. But, can you be gentler next time?" At this time, Ba Yunzhai broke the awkward atmosphere. She smiled and said, Okay, everyone, hurry up and eat. Today there is fish cooked by me." Hiri, who was squatting in the corner, sighed at the harmonious relationship between these people and at the same time couldn't help but think of Kyoraku Shunsui and others. Hiri, stop squatting in the corner, we are all a family, come here quickly. Lin Yu shouted looking at Hiri's pitiful appearance. Oh! Hiri felt warm at this moment. Did the captain always regard him as a family member? After the meal, several people sat around the table and tasted the wine happily. At this time, Lin Yu sent a soul torture to Hiri. Hiri, do you know why I sent you to Hueco Mundo 200 years ago? Hiri shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not know. Answer. Lin Yu continued, that's because I hope you can stay away from this dispute. I still remember when you came back from Hueco Mundo, you asked me with tears in your eyes what happened. You firmly believed that Kyoraku Shunsui, Yura and others would not betray Soul Society. When Lin Yu mentioned this, Hiri's thoughts were brought back to the past. Lin Yu continued, at that time, Captain Yasuo asked me to take good care of you before being promoted. At that time, I only agreed to repay her for giving me the temporary soul technology. However, as time went by with you, I found that you are really a cute kid, although you may be a little violent sometimes, but that's also your personality. He looked at Hiri with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. So, Hiri, don't doubt yourself anymore. In addition to having friends like Kyoraku Shunsui, you also have a master who treats you very well. You are still an indispensable member of our big family. Lin Yu he took action and patted Hiri's shoulder gently. Hiri raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She bit her lip, trying not to cry. Thank you, Captain. I know. You are all very good to me, especially the crazy lady master. Hiri said with tears in her eyes, gratitude shining in her eyes. Sato put his hand on his forehead after hearing this. It was really a headache for Hiri to still call her crazy woman master at such a sensational moment. However, she was also used to Hiri being called such a name, so she was not angry at all. He smiled helplessly. At this time, a breeze blew by, bringing a little coolness. But the atmosphere inside the house became more warm and harmonious. Everyone sat together and enjoyed the tranquility and warmth of this moment. At this time, Lin Yu raised his wine glass. Wife, Sato, Hiri, starting from tonight I will live with you in this world. I'm really looking forward to it. His face was filled with a happy smile, as if he had already seen the beautiful days in the future. Sato finally stopped choking Lin Yu. As long as you and Yunzhai don't mess around, I'll still welcome you. She looked at Lin Yu with a smile, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Several people raised their glasses one after another to celebrate this wonderful moment. The sound of clinking wine glasses was filled with joy and blessings. Chapter 111 Soul Society. After Ichimaru Jin's awakening, the captain confirmed the evidence that Lin Yu colluded with Yura and others to betray Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni held a captain meeting to make a final decision on the matter. Captain Lin Yu of the 7th Division colluded with Yura to kill the captain of the 9th Division, Taisen Kaname, and the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin. Since he himself had been killed by the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, there was no need to issue a hunt warrant. As soon as the news came out, the entire Gotei 13 team was in an uproar, especially the members of the 7th team, who didn't believe that their captain had rebelled. They all said that there must be a misunderstanding and asked for a re-investigation of the matter, but Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni did not change his decision. How is it possible? How could our captain do such a thing? A member of the 7th team said excitedly. Yes, there must be something wrong here. We need a reasonable explanation. Another team member agreed. However, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's attitude is very firm. The evidence is conclusive and beyond doubt. Lin Yu colluded with Yura and betrayed Soul Society. This is an undeniable fact. Vice Captain Tetsuzaman, what do you think of this? Komamura, who had a pair of werewolf ears, asked his opinion. Tetsuzumon still looked cool and said extremely seriously, I don't believe that the captain will be a traitor to Soul Society, but the top management has made a conclusion, and we can only accept it silently. Faced with the tough attitude of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the members of the 7th team felt extremely disappointed. They could not accept this reality and had deep doubts about the higher UPS in Soul Society. At the same time, members of other teams also started talking about it. Some people think this is just a victim of a power struggle, while others think Lin Yu may really be a traitor. At this moment, a mysterious man quietly appeared and handed a secret letter to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni glanced at the content of the letter and frowned immediately. This secret letter was the news sent by Yoryuaki through Shifunjai Yuan's house. When he opened the secret letter and read it, his eyes became solemn. He didn't care too much about the person who snatched Lin Yu's body mentioned in the letter, because he already had the answer in his heart, it must be Yunzhai and Sato's good deeds. However, what really worried him was what was happening with the Quincy. Recalling that 200 years ago, he ordered Kukaki Xianghe to lead a team to conduct a thorough cleansing of the remaining Quincy. However, what I didn't expect was that 2 more Quincy appeared in Karakura town this time. One of them even saved Ishin Shiba, who was in a state of embarrassment due to hollow white hits at the time, while the other had a strong hostility towards Soul Society. The appearance of these 2 Quincy made him realize that there might be other Quincy groups hidden behind them, which he had never known before. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni knew very well that the hatred between the Quincy and the Shinigami has a long history, and the conflict between the 2 parties has long been irreconcilable. Now, with the emergence of these 2 new Quincy, and the possible existence of Quincy groups behind them, Soul Society will face unknown threats. As the captain of the Gotei 13, he has the obligation to nip danger in the bud. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni pondered for a moment. Chongjiro. Let Xianghe come to see me. Yes. Captain. I'll go and notify Xianghe right away. Soon after, Kukaki Hibiki came to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Captain, what do you want from me? Kukaki Xianghe asked. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stared at Kukaki Xianghe with a serious expression, and said in a solemn tone, the Quincy appeared again. Although there were only 2 people this time, it is difficult to determine whether there is a person hidden behind the scenes. You are required to lead a special force to investigate their details. Kukaki Xianghe respectfully accepted the order and said, Yes, Captain. I will definitely live up to your trust. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni nodded slightly and continued, in addition, by the way, I want to inquire about the whereabouts of Lin Yu. This guy is so lazy that he is really annoying. Kukaki Xianghe's heart tightened. He knew the significance of this mission, but he still responded firmly, I understand, Captain. It's just that I don't know the specific location of the master. He must be staying with Yunzhai and Sato. You can just go straight to them. Then, I will set off immediately. Wait a moment. When you see Lin Yu, tell him that when he comes back, I will definitely hang him up and beat him severely. I understand, Captain. A trace of helplessness flashed in Kukaki Xianghe's eyes. Afterwards, Kukaki Xianghe took a team of elites to Karakura town to investigate. In Karakura town, a boundary door opened silently. After Kukaki Xianghe led the special forces to Karakura town, he immediately launched an investigation into the incident. They secretly observed the actions of the 2 Quincy, collected clues and tried to find out the organization behind them. At the same time, Kukaki Xianghe also followed Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's order and rushed to the stopping point of Yunzhai and others without stopping. Boom! 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 The knocking on the door sounded rhythmically. Who? Yunzhai and others immediately became alert. Their foothold in this world was extremely secret, and not many people knew about it. Master wife, hurry up to the gate of opening. I am Xiang He. As the sound of Kukaki's sound came, the door slowly opened. Ba Yunzhai poked his head out, with a hint of surprise on his face. It turns out to be Xiang He. Why did you suddenly come to this world? Kukaki Xiang He smiled and replied, Captain Yamamoto sent me here. Master should be here too, right? At this time, Lin Yu's voice came from inside the house, Hey! Xiang He, why are you here? Kukaki Xiang He walked into the house and explained, It's not because of the trouble you caused, but also the two Quincy who appeared. Lin Yu asked with some guilt, The captain is not angry, is he? Kukaki shook his head helplessly and conveyed Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's words, Master, the captain asked me to convey a message to you. When you go back, he will definitely hang you up and beat you severely. After hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. He knew Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's temper, and he was afraid that he would suffer a lot when he went back this time. What's the current situation in Seoul society? Lin Yu asked. Kukaki Xiang He knew that Lin Yu was asking about the impact on Seoul society after this incident. Kukaki Xiang He frowned and said, There were some riots, but they have been brought under control. But Master, you are really playing a big game this time. You did this and caused Seoul society to lose 3 captains in a short period of time. This is really a headache. Lin Yu smiled disapprovingly, It's not as serious as you said. This matter is actually easy to solve. Then Master, can you tell me how to solve it? I discussed the choice of captain of the 10th Division with Captain Yamamoto before leaving Seoul society. The current 3rd seat Hitsugaya Toshiro is a good successor. Lin Yu said with a relaxed look. Kukaki Hibikiro frowned and said, Hisugaya Toshiro? Just that little kid? I remember he hasn't learned Bankai yet, right? Lin Yu nodded and said, Yes, he has not learned Bankai yet, but with his talent, if you push him harder, I believe he will master Bankai soon. Kukaki Xiang He thought for a while and then said, Well, I hope he can master Bankai as soon as possible and become a qualified captain. What about your 7th team? Lin Yu smiled and said, The 7th team can be temporarily handed over to the big dog Komamura on the left side. He has learned Bankai a long time ago, and his strength is barely passable among the captains. The 7th team is the best in his hands choose. Kukaki Xiang He nodded and said, Well, Komamura's left team is indeed a suitable candidate. What about the 9th team? Lin Yu shrugged helplessly and said, Speaking of Xiang He, I'm not the captain, so this matter is not my concern. You go back and ask the captain directly. Why are you asking me? Xiang He smiled and shook his head. He was a master. He would do anything just to be lazy. He had even arranged his escape route. There was no point in discussing this now. Master, I have one last question. What happened to the Quincy that appeared this time? This is also what I came to this world to deal with. Xiang He asked the last doubt in his heart. Since Master knows so much about this world, then we must know the causes and consequences of this incident. You're talking about Kurosaki Masaki and Ishida Ryujin. Don't worry, there is no driving force behind this matter, it's just a few Quincy remnants of the Ishida family. And that Kurosaki Masaki might become Ishin's wife. Lin Yu showed a sly smile, seeming to know something that others didn't know. Oh? Master, why are you so sure? Xiang He asked curiously. This was the first time he heard such a statement. Because I know her. She is a very special girl. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously and did not explain anything more. Bonsai, Sato, and Hiri on the side heard this and immediately posted it. They were interested in this kind of 8 trigrams. What? Will Masaki Kurosaki marry Ishin Shiba? Hiri exclaimed in surprise. SHHH. Keep your voice down. You haven't even written your horoscope yet. Lin Yu quickly motioned to Hiri to keep her voice down. How can you be sure? Ba Yunzhai said excitedly. Think about it, Ishin has become an ordinary person now. If he wants to live in this world, he will definitely learn something to be self-reliant, and he will not stay with Urahara Kisuk and the others forever. As long as he moves out, he will definitely come into contact with society, but he is unfamiliar with Karakura town and only knows Kurosaki Masaki. What do you think will happen? Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Even if Shiba has this intention, can you guarantee that Kurosaki Masaki will like and marry him? Kukaki Xianghe asked doubtfully. Lin Yu showed a confident smile. Don't forget why Shiba Ishin became an ordinary human being. It was because he transferred all the spiritual pressure into Kurosaki Masaki's body and rescued Masaki, who almost turned into a hollow. This is a life-saving move. What a blessing! And Masaki is still young and in love. What do you think will happen between them? Hee. After saying that, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh twice, but for some reason, his laughter sounded a little obscene. Everyone laughed at Lin Yu's words. However, Hiri suddenly raised a question that made people laugh and cry, so Ishin is just an old cow eating young grass. Her thinking is always so unique that everyone can't help but feel surprised and amused. Sato also analyzed seriously. Seriously speaking, Shiba Ishin is hundreds of years old, and Kurosaki Masaki is only a teenager. He is so cruel. How could he do it? These two masters and apprentices are really of the same virtue, and they can think of such things together. We really are not a family. We don't enter the same family. There is no mastermind behind this, so just follow the normal procedures. However, after all, Ishidoriasan is Masaki Akira's fiancé, so you still have to be a little lenient. Just give him a warning. Anyway, I scared him before. Jump, he won't be restless. Lin Yu thought for a while and said. Understood, master. Kukaki Xianghe nodded, indicating that he understood what Lin Yu meant. Xianghe nodded, and then stopped asking any more questions. He knew in his heart that what Lin Yu said about Kurosaki Masaki's possible becoming Shiba Ishin's daughter-in-law, he decided to put it aside for now. After all, this is a matter of fate between them, and it is not something he can interfere at will. Master, do you have any specific plans next? Will you always stay in Karakura town? Xianghe asked with concern. Lin Yu pondered for a while and then replied, that's not necessarily the case. It's hard to be lazy, and staying in Karakura town is a bit boring. Maybe I will travel around. It's not bad to travel around. Kukaki Xianghe agreed with a smile. Maybe you can meet some interesting people and things this way. By the way, master, if you encounter any danger during your journey, you must notify us immediately. Soul Society. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help laughing, patted Kukaki Xianghe on the shoulder and said, Xianghe, who are you looking down on? How could your master and I be in danger? Stop joking. Okay. Now that all the affairs have been taken care of, don't rush back to Soul Society. Stay and try your master's wife's skills. That's great. It's been a long time since I've had food cooked by my mistress. After drinking and eating, Kukaki Xianghe led the special forces back to Soul Society to abide by the captain. You mean Lin Yu asked Komamura to serve as the captain of the 7th team on the left? And then asked me to find a way to arrange the captain of the 9th team. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said with a slight frown. Yes, captain. Kukaki answered respectfully. This brat, he didn't want to solve the trouble he caused. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said angrily. Master said that you are the commander-in-chief. These are the things you should worry about. He doesn't have that much free time to take care of these nosy things. Kukaki Xianghe explained helplessly. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni sighed. Okay. Since Lin Yu has already confirmed the Quincy matter, there is no need to go any further. Just keep an eye on the people he mentioned. Chapter 112. Have you heard? Our 7th team is getting a new captain. A team member said. Real or false? Where did you get the news? Another team member questioned. Then don't worry about it, I have my own channels. The first team member to speak said proudly. At this moment, a tall handsome man walked into the team building of the 7th team. He was wearing the captain's haori and looked serious. Komamura 5 seats, one team member shouted in surprise. Idiot, I have to call Captain Komamura. Another team member quickly corrected. Komamura looked at the team members quietly, with a hint of majesty in his eyes. He didn't speak, but the entire team building fell silent. The team members lowered their heads to show respect for the new captain. At this time, Tetsuzumon quickly walked out of the captain's room. Congratulations! Captain Komamura! Komamura left the formation with a wry smile. Tetsuzumon, please stop making fun of me. I don't want to be the captain at all. Tetsuzumon smiled and patted Komamura on the left shoulder. Don't say that, Komamura. You are the captain elected by all the captains. You will definitely be able to lead the 7th team. Komamura Zuochen shook his head helplessly, with a hint of worry on his resolute face. I really don't know if I am qualified for this position, and I can reach this point thanks to Captain Lin Yu. Without him, I might still be the unknown chief. But... His voice gradually became lower, as if there was something unspeakable. Tetsuzumon quickly interrupted him and said in a serious tone, Komamura, you are the captain now. Some things cannot be said like this. You represent the entire 7th team. As the captain, you must have confidence in yourself, and trust your teammates to support you. Komamura Zuochen nodded slightly to express his understanding, but the worries in his heart were not completely eliminated. At this time, he noticed that the surrounding team members were casting curious glances, so he decided to change places to continue the discussion. I know what you mean, let's go in and talk. After saying that, Komamura turned around and opened the door to the captain's room and walked in. A group of team members were left looking at each other in confusion. They exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what happened between Captain Komamura and Vice Captain Tetsuzumon. Tetsuzumon quickly took over the conversation and explained to everyone, Captain Komamura and I will talk first, and you can disband first. After that, he also entered the captain's room. Although the team members still had doubts in their minds, they could only obey the order and leave. As the door to the captain's room closed, Komamura Zuochen and Tetsuzumon began an in-depth conversation. Tetsuzumon. I still don't believe that Captain Lin Yu will betray Soul Society. At the beginning, he told me to follow my heart, stick to the justice in my heart, and implement the order of Soul Society, but now... Tetsuzumon didn't know the secret of Lin Yu helping Komamura Zuochen learn the art of humanization, and only thought that he was a fanatical admirer of Lin Yu. Captain Komamura, Lin Yu's betrayal of Soul Society was announced by the captain himself. By doing this, you are questioning the captain. This is not what you should do as a captain. I didn't question the captain's decision. I just felt that Captain Lin Yu's betrayal might have a hidden meaning. But now that I have taken over as the captain of the 7th team, I will stick to the justice in my heart and lead the 7th team. I understand, Captain Komamura. Tetsuzumon said, but we must accept the facts now. Lin Yu's behavior has indeed had a huge impact on the 7th team. We have to find ways to increase the lost momentum. Komamura was silent for a moment and nodded. Tetsuzumon, tell all the team members to gather at the team building. It's time for me, the new captain, to say something. Yes, Captain. Tetsuzumon responded, I'll go gather the team members. Soon after, all the team members gathered in the team building. Komamura stood in front of the left formation and looked at everyone seriously. Everyone, I am your new captain Komamura Zuochen. Everyone is familiar with me. I know everyone feels shameful and sad about what happened to Captain Lin Yu. However, we cannot stay immersed in such negative emotions. I believe that what Lin Yu did is his personal behavior and has nothing to do with other members of our 7th team. We are all Shinigami loyal to Soul Society and shoulder the responsibility of protecting the inner court of Siraidai. We must use his words and deeds prove to other divisions that our 7th division will never betray. Komamura's left voice was firm and powerful, full of determination. The team members listened silently. Although their faces were heavy, their eyes shone with trust in Komamura's left formation. Komamura left the formation and continued, "From today on, we must work harder to shoulder the burden on our shoulders. As the captain of the 7th team, I will stand in front of everyone and lead everyone to implement the justice and order in their hearts." The team members responded one after another, "Yes, Captain." Their morale gradually increased, as if their fighting spirit was ignited by Komamura's words from the left side. Komamura Zuo-chan looked at them with a trace of relief in his eyes. He knew that despite experiencing such an incident, Team 7 was still a strong team with firm beliefs and an unyielding spirit. After doing all this, Komamura Zuo-chan returned to the captain's room with Tetsuzaman. He sat quietly on the soft couch, feeling a little complicated. Tetsuzaman smiled and said to Komamura, "Captain Komamura, I really have you." A few words have raised the fighting spirit of the team members. You also said that you are not qualified for the position of captain. You are so humble. Komamura's face turned red. He touched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Really? I just did something that I should do. In fact, I have always been worried that I am not qualified for the position of captain. After all, I have always been in the position of 5 seats. Is it considered an ability to be able to motivate everyone through words and let them reach their greatest potential?" Tetsuzaman smiled and shook his head, "Captain Komamura, don't think so. A good captain must not only have strong strength, but more importantly, know how to lead and motivate his team members. Your performance today is the best proof. Moreover, you have the support of me as the vice-captain and other team members. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to lead the 7th team to become better." Komamura nodded gratefully, "Thank you, Tetsuzaman. I will try my best to live up to your expectations. However, I have just taken over as captain, so I have to trouble you to guide me in terms of team affairs." Tetsuzaman patted Komamura on the shoulder, "Don't worry, Captain Komamura. Isn't the vice-captain there to assist the captain? I will make you familiar with team affairs as soon as possible." After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Team 7 will not sink like this. Chapter 113. In the team building of the 10th Division, a little boy and a royal lady were arguing fiercely, and their voices filled the whole room. "Ranjaku! What are you talking about? Do you think it is easy to master Bankai in 3 months? Come and try if you have the ability," the little boy shouted angrily. Matsumoto Ranjaku took a leisurely sip of wine, and then replied with a smile, "Koshiro Sanchi, you are a genius that we in Soul Society have not seen for a century. You only learned Bankai in 3 months, this is not a big deal for you. It's so easy. I believe you can do it." Hearing this, the little boy's face became even more gloomy. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "How disgusting. Please call me Hitsugaya-sansei. Also, you think Bankai is too simple. I really don't know what the captain is thinking, and he actually asked me to do it in just 3 months. Learn Bankai within the month." After finishing speaking, he was still muttering in his mouth, seeming to be very dissatisfied with this task. Matsumoto Ranjaku calmed down and said seriously, "There is nothing we can do about it. Who knew something like this would happen? Lin Yu betrayed the Soul Society and killed Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division. This was a bolt from the blue for them. Although the friendship between Rangju and Lin Yu is not deep, they are still friends who drank together. Toshiro, on the other hand, does not have much to do with Lin Yu. He is just the leader of the Gotei 13 team. Rangiku really couldn't accept that the usually lazy and alcoholic captain would betray Soul Society and kill their captain with his own hands. She couldn't imagine how something like this could happen to a former drinking buddy. However, the facts are before our eyes and cannot be avoided. Toshiro was also shocked, but he did not jump to conclusions easily. He knew very little about Lin Yu, so he chose to remain silent. Captain Shiba was killed in battle. Now the 10th Division can only count on you. Who calls you the genius boy of Soul Society? Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Hitsugaya Toshiro with a joking expression. Why me? Rangiku, you are the vice captain, okay? You should learn Bankai as soon as possible and take over as captain. Hitsugaya Toshiro said angrily. Kojiro, you think too highly of me. Bankai, I will never learn this in my life. What's the matter with 3 seats? Captain Komamura of the 7th team was only 5 seats before he was promoted to captain. Matsumoto was confused. Ju shrugged nonchalantly. But Toshiro wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Rangiku. Okay, don't worry. You are a once-in-a-century genius in Soul Society. It's easy to learn Bankai in just 3 months. Rangiku patted Toshiro on the shoulder and said with a smile. Toshiro looked at Rangiku and sighed helplessly. He knew that there was no point in arguing about this now. I will do my best. Toshiro said softly. Rangiku smiled, she believed Toshiro would be able to do it. Then it's up to you, Shiro-chan, Rangiku said. Toshiro nodded, turned, and left. According to the original plan, Lin Yu should personally teach Toshiro to learn Bankai after the Shiba Ishin incident, but something happened in the middle, and Toshiro had to learn Bankai on his own. Toshiro decided to go into seclusion and practice sword zen. He knew that 3 months were tight and he had to master Bankai as soon as possible. During the days of seclusion, he fought with Harinmara day and night. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and Matsumoto Rangiku thought Toshiro had failed, but at this moment, a powerful spiritual pressure surged out of his room along with a biting chill. This spiritual pressure is so powerful that even the air seems to be frozen, making people feel awe. A look of surprise appeared on Matsumoto Rangiku's face. It seems that little Shiro has succeeded. I knew he would be able to do it. She said to herself excitedly. Toshiro has been a member of the Gotei 13 for a long time, but he has never understood Bankai. Perhaps it was precisely because Shiba was there to protect him from the wind and rain that he did not realize the urgency of learning Bankai. However, now that Shiba Ishin was killed in battle, the death order issued by Captain Yamamoto also put tremendous pressure on Toshiro, prompting him to finally break through himself and successfully comprehend Bankai. Toshiro walked out of the room, and Rangiku could feel that his spiritual pressure had far exceeded the level of the deputy captain. Shiro-chan, hurry up. Let me see your Bankai. Rangiku couldn't wait any longer. Toshiro took a deep breath and poured his spiritual power into his Zanpakut. I saw Harinmara releasing a dazzling light instantly, and the cold air overflowed. Daiguren Harinmaru! Toshiro shouted in a low voice. As his voice fell, a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from his body, and the surrounding space seemed to be frozen, and everything became silent. Rangiku's eyes widened, and her heart was filled with shock as she looked at the scene in front of her. She knew that Toshiro had already used his Bankai, Daiguren Harinmaru. After Harinmara Bankai released a wide range of cold air, an ice dragon appeared behind Toshiro. Its huge ice wings extended from the wrist holding the sword in his right hand, and a lotus flower shaped like 3 huge petals appeared on his back. Each lotus flower is composed of 4 small ice crystals. The ice dragon let out a roar, waved its wings, and set off a gust of wind, blowing the surrounding ice cubes flying in all directions. Toshiro looked ahead with Harinmaru in hand, feeling a lot more handsome, but he still didn't grow taller. However, if Lin Yu were present, he would definitely shake his head and express dissatisfaction. Because he knows that although Toshiro's Bankai is powerful, its state is not perfect enough. The 3 lotuses behind him are the best proof. Once the lotus disappears completely, it means that his Bankai's time is over. According to Lin Yu's standards, Bankai should be in complete control of his Zanpakuto and exert its full power. At present, Toshiro can only master Bankai initially, so this incomplete form appears. However, in just 3 months, Toshiro was able to reach such a state. His growth rate is really gratifying. After all, it is not easy to control Bankai. It requires unremitting practice and hard work. Toshiro took a deep breath and slowly released his Bankai state. He said with relief, "Finally, the captain's request was met. Little Shiro, this time you can finally take over the position of captain of the 10th Division in a legitimate manner." Hearing this, Toshiro frowned in displeasure and retorted, "Ranjaku, don't call me Shiro-chan anymore. And you have to change your name to Captain Hitsugayu right away." Matsumoto Ranjaku said nonchalantly, "Ah. Shiro-chan, you haven't taken over the position of captain yet." Chapter 114. The timeline developed according to the original trajectory. In less than 2 years, Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki went from being passionately in love to getting married. On the wedding day, Yura Harakisuke, Hirako Shinji and others came to watch the ceremony, while Lin Yu took Ba Yunzhai and others to witness this beautiful moment from a distance. It is worth mentioning that Shiba abandoned his family name and changed his name to Kurosaki Ishin for some unknown reason. If Kaku and Iwaju learn of this, will they come from Soul Society and kill their uncle? After all, for nobles, the surname represents the family's glory and inheritance and cannot be abandoned easily. After the wedding, Lin Yu took Ba Yunzhai and others on a travel journey that was long overdue. You must know that all the stories in the original work take place in the 3 places of the present world, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, but the scope of the present world is very limited, only Karakura Town and Naraki City. Lin Yu wanted to explore more unknown areas to see if he could find some unexpected surprises. At the same time, he was also very eager to find out why he had traveled to this world. In addition, he is also eager to understand why he can obtain the power inheritance of Emperor Ziwei's projection. Although he once asked Ziwei, he failed to get a clear answer every time. The other party always told him that one day he would understand the reason. In this world, there is also a powerful country in the east, but it is not the country he is familiar with, but a huge existence called the Hyuxia Empire. Although the system and history are different from the world he originally lived in, other aspects are almost identical. Lin Yu was surprised to find that people in this world also believed in gods and Buddhas all over the sky, and those familiar myths and legends were well known to every household. However, what surprised him was that there was no organization like Shinigami in this country. With doubts and curiosity in his heart, Lin Yu led the people of Ba Yunzhai to this land, and their footprints were all over famous mountains and rivers, but they were still unable to find any clues about the monks. It seemed that all these were just legends passed down by word of mouth. That's all. Finally, they came to the last stop in Daxia, the famous mountain of Fengdu. In Lin Yu's original world, Fengdu was the mortal dojo of Emperor Fengdu. It was said that Emperor Fengdu was the incarnation of Emperor Ziwei. Therefore, he harbored a glimmer of hope, hoping to find some clues here. Perhaps, this mysterious place hides the key to solving the mystery? Or is it just an ordinary place, no different from other famous mountains? In any case, Lin Yu decided to explore it himself and uncover the answer to the mystery. At the foot of the famous Fengdu mountain, there was an endless stream of tourists, and among the crowd, 4 people stood out. They were Lin Yu and Ba Yunzhai, Sato, and Hiri he brought with him. The reason why their group attracted everyone's attention was simply because an ordinary-looking person was surrounded by 3 beauties with outstanding looks. Such a combination inevitably makes people curious, and many people cast curious glances. Lin Yu, if you hadn't taken us out to travel, we would have never known that there are so many interesting places in this world. Especially here, as Shinigami, we feel extremely comfortable and give people a kind feeling, as if we are meant to belong here. Since arriving at the famous Fengdu mountain, Sato has had an indescribable feeling about this place. She couldn't help but sigh, perhaps it's because we have a special connection with this land. After all, we are all Soul Society Shinigami, and there is some mysterious connection between Soul Society and the present world. This place is also known as a ghost town, and various legends are circulated after people die. This connection makes Lin Yu and the others feel a unique sense of intimacy in the real world, as if they are part of this place. Lin Yu smiled slightly after listening to Sato's words, and thought to himself, maybe this sense of intimacy is not accidental. Maybe a long time ago, there was a closer connection between Shinigami and the present world, but as time goes by, this connection has gradually been forgotten. Now, when we set foot on this land again, those memories deep in our hearts begin to wake up. He turned his head to look at the beautiful scenery around him, and felt a touch of emotion in his heart. He realized that this trip to Fengdu's famous mountains might give him the answer he wanted. In the end, Lin Yu was disappointed. Apart from some Taoist temples, he didn't find anything different here. The so-called intimacy may be due to the legend of ghosts and monsters. When leaving the Hyuxia Empire, Yunzhai summarized the differences in this empire. Lin Yu, this empire is very strange. In their legends, people will enter the gate of hell after death, then go to the underworld and be reincarnated. It's completely different from what we know about people going to Soul Society after death. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel doubts in his heart after listening to Yunzhai's words. He originally thought he had enough understanding of the world, but now it seems that there are still many unknowns waiting for him to explore. Yes, these legends are really interesting. Perhaps in this empire, people have a unique understanding and belief in life and death. Lin Yu responded. Yunzhai nodded and continued, moreover, they also believe in the existence of various monsters, and these monsters have their own unique abilities and forms. In comparison, although the hollows over there have some similarities, but it still feels different. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then said, perhaps it is because of this cultural difference that I feel an inexplicable intimacy here. But then again, isn't the purpose of our visit this time to explore the world? Lin Yu and the others decided to put the next stop of exploration in the Western world. This place has a completely different cultural and historical background from the East, and there are various versions of myths circulating here. In this world, people generally believe that after death, good people will ascend to heaven, while bad people will be sent to hell. However, all this is just a legend. After a period of travel, Lin Yu's doubts became more and more heavy. This world obviously has so many myths and legends, but except for them Shinigami, he has never discovered any so-called gods. Is it true that only Shinigami exists in this world? Despite this, Lin Yu still persists in exploring the mysteries of this world. Finally, he discovered an unusual phenomenon. After people in these places died, their souls did not go to Soul Society as expected, but suddenly disappeared without a trace. This astonishing discovery made Lin Yu fall into deep thought. He began to think about the secrets that might be hidden in it. So what is the truth? Chapter 115. After traveling in circles for several years, Lin Yu and Yunzhai returned to Kyoraku town. This trip did not give him the answer he wanted. Lin Yu asked Ziwei more than once, but Ziwei always remained silent or said some irrelevant words to dismiss him. This made Lin Yu feel very helpless, but he did not give up and continued to question Ziwei. Finally one day, Ziwei was impatient with Lin Yu's questions. He glared at Lin Yu and said, "When you grow up to be able to kill the King of Death, I will tell you the truth you want to know." After saying this, Ziwei drove him out of the spiritual world. After Lin Yu heard Ziwei's words, a strong excitement surged in his heart. He finally understood why Ziwei had been unwilling to reveal the truth to him. It turned out to be because he was too weak. He knew that it was not easy to defeat the Spirit King. After all, the Spirit King is the ruler of the three realms in this world, and compared to his current strength, there is simply a world of difference. Facing such a powerful spiritual king, Lin Yu didn't want to get into trouble. After getting Ziwei's answer, Lin Yu decided not to ask Ziwei about the truth as frequently as in the past. Originally, he wanted to pursue the truth, but now he realizes that as a person who likes to show off, he has never had the ambition to become the king of the three realms or to master the power beyond the spiritual king. For him, what is more important is that he can live a peaceful life with Yunzhai and enjoy the fun of drinking and fishing every day. The most important thing to consider now is Wak. After all, Wak tricked him thousands of years ago. Lin Yu had long said that he would beat the shit out of him, and all the plans he has made so far are for recovery. Yuha prepared it, but didn't tell the captain and Yunzhai. However, the current situation is a bit complicated. Wak has not fully recovered, and Kurosaki Ichigo has been born. Although he is still just a baby, this does not prevent Lin Yu from observing him. Lin Yu knew that Kurosaki Ichigo would become a key figure in the future fight against Wak. Therefore, he must always pay attention to Kurosaki Ichigo's growth and ensure that he can smoothly embark on the road to becoming a Shinigami. At the same time, he also needs to continue to improve his plan to deal with other threats that Wak may bring. Soul Society. The position of Captain of Division 9 is still vacant, and Captain Yamamoto is almost worried about this. In the 11th Division, Renji was still trying to persuade Madarame Ikeku to take over the position of Captain of the 9th Division. Ikeku-senpai, with your strength, you are fully qualified to be the captain of the 9th Division. Look, you have learned it a long time ago. Bankai. Madarame Ikeku replied angrily, Renji. I have already said that I don't want to be the captain, otherwise why would I ask you to keep my knowledge of Bankai a secret? I just want to follow Captain Zaraki and kill the enemy. This is my pursuit. Renji continued to persuade, but after you are promoted to captain, you can still kill enemies on the front line, and you can also leave your name in Soul Society. What a great honor it is! Madarame Ikeku retorted, Renji, except for our 11th division, how many captains of other divisions are on the front line? And the 9th division is a prison team. How can they have the chance to go to the front line? Renji said helplessly, but... Madarame Ikeku interrupted him, stop talking, I will not apply to take over the position of captain of the 9th team, and I know Bankai's secret, but you must not tell it everywhere. After that, he turned and left. In the tea room of the captain of the first team, a mysterious boundary door suddenly appeared quietly without making any sound. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out of the door. This figure was Lin Yu, with that mean smile on his face. It turned out that he had already set up an anchor point for the boundary gate here in case of emergency. Captain Yamamoto sat there, staring at Lin Yu angrily, with sparks of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph! Do you even know you are coming back? After disappearing for so many years, I thought you were dead in this world. His voice was full of reproach and dissatisfaction. Faced with the captain's questioning, Lin Yu didn't take it seriously and still maintained that smile. He replied with a playful smile, Captain, what you said is wrong. I'm back now, how could I die so easily? He seemed to have no guilt for his actions, but felt that he had died in battle. It's an interesting thing. The captain looked angry. This was not the plan we agreed upon at the beginning. You and Yunzhai lived a happy life for a few years, but have you considered the situation in Soul Society? Of course I have considered it. Lin Yu said with a smile, I came back this time to solve the problem in Soul Society. After all, I am also a member of Shinigami. Captain Yamamoto looked at Lin Yu and asked, what can you do? What have you done in this world these years? Over the years, Bonsai and I have traveled around a lot, and Shiba Ishin got married to Kurosaki Masaki. He also changed his surname and is now called Kurosaki Ishin. Captain Yamamoto stared at Lin Yu closely. These were not things he wanted to know. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Well, actually Ishin's child is the key to this matter. His son was born with the 3 powers of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy in his body. Oh. Captain Yamamoto seemed very interested in this matter. Go on. Ishin's son Kurosaki Ichigo has these 3 powers in his body. Aizen will definitely be very interested in it, and he will continue to take action against Ishin. We can use Kurosaki Ichigo to continue to control Aizen. If he wants to evolve to a higher level, he will definitely take action. This is a good research object. Captain Yamamoto and Lin Yu talked all night long and detailed many backup plans to ensure possible emergencies. Okay, now you should consider the situation of the 9th Division. The position of captain cannot be vacant for too long. Before the captain could finish speaking, Lin Yu fled. Lin Yu quietly came to the 3rd Division and met Ichimaru Jinichi. Ichimaru-jin looked at Lin Yu and subconsciously felt a dull pain in his chest. Captain Lin Yu. Your sword was so cruel back then. Aren't you worried that I would die immediately? Lin Yu is still very confident in his killing skills. Hey, aren't you still alive and well? And I struck carefully. Although that knife will seriously injure you, it is impossible to die. What new moves has Aizen made in these years? Ichimaru-jin introduced Lin Yu to the recent situation. Since that incident, Aizen has been studying the thing called Gyaku, and created a group of troops called Arankar in Hueco Mundo, which is to break the virtual mask of Ashoka's level and above, so as to obtain the same power as Shinigami. Ability. What else? Aizen has no other actions for the time being. Lin Yu briefly chatted with Ichimaru-jin and found that the plot had not changed much, so he returned to the present world from Soul Society. Chapter 116. Karakura Town No. 1 High School. A boy with yellow hair stood at the gate of the school, shouting emotionally and loudly. Next to him, there was a tall, stern-faced man with facial paralysis who held him tightly, trying to prevent him from making drastic actions. Sato, don't stop me, I will teach this BDA lesson today, the boy who was pulled shouted angrily. Ichigo, calm down, who provoked you? Irizawa Ryuki, a somewhat neutral girl on the side, asked curiously, her voice had a hint of neutral charm, and her eyes looked at her with concern. Ichigo looked like he was going to kill someone. Asano Kigo, I have said it many times, my hair color is natural, it is not dyed like this because I am a bad boy. Don't call me yellow hair anymore. Ichigo said angrily. He pointed at the boy opposite him. Hey! I don't believe it. He is obviously a bad boy. Asano Kigo retorted with disdain. Okay, Ichigo. If you keep going like this, you'll be late. Today is the first day of school. Ryuki Arizawa comforted Kurosaki Ichigo. After some consolation, Ichigo finally calmed down and was no longer ready to meet Kigo Asano. The 3 of them walked into the campus together, thinking that this was the end of the matter. As a result, another discordant voice sounded from behind. That yellow guy in front of you, stop! An angry shout echoed in the campus. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head when he heard the sound, and was about to speak back, but found that the person calling him was actually an uncle wearing glasses. He responded with a displeased look on his face, Uncle, who are you? Do you know that it's rude to call people yellow hair randomly? The uncle looked at him seriously and said in a stern tone, This is a school, hair dyeing is not allowed, and I am the dean of this school. Huang Mao, do you have any objections? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, Ah! 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 I already told you that I am not yellow-haired. The color of my hair is natural, not dyed. The dean frowned and looked at him suspiciously, I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head helplessly, how can you prove this? At this moment, the dean suddenly took action and grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo and rushed towards the school's pool. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could react, the teaching director picked up a bottle of unknown liquid, poured it on his head without hesitation, and started rubbing it frantically. Then, the dean pressed Kurosaki Ichigo's head into the water and soaked it several times. After a while, the dean let go, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's hair carefully, nodded and said, "Yes. The color has not changed. It seems that your hair color is really natural. Okay, you go in quickly. But you seem to be about to late." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Kurosaki Ichigo standing there wet, his face full of speechlessness and anger. "Ichigo, are you okay?" Ryuki Aizawa looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with wet hair and asked him worriedly. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand, "It's okay, it's just that my hair is wet. Why are you still waiting for me? You are already late. This dean is so cruel. He snatched you away suddenly. We didn't even react. He was really fast." A somewhat irritated Ichigo shook his wet hair. "He's really fast. Don't talk about you guys, I didn't even react myself. You must know that his father Kurosaki Ishin has been training Ichigo like a devil since he was a child, saying that as a doctor's child, he must have a strong body. Although the training process is very painful, he has achieved great results. Today, I was grabbed by a mediocre dean and held in the pool, leaving no room for resistance. Who is that guy? He has such terrifying strength that he is not even a match for Ichigo." Ryuki Aizawa said with a look of horror. "Who knows, but since he is the dean of students, he probably won't kill the students." Sato Yasutora comforted him. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, calmed down and began to analyze what just happened. "The dean's movements were so fast that I had no time to react. Moreover, his power was also very powerful, and he could easily suppress me. It seems that it would be better to be careful when encountering him in the future." Sato and Long Gui nodded in agreement. "But he is the dean of students. As long as we don't violate school rules, he probably won't take action against us." The three of them walked towards the classroom while discussing what happened just now. "It's really unlucky that something like this happened on the first day of school," Ichigo complained helplessly. "Okay, stop complaining and go back to your seat. Class is about to begin." Long Gui patted Ichigo on the shoulder. When they walked to the door of the classroom, they heard the bell ringing. The three of them hurriedly walked into the classroom, found their seats and sat down. The teacher then walked into the classroom and started teaching. Ichigo listened to the class absent-mindedly, his thoughts still stuck on what he had just encountered. It's really hard to understand how a school's dean of students could be so perverted. The absent-minded Kurosaki Ichigo spent the first day of school in a daze. After school, Ichigo, Ryuki, and Sato were walking home together, and they were still discussing what happened in the morning. "Tell me, why did the dean do that to me? I don't seem to have offended him." Ichigo frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. Aizawa Ryuki raised her head and looked at Ichigo's hair, but she didn't say anything. "Really, just because of the color of the hair, it's really annoying," Ichigo said angrily, while reaching out and touching his orange hair. Okay, don't think so much. Ichigo, why don't you dye your hair black? Then you won't be in trouble," Sato persuaded with a smile. At this moment, a black car slowly passed by them, and the window rolled down, revealing the face of the dean of students this morning. The teaching director glanced at Ichigo, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showed a mysterious smile, and then drove away. When Ichigo saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition in his heart. He always felt that there was something unusual about this dean. Ichigo looked at the dean of students who was driving slowly by. "Really, today is terrible. I encountered such a thing as soon as school started. And the dean always felt like he was targeting me deliberately. He was smiling at me just now. Aizawa Ryuki doesn't think so." "Ichigo, I'm afraid you are being suspicious. Isn't it normal for a dean to greet his students with a smile when he sees them?" Chapter 117. I'm back. Kurosaki Ichigo had just pushed open the familiar door at home. Before he could change his shoes, two cute little ones rushed out of the house like two cannonballs and hugged him tightly. Legs. Brother, you are finally out of school. Kurosaki Xiaoli and Kurosaki Yunzhai shouted in unison, with innocent smiles on their faces. Ichigo touched their little heads gently, his eyes were full of doting, but his tone was a bit dull. Well, I'm back. Brother, aren't you happy? What happened? Yunzhai widened her watery eyes and looked at Ichigo with concern. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter came from inside the house. Haha, Ichigo, did you encounter something unhappy on your first day of school? I saw Kurosaki Ishin wearing a white coat and walking away with a relaxed look on his face. Come out. He had a bright smile on his face, as if he was full of optimism and humor about everything. Ichigo curled his lips and said with some displeasure, it's not because of this damn hair. Why didn't I inherit your black hair, but my mother's orange hair? As he said this, he grabbed it hard. He scratches his hair as if he wants to change its color. Ishin touched his chin and replied thoughtfully, I think orange looks good, how handsome. He winked and showed a naughty smile. Hearing this, Ichigo's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, do you know? Someone actually called me Huang Mao today. Huang Mao. He even pressed my head in the sink and washed it several times. Just to confirm whether I have dyed my hair. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice became louder and louder. Oh? Who is so brave and has such good skills to hold you down in the pool? Who else could be the dean of our school? Shiba Ishin suddenly became interested. Is your dean so powerful? What's his name? MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZHMD2 OJE equals. Name? He didn't tell me. I forgot it too. But it doesn't matter, I will let him remember my name tomorrow. Ichigo clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth. Oh? It seems that my son already has a plan. Yuxin asked curiously. That's right. I want to show him some color. Ichigo's eyes flashed with a strange light. It's time to eat, stop chirping at the door. Masaki Kurosaki straightened her apron and looked at the others with a happy face. That night, Ichigo tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep. He kept thinking about how to get that hateful dean to apologize to him tomorrow. The next day, Ichigo came to school early. He walked into the school gate and saw the hateful dean again. He walked up to the dean. Good morning, director, he shouted loudly. The dean raised his head and looked at Ichigo. Well, morning. Director, I want to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Ichigo said seriously. The dean frowned, what's the matter? You shouldn't treat me like that, you should apologize to me. Ichigo straightened up. The dean was stunned for a moment, then laughed, I apologize to you? Do you think it's possible? Ichigo's eyes became more determined, if you don't apologize, I will make you regret it. After saying that, Ichigo walked silently past the dean. However, just as he passed by the dean, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the dean's arm tightly. Then he swept his foot violently, and in a standard judo move, he tried to make the teaching director have close contact with the ground and make him lose his shit. Ichigo's heart was filled with anticipation, imagining what would happen next. Remember, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo. My hair color is natural. Haha. In this way, no one will dare to call him yellow hair from now on. Ideals are always beautiful, but reality is often cruel. Although Ichigo successfully grabbed the dean's arm, the dean was as steady as a rock and motionless. Ichigo's sweeping leg seemed to have hit an extremely hard iron plate, and there was a sudden burst of bone-chilling pain. Ah! It hurts. Ichigo was in so much pain that he couldn't help hugging his legs and jumped up. Are your legs made of iron? Why are they so hard? The dean sneered and easily broke away from Ichigo's restraints. He looked at Ichigo sarcastically and said, "Huang Mao, you still want me to apologize for my little ability? Do you think that I have been the dean of students for so many years in vain?" Ichigo gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his legs, stared at the dean, and secretly vowed to make him look good. At this time, the school bell rang, and Ichigo knew that he had no chance today. "We'll see next time," he said harshly, turned around and walked towards the classroom. The dean looked at Ichigo's leaving figure, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and thought, "Kurosaki Ichigo is quite interesting, but I have to give him some color to show him how good I am." This dean is none other than Lin Yu, the sixth child. Lin Yu had been living in Karakura town since he returned from Soul Society. In order to get closer to Kurosaki Ichigo, Lin Yu took great pains and through various means, finally got the position of Dean of Karakura Town No. 1 High School. After Ichigo returned to the classroom, he became more and more angry as he thought about it. He kept thinking about how to defeat the dean next time. Inu Orium, who was at the same table, saw his angry face and asked worriedly, "Ichigo, what's wrong?" Ichigo slammed the table and gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that damn dean, he actually..." Inu Orium bent down, patted Ichigo's shoulder gently, and comforted me gently, "Don't be angry, Ichigo, this is your fault in the first place. You sneak attack on him but fail to win, this is not a good thing. What about behavior?" Her voice was soft and warm, as if it could soothe all worries. Ichigo's eyes widened and he retorted angrily, "I just want him to apologize to me. He didn't want to, so I just wanted to prank him. Who knew his legs were so hard?" After that, he endured it. I couldn't help but touch my aching right foot, feeling full of regret and helplessness. At this moment, Sato Yasutora heard their conversation and came over curiously, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and asked, "Ichigo, is this teaching director really so powerful?" There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. And curiosity. Ichigo sighed and told Sato what happened in detail. After listening to this, Sato frowned, with a curious light in his eyes, and said, "Such a thing exists. I will help you weigh him up later." His tone was very confident, as if be confident in your own abilities. Chapter 118. As the school bell rang, the originally quiet campus suddenly became noisy, and students poured out of the classroom like a tide. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was not in the mood to enjoy the relaxing time after school. He, Sato Yasutora, Inu and Orium were anxiously looking for the dean around the campus. Sato was full of curiosity about this dean who could easily subdue Kurosaki Ichigo. He eagerly wanted to see the dean's strength with his own eyes and see what he was capable of. So, the group of people first came to the office, but unfortunately, the dean was not found. Then, they wandered to the school parking lot, where they finally blocked him. "Hey! Huang Mao, are you bringing a few classmates to see me for something?" The dean smiled, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. "I told you I'm not Huang Mao, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo." The dean was silent for a while and then said slowly, "Okay, Ichigo-san, do you have anything to do with me?" Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head, pointed to Sato Yasutora beside him, and said, "I'm not looking for you, it's Sato-san looking for you." At this time, Sato took a step forward, bowed deeply to the dean, then raised his head and said seriously, "Director, I hope you will apologize to Ichigo-san. You have verified his hair color. He is born with it, and he should not be called Huang Mao anymore." The dean raised his eyebrows, with a trace of disdain on his lips, and replied in a cold tone, "Should I say no?" There was no expression on Sato's paralyzed face, but his eyes were firm. He clenched his hands into fists and said in a deep voice, "Director, let me have a duel between men. If I can defeat you, you will apologize to Ichigo." The dean narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Sato up and down playfully, and said with a half-smile, "Kid, Are you so confident that you can defeat me? Then give it a try. Sato's voice was sonorous and powerful. The dean twisted his neck, moved his muscles, and clenched his hands slightly, getting ready for battle. Sato took a deep breath and took the lead in attacking. He rushed towards the teaching director as quickly as a cheetah, punched with all his strength, and the wind roared from the punch. However, the dean turned sideways to easily avoid the blow, then raised his leg with lightning speed and kicked Sato violently. After Sato was kicked, he took a few steps back, but he did not give up. He immediately adjusted his posture and rushed forward again. The two of them were going back and forth, punching and kicking, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, and it was hard to tell the winner for a while. In the end, Sato caught a flaw in the dean's mind and used all his strength to lift him onto his shoulders, trying to throw him over his shoulder. However, when Sato grabbed the dean's arm, no matter how hard he tried, the dean's legs remained motionless as if they were welded to the ground. Sato was shocked and realized that the dean was not an ordinary middle-aged man. At this moment, the dean took the opportunity to break free from Sato's restraints and punched Sato in the chest. Sato felt a powerful force coming, and his body flew out involuntarily, hitting the wall heavily. He slowly slid to the ground and coughed a few times. Sato! Ichigo hurried over and helped him up. I'm fine. Sato stood up with difficulty, but there was no change in his eyes. The dean looked at them with a teasing smile. Looks like you lost. Sato-san. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind an angry-looking Ichigo and an injured Sato. Damn it! Ichigo gritted his teeth and secretly vowed to make the teaching director pay the price for his actions. Wait a minute. Sato stopped the dean who was about to leave. Is there anything else wrong, Sato? The dean stopped and looked back at Sato, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Win 2 out of 3 games, come again. Sato took a deep breath and said firmly. After saying that, he ignored the pain on his body and attacked the dean again. The corners of the dean's mouth raised slightly, as if he had expected Sato to do this. He turned sideways to avoid Sato's attack, and at the same time shot out at extremely fast speed, accurately hitting Sato in the abdomen. Sato groaned and stepped back involuntarily. But he gritted his teeth and refused to give up easily. He endured the severe pain in his abdomen and rushed forward again, with an unyielding light shining in his eyes. The dean easily dodged Sato's attack, and then kicked Sato away. Sato drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up, but his body refused to obey him, and he could only lie helplessly on the ground. Sato-san, you are so brave. Although you lost in the end, because of your persistence, I will no longer call him Huang Mao. The dean said while looking at Kurosaki Ichigo. And then continued, that Huang Mao, what's your name? Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo glared at the dean angrily and shouted, damn it, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo, please remember this name. At this time, Inu Orium trotted to Sato who was lying on the ground and asked with concern, are you okay? Sato-san. The dean quickly explained, don't worry, Sato is a student of the school after all. How could I be so harsh on my own students? He won't have any big problems. There are no wounds at all? Just some bruises. Kurosaki Ichigo walked to Sato, inspected his injuries and helped him up. Thank you, Ichigo. Sato forced a smile. I should be the one to thank you, Sato. Kurosaki Ichigo patted Sato on the shoulder. Okay, it's time for you all to go home. The teaching director waved his hand, indicating that it was time for them to leave. Kurosaki Ichigo and Inu Orium supported the injured Sato and slowly walked out of the parking lot. Next time, I will definitely win. Sato secretly swore in his heart, with a determined light shining in his eyes. Just as they were about to leave, the dean suddenly stopped them. Hey! Wait a minute! After saying that, he threw a small bottle in their direction. Kurosaki Ichigo reacted quickly and reached out to catch the bottle. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" The dean explained, "This is the medicine for bruises that I made before. It is very effective. Let's give it to Sato." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's expression softened slightly, but he still said unforgivingly, "You still have a conscience." However, he still accepted the medicinal wine given by the dean. Later, Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium and Sato left the school together, and their figures gradually disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. The dean stood quietly, watching them leave and muttering to himself, "Ichigo, you are really lucky to have this group of classmates." Chapter 119. After a busy day, Masaki Kurosaki could finally take a breath and rested tiredly at the dining table. However, a nightmare suddenly struck her, waking her up from her short rest. Go back in time and go back to a few years ago, when Kurosaki Ichigo was only 9 years old. On that special day, Kurosaki Masaki lost her powers as a Quincy. That day, the surviving Quincy suffered a terrible disaster, the sanctification of Waiwak. This powerful and mysterious existence forcibly absorbed the power of all Quincy with an irresistible force. Except for Ishida Ryujin and his son Ishida Yuri, no other Quincy was spared. This incident not only caused them to lose their power, but also led to the death of many non-pure-blood Quincy, including Ryujin's wife Katagiri Hat. In response, the seeds of hatred for Waiwak were deeply planted in Ishida Ryuxian's heart. As for why he and Ishida Yuri were not deprived of their power by the Holy Spirit, perhaps it was because of their unique bloodline, or perhaps he had already seen through Waiwaka's intentions and had taken countermeasures. Let's talk about Masaki, who lost her power. On her way home from a karate dojo to pick up Ichigo, mother and son were attacked by Grand Fisher. She hugged Ichigo tightly in her arms, and just when she thought that she and Ichigo were about to be swallowed by the hollow, a mysterious man in black suddenly appeared, raised a knife in his hand, and killed the hollow in an instant. Kurosaki Masaki stared at the visitor. He was wearing a black trench coat. At first glance, he did not look like a Shinigami in the traditional sense because he was not wearing Shinigami's iconic death-defying uniform. However, from the shimmering Zanpakuto in his hand, it can be concluded that this person is indeed a Shinigami. Masaki looked gratefully at the Shinigami in front of him, his eyes full of emotion and respect. She asked softly, "What is your name?" The man turned his head slightly and showed a gentle smile. "Ms. Masaki. It's been such a long time." Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened and he stared at the face of the visitor, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. She froze in place, unable to say a word for a long time. "You? Ah. Miss Masaki, have you forgotten about me?" Looking at Kurosaki Masaki's stunned look, the visitor asked with a smile on his face with a hint of joking. "Linear. Captain Lin Yu? Weren't you killed by Aizen?" Masaki Kurosaki said with a trembling voice as if he had seen a ghost. She couldn't believe her eyes. This once dead person actually appeared in front of her. "Miss Masaki, stop talking so much. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave quickly," Lin Yu said softly. Kurosaki Masaki came to his senses, nodded quickly, picked up Ichigo, and followed Lin Yu away from the scene. On the way, Kurosaki Masaki couldn't help but ask, "Captain Lin Yu, what happened back then? How could you? You want to say that you all saw Aizen stab me to death, right?" Lin Yu calmly told what happened that year, as if it was just a trivial matter. However, his next words shocked Masaki Kurosaki. "In your eyes, I was indeed stabbed by him, but it was intentional." Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief on his face. She couldn't understand why Lin Yu would say such things. Did he really not care about his own life? After a while, she slowly asked, "What do you mean you did it on purpose?" Lin Yu smiled and seemed a little helpless about this problem. He explained, Having been the captain of Soul Society for a long time, can't I enjoy it? It's so comfortable to be an ordinary person. I don't have to deal with team affairs, and I don't have to stay in the captain's room every day, let alone a boring corpse. Soul World. There was a trace of exhaustion and boredom in his eyes, as if he had had enough of the responsibilities and pressure of being a captain. Kurosaki Masaki was speechless after hearing this. He has been the captain for too long. Has this guy been the captain for a long time? Moreover, I was seriously injured at that time. Even if I didn't die, I wouldn't be able to be the captain anymore. Lin Yu continued, it's better to borrow Aizen's hand to fake death and escape from the Siraidai. Kurosaki Masaki was silent for a moment, and she began to understand Lin Yu's choice. Perhaps for him, this was a relief. Then why didn't you contact us later? Masaki Kurosaki asked. I don't want to get involved in Shinigami disputes anymore, and I don't want to cause trouble to you. Lin Yu replied calmly. Masaki Kurosaki looked at Lin Yu, with complex emotions welling up in his heart. At this moment, Ichigo woke up, looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, and suddenly became alert. Mom, where is this place? And who is this strange uncle? Kurosaki Ichigo blinked and looked at everything in front of him curiously, his little hands tightly holding the corners of his mother's clothes. Lin Yu smiled and rubbed Kurosaki Ichigo's little head, this is the child of Yu and Ishin. How did you inherit your bright orange hair? His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and he is Ishin and I's first child. Moreover, he also has 2 cute twin sisters. But having said that, Captain Lin Yu, don't you think orange hair is very handsome? Haha, he is indeed handsome. Lin Yu laughed. He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, a trace of love flashed in his eyes, however, I still prefer your father's black hair. By the way, Ichigo, when you grow up you have to protect your mother well. Of course, I am a man and I will protect my mother. Lin Yu looked at Masaki Kurosaki quietly, with confusion in his eyes. I noticed just now that you seem to have lost your Quincy power. What's going on? There was a hint of nervousness in his voice, as if he was worried about something. Kurosaki Masaki shook her head gently, her face full of confusion. I don't know what happened. Just a few days ago, the surviving Quincy suddenly lost their power, and some even died because of it. Long Xian once came to me to check on my condition, but we still don't know anything about this phenomenon. Hearing this, Lin Yu frowned even more tightly. This is really bad. If you lose the power of the Quincy, then when you face the hollow again, won't you have no power to resist at all? Moreover, you carry a high concentration of spirit seeds, which makes it easier for you to become. This is indeed very troubling. His tone was full of worry, as if he was thinking about how to solve this problem. Lin Yu thought for a while, stretched out a finger and injected a little Shinigami power into Masaki's body. That way it should be fine. Captain Lin Yu, what did you do to me? Masaki felt that his body was filled with the power of Shinigami. A fun little experiment, it just turns you into a Shinigami. Masaki's mouth opened wide. Let me change from a Quincy to a Shinigami. She couldn't believe what Lin Yu said, that he was seriously injured and his strength was impaired. This kind of thing can be done by a person with a great loss of strength. What? Lin Yu looked at Masaki's confused expression and smiled secretly in his heart, but had no intention of explaining more. Lin Yu then stretched out his fingers and gently placed them on Kurosaki Ichigo's forehead. As he moved, a faint light bloomed from his fingertips. This light instantly penetrated Kurosaki Ichigo's forehead and entered the depths of his mind. Kurosaki Ichigo had already woken up, but under the influence of this light, he fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Yu's power sealed his memory about himself, so that he could no longer think of things related to Lin Yu. Lin Yu retracted his fingers with satisfaction and turned to look at Masaki Kurosaki. There was a majesty in his eyes that made people feel awe. I've sealed Ichigo's memory about me, so you and I won't do anything. But you have to remember that you can't reveal the news that I'm still alive to anyone. I don't want to be disturbed. Lin Yu's voice was low and low. Powerful, as if carrying an irresistible majesty. Kurosaki Masaki hesitated for a moment, her eyes full of confusion. But in the end, she nodded and agreed to Lin Yu's request. Okay, I understand. I will not disclose your existence to anyone. Kurosaki Masaki's voice had a hint of helplessness. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. His figure was like a ghost, quickly blending into the night. Then I'll go, Miss Masaki, goodbye. Lin Yu's voice echoed in the air, and then gradually disappeared. His departure was as sudden as his appearance, leaving no trace. Kurosaki Masaki stood quietly, looking at the direction where Lin Yu disappeared. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, including curiosity about how Lin Yu survived and worries about his future life. She inexplicably turned into a Shinigami. After Lin Yu left, he was in a particularly happy mood. He recalled the scene just now and couldn't help laughing. Kurosaki Masaki, who has transformed from a Quincy to a Shinigami, is really exciting. This can be regarded as a prank that Lin Yu suddenly thought up. Chapter 120. I'm back. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just returned home from school, had a bright smile on his face, and his mood was obviously much better than yesterday. Masaki, who was cooking, heard his son's voice, turned to look at the door, and said with a smile, "Welcome back, Ichigo. You look like you are in a good mood." Ichigo chuckled, walked into the kitchen, and stood next to Masaki. "Mom, I have some good news for you. The dean will not make things difficult for me today." Masaki looked at Ichigo in surprise. "Really? That's great. He didn't call you Huang Mao today." Ichigo nodded proudly. "Well, he finally didn't call me Huang Mao today." Masaki asked curiously, "Tell me, how did you make the dean stop troublesome for you?" Ichigo recounted what happened today with great interest, from challenging the dean with Sato after school to his final change in attitude. After hearing this, Masaki smiled happily. "I see. It seems that you had a fulfilling day today. However, you must also be careful not to be too naughty." Ichigo nodded repeatedly. "I know, Mom. I will behave well." Masaki touched Ichigo's head gently. "That's good. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Ichigo ran happily to the bathroom, humming a little tune. Masaki looked at her son's back, her heart filled with happiness. At the dinner table, Ichigo and his family were enjoying their meal. At this time, Ichigo didn't know what he was thinking of. He suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, "Mom. I always feel that I have seen this dean somewhere, but I just can't remember." After hearing his son say that he seemed familiar with the school's dean, Kurosaki Ishin interjected. "Karakura town is not that big to begin with, maybe even if you saw him when you were a child." Masaki listened to the conversation between the two men, and her heart trembled. Could it be that the dean is Captain Lin Yu? "Ichigo, what is the name of that dean?" Kurosaki Ichigo slapped his forehead. He forgot to ask the dean's name again. "Mom, I forgot to ask. Then does he have any characteristics?" "Characteristics? I don't think he has any. He is an ordinary person, and he looks a little lazy." Yuxin thought deeply about what the two of them said, and decided to meet the dean one day. Is he really a familiar person? But he only has old friends like Hirako Shinji and Urahara Kisuke in Karakura town. Could it be them? As night falls, the streets of the city are shrouded in darkness and silent. However, suddenly, a low roar broke the tranquility of the night. The sound came from the void, as if some evil existence was awakening. Ishin frowned, feeling uneasy in his heart. In recent times, the frequency of virtual appearances in Karakura town has increased significantly, and each time the virtual appears, the strength becomes stronger and stronger. This makes Ishin very worried, because everyone in their family is a high concentration spirit carrier, and to Su, they are as tempting as delicious food. Yuxin knows that he and his family are facing great danger. As a depot-ward Shinigami, he is unable to protect his family. The number of Shinigami stationed by Soul Society is limited, making it difficult to deal with the increasing number of hollows. In order to ensure the safety of his family, Ishin went to his old friend Urahara Kisuk to ask for help. Be aware that Kisuk has many strange inventions and props. After some tinkering, Urahara Kisuk finally made several special amulets for Ishin. These amulets can release special barriers that temporarily protect them from harm. However, what worries Ishin most is his wife Masaki, who inexplicably lost her Quincy abilities a few years ago and became weak and powerless. Originally, Masaki was the only one in the family who could fight against Kyun, but now, the entire family is in a helpless situation. Why haven't you fallen asleep yet? Are you worried about something? Masaki asked softly, feeling Ishin turning around beside him, and hugged him gently. Well, Masaki, hollows have appeared more and more recently, and they seem to be getting stronger. I'm worried that you and Ichigo will be in danger. Ishin frowned, his tone full of worry. It's okay, dear, didn't you already get us the amulet made by Kisuk? As long as you wear it, you should be fine. Masaki comforted, reaching out and touching the amulet on his chest. I hope so, but I'm still a little worried. These hollow behaviors are getting more and more weird, and they seem to have some purpose. Ishin sighed and hugged Masaki tightly. Don't worry too much, Ishin. Maybe this is just an isolated phenomenon, and it will return to normal after a while. Masaki patted Ishin gently on the back, trying to make him relax. Well, maybe you are right. But no matter what, I will protect you. Ishin said with certainty. The two of them hugged each other and slept, silently praying in their hearts that everything would be safe. In the middle of the night, a deafening sound suddenly came from nearby, as if something hit the building, followed by a hollow roar. Ishin and Masaki were both startled by the sound. Masaki, Yukyu appears nearby. After saying that, Ishin quickly got up and looked out the window. There was silence on the empty streets. Suddenly, a burst of fierce fighting broke the tranquility. I saw a Shinigami wearing a Death Tyrant costume fighting fiercely with two hollows. The loud noise just now was caused by a hollow hitting the building after being chopped away. The unknown Shinigami nimbly dodged the hollow's attack by turning sideways, and then quickly slashed one of the hollows in half with a backhand knife. However, another hollow took the opportunity to pounce on Shinigami and bit his arm tightly. Shinigami roared angrily and used all his strength to throw away Su, but Su didn't give up and continued to bite crazily. Shinigami endured the pain, waved the Zanpakuto in his hand, and tried his best to chop off Su's head. With a painful howl, it turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. After the battle, Shinigami panted exhaustedly, looked down at the deep tooth marks on his arm, and was secretly glad that these two troubles were finally solved. He turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, an invisible Su quietly appeared behind him. The hollow claws mercilessly pierced the defenseless Shinigami's body, and a shrill scream pierced the night sky. The unknown Shinigami fell in a pool of blood. After doing all this, the virtual creature suddenly turned its head and stared in the direction of Yuxin's house. It was keenly aware of the existence of a high concentration of spirit seeds. This aura made it feel extremely excited, as if it had found delicious food. What's wrong? Masaki, take Ichigo and the others and hide quickly. Kyun is targeting us. Remember to bring your amulet. Ishin's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt uneasy in his heart. He knew that Su's target was their family, and he must protect their family's safety as soon as possible. Masaki immediately understood the urgency of the situation. She woke up Ichigo without hesitation, picked up Xiaoli and Yunzhai, quickly hid in the room, and closed the door tightly. At the same time, she did not forget to remind the children to keep quiet and not to make any noise. However, Su didn't give them much time. In the blink of an eye, Kyun had rushed to Kurosaki Ishin's house at an alarming speed, ready to enjoy this delicious meal. Its body is as fast as lightning, making it difficult to catch. Yuxin was distraught, but he didn't back down. As the head of the family, he has the responsibility to protect the safety of his family. He clenched the amulet in his hand, preparing to face the virtual attack. He ran from home to the empty streets for the safety of his family. He planned to use himself to attract Su's attention to ensure the safety of his family. "Mom! What kind of monster is that outside?" Ichigo asked Masaki in shock. "That's a virtual existence that specializes in eating humans. Why are the neighbors not responding?" Masaki didn't know how to explain it either. "There is something special about our home. Only we can see this thing. Our neighbors can't see it and they won't attack them easily." As Su got closer and closer, Ishin took a deep breath and rushed out. He waved the amulet and shouted loudly, trying to attract Su's attention. As expected, Su was attracted by Ishin's actions and rushed towards him. As Su's attack fell, a transparent barrier appeared around Ishin, blocking Su's attack. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Su started roaring again and kept attacking the barriers in front of him. "Really, I hope there is a Shinigami nearby who can notice what's going on here, otherwise we'll be in trouble." Ishin watched the barriers continue to have visible cracks, feeling extremely anxious. Bang! Barriers' broken voice sounded, and at this critical moment, a Zanpakuto was placed in front of Ishin to block the Hollow's attack. Phew! Finally saved! Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up, and what appeared in front of him was a female Shinigami. When he saw the face of the visitor clearly, his mouth opened as wide as if he could swallow 2 eggs. He never expected that the person who saved him would be his wife Kurosaki Masaki. At this time, Kurosaki Masaki was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit, holding a Zanpakuto, and looking at Hollow in front of him. "Masaki, you..." Ishin's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. He never dreamed that his wife would become a Shinigami. Kurosaki Masaki turned his head, showed a gentle smile, and said softly, "Are you okay, my dear?" Ishin felt his head buzzing, as if someone had hit him hard with a stick, and he had no idea what was going on. When did Masaki become a Shinigami? Why didn't she tell her? At this moment, Masaki's eyes fell on the huge Hollow, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "My dear, I won't let it hurt us." As she said that, she raised the Zanpakuto in her hand, and in a flash, she rushed towards the Hollow like a bolt of lightning. Su felt the powerful aura emanating from Masaki's body, and immediately let out a roar, opened his bloody mouth, and sprayed out a stream of black air, trying to stop Masaki's attack. However, Masaki's movements were extremely flexible. She easily avoided Hollow's attack and her speed was dizzying. After a fierce exchange, Masaki finally found an opportunity and slashed at Su's neck. Su let out a shrill scream, and his huge body slowly fell down, turning into a ball of ashes and dissipating in the air. Masaki breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to Ishin, smiled and said, "My dear, it's safe now." Ishin stared at Masaki blankly, filled with confusion. He knew that if Masaki hadn't taken action in time, their family's lives would have been in danger. "Let's go home first, and I'll explain it to you slowly," Masaki said gently. She gently held Ishin, who was still confused, and walked slowly towards home. He followed Masaki obediently, full of doubts and confusion, but he believed that Masaki would give him a reasonable explanation. After returning home, Masaki closed the door gently, and then said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "Ichigo, take your sisters to bed first. Dad and I have something to talk about." Kurosaki Ichigo was also in a state of confusion at this time. He had just seen his mother transform into a Shinigami with his own eyes. The heroic figure holding a zanpakut was deeply engraved in his mind. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth to ask something, but in the end he closed his mouth and silently walked into the room with his two sisters. After Masaki watched the children leave, he turned to face Ishin. Ishin sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for Masaki's explanation. Masaki took a deep breath, walked slowly to Ishin, stretched out his hands, and held his hands tightly. Her eyes were full of tenderness and apology, and she said softly, "Actually, I became a Shinigami when I lost the power of a Quincy 9 years ago. I don't know the specific reason. Maybe it was the power of Shinigami that you poured into me before. It must have worked. I'm sorry for keeping it secret from you until now." After Kurosaki Ishin heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then fell into silence. After a while, he suddenly laughed, with a hint of relief in his laughter. "How can I blame you? Masaki, I am very happy that you can become Shinigami. This may not be a bad thing for us, but it may be a good thing. You are now the bodyguard of the whole family. But Masaki, what are you going to do in the future?" Ishin asked. "I will still live as an ordinary person," Masaki said with a smile. Her eyes were firm and gentle, and she seemed to have made a decision. "I don't want the children to feel uneasy. They need a stable home environment. And it also protects them better." Yuxin listened quietly, with a trace of worry in his eyes, but he still nodded, "Well, okay. As long as you are happy. But..." He paused, and then said, You must also protect yourself, after all, Shinigami's job is quite dangerous. If there is any danger, you must tell me in time." Masaki patted Ishin's hand gently and comforted, "I know, don't worry. I will be careful." There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled, their eyes full of understanding and support for each other. At this moment, it seemed that all the worries disappeared in this smile, leaving only full happiness and warmth. Masaki gently leaned on Ishin's shoulder, feeling his warmth. They looked at the scenery outside the window together, enjoying the tranquility and beauty. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, only their love continued to flow. Chapter 121. Lin Yu and Ba Yunzhai were wandering aimlessly in the mall. Suddenly, Ba Yunzhai said, "Don't you think this is boring?" After hearing this, Lin Yu smiled slightly and responded, "How could it be boring? I successfully transformed a Quincy into a Shinigami. Isn't this a cool thing?" Hearing this, Ba Yunzhai shook her head helplessly and sighed, "I really admire you." After saying that, she ignored Lin Yu and the two of them continued to move forward. Lin Yu was still immersed in his own world. At this moment, Ba Yunzhai suddenly stopped, turned to look at Lin Yu, and then used his dragon claw hand to pinch Lin Yu's waist. Hiss! Lin Yu suddenly felt a burst of physical pain and couldn't help but let out a cry. He looked at Ba Yunzhai in surprise, wondering why she did this. Ba Yunzhai smiled proudly, seeming to be very satisfied with his behavior. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu looked at Ba Yunzhai with an innocent face. "Who made you think so self-righteous?" Ba Yunzhai pouted and scolded. "How can I?" Lin Yu couldn't laugh or cry. "Then you'd better think about where we're going next." Ba Yunzhai shook Lin Yu's arm. Okay. Lin Yu begged for mercy, "There is a dessert shop in front, let's go have dessert." Okay. Ba Yunzhai cheered and pulled Lin Yu to run towards the dessert shop. Lin Yu ate the dessert leisurely and asked vaguely, "Honey, Ishin's family was attacked by a hollow last night. Masaki's identity as Shinigami has been exposed. Do you think she will confess me?" Ba Yunzhai frowned, thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you think she will confess you?" Lin Yu shook his head without hesitation and replied with certainty, "I don't think Masaki would do that." Ba Yunzhai rolled his eyes at him angrily and said angrily, "Then you still ask?" "Yes, that kid Masaki is quite kind," Lin Yu said softly. After Ba Yunzhai finished the last bite of the dessert, he wiped his mouth and looked at Lin Yu. I'm still a little worried. What if the Soul Society investigates? What are you afraid of? Lin Yu glared at her. I'm here. Hehe, I caused some trouble for Kurosaki Ichigo at school a few days ago. I think that Guy Ishin will soon realize that I am not dead. Haha, you said when he found out that I was still alive, will everyone be dumbfounded? Well, I don't know if he is stupid or not, but I think he will probably give you a good beating. What? How dare he hit me? Humph, let's see who can beat whom. Okay, stop making trouble. Lin Yu interrupted Ba Yunzhai with a smile, but to be honest, if Yuxin and the others know that you are still alive, they will definitely be very happy. The two of them walked out of the dessert shop while talking. Ah, that's right. Ba Yunzhai seemed to suddenly remember something. Since Masaki has exposed Shinigami's identity, we have to be more careful. Maybe Su or Aizen will come to us. Don't worry, I will protect you. Lin Yu patted his chest and said confidently. Then please, husband, Ba Yunzhai said with a smile, his eyes full of trust and dependence. Lin Yu and Ba Yunzhai held hands and walked into the bustling crowd together. The next morning, Kurosaki Ishin got up early and followed Ichigo to school secretly. He secretly thought to himself that he must take a closer look at who the dean was who bullied his son. Moreover, he was very curious that this dean would give Ichigo a sense of déjà vu, which made him very curious. When he walked into the campus, he found that he had no idea where the dean was. So, he began to look around, carefully looking for the target. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his sight. He was so frightened that he took a step back and took a closer look. It turned out to be a tall man. And when he raised his head and saw that familiar smiling face, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell, was the first thought in his mind. Because the person standing in front of him was Lin Yu, who had been dead for more than 10 years. Kurosaki Ishin asked tremblingly, Linear. Captain Lin Yu. Lin Yu said with a mouth full of white fang, wrong answer. Captain Lin Yu has been stabbed to death by Lan Ran, my name is Lin Yu now. Wait a minute. Let me check it out. Yuxin was a little dizzy now. Isn't Captain Lin Yu Lin Yu? Lin Yu corrected Yixin's mistake. Wrong. It's Lin Yu, not Lin Yu. Xiao Yuxin, it seems you are a little confused. Lin Yu said with a smile. Kurosaki Ishin rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dreaming, then stammered and asked, You, aren't you dead? How could? Haha, it's a long story. I was stabbed by Aizen back then, but luckily, I didn't die. However, that battle made me lose my strength, and I didn't recover until recently. Lin Yu explained simply. As expected, Yura Harakisuk, we have reviewed, you should not die so easily. But now you. Kurosaki Ishin is still a little confused. What's wrong with me? I'm the dean of this school, shouldn't I be like this? Lin Yu said with a smile. After hearing this, Kurosaki Ishin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. By the way, you just said your name is Lin Yu. Yes, this is my current name. However, if you want, you can also call me Captain Lin Yu like before. Lin Yu said jokingly. Haha, what an interesting name. Kurosaki Ishin laughed, and most of the doubts in his heart were eliminated. By the way, Lin Yu. Oh no, Lin Yu, how come you are the dean of students here? It would be good to stay in this world and be a teacher. Lin Yu said seriously, besides, I also like to be with young people, and I feel like I am becoming younger. Yes, that's true. Kurosaki Ishin nodded, but since you're not dead, why don't you return to Soul Society? People in Soul Society miss you very much. Miss you? Don't forget that I am a wanted criminal in the Soul Society, the traitor who killed you and Tisan Ka name. It would be nice if they knew I was still alive and didn't hunt me down. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, but when the time is right, I will naturally go back. Well, since you have your own plans, I won't ask any more questions. Kurosaki Ishin patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, but if you need any help in the future, just ask and don't be polite to me. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you. Lin Yu said with a smile, by the way, your son Kurosaki Ichigo's performance in school is not bad, but he is a bit naughty sometimes. This BD always makes me worry. Kurosaki Ishin shook his head helplessly. Lin Yu, you have to discipline him well. No problem, I'll take care of it. Lin Yu said confidently. However, Kurosaki Ichigo is a child with great potential. As long as he is guided properly, he will definitely become an outstanding child in the future. Captain Lin Yu, who were the two masked men who took away your body and Zanpakuto? Kurosaki Ishin asked seriously. Lin Yu blinked, then put on an innocent expression, and began to talk nonsense seriously. Masked man? I didn't make it. Where did the masked man come from? I woke up in an abandoned factory, it's just me. I'm here alone. He said confidently, as if he really didn't know this happened. However, Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help but twitch his face, obviously not satisfied with Lin Yu's answer. He frowned and said helplessly, Captain Lin Yu, you are still so unreliable. How can you tell lies with your eyes open? It was not just me that day. Urahara and the others saw those two masked men. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Faced with Kurosaki Ishin's questioning, Lin Yu still insisted on his statement, shook his head and said, Ishin, why don't you believe what I said? I really haven't seen any masked people. Maybe you saw it wrong, or there are other reasons. Anyway, I really don't know. His expression seemed very sincere, but in fact he was pretending to be stupid. Okay, Kurosaki Ishin waved his hand, I don't expect you to tell the truth anymore. However, you have been missing for so long this time, have you been staying in Karakura town? Lin Yu sighed secretly in his heart, this little fox is difficult to deal with. He scratched his head and said with a smile, I told you that I woke up recently. Where would I be if I wasn't in Karakura town? However, I still met some strange guys, similar to Hirako Shinji and others, but their essence is different. It's empty. Oh? Same as Hirako and the others? Or hollow? A trace of curiosity flashed in Kurosaki Ishin's eyes, it's definitely not simple for you to call something strange. When you fought against them, did you find any clues? I told you that I am an ordinary person now, how can I fight with them? Lin Yu pretended to be thoughtful. Anyway, their aura is very strange, and they have similar Zanpakuto like our Shinigami. Knife weapon. The hollow has a Zanpakuto. These two unusual places made Kurosaki Ishin frown. I'm not sure if it's a Zanpakuto. Lin Yu nodded, however, this is just my guess. The specific situation requires further investigation. Okay. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Lin Yu, since you are back, let's take a rest first. Let me know if there is any news. No problem. Lin Yu smiled, then turned and left. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, finally he got over it. One more question. Kurosaki Ishin suddenly spoke again and stopped Lin Yu. What else? Yuxin, can you ask all the questions at once? It's really... Lin Yu complained helplessly. Ichigo told me that he always feels inexplicably familiar with you, as if he has met you before. What is going on? Kurosaki Ishin looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression, waiting his answer. After Lin Yu heard this question, he couldn't help scratching his head and groaning secretly in his heart. He knew in his heart that he and Kurosaki Ishin had indeed met when they were children, but he could not tell Kurosaki Ishin about this. He must find a way to make up a reasonable excuse to excuse the past. So, he began racking his brains to think about how to deal with this difficult problem. Well. Lin Yu touched the back of his head, showing a troubled expression. I don't know, maybe Ichigo met me when he was shopping, that's why he felt this way. He deliberately emphasized the word shopping, hoping that Kurosaki Isshin would stop asking. Kurosaki Isshin didn't seem to completely believe Lin Yu's words, but he didn't continue to ask, and just nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly took the opportunity to say, oh, maybe that's it. Yuxin, don't think too much, maybe it's just an illusion. I'll leave first. I'll contact you if you have anything. After that, he left in a hurry, fearing that Kurosaki Isshin would ask any difficult questions again. Kurosaki Isshin looked at Lin Yu's hurry. There must be something wrong with running so fast. Kurosaki Isshin turned around and walked out of the school, muttering to himself, Captain Lin Yu must be hiding something from me. But judging from his appearance, some of what he said should be true. But why does Ichigo feel that way about him? Is it really because we met him by chance on the street as he said? We still need to find a chance to ask Ichigo. On the other side, after Lin Yu fled the scene, he patted his chest and gasped, it was so close, the secret was almost exposed. But fortunately, I was smart and got over it for the time being. However, Kurosaki Isshin still seemed to have doubts about me. You have to be more careful in the future. He decided to reduce contact with the Kurosaki family in the near future to avoid causing more trouble. After all, the current situation is complicated enough. If frequent contacts with the Kurosaki family cause other problems, it will be more than worth the gain. He also prayed secretly in his heart, hoping that Kurosaki Masaki would not tell this matter. As for Ichigo, he has the seal he set in his mind, so there is no need to worry. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to lift the seal, he won't think of anything about Lin Yu. Back home, Kurosaki Isshin found Ichigo and asked him seriously, Ichigo, I remember you met the dean of your school on the street when you were a child, right? Ichigo frowned, trying to remember bits and pieces of the past. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall this memory. He shook his head helplessly and replied, Dad, I really can't remember it. Maybe it was too long, or maybe I was too young at the time and couldn't remember these things at all. Ichigo continued, however, I don't know why, I always feel that the dean gave me a very strange feeling. This feeling is difficult to describe in words, but it just makes me feel familiar. I don't know what the relationship between us is. Have you seen it before, or is it just my imagination? Hearing this, Kurosaki Isshin's face became more solemn. He knew that Ichigo's intuition had always been sharp. If he had such feelings for Lin Yu, then they must have met before. However, he still didn't know when and where they met. Chapter 122. In the Urahara store, Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Shinji, and others are immersed in the shocking news brought by Kurosaki Isshin, trying to understand its meaning. You mean, Lin Yu is still alive? Kurosaki Isshin's words were like thunder, making everyone present wide-eyed and shocked. Although Urahara Kisuke and others once speculated that Lin Yu might not be dead, that was just a possibility. Now that we know that he is indeed alive, it is simply unbelievable. How is he doing now? Hirako Shinji asked impatiently, his voice full of eagerness and expectation. Isshin touched his chin and showed a puzzled expression. He seems to have become an ordinary person now. I didn't detect any fluctuations in spiritual pressure on him. Urahara Kisuke raised an eyebrow and asked, where did you meet him? Isshin recalled, he is now the dean of Karakura Town No. 1 High School. He and Ichigo had some friction some time ago, and Ichigo also said that he felt inexplicably familiar with him. Later, I went to the school to find out. It was only then that the dean discovered that he was Lin Yu, but he said that his name was now Lin Yu. Urahara Kisuke frowned, lost in thought. Lin Yu, is there any difference between these names? Isshin shrugged, who knows, maybe it's just nonsense. Moreover, he also denied that he had met Ichigo before, and he also refused to admit that it was the two masked men who saved him in the first place. He insisted after waking up, he was the only one, no one else existed at all. Urahara Kisuke frowned, thought for a moment and then said, "Well, this is a bit strange. Does he have something to hide? Or does he have other purposes?" Yuxin shook his head helplessly, "I don't know, but he doesn't seem to want to talk about this topic. We can't get more information from him." Urahara Kisuke nodded, "Okay, let's put this aside for now. Do you find any other doubts?" Ishin touched his chin, "Oh, by the way. Masaki has become Shinigami now." Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke and others showed surprised expressions. "What? Masaki turned into a Shinigami? How is that possible? Isn't she a normal person now?" "Yes, my home was attacked by a hollow a few days ago, and Masaki was almost swallowed by the hollow. But at the critical moment, she suddenly turned into Shinigami and killed the hollow," Ishin explained. Rokuri Kensai's eyes widened and he looked at Kurosaki Ishin in disbelief. "Ishin, are you kidding me? How could an ordinary person who has lost the power of a Quincy suddenly become a Shinigami?" He thought this was simply a miracle. Night stories. "I'm not kidding, this is what Masaki told me personally. She said that she suddenly became a Shinigami after losing the power of a Quincy 9 years ago. As for the reason, she herself doesn't know. Maybe, it was me at the time. The power of Shinigami poured into her body may have worked," Kurosaki Ishin explained. Everyone was silent, their hearts filled with doubts and confusion. Urahara Kisuke even shouted excitedly, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! As the provider of this method, he knows its effect very well." At the beginning, all Kurosaki Ishin's spiritual pressure was used to obliterate Kyojiro's power, making it impossible for Masaki to become a Shinigami. There must be something else they don't know about. "Ishin-san, please let Miss Masaki come here? I have some questions to ask her," Urahara Kisuke said eagerly. Kurosaki Ishin nodded, took out his cell phone and dialed Masaki's number. Not long after, Masaki arrived at the Urahara store. Urahara Kisuke gate of opening said straightforwardly, "Miss Masaki, how did you become Shinigami?" Masaki recalled for a moment and answered truthfully, "That year I went to pick up Ichigo from school and was attacked by a hollow. When I was in danger of death, I felt a powerful force surge into my heart, and then I changed inexplicably. Became Shinigami." After saying that, Masaki looked at Urahara Kisuke uneasily, trying to recall whether there was any flaw in what he just said. After all, it was Lin Yu who really turned her into a Shinigami, not the remaining Shinigami power of Ishin in her mouth. Seeing Urahara Kisuke's frown, Masaki asked guiltily, "Is there any problem, Mr. Kisuke?" Urahara Kisuke was lost in thought. He always felt that something was not quite right, but for a while he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. At this moment, he was keenly aware that the spiritual pressure emanating from Masaki seemed to be purer and stronger than that of ordinary Shinigami. This made his doubts even worse. "You mean you were with Ichigo when you became Shinigami? So, does Ichigo know about this?" "Yes, Masaki, Ichigo has never mentioned this to us." Facing Urahara Kisuke and Ishin's doubts, Masaki's heartbeat accelerated and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But she quickly calmed down and concocted a seemingly reasonable explanation. "I remember that Ichigo seemed to have fainted at that time, so he didn't see the moment I turned into a Shinigami." The thoughtful Urahara Kisuke then thought of Kurosaki. Ichigo said that he seemed to have met Lin Yu when he was a child, and suddenly came up with a bold hypothesis. "Do you think this could be Lin Yu's doing? This could explain Masaki's will become Shinigami, which can also explain Ichigo's familiarity with Lin Yu." Kurosaki Ishin shook his head after hearing this, "But I didn't feel any fluctuations in spiritual pressure from Lin Yu." Yuryuki licked his paw. "Ishin, you are an ordinary person now, can you confirm whether he used some method to hide his spiritual pressure? Kurosaki Ishin thought for a moment and did not deny this possibility. Masaki has been trying to calm himself down. Urahara Kisuk's guesses are all true, and it all has something to do with Lin Yu. She secretly prayed that Captain Lin Yu was asking for blessings. She could no longer provide any help, and it would be more likely to be exposed if she continued talking. If that's the case, then things get complicated. Urahara Kisuk said with a solemn expression, "What is Lin Yu's purpose? Why did he want Masaki to become Shinigami? And he deliberately concealed it. Anyway, we must find Lin Yu first and find out the truth." Kurosaki Ishin clenched his fists. At this time, Masaki was very conflicted in her heart, and she didn't know whether she should continue to hide it. On the one hand, she was worried about Lin Yu's safety, on the other hand, she was afraid that telling the truth would cause greater trouble. After a moment of silence, Masaki decided to remain silent for the time being, hoping to find a solution to the problem in her own way. Chapter 123. Masaki, then go back first, you still have to cook for Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ishin looked at his wife tenderly and said. Masaki nodded after hearing this, but still felt a little reluctant. "Husband, why don't you come with us?" Kurosaki Ishin smiled and shook his head. "No, I will chat with Kisuk and the others for a while. I will be back later. Remember to leave some food for me." Masaki nodded helplessly. "Okay, then come back early." After saying that, he turned and left. Kurosaki Ishin looked at his wife's leaving back with a happy smile on his face. After Masaki left, Ishin said straight to the point. "Kisuk, you should have a plan, right?" The corners of Urahara Kisuk's mouth raised, revealing a mysterious smile. "Ishin-san, your observation skills are still so keen. I do have a preliminary plan. If you ask me to send Masaki away, aren't you afraid that she will inform Lin Yu?" Kurosaki Ishin asked with a slight frown. Urahara Kisuk waved his hand and said confidently, "What does it matter? My plan is a conspiracy. Even if Lin Yu knows about it, there is nothing he can do." Rokuchikenzi slammed the table and said eagerly, "Stop being so pretentious, Kisuk, tell me what to do quickly." Yadomaru Lisa looked helplessly at Rokuchikenzi and muttered, "What a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs." Rokuchikenzi responded unceremoniously, "Do you know what Kisuk's plan is?" Yadomaru Lisa snorted coldly and turned away, expressing that she didn't want to talk to Rokuchikenzi. "Okay, okay. The plan is actually very simple. Just find a hollow to test Lin Yu. If he really loses the power of Shinigami, then he will definitely not be able to fight back. If he takes action, then..." Urahara Kisuk slowly stated his plan. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that this was indeed a good idea. Urahara Kisuk showed a sinister smile. "Also, if he really loses his power, we can also take the opportunity to pull out the two masked men behind him. I don't think those two masked men will just sit back and watch him be killed by Su." After hearing this plan, everyone laughed. "Kisuk, you are still so dark. Ah! How could I be so evil? But to be on the safe side, don't come forward when Su attacks Lin Yu. Otherwise, if he notices it, your success will fall short. I'll leave this matter to you, Yuaki-san. How many of us are you? The best among people at hiding and counter-tracking." Yuaki yawned and said confidently, "Don't worry, it's no problem leaving it to me." There was a cunning light in her eyes, and she seemed to be confident in her abilities. Others looked at Yuaki and nodded, expressing their belief that she could complete the task. Urahara Kisuk smiled and said, "Then it's up to you, Yuaki-san. I hope this plan can go smoothly and let us uncover the mystery behind Lin Yu." Then everyone began to discuss specific details and precautions. Everyone actively participated and put forward their own suggestions and opinions. Masaki, who left in a hurry, also called Lin Yu on the way home and told him that he had been suspected by Urahara Kisuke and the others. Her voice sounded a little anxious and worried. Captain Lin Yu. Urahara Kisuke and the others have begun to suspect that you have not lost your power. Now that they have sent me away, they may test you. You should be careful. After Lin Yu heard Masaki's words, his heart sank slightly, but he still kept calm and replied, Miss Masaki, don't worry, I will deal with it carefully. But it is more likely to be exposed if you call me like this, so you still hurry up and erase all our communication records, I can handle the rest by myself. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Masaki knew that what he said made sense, so he said, Okay, Captain Lin Yu, then you must be more careful. If you encounter danger, you must notify me in time. After saying that, Masaki hung up. He picked up the phone and quickly deleted all call records with Lin Yu. Lin Yu put down his phone and secretly thought about what to do next. Ba Yunzhai heard the girl's voice on the other end of the phone and immediately came over. Husband, whose call is it? Lin Yu hurriedly said, It's Masaki calling, saying that Kisuke and the others have begun to doubt me and asked me to pay attention. Sato said with the mentality of just watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously, I'll let you sit around looking for trouble. Now it's okay. I've exposed my chicken feet. Let's see how you deal with it. Lin Yu didn't care at all, and said confidently, Kisuke and the others can trick me into taking your last name. Then, he said to Ba Yunzhai, Honey, I'm going out tonight. Since Kisuke and the others want to test me, I'll give them a chance to see what tricks they can play. Ba Yunzhai said with concern, Do you want Sato and I to follow you? Lin Yu shook his head and explained, No, if you show up, you will play into their hands. They really want to know who the two masked men were in that incident? And Sato beat Kyoraku Shunsui and the others violently. Several times, when you show up, it's all over. The lights were dim on the streets at night, and Lin Yu walked quietly alone. He raised his perception to the limit and keenly felt all the changes around him. It didn't take long for him to notice the fluctuations in Yoryuki's spiritual pressure, which made a smile appear on his lips involuntarily, and he thought to himself, It seems that Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki's testing is about to begin. Sure enough, not long after, a hollow roar came from the empty street, and the sound was full of terror. Lin Yu deliberately pretended to be panicked and fled quickly in the opposite direction of Su's location. After a moment, Su felt his breath and rushed towards him crazily. As Su gets closer, its figure gradually becomes clearer. It has a huge body, sharp claws flashing with cold light, its mouth opens to reveal sharp teeth, and it makes a deep roar. As Lin Yu ran, he observed Su's movements with the corner of his eye. Tisk! 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 Urahara Kisuke's plan is really simple and crude. If they hadn't misjudged my strength, they might have succeeded today. Lin Yu thought to himself, while looking at him calmly. He walked towards Yoryuki Shihoan. In the process of escaping, Lin Yu suddenly pretended to have lost his footing and fell to the ground. He waved his hands, trying to keep his balance, but eventually fell to the ground. Seeing Su approaching, its ferocious face and sharp claws make people shudder. Lin Yu looked at Su in horror, his body shrinking back unconsciously. At this moment, Lin Yu screamed exaggeratedly, Ah! Help! His voice resounded throughout the space, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was in danger. His expression was twisted, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. Yoryuki was shocked when he heard Lin Yu's scream. She originally planned to continue hiding her whereabouts, but seeing Lin Yu so panicked, she realized she could no longer sit idly by. So, Yoryuki decisively rushed out from the edge. Yoryuki rushed towards Hollow at an extremely fast speed, waving her sharp claws to grab Hollow, but in just a moment Hollow turned into a ball of ethereal spirits and dissipated in the air. Chapter 124. Lin Yu stared at the black cat closely, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He asked carefully, Yuruaki-san. Captain Lin Yu is fine. A familiar voice came from the black cat's mouth, confirming Lin Yu's guess. Sure enough, it was Yuruaki. Lin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but still pretended to be frightened. He quickly thanked Yuruaki and said, Yuruaki-san, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't showed up in time, I'm afraid he will die in the hands of this hollow. It is really sad that I, the captain of the 7th team, would end up like this. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly, with a bitter look on his face. Captain Lin Yu, you're welcome. Yuruaki waved his cat paw at Lin Yu, but you should be careful when you go out. Now that you have lost the power of Shinigami, you are not so lucky every time. Lin Yu nodded and said solemnly, it seems that Ishin has told you about my situation. I understand. Does Yuruaki-san have anything that can resist virtual attacks? I don't have such a thing here. Come with me. Go to Kisuk and ask him to get you an amulet. Okay, thank you so much, Yuruaki-san. Lin Yu said gratefully, by the way, Yuruaki-san, how come you are here? I just happened to pass by. Yuruaki said casually, I saw the aura of a hollow here, so I came over to take a look. Lin Yu felt like a mirror in his heart. Yuruaki was a backup specially arranged by Urahara Kisuk and the others just in case. If he really lost his Shinigami power and was killed by Su, the consequences would be disastrous. Yuruaki accompanied Lin Yu to the Urahara store, where he reunited with many old friends and exchanged pleasantries. Everyone talked about the hardships over the years. Afterwards, Lin Yu asked for an amulet from Urahara Kisuk and left in a hurry. After Lin Yu left, Yuruaki turned to look at Urahara Kisuk, do you think what he said is true? Urahara Kisuk frowned, at present, it seems that there is no flaw in his words, but we still need to be cautious. We cannot make a conclusion based on this trial alone. We need to do several more trials. After all, Urahara Kisuk is definitely I won't easily believe that Lin Yu has no problem just because of this trial. I understand, let's observe it for a while. Yuruaki nodded in agreement. She knew very well that the current situation was very complicated and every decision might affect the development of the entire situation. Aizen is taking more and more actions. Maybe he is almost ready. Now we can't make a conclusion whether Lin Yu is an enemy or a friend. Also, the identities of the two masked men who rescued him are not clear yet. All of this there are too many variables, Urahara Kisuk said seriously, with deep worry in his eyes. Lin Yu should be on our side. After all, he was stabbed by Aizen, and he also killed Tisan Kaname. Yuruaki said with a frown, trying to find some clues from these incidents. Who knows if Tisan is definitely dead? There is no trace of his body. Maybe it is the influence of Aizen Kaika Suijutsu on us. The knife Aizen stabbed Lin Yu may also be just for show. The uncertainty is too great. Yuruaki sang, we don't dare to gamble. Urahara Kisuk shook his head, he didn't believe that things would be so simple. Yuruaki nodded thoughtfully. Then we still proceed as planned. Of course, pay close attention to Kurosaki Ichigo and Kukaki Rukia who is stationed in the present world. Urahara Kisuk said seriously, they must prepare for the worst to deal with possible crises. Yuruaki took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, okay, I understand. But I hope Lin Yu is really on our side, otherwise, our situation will be even more difficult. Byakuya's little brat's sister-in-law? Why should we pay attention to her? Isn't Ichigo enough? Yuruaki continued to ask. Urahara Kisuk smiled and said nothing, secretly glad that Yuruaki didn't know that he hid half of Hagyaku in Rukia's body. This is a secret that only a few people know, because the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the safer it is. Urahara Kisuk knows that if this secret is leaked, it will cause a huge storm. Not only will it endanger Rukia's life, but it may also affect the stability of the entire Soul Society. Therefore, he has been keeping this secret carefully and dare not reveal it to anyone easily. However, Aizen's question made Urahara Kisuke feel a little uneasy. He was worried whether Aizen had noticed any clues, but he couldn't tell Yuruaki directly. So, he could only remain silent, hoping that Yuruaki would not continue to ask questions. At the same time, Urahara Kisuke is also thinking about how to deal with possible situations. He must be fully prepared to keep Rukia and Hagyaku safe. After all, once Hagyaku falls into Aizen's hands, there will be big trouble. On the way back, Lin Yu was not idle. Urahara Kisuke was a smart man. He knew that this trial was the first time and would never be the last. During this period, he had to pretend to be an ordinary person, and he can't return home for the time being, but fortunately he still has several residences in Karakura town. He went over it in his mind, wondering if there was anything he had missed. Ichigo has already entered middle school, and Kokaki Rukia is about to appear. He has to find a way to make Urahara Kisuke and the others no longer doubt him, otherwise it will always be in the way of doing things. Although he is confident that his actions will not be discovered by Urahara Kisuke and the others, as long as everything in the world has been done, it will leave certain clues, which cannot be avoided. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown, thinking about how to deal with this problem. Perhaps he needs to handle every detail more carefully to ensure that no suspicious clues are left. At the same time, he also has to find a way to stop Urahara Kisuke and others from testing him. Only in this way can he develop his plans more freely and realize his goals. After all, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything if they were always staring at him. Therefore, he needs an opportunity that can make them believe that he is not a threat. Sure enough, in the next few days, Lin Yu encountered several virtual attacks at the right time, and those who rescued him were not limited to Hirako Shinji, Rokusha Kenishi, Habashi Rajuro and others. This gradually reduced Urahara Kisuke and others' suspicion of him, but did not completely eliminate it. Kisuke, after so many temptations, can you let go of Lin Yu's temptation? I always feel that Lin Yu did it on purpose, but I'm not sure. I think Kisuke, you are too suspicious. It's better to put Lin Yu's problem aside for now and don't worry about it anymore. Urahara Kisuke frowned, thinking about the observations and trials during this period. He had to admit that there was indeed nothing suspicious about Lin Yu's performance. Maybe, he himself is too sensitive. However, he always felt that there was an indescribable mysterious aura about Lin Yu, which made him unable to completely rest assured. Chapter 125. Late at night, on the quiet streets, a few crows could be heard from time to time, which seemed particularly strange. Immediately afterwards, a burst of hollow roars broke the tranquility. A young female Shinigami was fighting fiercely with a hollow. The two sides were going back and forth, and they were inseparable. This female Shinigami is Kokaki Rukia. She had received guidance from Lin Yu before, and now her strength has far exceeded that of the original work. It didn't take long for her to successfully defeat this hollow. This is the second time Rukia has come to Karakura town to perform a stationing mission. She looked around cautiously and said to herself, the frequency of hollows appearing more and more recently seems to be a little abnormal. It seems that we need to do it as soon as possible. Just report this abnormal situation to Soul Society. Lucia was about to return to the camp when she suddenly heard a cry for help. She followed the sound and looked around, only to see Zheng Zheng being chased by Su. Rukia quickly stepped forward, brandished her Zanpakut, and killed the hollow. After being rescued, this one looked at Lucia gratefully. After questioning, Lucia learned that this person's full name was Ryazaki Kawaichi, and he was an ordinary soul who had just died and had not had time to go to Soul Society. He told Rukia that recently, there have been frequent virtual attacks on newly deceased people in Karakura town, and they were accompanied by strange lights. Rukia realized that the matter was getting more serious and decided to investigate in depth. Lucia followed Ryazaki Kawaichi to a nearby school, which was also the strange place Ryazaki Kawaichi said. However, when they walked into the campus, they found that it was filled with an air of emptiness. Suddenly, a large group of hollows came from all directions like a tide, instantly surrounding Rukia and Ryazakagawa. Faced with such a situation, Lucia did not hesitate at all and immediately threw herself into the fierce battle. However, these hollows seemed to be much more powerful than those she had encountered before, and their attacks were extremely ferocious, making Lucia gradually feel powerless. Just when Lucia was struggling to resist, something unexpected happened. Ryazaki Kawaichi, who was supposed to fight alongside her, actually attacked her. This sudden change caught Lucia off guard. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. This is... Lucia looked at Ryazaki Kawaichi in front of her in astonishment, her heart filled with doubts and shock. At this time, Ryazaki Kawaichi was no longer the gentle and kind-hearted person, but had become a ferocious and terrifying hollow. This amazing change plunged Lucia into deep confusion. She could not understand why Ryazaki Kawaichi suddenly became like this. Lucia stabilized her figure, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. She asked Ryazaki Kawaichi why he did this, but Ryazaki Kawaichi just let out a low roar, and then rushed towards Lucia. Lucia ducked sideways, and she realized that Ryazaki Kawaichi had lost his mind and became a hollow. The battle became more and more fierce. Rukia kept slashing at Ryazaki Kawaichi with her sword, and dazzling spiritual pressure burst out with every confrontation. In the end, Lucia found a flaw in Ryazaki Kawaichi and killed him with one knife. After Ryazakagawa fell to the ground, his body gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Rukia looked at this scene with a heavy heart. Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't figure it out at all. In the end, Ryazaki Kawaichi is a fake in disguise, or he was assimilated by the hollow in the battle. If it is the former, this means that all Shinigami stationed in the present world will face a huge threat. However, the current situation does not allow Lucia to have time to think deeply about this issue. Because right in front of her, there were several Suzheng staring at her eagerly, ready to attack at any time. Rukia raised her Zanpakuto without hesitation and quickly shuttled between the voids. Her movements are agile and accurate, and every knife can hit the target accurately. After a fierce battle, she finally succeeded in destroying all these voids. Rukia breathed deeply, secretly glad that she had finally cleaned up Su. But just when she breathed a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened. A large hole suddenly opened in the originally dark night sky, and a giant hollow wearing a mask poked its head out of it. Oops! It's Jillian Daigzu! Lucia shouted in panic. Facing this huge and terrifying void in front of her, Lucia felt unprecedented fear and pressure. She held the Zanpakuto in her hand tightly, sweat dripping from her palms. She knew that she had encountered a truly powerful enemy, and that she could lose her life if she was not careful. Jillian Daigzu opened his bloody mouth, let out a deafening roar, and then rushed towards Lucia. Lucia's eyes widened and she used all her strength to dodge sideways. She quickly swung a knife with her backhand and struck Daigzu hard on the body. However, this blow did not seem to cause much damage to Daigzu. Daigzu became even more angry, and it attacked again, as fast as lightning. Lucia dodged left and right in a thrilling way, trying hard to find an opportunity to counterattack. But every dodge made her feel extremely difficult. She groaned secretly in her heart, realizing that there was a huge gap between her own strength and Daigzu. The continuous battles tonight had consumed a lot of her spiritual pressure, and now she was being pushed back step by Jillian. If this continues, she will surely die. At this moment, Jillian opened his bloody mouth, and dazzling red light began to gather in his mouth. A word flashed in Lucia's mind: virtual flash. Fortunately, Jillian's virtual flash took a long time to gather spiritual pressure, so she immediately deployed several defensive kit in front of her, and then backed away crazily. A dazzling red ray flash was emitted from Jillian's mouth. The buildings hit by the flash collapsed along the way, kicking up a lot of dust. The kid set up by Lucia did not last for a few seconds before being destroyed by the virtual flash. Lucia tried her best to avoid the false attack, but her movements became slower and slower, and her breathing became more rapid, as if she would suffocate the next moment. Her body gradually lost strength, her legs became weak, and the scene in front of her became blurry. Damn it, am I really going to die? Kia gritted her teeth and thought unwillingly. Her heart was filled with fear of death and desire for survival. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape Su Flash's pursuit. The virtual flash was getting closer and closer, and Kia's eyes widened, filled with despair. Damn it! I don't want to die! Kia shouted in her heart. Just when the virtual flash was about to hit her, Lucia gritted her teeth, mobilized all the spiritual pressure in her body, and used the last move. 73 of Bakud. Mountain turning crystal. She shouted loudly, her voice full of bitterness. As her voice fell, a powerful spiritual pressure burst out from her body and quickly condensed into a blue inverted triangle crystal. The virtual flash collided with the Shan Shan crystal, causing an earth-shattering explosion in an instant. The strong impact knocked everything around to the ground, and huge clouds of smoke filled the air. Lucia was thrown away by the air wave of the explosion, hit a nearby building heavily, and then fell unconscious. Sister Hyjin, brother-in-law Byakuya. At the moment before she fell into coma, Rukia seemed to have seen the two of them walking towards her. Chapter 126. Oh! It's really miserable. Being forced to this point by a Jillian, I don't have the same demeanor as I did back then. With a sigh, a man in black quietly appeared on the battlefield after the fierce battle. Had S33. Blue fire pendant. As the man in black whispered, a blue spiritual pressure shot out like lightning, accurately hitting Jillian's huge body. Only a shrill howl was heard, and the once raging Jillian was instantly reduced to ashes under the powerful force. Then Lin Yu picked up Kukaki lying in the ruins at an extremely fast speed. His hand glowed with a strange light, and he reached into Kukaki's chest without hesitation. The gem that was hidden in her body and shimmering with blue-black light was easily taken out by him. As a prank, he also stuffed a small bead with the same aura as Hagyaku into her body. Is this the so-called Hagyaku? I don't know what was going on in Kisuk's mind to create such a thing. Lin Yu's voice had a hint of complexity, as if he had a deep understanding of this mysterious object. He held the Hagyaku tightly in his hand, and his eyes revealed a complex emotion, as if he was thinking about something important. After doing all this, Lin Yu quickly removed the surrounding barriers like a ghost, and disappeared into the deep night in the blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared before. The sound of squeaking sounded quietly, breaking the silent night sky. Lucia, who had been unconscious for a long time, finally woke up slowly. She struggled to open her heavy eyes and stared blankly at the dilapidated ruins around her. I actually didn't die. She looked around hard and was surprised to find that Jillian had disappeared. She shook her head, trying to clear her dizzy mind, and tried to recall what happened before she fell into coma, but her mind went blank and she could not find the answer. It seems something terrible happened when I fainted. Who saved me? At this time, Urahara Kisuk not far away quietly looked at Rukia standing on the ruins and did not act easily. He has been paying close attention to Lucia's every move since she came to the world. However, tonight's incident happened too suddenly. When he rushed to the scene, he only saw an unconscious Lucia. Urahara Kisuk didn't know what happened, and he didn't know who killed the Jillian. Therefore, he chose to wait quietly until she woke up. Urahara Kisuk sensed the remaining spiritual pressure at the scene, trying to find clues from these weak breaths. He quickly compared the matching people in his mind, but he still couldn't determine who it was. He even deliberately compared Lin Yu's spiritual pressure with the remaining spiritual pressure at the scene, but still couldn't find any clues, which made him feel very puzzled. Then, Urahara Kisuk used a special method to sense the breath of Hagyaku in Rukia's body. He breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Hagyaku was still safely within Rukia's body. He knew that Hagyaku was crucial to the entire world, and if something went wrong with Hagyaku, the consequences would be disastrous. Since Hagyaku is fine, Urahara Kisuk doesn't plan to stay any longer. He knew very well that it was not advisable to stay in this place for a long time, lest it cause more unnecessary trouble. So, he quickly left the scene and disappeared into the darkness. Lucia was left alone in the ruins, quietly sorting out the context of the incident. Rukia checked her own condition with a bitter look on her face. My spiritual pressure is very overdrawn. I hope I won't encounter a hollow again, otherwise I won't be able to deal with him. After speaking, she jumped onto the only remaining telephone pole in the ruins and observed the surrounding situation. Unfortunately, she found traces of Su again, but fortunately it was just one. She didn't dare to delay and immediately galloped in the direction of Su. Not long after, he rushed into Kurosaki Ichigo's bedroom and looked around. Ichigo had already noticed the previous battle, but he could do nothing but bury his head deep in the quilt and force himself to sleep. Lucia's sudden intrusion made him very confused. He stared blankly at the girl wearing the same style of clothing as his mother walking back and forth in his room. For some reason, he subconsciously gave Lucia a shudder on the head. Who are you? Don't you know that it is illegal to break into other people's homes at will? Ichigo scolded Rukia loudly. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Rukia held her head with both hands, a pained expression on her face. She immediately realized something very abnormal. The boy in front of her could not only see her, but also cause harm to her. What's even more horrifying is that this boy's appearance is up to 8 points similar to that of the late Vice Captain Shibakayan, except for the different hair color. Lucia's eyes widened, she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo carefully, her heart filled with doubts and shock. Who are you? Why can you see me? Also, why do you look so similar to Vice Captain Shibakayan? Rukia asked questions in rapid succession. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little confused by Rukia's series of questions. He scratched his hair and said helplessly, My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and I am an ordinary high school student. As for why I can see you, I don't know. Rukia still didn't believe it, so she decided to test Ichigo. She stretched out her finger and tapped Ichigo's forehead, and a burst of spiritual power was released. However, Ichigo felt nothing, which surprised Rukia even more. Kurosaki Ichigo was inexplicably tapped on the forehead, and he was about to punch Rukia again. Rukia watched Ichigo's movements. Bakud 1. Sigh. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his hands and feet were instantly bound by an unknown force, and he fell to the floor unsteadily. You don't have spiritual power. After some investigation, Lucia exclaimed. Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused, he had no idea what Rukia was talking about. At this moment, a low roar came from the window, and the virtual creature just now appeared on the street. Lucia's heart tightened, and she turned around to go out to fight. Hey! What did you do to me? Don't leave! Kurosaki Ichigo twisted his body on the floor and shouted towards Rukia. Rukia looked back at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, Don't move, I will untie you when I come back. After saying that, she quickly rushed out of the room and started fighting with Hollow. Kurosaki Ichigo climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He looked at Rukia outside the window and felt a strange feeling in his heart. He decided to help, even though he didn't know if he could do it. He desperately broke free from the restraints, ran outside, picked up a wooden stick, and rushed towards Su. Rukia saw Kurosaki Ichigo's actions and shouted in surprise, Go away! You can't beat it! But Kurosaki Ichigo did not flinch. He swung the wooden stick with all his strength and smashed it towards Hollow. However, Su easily dodged his attack and let out a roar. Just when Kyun was about to attack, Rukia stood in front of Kurosaki Ichigo and used the kid skill, knocking Kyun back a few steps. She waved her Zanpakuto and rushed towards the hollow, but due to the severe overdraft of her spiritual pressure, several slashes failed to cause any damage to the hollow. Now she couldn't even deal with this ordinary hollow. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. He looked at Rukia's tired figure, and his heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. "Why did you save me?" he asked. Lucia gasped and smiled. "I'm just fulfilling my duties, protecting ordinary people from being harmed by hollows." At this time, Su pounced on Rukia again. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed forward without hesitation and blocked the hollow attack with a wooden stick. "Let's go!" Lucia shouted. But Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head and said firmly, "I will not leave you alone." Rukia was in an extreme inner struggle, her eyes wandering back and forth between Kurosaki Ichigo and the hollow in front of her. In the end, she made a decision that lasted throughout the entire storyline. The hollow is not something you ordinary humans can easily deal with. If you really want to defeat it, there is only one last way left. Lucia said firmly. "What method is that?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked eagerly with his eyes widened. "That will turn you into a real Shinigami." Rukia replied without hesitation. "Then come on. Remember, my name is Kurosaki Ichigo." A trace of determination flashed in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, and he held Rukia's hand tightly. At this moment, Rukia suddenly raised her Zanpakuto and stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened and he looked at this scene in disbelief, but he did not flinch, but firmly grabbed Rukia's hand. In an instant, a powerful force burst out in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and he felt as if he was enveloped by a mysterious power. Kurosaki Ichigo's body gradually emitted a strange light, and his clothes began to change. He wore the same standard Death Tyrant outfit as Shinigami, and held a huge Zanpakuto. Rukia looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in surprise. She originally wanted to give him half of her remaining spiritual pressure, but all the spiritual pressure in her body was drained out uncontrollably, and there was also the exaggerated expression in Ichigo's hand. The shape of the Zanpakuto made her stunned. As the light gradually dissipated, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, feeling filled with power. "Feel your new power, Kurosaki Ichigo!" Rukia gasped. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his machete, swung it forward, and a sharp breath spurted out instantly, sending the virtual attack away. "Succeeded!" Lucia said softly, her eyes shining with joy. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo officially became a Shinigami. He excitedly waved the machete in his hand and shouted, "I will chop you to death, you monster!" After that, he ran towards the hollow. When the hollow pounced on him, Kurosaki Ichigo showed no fear and swung out his sword. The powerful force instantly cut the hollow in half and turned it into fly ash. After completing all this, Kurosaki Ichigo turned around triumphantly and was about to show off his heroic performance to the female Shinigami, but found that she had disappeared without a trace. The next morning, the sun shines through the window into the Kurosaki family's living room. Kurosaki Ishin looked at the huge hole in the wall, smiled and said to Yunzhai, "Xiaoli and Ichigo, a bus crashed into our house last night. Fortunately, no one was injured." Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help grinning, secretly sighing in his heart that the Shinigami did a great job in dealing with the aftermath. It was supposed to be a virtual attack, but now ordinary people mistakenly thought it was a big hole caused by a truck collision. Even the places in the distance that were reduced to ruins last night made people subconsciously think that they were caused by demolition. However, who would carry out demolition in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help laughing. Kurosaki Ishin looked at Ichigo's silly smile and couldn't help laughing and scolding, "Ichigo, what are you giggling about? Go to school quickly, or you will be late." Ichigo came to his senses and realized that it was getting late. He quickly grabbed a few pieces of bread and stuffed them into his mouth, then grabbed his school bag and ran out. Fortunately I caught up. Panting, Ichigo rushed out of the door, just in time to see the school bus closing. He rushed into the car, found his seat, sat down, and began to think about what happened last night. When he walked into the classroom, he had a ghostly look on his face and his mouth opened wide. Because he actually saw the female Shinigami he met last night. You. Inu Orium looked at Ichigo's surprised expression and asked in confusion, Ichigo, what's wrong? This is the new transfer student, Kokiki Rukia. Do you know each other before? Ichigo was about to explain clearly to Orium and Sato, but saw Rukia suddenly take out a piece of paper and hand it to him, with the words I will kill you if you dare to say nonsense written on it. Ichigo closed his mouth knowingly, sighing in his heart that Shinigami's ability was so outrageous that it could actually affect the consciousness of ordinary people. Ichigo took the note anxiously and looked at Rukia, only to see her looking back at him expressionlessly. Just then, the school bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom. Students, there is a new student joining our class today. Welcome, the teacher said. The classmates applauded one after another, and Ichigo clapped his hands too, but his eyes always fell on Rukia. He thought to himself, what is the purpose of this Shinigami coming to school? Is it to monitor him? Or does he have other tasks? The teacher looked at the only empty seat in the classroom, then turned to look at Kokiki Rukia. Kokiki-san, please take the empty seat next to Kurosaki-san. Kokiki Rukia nodded, walked to her seat and sat down. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Kokiki Rukia curiously and asked, hasn't that hollow been destroyed? Why haven't you gone back yet? Kokiki raised her head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, did you talk about returning to Soul Society? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned in confusion, Soul Society? What is that place? Kokiki sighed softly and explained to Ichigo, Soul Society is the world where Shinigami lives. I originally planned to go back, but my spiritual power was absorbed by you last night, and now I have no ability to open it. To go back through the world gate, I have to cultivate in this world for a while and wait for my spiritual pressure to recover. Ichigo nodded, expressing his understanding, but then asked, then why do you appear here? Are all of you Shinigami coming to this world? Kokiki answered, sometimes we come to this world to perform tasks, such as purifying the void, protecting humans, etc. But generally we do not interfere with life in this world, we only appear when necessary. This time I came to this world on a routine stationing mission. Ichigo asked curiously, what is a hollow? Kokiki explained patiently, hollows are evil souls that live by devouring other souls. If they are not eliminated in time, they will pose a threat to humans. So one of our Shinigami responsibilities is to protect humans. Protect yourself from virtual harm. After hearing this, Ichigo nodded thoughtfully, and then asked as if he remembered something, then can you teach me how to use spiritual power? Since I already have this power, I want to learn how to use it, and I have some other questions for you. Kokiki smiled and said, of course, as long as you are willing to learn. But it takes a certain amount of time and effort, and now that I have lost my power, you will be the only one to handle the task of eliminating the void during this period. At this moment, the teacher suddenly knocked on the blackboard and said seriously, it is class time now. Please stop talking to the students below. The two quickly shut up and stopped talking. Chapter 127. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Ichigo pulled Rukia up to the rooftop. Hey! Ichigo, why are you in such a hurry? There is no trace of Kyun now, or are you just impatient to get familiar with the power of Shinigami? No, I have a very important question to ask you. Lucia felt suspicious for a while. What's the problem? Ichigo asked seriously, can ordinary people become Shinigami? Why did you remember to ask this? Just tell me if you can. If ordinary people want to become Shinigami, they can only be instilled with the power of Shinigami like you. However, this is only one of them. The most basic thing is that you must have the potential to become Shinigami. Otherwise, no matter how much power of Shinigami is instilled, it will be useless. It's useless. Another way is to go to Soul Society after death, study the system at the Shino Spiritual Academy, and then join the Gotei 13 and become a Shinigami. That is to say, if a person has the potential to become a Shinigami, is it possible for him to possess the power of a Shinigami in some way while he is still alive? Of course it is possible. As long as he can receive enough Shinigami power and can withstand these powers, he can become Shinigami. But this kind of thing is difficult to do. After all, not everyone is so capable. Strong soul and physical strength. And even if it succeeds, you will suffer various side effects due to incompatibility, and you may even lose your mind or become a monster. So under normal circumstances, we will not instill the power of Shinigami into others casually. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly considered these two possibilities in his mind, he frowned, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he asked Rukia again, so, in your Gotei 13 team, have there been any female Shinigami stationed in the present world in the past few decades? After hearing this question, Lucia's expression became more and more confused. She shook her head, indicating that she was not aware of the situation. Then he said, as far as I know, Shinigami are usually dispatched to the world on a rotational basis according to mission needs to ensure that each area can be protected and supervised in a timely manner. Generally speaking, no Shinigami will stay in one place for decades. However, things are unpredictable. There may be some special circumstances or exceptions, but I really don't know much about this kind of thing. After all, I'm just an ordinary Shinigami who doesn't fully understand the decisions and arrangements of the top management. After saying that, she spread her hands helplessly, expressing her helplessness on this issue. Ichigo rubbed his temples and felt a headache. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let me tell you this. In fact, my mother is also a Shinigami." Hearing this, Lucia's eyes widened and she retorted in disbelief, "What? How is this possible?" Ichigo sighed helplessly and continued to explain, "This is the fact. Some time ago, I saw with my own eyes that my mother became what you were before in order to save my father. She was wearing the same clothes as you. He's wearing a death tyrant outfit, and he's holding a Zanpakuto in his hand. That's why I asked you if there are any Shinigami who are resident in Soul Society recently. What's your mother's name?" Rukia asked, looking at Ichigo. "Her name is Kurosaki Masaki," Ichigo replied. Rukia lowered her head and thought deeply, "Kurosaki Masaki? All the Shinigami in Soul Society are on the list. I have never heard of your mother's name. What's going on? Then there is only one possibility now. Someone injected my mother with the power of Shinigami and turned her into a Shinigami." Ichigo guessed. "Why don't you ask her yourself?" Rukia said. "Of course I asked, but she didn't answer me, otherwise why would I ask you?" Ichigo said, rolling his eyes. Lucia also became interested in this matter. "I'll go home with you after school to meet your family." The two of them were silent all the way, and soon returned to Ichigo's house. "I'm back!" Ichigo shouted into the gate of opening. "Welcome home," a gentle female voice sounded. Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other and looked into the room at the same time, only to see a beautiful woman wearing an apron standing in the kitchen looking at them with a smile. "Mom!" Ichigo exclaimed in surprise. "Is this your mother?" Lucia asked doubtfully. Ichigo nodded. At this time, Kurosaki Masaki noticed Rukia at the door, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "This is Masaki?" Kurosaki asked. "She is my classmate Rukia, a new transfer student, and a Shinigami." Ichigo introduced helplessly. Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki almost choked on his own saliva. "Shinigami. Hello, Aunt, my name is Rukia." I am Shinigami from the 13th Division. You are not a Shinigami from the 13th Division, right? Rukia greeted politely. Masaki Kurosaki didn't know what to say. Well, actually, I am a Shinigami who has retired for a long time. Kurosaki Masaki smiled awkwardly, thinking that this child is really cute and innocent. Auntie, as far as I know, Shinigami has no plans to retire. How did you get Shinigami's power? Rukia asked reluctantly. I used to be a member of the Gotei 13, but then I left for some reasons. Masaki Kurosaki explained with a wry smile. Lucia would not believe such words easily, and the atmosphere became awkward. At this moment, a burst of discordant laughter came from the back room. My good son. You have grown up to finally be able to bring a female classmate home. It makes me so happy, Dad. When Ichigo heard this, his face turned red and he yelled angrily, What are you talking about, you bad old man? Rukia is just my classmate. Classmate? Kurosaki Ishin from the back room came out after hearing this and looked at Rukia curiously. Kokaki Rukia. Hey! Dad, do you know her? Ichigo asked in surprise. Different from Kurosaki Ishin's reaction, Rukia stood there as if struck by five thunders, her mouth opened wide unconsciously. Shiba. Captain Shiba. However, Ishin's face changed drastically, and he denied loudly, No, you must have mistaken the person. I am not a Shiba captain, I am just an ordinary person named Kurosaki Ishin. Rukia couldn't believe her ears, but she quickly came to her senses and said firmly, No, it's impossible, I definitely didn't admit my mistake. Captain Shiba, why are you here? And you turned out to be ordinary people? There are rumors that you were killed by my teacher. Rukia's mind was in chaos at this moment. The captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, who was considered dead, actually appeared in front of her alive and became an ordinary person, and Kurosaki Masaki, who was supposed to be an ordinary person, in fact, he is a Shinigami. These sudden facts were difficult for Lucia to accept, and she couldn't help but begin to doubt her own knowledge. Lucia's heart was full of doubts, and she eagerly wanted to know what happened that year. Faced with such a complex and confusing situation, Lucia felt that her outlook on life had been impacted like never before. Chapter 128. Alas! You must be Byakuya Kokaki's sister-in-law. As if he couldn't find a reason to refute, he sighed resignedly and asked the petite girl in front of him. Rukia nodded and confirmed, Yes, I am Kokaki Hyjin's sister Kokaki Rukia. Her eyes swept over Kurosaki Ichigo and his family, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. Sure enough, you are Captain Shiba. Rukia looked at Ishin and said. She had heard about the deeds of the former captain of the 10th Division, and had also met him, otherwise she would not be so sure, but she did not expect to see him dead here. Rukia looked at Kurosaki and Ichigo's family again, and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. She never imagined that she would be connected to such an ordinary yet special family. Captain Shiba, what happened back then? Rukia wanted to know the truth back then. Rukia, although I admit that I am Shiba Ishin, I will not tell you what happened before, and I am just an ordinary person now. After Kurosaki Ishin finished speaking, he stopped talking. Rukia looked disappointed, but she also understood that some things might not be disclosed easily. She decided to change the topic and try to find out more about Ishin's current life. So, Captain Shiba, what kind of life are you living now? Rukia asked curiously. Haha, I am just an ordinary uncle now, living a peaceful life with my family. Yuxin replied with a smile, however, sometimes I still think of the previous fighting years. Rukia nodded, she could feel Ishin's nostalgia for the past. Just then, Kurosaki Ichigo came over. Rukia, let's go for a walk. Ichigo suggested, I have something to tell you. Rukia glanced at Ishin, then followed Ichigo out of the room. They came to the yard, and Ichigo looked at Rukia quietly. Rukia, it seems you know my father's past, right? Ichigo asked with a complicated look on his face. Hearing this, Lucia nodded slightly and said, well. Although it's not very clear, I do know something about your father. A trace of expectation flashed in Ichigo's eyes, and he asked, can you tell me? Rukia glanced at Ichigo, and then said slowly, your father is the captain of the original 10th Division of the Soul Society Gotei 13th Division, named Shiba Ishin. And your Shiba family is the same as my Kukaki family. One of the top 5 nobles in the world. Before, I thought it was just a coincidence that you and brother Kyan have similar looks. Now that I know you are relatives, it is normal for you to have similar looks. Listening to Rukia's words, Ichigo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. It turns out that my father actually had such a glorious past. At this time, Ichigo suddenly remembered something and asked, who is Shiba Kyan? Lucia was silent for a moment and replied softly, brother Kyan should be considered your cousin. He is the deputy captain of my squad. He is a very good person to me. Unfortunately. Her voice was a little low. Seems to recall a sad past event. Ichigo frowned and asked, what's going on? Lucia took a deep breath and continued, he fell into a deep sleep after being attacked by the hollow. My teacher Captain Lin Yu also said there was a way to save him, but in the end he told me that brother Kyan was completely swallowed up by the hollow and died. Speaking of this, Lucia's eyes became moist and tears fell down her cheeks. Ichigo looked at Rukia's sad look and felt sad in his heart. He patted Lucia's shoulder gently and comforted, don't be sad, everything has passed. Lucia gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks, nodded slightly, forced out a smile and said, thank you, Ichigo. For some reason, every time I see you, I can't help but think of brother Kyan. His eyes revealed nostalgia and sadness for the past. Ichigo frowned and asked, so, who is the teacher you mentioned, Lin Yu? Rukia took a deep breath and slowly explained, my teacher is related to your father's affairs. He was once the captain of the original 7th team, a Shinigami who has been the captain for hundreds of years. Approximately 20 years ago, a message came out from the top of Soul Society that my teacher betrayed Soul Society and killed your father and the captain of Division 9, Kaname-Tisan, who were on a mission in this world. He was killed by Captain Aizen of the 5th Division. At this point, Rukia's voice became low and heavy, as if that period of history had brought her endless pain. But after I met your father today, I felt that there was a big problem with everything at the beginning. Just now I mentioned the rumor that my teacher killed him, but his expression did not change. If it is true, it is impossible for him indifferent after hearing the name of the enemy. Kurosaki Ichigo stood there silently, carefully thinking about the information Rukia had just told him. He was full of confusion. What happened back then? Why did his father change from a powerful Shinigami to an ordinary human being? And what is the relationship between Lin Yu and all of this? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned, Rukia, I have to find out the truth. No matter what the cost, I will not back down. Lucia shook her head helplessly, sighed and said, the truth? Only by becoming a high-level executive in Soul Society can we understand the real situation. But with our current identity and status, all efforts are in vain. Moreover, the problem now is that I secretly passed on the power of Shinigami to you. If Soul Society discovers it, the consequences will be disastrous. This is a serious crime and may even lead to both of us being hunted down by Chamber 46. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened and he asked in surprise, ah? You never told me this before. Rukia smiled slightly and mocked, what? Are you scared? She knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was not the kind of timid person, but she still couldn't help but want to tease him. I'm not afraid. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his chin and looked at Rukia firmly, now that it has happened, we will face it together. The worst is to fight with them. Rukia was amused by Kurosaki Ichigo's words, fighting is not a good way to solve problems. We have to come up with a comprehensive plan. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head, then what do you have in mind? Rukia thought for a moment, the most important thing right now is to hide your Shinigami power. Try not to attract the attention of Soul Society. As for the rest, we can only take it one step at a time. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, I will be careful. However, I still have to find the truth. Rukia looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She knew that the young man in front of her might really be able to solve all the mysteries. Chapter 129. Since Lucia appeared, Ichigo's pace of life has obviously accelerated a lot. Not only does he have to deal with the courses and homework in school, but he also has to perform soul burial missions from time to time, not to mention those emergencies that require the elimination of fallen voids. One day, during class, Lucia suddenly took out her mobile phone from her pocket and checked it. Ichigo, there are new instructions. She said and quickly put on the special gloves, preparing to knock Ichigo's soul out of the body. Here we go again. Can't we think of another way? I use this method every time, and I really can't bear it anymore. Last time, my body fell on the street for no reason, and I was almost sent to the crematorium as a corpse. There is nothing we can do about it. The current conditions are limited. Just wait patiently for a few more days. The Yuhan pills I ordered will arrive in a few days, so there is no need to go to such trouble. Lucia comforted. Ichigo wanted to say something to Rukia, but as soon as the words came to his lips, Rukia had already taken action. She was seen chanting the kid spell in her mouth, and then hit Ichigo hard on the chest with a palm. Suddenly, Ichigo felt that his eyes suddenly went dark, as if his soul had been pulled out of his whole body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found that his spirit body had been separated from his body. Kurosaki Ichigo closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a while, then immediately hurried towards a certain direction as fast as flying. Ichigo, why have you become so active all of a sudden? Wait for me. Rukia said, following closely behind. The place where Kyun appeared is near Inu's house. I must rush there as soon as possible. Ichigo said anxiously. So that's it. I thought why you suddenly became so active. Lucia suddenly realized. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow. Ichigo urged Rukia without looking back. When Ichigo and Rukia rushed to Inu Orium's house anxiously, they were horrified to witness a Kyoji sneaking into her house quietly. At the same time, Orium's room was filled with laughter. She and Arizawa Ryuki were chatting happily in a warm atmosphere. However, suddenly, Orium was surprised to find bright red blood stains on the floor. Immediately afterwards, she felt dizzy, her vision went dark, and she collapsed to the ground. Long Gui was frightened and overwhelmed by this sudden change. Her eyes widened and she stared blankly at Orium's fallen figure. Then, she shook Orium's body anxiously and called her name loudly, but received no response. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly came and hit Long Gui hard. She was defenseless and was instantly knocked out, falling heavily to the hard floor. What on earth is it? Long Gui clutched her injured arm and struggled to sit up, but before she could sit firmly, she was knocked to the ground again by a powerful force. She stretched out her uninjured arm and tried to block the attack in front of her, but she felt as if she had touched something. However, when she took a closer look, she found that there was nothing in front of her, and there was no object in sight. At this time, Inu Orium, who had turned into a spirit body, was so scared that she crouched in the corner of the room. She couldn't believe that she appeared here in such a form. She looked at her body not far away in horror, as well as the chain connecting the spirit body to the body, and her heart was filled with fear. At the same time, she also noticed the huge monster, which was exuding a terrifying aura, making her tremble. Is this really me? Could it be that I'm dead? Orium pulled the chain on her chest desperately, trying to get rid of the restraints. But every pull made her feel unbearable pain, as if there were countless needles piercing her soul. Just when Orium fell into despair, she suddenly heard a muffled sound. She turned her head and saw Long Gui struggling on the ground, his face purple, and a huge black hand pinched Long Gui's neck tightly. Long Gui's breathing became more and more difficult, and his hands and feet kept struggling, but he couldn't break free from the strong palm. Seeing this scene, Orium felt a surge of courage in her heart. Ignoring her physical discomfort and fear of death, she hit the monster's hand with all her strength. Although she knew that her power was insignificant, she could not watch Long Gui being killed by the monster. After knocking Su's arm away, Long Gui fell to the ground as if he had lost all strength. He began to gasp for air, and his face was covered with cold sweat. Seeing this, Orium walked to Long Gui worriedly, gently pushed her body and asked, "Long Gui, how are you? Are you injured?" However, Long Gui did not respond to Orium's words. Her eyes were full of fear and panic, as if she had seen something terrible. Her body was trembling slightly and her lips were trembling. Long Gui suddenly pushed Orium's hand away with a strong shake, and then quickly climbed to the wall. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked around with horror on her face. She kept muttering, "Go away, go away." Orium was frightened by Long Gui's sudden behavior. She didn't understand why Long Gui behaved like this. She shouted anxiously, "Long Gui! What's wrong with you? Long Gui! Don't scare me!" She tried to get closer to Long Gui, but was afraid of angering her again. Orium didn't know what Long Gui was afraid of, so she could only watch her helplessly, hoping to find a way to help her return to normal. Su, who was watching eagerly from the side, suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if coming from the depths of hell, "Orium, it's useless, she can't see our appearance, and she can't hear any words we say." Orium's body trembled when she heard the voice, and a chill rose up her spine. Her eyes widened and she looked at the void in front of her in horror. "You, who are you? Why do you know my name?" Orium's voice was trembling, and she could hardly breathe due to fear. "Orium! Can't you even recognize my voice? Think about it again. It's me, how can you not remember it? It's really sad." Su's voice was full of sarcasm and laughter. Banter. As its voice fell, a huge claw slowly stretched out, its sharp nails flashing with cold light. "No! Don't come here!" Orium screamed in fright. She helplessly covered her chest with her hands and kept shrinking back. Her heart beat rapidly and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Just when the hollow was about to attack Orium, a figure rushed in with a curse and blocked the hollow's attack. "A-hole! If you want to kill her, just step over my body." Kurosaki Ichigo makes a handsome appearance. Chapter 130. Ichigo blocked the hollow's attack with difficulty, but the hollow did not take this opportunity to continue attacking. Instead, a black hole suddenly appeared behind it, and it slowly retreated into it. Seeing Kyun leaving, Ichigo turned to look at Orium and Ryuuki, who fell on the ground, his heart filled with anger and self-blame. Damn it! Ryuuki was also involved in this battle. Orium looked at what was happening in front of her timidly, and she asked in a low voice, "Kurosaki-san, is that you?" Hearing this, Ichigo was shocked and asked in confusion, "Inu, how can you see me?" Orium shook her head and said she didn't know the reason. She continued, "I don't know. Not only can I see you, but I can also see the monster." At this time, Ichigo noticed the chain on Orium's chest. He looked along the chain and finally saw Orium's body. What Rukia once said to him suddenly came to his mind, only spirits can see Shinigami, and humans with a higher natural concentration of spirit particles also have this ability. Is Orium already dead? Ichigo was shocked beyond words by this conclusion. At this moment, Su appeared out of nowhere, and said with a proud smile, "That's right, Orium is dead." Ichigo held his Zanpakuto tightly, his eyes burning with anger. He absolutely couldn't let Orium die like this. He raised his head, faced Su directly, and roared, "No matter who you are, I will not let you take her away." Su's abyss-like eyes flashed with disdain and contempt, and he mocked coldly, "Just you? A little Shinigami? You are really overestimating your abilities." However, Ichigo did not pay attention to its ridicule. Holding the Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, he swung the blade forward without hesitation and attacked with all his strength. But Kyun slyly feinted, turned around suddenly, grabbed Orium's spirit chain, and held her tightly in his hands. Orium screamed in horror, while Ichigo slashed at the hollow's tail angrily. With a burst of sparks flying, Ichigo's Zanpakuto collided with the hollow's tail, but surprisingly, this blow did not cause any damage to the powerful hollow. On the contrary, with the slight sweep of Kyun's tail, a powerful force instantly knocked Ichigo away. "Be honest and don't move. Shinigami, otherwise I won't be polite and eat her directly." Su threatened, his tone full of malice. When Ichigo heard this, he was shocked and his movements paused involuntarily. At this moment, Kyun quickly launched a sneak attack and slapped Ichigo hard with his tail, knocking him to the ground. Ichigo's vision went dark and he fell into unconsciousness. Rukia, who was a step slower, was shocked when she looked at Ichigo who was knocked away and fell to the ground. "Kurosaki-kun. Are you okay?" Orium was still worried about Ichigo's safety even though she was held by Hollow. She struggled desperately in an attempt to break free from Hollow's restraints. "Orium, have you really forgotten me?" Su spoke again. Orium stopped struggling. She looked up at the monster that caught her, and slowly calmed down. Her heart was trembling, and she asked with some uncertainty, "Brother, brother." A hint of cruelty flashed in Su's eyes, and he said viciously, "Yes, it's me, your brother, Inu Hao. I didn't expect you to still remember me. I thought you had forgotten me." "Impossible, my brother would not do such a thing. He is a very gentle person. He will not hurt Long Gui, and he does not need to hurt me." "You are lying," Orium retorted loudly. "Orium. I'm so lonely. You've prayed for me every day since I died. I felt so warm at that time. But not long after you met that girl, you stopped praying for me. Until now, you don't pray for me anymore. I hate you so much. I'm so lonely. I'm going to take you away today and let you be with me forever." Inu Hao said in an indifferent tone. "No, brother, that's not the case." Orium explained with tears in her eyes. "It's all your fault, otherwise how could I become a Hollow?" He roared angrily, preparing to kill Orium. Rukia shook the unconscious Ichigo and shouted, "Ichigo! Wake up!" Kurosaki Ichigo slowly raised his head and replied in a weak voice, I'm fine, Rukia." Rukia looked at the blood flowing from Ichigo's forehead and asked worriedly, "Are you really sure you are fine?" "It's okay." Ichigo forced himself to sit up, but the pained expression on his face could not be concealed. "I just thought I heard that Kyun say it was Orium's brother." Rukia frowned, filled with confusion. At this moment, Inu Hao was about to strangle Orium to death. At the critical moment, Ichigo rushed into the room desperately and blocked the fatal blow with his body. He angrily asked the Su, "As a brother, how can you attack your sister? You are not worthy of being her brother at all. It's all her. If it weren't for her, how could I become a Hollow?" He went crazy for a moment, pinched Orium and launched an attack on Ichigo. "No! Brother, don't hurt Ichigo!" Orium shouted weakly. At this time, Inu Hao saw the blue hairpin on Orium's head and fell into memories. It was something he gave to Orium when she was a child. She said she didn't like it before, but now she still wears it in her hair. Ichigo seized this opportunity and hit Inu Hao with one blow. He howled and let go of Orium. He wanted to kill Ichigo first before attacking Orium. "Shinigami! If you want to die so much, I will help you. Then Inuhao and Ichigo fought again. After a few rounds, Ichigo lost to Inuhao and was knocked away again. Inuhao howled and rushed towards Ichigo, preparing to give him a fatal blow, when Orium miraculously rushed out of the room and stood in front of Ichigo. Brother! If my happiness makes you feel lonely, then kill me. Orium shed tears and told her thoughts. Inuhao looked at Orium who was bitten by him, and suddenly felt a severe headache. He hugged his head tightly and screamed loudly. At the same time, the mask on his face began to flicker, as if he was fighting some kind of force, and his expression looked extremely painful. Ichigo, it seems that he did not become a hollow voluntarily, but did so after being swallowed by a hollow. We must take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him as soon as possible. Rukia reminded anxiously from the side. Ichigo, please, don't hurt my brother, okay? Orium looked at Ichigo with pleading eyes. Orium. Ichigo was a little at a loss. I was wrong. When I see you happy, as a brother, I should feel happy. Isn't this my dream all along? Inuhao said with self-blame. As soon as he finished speaking, Inuhao bent down with difficulty, picked up the zanpakuto that Ichigo had dropped on the ground, and without hesitation pointed the tip of the knife at his own head and stabbed it in with force. As his body gradually turned into ashes, he whispered softly, Orium, please be happy forever. Brother! Orium shouted in grief, her eyes blurred with tears. Chapter 131. The plot moves forward in an orderly manner, and although there are some minor deviations, overall it does not have much impact. In the past few days, Lin Yu has been paying close attention to Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia's every move. Well, if I remember correctly, today should be the time when the Sato incident happened. Lin Yu thought to himself. What he really cares about is not Sato himself, but the gate to hell that will appear in this incident. Shinigami's Zanpakuto has a special ability that can cleanse the sins of Hollow, but this cleansing also has its limitations. When faced with those who have done many evil things and committed most heinous crimes during their lives, the door to hell will quietly open and lead these evil souls into it. Once the souls are taken to hell, they will be punished repeatedly in endless pain and torture, and will be eaten and resurrected by the guards of hell to wash away their sins. After those sinful souls fall into hell, hell will give them powerful power and make them terrible perpetrators. These culprits will be trapped in endless battles, ravaged mercilessly, and then resurrected again and again to continue the cycle of pain. The guilty person cannot leave hell. As long as the chains of hell are still wrapped around his body, the door of hell can be opened from anywhere and he can be pulled in. Hell has its own set of rules of operation. Shinigami cannot interfere with the affairs of hell and can only monitor it from the outside. On the contrary, the blamers in hell cannot interfere with the real world. However, in the hell chapter, there are blamers who appear in the world through cloaks and masks. However, as long as their masks are broken, the blamers will be immediately taken into the depths of hell and take a long time to resurrect. Lin Yu has always hidden a crazy idea deep in his heart, to go to hell to find out. He longs to go deep into this mysterious world, find those first-generation captains who have passed away, and try to bring them back to the present world. In Soul Society, the captains possess unparalleled powerful spiritual pressure, so after their death they cannot return to Soul Society as easily as ordinary Shinigami. Instead, they must embark on a journey to hell after holding a soul funeral ceremony. Go to hell! Sarika. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo waved the knife in his hand and slashed hard at the hollow in front of him. However, what is surprising is that the virtual being killed this time did not turn into ashes and float in the air like before. On the contrary, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Su's body, illuminating the entire space. Immediately afterwards, a huge portal appeared in the sky. This door towers into the sky, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. There are two huge skeletons inlaid on the left and right sides of the door. The door is wrapped with chains and engraved with dense mysterious patterns, which makes people feel both awe and curiosity. It seems to be telling the endless years and vicissitudes. After the door opened, an arm holding a knife stretched out from inside. The knife pierced Surika's body and slowly dragged her into the door. "Rukia, what is this?" Ichigo's eyes widened, looking at the magnificent door in front of him in disbelief. Lucia looked solemn and said slowly, "This is the legendary Gate of Hell. When Susu commits extremely serious crimes before he is alive, Hell will send messengers to judge and punish them. These sinful Su generals being imprisoned in Hell forever, enduring endless torture and pain." Her voice was filled with worry, and she was obviously full of awe of Hell. "Didn't he say that Shinigami controls all the souls in the three realms? Why is there Hell?" Ichigo frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lucia explained softly, "Hell is not managed by Shinigami. It is a special existence that is outside the three realms." Ichigo looked at her in surprise and asked, "Then why set up Hell?" She sighed and said slowly, "Hell was not set up by Shinigami. Its existence is no shorter than the existence of the three realms. No one knows why Hell exists. We only know that Hell is a place of punishment for sinful souls. Let them punish themselves. Pay the price for what you did." Ichigo fell into deep thought, then asked, "So is there a connection between Shinigami and Hell?" Lucia shook her head and continued, "Hell has no connection with Soul Society. All Shinigami can do is monitor the Gate of Hell, but it is strictly forbidden to interfere with the affairs inside." Ichigo asked in confusion, "Why is this? Can't we give some help?" Lucia shook her head and said seriously, "These are rules and cannot be broken easily. Otherwise, chaos and disaster will occur." After Ichigo was silent for a moment, he said with emotion, "So that's it. It seems that every world has its own unique order and laws." Ichigo and Rukia were quietly staring at the door to Hell that was gradually closing. Just as they were observing intently, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of their eyes and rushed towards the Gate of Hell at an alarming speed. "Who is it?" Lucia's face showed a look of astonishment. She widened her eyes and looked at the mysterious figure in disbelief. Could it be an existence that escaped from Hell? How is this possible? At this time, who is the person who rushes into the Gate of Hell? The answer is obvious. That person is of course Lin Yu, the sixth man. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Lin Yu has been silently waiting for this moment to arrive. He knew that the opportunity to open the gate to Hell was rare, so he paid so much attention to the Sato incident. Now, when he saw that the Gate of Hell was about to close, he couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, he got this hard-won opportunity. He rushed to the gates of Hell without hesitation, determined to enter it. After reacting, Rukia quickly rushed into the Gate of Hell. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the Shinigami's rule not to interfere in Hell affairs. She felt that the figure was very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. She wanted to confirm something, so she rushed into the Gate of Hell without hesitation. Ichigo next to Lucia was a little slower, and when he rushed forward, the Gate of Hell was already tightly closed. "Rukia!" Ichigo's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Damn it! Ichigo was extremely anxious. He didn't understand why Rukia did this. He had clearly emphasized to him that Shinigami could not interfere in Hell affairs, but now he rushed in. "Rukia, didn't you say Shinigami can't interfere in Hell's affairs? Why did you break in?" Ichigo shouted towards the door, but unfortunately Rukia could no longer hear his voice. Ichigo's mood became very complicated. He was worried about Lucia's safety, and he was also puzzled by her sudden violation of the rules. But no matter what, he couldn't let Lucia stay alone in Hell. Ichigo decides to take action. He concentrated and prepared to use his own power to open the door to Hell. However, when he tried to force his way in, a powerful force bounced him back. Damn it! Why is this door so hard? Ichigo flew out, but quickly got up and tried again, but by this time the door to hell had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 132. Inside the gate of hell, Lin Yu looked at everything here curiously. What you see in front of you is an endless white floating square, like a dreamlike scene. There are blue roads intertwining between these squares, as if they are passages leading to the unknown world. Hell is filled with endless miasma, covering the entire space like a thick layer of mist. This miasma makes people feel suffocating and uncomfortable, and it may be difficult for people with weak spiritual pressure to survive here. It's really so desolate, even worse than Hueco Mundo. Lin Yu said with emotion. He couldn't help but think of the Hueco Mundo he had visited. Although it was full of dangers, at least there was a desert. But here, there seems to be only death and emptiness. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt a slight fluctuation coming from behind him. He turned around alertly and saw a figure quietly appearing behind him. After taking a closer look, it turned out to be Lucia, who followed him into the gate of hell. Teacher Linear. Lin Yu. Lucia looked at the face in front of her, her heart filled with surprise and joy. She just felt that this figure was familiar, but she did not recognize it as Lin Yu. However, when she saw that face clearly, her excitement was palpable. But before she could finish speaking, Lucia suddenly coughed violently. She felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if the air around her had become heavy and oppressive. It turned out that her spiritual pressure was now extremely weak and she was unable to resist the miasma in hell. These miasmas were like invisible killers, eroding her spiritual body and making her miserable. Lin Yu looked at Lucia in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He felt distressed and helpless, wondering how this stupid kid could follow him into hell. He originally thought he was the only one here, but he didn't expect Lucia to follow him. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo did not follow, otherwise things would have become more troublesome. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, and then took out his Zanpakuto, seeming to have made a certain decision. When Lucia saw Lin Yu pull out the knife, she was startled and backed away. Her face was full of horror, and she didn't understand why Lin Yu did this. Teacher? What do you want to do? Lucia asked with a trembling voice, fear shining in her eyes. She couldn't believe that her teacher would draw a knife on her, and her heart was filled with fear. Lin Yu did not answer Lucia's question, but gently pressed the knife in his hand against Lucia's body. His movements were gentle, as if he were afraid of hurting Lucia. Following his movements, a star power emitted from the sword and enveloped Lucia's body. The stars protect you. Lin Yu whispered softly. Following his words, Rukia felt a warm spiritual pressure injected into her body, instantly dispelling the miasma from her body. At the same time, her spiritual pressure began to gradually recover, even becoming stronger than when she was at her peak. Lucia felt the full spiritual pressure in her body and looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Teacher, is this? Rukia asked with confusion as she looked at what was happening in front of her. Lin Yu smiled slightly, put away the knife in his hand, gently stroked Lucia's head and said, have you forgotten? This is the power of my Zanpakuto. I used it for you back then. Lucia blinked and muttered to herself, didn't it mean that the power of the stars can only restore spiritual pressure? How can it also increase spiritual pressure? But at this moment she realized that there were more important things to figure out. She asked eagerly, Teacher, didn't the top brass of Soul Society say that you had betrayed Soul Society and were killed by Captain Aizen? But why are you still alive? Did you really betray Soul Society? Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an unpredictable smile, and then replied softly, guess. Teacher, please stop joking. Lucia's expression became more and more anxious. What happened back then? Please tell me quickly. Lin Yu stopped smiling and became serious. He looked into Lucia's eyes and said in a deep voice, Lucia, there are some things I can't tell you yet. But you have to believe that I will never betray the corpse. Soul realm. As for why I didn't die, you will naturally know later. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward, leaving Lucia in deep thought. She was full of questions, but at the same time she felt a little relieved that at least her teacher was still alive. Lucia decided to put aside her doubts temporarily. She believed that the teacher must have his own reasons. Wait for me. Teacher. Lucia watched Lin Yu walking forward and shouted hurriedly, while quickly following him. Lin Yu looked back at Lucia and shook his head helplessly. Lucia, you shouldn't have followed me into the gate of hell. The existence here is not what you can deal with now. Lucia scratched her head in embarrassment. I followed him as soon as I got excited. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Lin Yu was speechless for a while, thinking that this child was really impulsive. But now that we have come in, we can only face it together. As they continued to walk forward, the atmosphere around them became increasingly weird and depressing. Suddenly, there was a low roar from the front, and Rukia nervously clenched the zanpakut in her hand, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Those roars are all the roars of the souls on the white squares. They are unwilling to sink in hell and want to escape from this world. Lin Yu calmly observed his surroundings, secretly vigilant in his heart. He knew that in hell, any negligence could lead to fatal consequences. At this moment, a huge hell watcher appeared, grabbed the roaring souls and swallowed them. After swallowing the roaring souls, the hell watchers focused on Lin Yu and Lucia, and roared towards them. Rukia was trembling while holding her zanpakut, and the pressure emanating from the hell watcher made her extremely uncomfortable. When Lin Yu saw this, he flashed and appeared in front of the hell watcher. With one knife, it was cut into a magma state, waiting for resurrection. Lucia, follow me closely, otherwise it won't be fun to die in hell. Lin Yu said with a relaxed face, and the zanpakut in his hand exuded a sharp aura. Lucia held the handle of the knife tightly and asked nervously, Teacher, what are these monsters? Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and explained, This is the guardian of hell, who specializes in devouring the souls of these heinous sinners. However, all creatures in hell will be reborn after death, but the length of rebirth is different. As he said that, another watcher roared and rushed over. Lucia calmed down and drew her sword to strike. However, when the zanpakut struck the body of the watcher, it made a sound of metal hitting each other and did not cause any damage to it. Rukia's eyes widened in shock, looking at the watcher in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Yu quickly stepped forward and easily killed the watcher with a swing of his knife. The body of the watcher instantly turned into hot lava, flowing to the ground. Rukia gasped and looked at the scene in front of her in shock. She once again realized the huge gap in strength between herself and Lin Yu, and there was a strong sense of gap in her heart. Lin Yu walked up to Lucia with a smile and patted her shoulder gently, Don't be discouraged, Lucia. As long as you keep working hard and practice, you will one day be as strong as me. His comfort was like farting. You can become so strong as long as you work hard. Go ahead and lie to ghosts. Lucia took a deep breath, with an inexplicable light shining in her eyes, and nodded in response, I will definitely work hard, teacher. Chapter 133. Lin Yu and Lucia walked forward, stopping and running, and killed countless hell guards. Lucia still couldn't help but ask, Teacher, why did you come to hell? Can you tell me this? She was really curious about Lin Yu's purpose of coming here. Lin Yu didn't hide anything, and replied, Actually, it's nothing, I just came to see some old friends. Lucia's heart moved, and she secretly guessed, the teacher's friends should all be captain-level figures, right? She silently calculated the list of captains who died in the hundreds of years when Lin Yu was the captain, but she couldn't even think of it. Couldn't figure out why. Lucia continued to think about it, and suddenly thought of a person, and couldn't help but said to herself in surprise, Is it Kaname-san? Wasn't this man hacked to death by the teacher? And Kaname has been reduced to ashes, how could he fall? What about going to hell? After all, you can only enter hell after going through the soul burial ceremony. It would be strange if Dongxian wanted to fall into hell without the soul burial ceremony. Dongxian wants? Lucia, you are too thoughtful. He is not worthy of being my friend. Just follow me and you will know later. Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a teasing smile. Passing through the white suspended blocks all the way, the blue corridor also reaches the end. Teacher, there is no way. Lucia looked at the sea of miasma clouds in front of her in surprise, with a confused look on her face. Lin Yu smiled slightly, if you jump down, there will be a way. There was a hint of ridicule and confidence in his voice. Ah! Lucia's eyes widened and she looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Ah, what? Jump down after me. Lin Yu jumped into the sea of miasma clouds without hesitation. His figure was as light as a flying bird and disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Lucia gritted her teeth, her heart filled with fear, but seeing Lin Yu being so decisive, she could only bite the bullet and jump off after him. She closed her eyes tightly, her body drew an arc in the air, and then disappeared into the sea of miasma clouds. The two figures quickly disappeared into the sea of miasma clouds, as if being swallowed up. The miasma was rolling around, making it impossible to see where they were going. Passing through the sea of miasma clouds, a vast ocean appeared below, with some starfish-like buildings floating on the ocean. They emitted a faint light, giving people a mysterious and beautiful feeling. There are also some obelisks rising into the sky around. These obelisks tower into the clouds, giving people a solemn and sacred atmosphere. Wow! This place is so beautiful, much better than the scenery above the sea of clouds. Lucia exclaimed, her eyes shining with surprise. Stop sighing, rush into the sea, don't waste time. Lin Yu urged, he was very calm and seemed to be very familiar with the environment here. Oh! Okay, Lucia responded, and then followed Lin Yu into the sea. Below the ocean is a brown land with sulfur-colored hot springs flowing from mouth to mouth. After passing through the sea of miasma clouds on the land again, Lin Yu and Lucia were finally approaching the destination of this trip to hell. This level is more dangerous than the ones above, but the source of the danger is not the enemy, but the miasma that is almost liquid. Lucia, hurry up. We're almost there after walking up this staircase. Lin Yu's voice echoed in the passage. Lucia quickened her pace and caught up with Lin Yu. Teacher, what is the small temple that is lit next to the stairs? She asked curiously. Lin Yu glanced at those small temples and replied calmly, these are soul tombs, don't pay attention to them. After that, he continued to move forward. Lucia followed behind, full of doubts in her heart, but she didn't ask any more questions. Finally, they finished walking the long corridor, and an endless desert appeared in front of them, which was very similar to the desert in Hueco Mundo. Lucia stepped on the soft sand and felt the strange spiritual pressure fluctuations under her feet. She couldn't help frowning. Teacher, why do I feel that there are strange spiritual pressure fluctuations in the sand under my feet? Could it be that there are creatures under the sand? What? Lin Yu shook his head. This is not ordinary sand, these are the sand formed after the bones of the guilty people were broken. Lucia looked at the sand under her feet in surprise and asked, aren't there a lot of guilty people here? Lin Yu nodded, yes, but don't worry, they won't hurt us. Lucia thought of the previous question again, didn't you just say that the creatures in hell will be resurrected infinitely? Why are there so many bones turned into sand? Lin Yu patiently explained, infinite resurrection is only a theoretical state. When the creatures in hell die many times and collapse internally, they lose the ability to resurrect. Strictly speaking, they did not die, but fell into a deep sleep. Lucia nodded in realization, having a deeper understanding of this mysterious and dangerous place. Suddenly Rukia stopped moving forward. Teacher, can I also find Brother Kyan here? Lin Yu knew what Lucia was thinking and directly rejected this possibility. Shibakayan is not qualified to fall into hell. His Ryotsuo is not enough. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Lucia's eyes flashed with disappointment. But she quickly adjusted her mood and continued to follow Lin Yu. The two were walking in the desert when a huge skeleton suddenly appeared in the distance. "What is that?" Rukia asked, pointing to the castle. "I don't know what kind of skeleton this is. Anyway, we are not here for this," Lin Yu replied. Lucia looked at the huge skeleton in the distance, filled with curiosity. She quickly approached the skeleton, wanting to take a closer look. Lin Yu quickly stopped her. "Don't go there, be careful. It's dangerous." However, Lucia did not listen to Lin Yu's advice and continued walking towards the skeleton. At this moment, several figures rushed out from behind the skeleton and launched an attack on Lucia without any explanation. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu quickly rushed forward and pushed Lucia away. He pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed away a speeding fireball. The smoke dispersed, and 5 strange people stood in front of the skeleton and looked at Lin Yu and Lucia. Strange. One Shinigami, and the other one also uses a Zanpakuto, but he doesn't wear Shinigami's death armor. I don't know where he came from. A fat man among the 5 people muttered. Hey! Is there something wrong with the 5 of you? You will kill us as soon as you see us. Lin Yu looked at these 5 melons. These 5 people were Julien and his 4 subordinates who appeared in the theater version. Xiun, Ultramarine, Woelvia and Taijin. Chapter 134. The leading man took a step forward slowly, his short purple hair standing out in the darkness. His long bangs hang down on his left cheek like a curtain, half covered and half covered, exuding a mysterious aura. His eyes were a deep turquoise, like 2 bright gems, which made people fall in love with them. His appearance is upright and resolute, as if it has been carved by the years, and every outline exudes tenacity. His figure is slender and thin, but he contains infinite power, giving people an elusive feeling. He wore a heavy rusty Madara yoke around his neck. Long chains extended from the yoke, wrapping around his broad shoulders like 2 ferocious snakes. He wears a long blue-gray cloak lined with red, with a black and white mask as a button, tightly tied around his body. Under the cloak, he wore a set of off-white tights that tightly wrapped his body and outlined his figure incisively and vividly. My name is Julien, and they are my subordinates, Xiun, Ultramarine, Liuya and Taijin. Julien's voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate people's souls. His gaze was like a torch, staring at Lin Yu and Lucia in front of him, with a cold light shining in his eyes. Shinigami, tell me the purpose of your coming to hell. If your answer does not satisfy me, then prepare to face my anger. Julien's words were full of threats and majesty, and his momentum was like a raging wave, making one cannot ignore it. Lin Yu was very unhappy after hearing this. Do you know what I hate most? Julien raised a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth, looked at Lin Yu and Lucia with cold eyes, and did not speak again. His eyes seemed to tell them, you are not worth one more word from me. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger in his heart. What he couldn't bear the most was others pretending to be uncles in front of him. He clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand and said coldly, what I hate most is when someone pretends to be cool in front of me. How about pretending to be naughty? This sentence was filled with endless ridicule and anger, which made several people present couldn't help but laugh. Stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu picked up the Zanpakuto and rushed towards the few people without hesitation. He didn't even want to release the Zanpakuto. He flashed and rushed towards the 5 people like a ghost. He was extremely fast and was in front of them in an instant. The light of the sword flashed like lightning across the night sky, carrying fierce killing intent. In hell, Lin Yu has no need to hide his true combat power. He wants these overestimating guys to taste the pain of constant death and rebirth. In one word, just do it. Julien's pupils shrank suddenly. He did not expect Lin Yu to attack so decisively. However, he had no intention of flinching. His figure was like lightning, and he quickly dodged Lin Yu's sharp slashes. At the same time, Xiun, Ultramarine, Wolyuya and Taijin also displayed their unique abilities. Their ghostly figures quickly shuttled through the space and launched a fierce counterattack against Lin Yu. For a time, 5 figures intertwined and flashed, and the battle between them was extremely fierce, like a thrilling life and death battle. Lin Yu was surrounded, but there was no fear on his face. He relied on his superb swordsmanship and agility and flexibility to defeat the enemy's fierce offensives time and time again. It's a bit interesting, but it's just a bit. Lucia, take a good look at what true swordsmanship is. Lin Yu shouted coldly, and the Zanpakuto sword in his hand was filled with the power of thunder, and he swung it out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Luye was killed by him with one strike of his sword. His movements were as fast as chopping melons and vegetables. Immediately afterwards, his sword skills unfolded like a gust of wind, and the remaining 4 enemies were all chopped down to the ground by him in an instant. The 5 of them obediently waited for resurrection. Lucia on the side looked at this scene with disbelief, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, she shook her head in disbelief, and murmured to herself, "How is this possible?" What was happening before her eyes shocked her beyond measure. The star-type Zanpakut can actually use the power of thunder? This is beyond her understanding of the Zanpakut's abilities. Moreover, Lin Yu's strength was even more shocking to her. His combat power was so powerful that he easily killed all his enemies. Lucia couldn't help but think of her impression of Lin Yu. In her eyes, Lin Yu has always been a gentle and lazy teacher, but what she sees now is completely different from the image in her mind. Could it be said that this is the real Lin Yu? She began to think about how strong Lin Yu's true combat power was. Although Kukaki Xianghe told her before that Lin Yu was very strong, she only heard about it but had no direct experience. This level of power has surpassed her understanding of captain level. She had heard about the strength of other captains, Queen Bankai, but compared with Lin Yu, it was simply a world of difference. Suddenly, the figure of Byakuya Kukaki flashed in Rukia's mind. She couldn't help but secretly compare Lin Yu's strength with Byakuya Kukaki. If the 2 of them fight, even Byakuya may not be able to withstand Lin Yu's sharp attack, which is as sharp as cutting a melon. Thinking of this scene, Lucia shook her head quickly. A teacher of this level will be killed by Captain Aizen. Are you kidding me? Is Captain Aizen even stronger? Rukia murmured to herself. She couldn't imagine that if even a powerful being like Lin Yu could be easily killed by Captain Aizen, then how strong was Aizen? She didn't believe the previous rumors at all. Not long after, the magma next to the skeleton began to squirm, and the strongest Julien was the first to be resurrected. There was anger and fear on his face. He was angry that the man in front of him actually killed him once, and he was afraid that he was killed without any resistance in the hands of this man. Damn it! Julien said through gritted teeth, with anger flashing in her eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and his muscles all over his body were tense, as if he was ready to attack at any time. However, when he saw Lin Yu's cold eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and the courage he had just surged instantly dissipated. Julien took a deep breath and tried to calm down the panic in her heart. He understood that he could not act rashly at this moment and must first understand the other party's intentions. So, he tried to stay calm, but still asked with an arrogant look, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us?" The corners of Lin Yu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. He did not answer Julien's question, and was greeted by Lin Yu's slash again. "Stop talking nonsense!" Lin Yu said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant and dare to talk to me like this? You must die again." After saying that, Lin Yu raised the Zanpakut again, preparing to give Julien a fatal blow. Seeing this, Julien's eyes flashed with despair. He knew that he was no match. But he was not willing to die like this again, and decided to use his last strength to resist. Julienne roared angrily, bursting out her spiritual pressure with all her strength, trying to stop Lin Yu's attack. However, Lin Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations, and his spiritual pressure could not shake Lin Yu at all. Lin Yu looked at Julienne expressionlessly, and swung the knife lightly, and the light of the knife cut through the air like lightning. Julienne's eyes widened and she watched helplessly as the sword light approached her, but she was unable to avoid it. Pfft! The sword light penetrated Julienne's chest, bringing up a blood mist. Julienne groaned, her body slowly fell down, with an expression of disbelief still on her face, and her body turned into magma again. Chapter 135. Lin Yu and Lucia sat leisurely next to the skeleton, holding wine bottles in their hands, sipping wine while waiting for the 5 killed guys to be resurrected. "Lucia, would you like to have a drink? This is good wine." Lin Yu asked with a smile and handed the jug to Lucia. No, teacher, just drink it yourself. I don't like drinking very much." Lucia quickly waved her hand and refused. After a while, Julien and his 4 men finally came to life. They stood in front of Lin Yu and Lucia again, but this time Julien was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, but stared at Lin Yu with cold eyes without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He gently shook the wine bottle in his hand and said to Julien, "Why did you come back from the dead so quickly? But it looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet." Julien's face became even more gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shinigami, don't be too proud. We will definitely kill you this time." After that, he waved his hand to the 4 men behind him to attack together. However, Lin Yu remained unmoved at all. He jumped easily and avoided the opponent's attack. Immediately afterwards, he took action at an extremely fast speed, instantly hitting the vital points of Julien and others. In the blink of an eye, Julien and his men turned into magma again. This time they did not hold on for long, and soon completely melted into a pool of fiery red magma. Not long after, the magma suddenly began to squirm and gradually condensed into a human form. Julien came to life again, with a proud smile on his face. "How is it, are you surprised? Haha! We are all immortals. You can't do anything to us." Faced with Julien's provocation, Lin Yu remained unmoved. Instead, he looked at him calmly. "Oh, I see. So, do you think you still have a chance of winning now?" Julien was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Lin Yu to be so calm. He sneered, "Humph, so what if you can kill us? We can be resurrected infinitely, but you will always be tired. By then, it will be clear who wins and who loses." Lin Yu smiled slightly, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. "It is true that you have the ability to infinitely resurrect, but don't forget, I am not a vegetarian either. You will consume a lot of energy every time you resurrect. If you continue like this, sooner or later you will use up all your strength." And Lin Yu paused and deliberately let it slip. Julien frowned and couldn't help but ask, "And what?" Lin Yu said slowly, "Besides, I have found a way to restrain you. As long as I want, I can kill you directly at any time. Infinite resurrection is a joke." Hearing this, Julien's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you threaten us? Let me tell you, we will not give in to anyone easily." Lin Yu shrugged and shook his head helplessly. "You guys really don't eat and drink as a penalty. Well, since you are unwilling to cooperate, then don't blame me for being rude." After that, he launched another attack. This time the power he used was even more powerful, instantly forcing Julien and others into a desperate situation. "How about it, do you still want to taste death? I know you can keep resurrecting, but I will kill you like a chicken. Are you sure you want to continue?" Lin Yu asked lightly. Julienne gritted her teeth and stared at me fiercely. Don't be arrogant. We won't just give in. One day, we will find a chance to fight back. Lin Yu smiled and said nonchalantly, okay, then I'll wait. But before that, you should die again honestly. After saying that, Lin Yu struck a few more times, letting them obediently waiting for resurrection. Julienne and the other 4 people have experienced countless deaths and rebirths, but they still have a tough mouth. They may have time to squander, but Lin Yu doesn't have that much patience. When Lin Yu killed Julienne, Xiun, Wo Luya and Tai Jin again, only Ultramarine with a dull face was left. The 4 of them are dead again. What are you going to do now? Are you willing to cooperate? Lin Yu asked with a hint of sarcasm, raising the corners of his mouth slightly. Ultramarine raised her head, with contempt in her eyes. Why should I cooperate with you? Who do you think you are? Lin Yu frowned and shook his head helplessly. I didn't want to kill anyone, but it's a pity that you are too stubborn. In this case, I have no choice but to apologize, and I will use you to scare the monkeys. Purple microdomain. Open. After speaking, Lin Yu opened the field without hesitation. The field instantly expanded, covering him and Ultramarine. After entering the realm, Ultramarine suddenly found that his connection with Hell was completely severed, and he suddenly panicked. Lin Yu looked at Ultramarine's panic and sneered, let me see how arrogant you can be. After saying that, he waved the Zanpakuta in his hand, and a sharp sword energy directly chopped Ultramarine into ashes. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he disappeared without a trace in this space. Ultramarine originally thought that he could be reborn continuously with the help of the power of Hell, but at this moment he realized that his idea was too naive. Facing Lin Yu's powerful strength, he was unable to resist. And Lin Yu proved with actual actions that as long as he wanted to, he could easily completely obliterate the enemy. This time, after Julienne and the others were resurrected, Lin Yu didn't do anything. He just looked at them with a playful expression. Julienne looked at Lin Yu's expression and felt a chill in her heart, but he still pretended to be calm and asked, what do you want? Lin Yu smiled and said, I don't want to do anything, I just want to see if you guilty people can really be resurrected indefinitely. Julienne and others felt a little uneasy after hearing this. They began to doubt whether they could really be resurrected indefinitely. As time passed by, the faces of Julienne and others became increasingly ugly. They waited for a long time and finally realized something was wrong. Ultramarine never appeared. Julienne finally couldn't help it anymore. He opened his eyes wide and shouted to Lin Yu, what have you done? Where is the Ultramarine? Lin Yu smiled slightly and replied, you are talking about that tentacle monster. Aren't you uncooperative? I will kill him completely and he will not be resurrected. Julienne was shocked when she heard this. He couldn't believe this was true, because as the guilty ones, they should be able to be resurrected indefinitely in hell. Impossible! Julienne screamed, as the guilty ones, we can be resurrected indefinitely in hell. Lin Yu shrugged and said, oh? Really? I said I have a way to completely kill you, you just don't believe it. Julienne and others looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. If what Lin Yu said is true, then they are really screwed. The long-lost word death appeared in their minds again. Lin Yu continued, you don't have to believe me, then just wait and see if Ultramarine can be resurrected. Julienne and others were silent, their eyes showing despair and helplessness. At this moment, they realized that they were in a desperate situation. Chapter 136. Time passed minute by minute, but Ultramarine never appeared. Julienne and others could not feel his spiritual pressure, and they began to believe that Ultramarine had indeed been completely wiped out by this Shinigami and could never be resurrected. Julienne sighed helplessly, finally put down his poor self-esteem, and surrendered to the Shinigami in front of him. Okay, in that case, what do you want us to do? Shinigami smiled slightly, nodded with satisfaction and said, that's right. If you had cooperated earlier, that tentacle monster would not have died. In fact, what I ask you to do is not difficult. Julien frowned and asked doubtfully, what is that? Lin Yu showed a mysterious smile and said slowly, hell is too big, I need to find a few Shinigami like me. That's it. Julien looked suspicious. That's right, we're just looking for someone. Shinigami confirmed again. Julien was filled with regret. Just because of this trivial matter, this Shinigami brutally killed one of his subordinates. There shouldn't be many Shinigami coming to hell. They should be easy to find. Julien asked doubtfully. Then why don't you go find it yourself? Julien asked. I'm lazy and don't want to move. Hell is so big. Is this reason enough? Lin Yu answered confidently. You. Julien was so angry that she couldn't speak. Lin Yu continued, besides, I'm not familiar with this place, so I still have to rely on you. As long as you can help me find other Shinigami, I will let you go. Of course, if you dare to play any tricks. A chill flashed in Yu's eyes, then don't blame me for being rude. Julien gritted her teeth and finally agreed. He knew that now they had no other choice. Rather than being tortured to death by Lin Yu, it is better to compromise temporarily and look for opportunities to escape. As time passed by, Julien led her men and began to search the hell, not letting go of any clues. Lin Yu and Lucia could only wait helplessly. They had no way of knowing when this long wait would end. There is no distinction between day and night in hell, and they have no way of judging how much time has passed. However, at this moment, Taijin suddenly appeared in front of them, followed by a Shinigami. This Shinigami looks particularly eye-catching, wearing Captain Haori. His skin is dark and exudes a unique charm that makes people look at him more. His eyes are deep, as if he can see everything. Lin Yu looked up and down at Shinigami, who was found by Taijin, with a teasing smile on his face. Hey! Black Pie, it's been so long, how are you doing in this hell? Have you ever been bullied? Ah! The person who came was none other than Sifenjai Yuanqiani. He was originally staying quietly in a corner of hell, but that day a fat man suddenly came to his door. The fat man told him that a Shinigami came to hell to look for his old friend who fell here. At first, Sifenjai Yuanqiani didn't believe these words, and even killed Taijin countless times, but in the end he had no choice but to follow the fat man to see who had fallen into hell. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Sifenjai Yuanqianri couldn't help but froze, then his eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Who did I think you were? Lin Yu, why are you dead too? In these 3 realms, someone can actually kill you." Lin Yu rolled his eyes and replied angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not dead. Look at me like this, do I look like I went to hell after death? Let me tell you, I just forced myself to go to hell. Came to this hell. Sifenjai Yuanqianri? Isn't he the captain of 1st Generation's 2nd Division? Teacher, is the captain of Sifenjai Yuan your old friend?" Lucia next to Lin Yu looked at the mysterious handsome guy in front of her with surprise and curiosity. Sifenjai Yuanqianri also looked at this cute girl with a smile, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. "Well, it's me. Little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Kukakirukia, captain of Sifenjai Yuan." Kukakirukia replied nervously, her voice trembling. Lin Yu smiled and touched Lucia's head, comforting her, "Don't be so restrained, black people are easy to get along with." Kukaki Lucia relaxed and showed a sweet smile. "She is your new apprentice?" Sifenjai Yuanqianri looked at Lin Yu and asked. "Not yet, I just taught her some swordsmanship." Lin Yu explained with a smile, "But she is indeed a good prospect." Sifenjai Yuanqianri nodded and agreed, "Well, I can see it. To be recognized by you, this little girl must have good talent." Lin Yu then introduced, "By the way, Hepi, Lucia is the niece of Kukaki Xianghe." Hearing Kukaki Xianghe's name, Sifenjai Yuanqiani was slightly startled, but soon regained his composure. It turns out he is from the Kukaki family, no wonder. Kukaki said respectfully, Captain Shifunjai Yuan, it's an honor to meet you. Shifunjai Yuan Qiani laughed, you don't have to be so polite, Lucia. Okay. I came to hell to see you for something, not to reminisce about old times. Lin Yu said with a serious face. What is worthy of your going to hell to find us? Shifunjai Yuan Qianri frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Lucia stepped aside wisely, knowing that there were some things that she was not qualified to know now. But she became even more curious about Lin Yu. She was friends with the first-generation captains. Doesn't that mean that Lin Yu was also an old monster? He was not only over 300 years old as stated in the spiritual book. Of course it's an important thing. Lin Yu said solemnly, do you still remember Waiwak? Upon hearing this, Qianri's face became solemn. Of course he remembered the Quincy King. The captain didn't kill him completely back then, he just fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yu continued, now he seems to have woken up. So, I hope you can come back to the present world with me and kill him again. Lin Yu looked at Qianri and said coldly. He was still worried about Yuha's sneak attack on him 1,000 years ago. Shifunjai Yuan Qianri was silent for a moment, and finally nodded, I can go back with you, but we can't stay in this world for long, and we are bound by hell. After speaking, he pointed to the hell chains on his body. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as Hepe agreed, it would mean that he had one more chance of winning, and he could better develop his future plans. That's it. I'll just cut it off. Lin Yu said with a relaxed look. Cut it off? Do you think we haven't tried it before? It can't be cut off. Shifunjai Yuan Qianri shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Lin Yu smiled confidently and opened the Zaiwei domain again, while the Zanpakut in his hand exuded a powerful aura. Lin Yu was seen waving his Zanpakut, and a purple light flashed through, instantly cutting off the hell chains on Siphon Jinsen Hai. As soon as the chain was broken, he felt relaxed all over. Could it be that he was alive again? Is this the newly developed ability of your Zanpakuto? It can actually cut off the shackles of hell. Siphon Jinsen Hai asked in disbelief with his eyes widened. Chapter 137. Lin Yu sheathed the sword and looked at Shifunjai Yuan Qianri. How do you feel now? Shifunjai Yuan Qianri moved his body, I can't feel the restraint of hell on me anymore. Should we leave hell now or wait? Lin Yu smiled and scolded, why are you in a hurry? Others haven't arrived yet. Shifunjai Yuan Qianri scratched his head in embarrassment, hey, I'm in a hurry. Let's take this time to have a good chat. How is my Shifunjai Yuan family doing now? Lin Yu turned to look at Lucia. Lucia, please introduce the current Gotei 13 to Hepe. I'll keep my eyes open for a while. After that, he closed his eyes and began to rest. Rukia nodded, oh, master. Seni Senpai, the position of captain of the 2nd division is no longer held by the Saihoan family. Now he is Captain Sui Feng, who is a member of the lower-level noble Ha family. Shifunjai Yuan Qianri's eyes widened, what? The Shifunjai Yuan family has lost the position of captain? Don't any of the descendants of our Shifunjai Yuan family live up to their expectations? Lucia shook her head helplessly, I don't know. Let me tell you this. There is still an outstanding representative of your descendants, Shifunjai Yuan Yuryuaki. She also has the title of Flash Goddess, but her Shunpo is still not as fast as mine. Lin Yu said when introducing Yuryuaki, don't forget to step on it. Qianri smiled and cursed and said, you guy, where did she go? Did she die in battle too? Lin Yu looked at Qianri with a malicious smile. Not killed in battle, but she betrayed Soul Society. What? Shifunjai Yuan Qianhai jumped up from the ground in shock. Why did she betray Soul Society? Lin Yu looked at him jokingly, smiling without saying a word. Shifunjai Yuan Qianri asked anxiously, speak quickly. Stop showing off. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and said slowly, it is said that she escaped to the present world with Yunzhai. Yunzhai? Shifunjai Yunzhai was even more shocked. Who is he? Why? Lin Yu stood up, patted Shifunjai Yunzhai on the shoulder, and said in a relaxed tone, Yunzhai is the captain of the 12th division. I forgot which generation he is from. Yunzhai is studying about virtualization. According to the principal, the captain of the 13th team of the same period was experimented, and he defected after being discovered. Yuaki, as her friend, also escaped with her. Well, the captain of the same period who was treated as an experimental subject also escaped. An indifferent look on his face. After listening to what Lin Yu said, Kyunri obviously became red and warm, and his dark skin turned a little red. How could our Shifunjai Yun family have such an evil grandson? Don't panic, I am also a traitor in Soul Society now. Lin Yu comforted. Hearing these words, Kyunri was a little at a loss. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu in confusion, not understanding what happened at all. It's nothing. I colluded with Yunzhai and the others to kill the captains of the 9th and 10th divisions. Lucia, is this how Soul Society promotes it? Lin Yu explained calmly, as if he was recounting something related to himself. Unrelated things. Kyunri was shocked speechless by the news, and his mind was in chaos. Lucia nodded silently, indicating that what Lin Yu said was true. There was a hint of helplessness in her eyes, and she seemed to have deep regrets about this matter. Kyunri came back to his senses and wondered what had happened in the Soul Society since his death, and how it had become such a mess. However, he would not easily believe Lin Yu's words that he had rebelled against Soul Society. There must be some hidden secret that he didn't know about. Kyunri was silent for a while, his eyes were a little complicated. After a while, he said, I won't believe you betrayed Soul Society, so let's skip this matter for now. What old friends are left in Soul Society now? Hearing this, Lin Yu had a wry smile on his face. Who else can it be? Of course it's old man Shan, Yaqian Liu, and me. Kyunri frowned, seemingly not satisfied with the answer. Everyone else is dead. Lin Yu nodded, with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Well, they're all dead. Kyunri's face became heavy, he took a deep breath, and then said slowly, Bansai and Sato are also dead. Rukia was a little curious now. She looked at Seni and asked, didn't Senior Seni, Senior Sato Immortal and Senior Shikatori Hatsuernsai die in the war 1,000 years ago? Yunzhai turned his head and looked at Rukia, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Who told you? Rukia blinked. This is how Soul Society's spiritual book introduces it. Impossible. Neither Sato nor Heikyunsai died in that war. At that time, only Shi's Himachijiri, Kumini Entetsu, Aokikawa Yuori, Zendeji's concubines, and Nyako died in the war. In that battle, there was also the executioner Nobutsuna who died before. Kyunri recalled the scene carefully, his tone was full of affirmation. Is there an error in the records in the spiritual book? This thought flashed through Lucia's mind, but she quickly rejected her guess. After all, the records in the spiritual book should be accurate. Moreover, if Ba Yunzhai had really died a long time ago, would your teacher still be so calm? Kyunri continued. Lucia looked confused, she had no idea what Yunzhai was talking about. What do these things have to do with teachers? Bansai is your master's wife. If she died, how could your teacher not go find her as soon as possible after he came to hell? Yunzhai's words surprised Rukia. It turned out that there was something else inside. Such a relationship. Teacher? Is what Senior Yunzhai said true? Lucia looked at Lin Yu curiously. Hearing these words, Lin Yu felt nervous, knowing that some of his secrets might have been exposed. He glared at Shifunjai Yunqiani, with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes, as if to say, you are the only one who talks too much. However, Sifanjai Yuan Kyunri was very confused and didn't understand why Lin Yu looked at him like this. For him, this is not a secret that needs to be hidden. Lin Yu realized that the situation was a bit embarrassing, so he quickly changed the topic and tried to cover up his uneasiness. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Why haven't you seen anyone else come back for so long? The traffic lights turning left are the hardest to wait for." After saying that, he pretended to be impatient and looked around, hoping to find a new one. Topic to distract attention. Looking at her teacher like this, Lucia knew that he must be hiding something, but he refused to say that there was nothing he could do about it. Lucia decided not to ask the teacher about her teacher's wife. She wanted to wait until she had the opportunity to get to know her later. At this time, she noticed that the atmosphere around her was a bit awkward, so she took the initiative to ease the situation. Maybe they encountered some trouble, let's wait a little longer. Lin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lucia gratefully. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw a few figures walking slowly towards them.